The Crown Prince of Great Zhou Yang Chang was reborn back into his one-year-old infant body while the late-blooming counterattack system arrived 500 years ahead of time. It was the 20th year of the Jianyuan era of Great Zhou. In the depths of winter snow on Tianmen Avenue rose up to the knees while the glazed tile roofs of the palaces on both sides cloaked in white resembled crowns of snow upon their heads. Within Jinghua Hall silence reigned. Weakness. Drowsiness. Yang Chang felt his chest tighten, breath stifled, his entire body devoid of strength. This sensation stirred memories long buried. He clearly remembered being poisoned at the age of 1. It had felt exactly like this. Why has Chang'er suddenly been poisoned when he was perfectly fine a moment ago? A voice as clear and crisp as pearls dropping onto jade plates sounded, trembling with emotion. Even tinged with anger, it remained melodious to the ear. What is happening? Why does this voice sound so much like mother's? Yang Chang thought in a muddled haze, unable to resist opening his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, Yang Chang froze. Filling his vision was a face that made his very soul tremble. Peach-tinted cheeks, apricot-shaped face, vermilion lips, and lustrous white teeth. Such a peerless countenance, naturally suffused with subtle allure, was tempered by the mistress's inner grace and wisdom, lending her an air of dignified grandeur. Mother! Yang Chang felt as though his heart had been abruptly clenched, his excitement so intense that he could scarcely breathe. Yet his mother had clearly been imprisoned in the cold palace and he had not seen her for 200 years. At first he had thought this was an illusion. But the pain surging through his body and the palpable reality of everything around him told him clearly that this was no hallucination. At this moment he was still only a one-year-old infant cradled in his mother's arms. I've been reborn. Yang Chang found it utterly inconceivable. He was a transmigrator. After crossing over, he had become crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. His father was Emperor Qian Yuan, the third sovereign of Great Zhou. His mother Yunli Yue of the Yun clan, one of the great aristocratic families, held the position of empress. After his birth, his memories from his previous life gradually resurfaced and his extraordinary intelligence began to show. Thus, when he had just turned 10 months old, he was established as crown prince, bearing the radiance of boundless glory. As crown prince, he naturally became a thorn in the flesh of countless people. At the age of 1, he was secretly poisoned in an assassination attempt. Though the imperial physicians managed to rescue him, the poison left hidden dangers crippling his martial foundations. Soon after, he underwent the royal bone root assessment. Both his father and mother were prodigies on the martial path, yet this son of theirs was judged to possess a ruined martial body unfit for cultivation. At that very moment, the sixth prince Yang Xiu, who was the same age as he, was assessed to possess that heavenly sword sacred body. From then on, their fates were reversed. Yang Chang disappointed Emperor Qian Yuan more and more, while Yang Xiu became ever more favored and cherished. At 15, Yang Xiu seized his position as crown prince. Even then, Yang Xiu did not let him go, scheming to have Emperor Qian Yuan strip him of his status, demote him to commoner, and expel him from the palace. Yet Yang Chang did not abandon himself to despair. To struggle against fate, he entered the death demon abyss, enduring the torment of lethal astral gales, and ultimately forged the Asura demonic body. 100 years later, he had become the notorious Asura demon lord. Through this, he encountered a vaster world and contended with prodigies from all realms. Yet he discovered that compared with many such geniuses, he was merely of middling to lower rank. He could not defeat Yang Xiu, and a great number of other prodigies could easily crush him. At the age of 500, on the arena of tempestuous prodigies, he was publicly defeated by a genius who merely followed Yang Xiu and once again fell unconscious into the death demon abyss. When he awoke, he had returned to his infant self. Remembering all this, even though Yang Chang had gained a second life, his heart remained heavy. The one who poisoned me back then was never found, not by mother nor by me, in nearly 500 years of searching. Yang Chang secretly clenched his chubby little fists. All I ever learned was that the poison was the legendary 10,000 ruined divine water. Once afflicted by this poison, even the most peerless genius becomes a cripple, unable to cultivate. Fortunately, he had been reborn and now had a chance to change certain things. Unfortunately, he had been reborn after the poisoning and, barring any surprises, would soon again be diagnosed as possessing a ruined body. How am I to overturn my fate? Must I still go to the death demon abyss? At the thought of that place, pain inevitably surfaced in Yang Chang's eyes. It was unquestionably his most terrifying and agonizing memory. As he pondered, his vision suddenly blurred. In the void before him, a semi-transparent panel appeared out of nowhere. What is this? Yang Chang's mind stirred as he stared fixedly at the panel. Lines of text slowly surfaced upon it. At 500 years old, you have no wife, no children, and a foul reputation. You are publicly scorned and humiliated by your lifelong nemesis Yang Xiu. Your life can be described as a complete failure, utterly miserable. Yet your will has not been crushed, and in martial cultivation you still possess an unyielding heart. Therefore the late-blooming system is hereby activated. Host Yang Chang, in your lingering existence, do you still possess the fighting spirit to go against the current? Counterattack mission issued. The suffering of a loving mother's heart is the bitterest in this world. After learning of your fate, your mother Yin Liyue was plunged into grief, her vitality exhausted, and now stands at death's door. You must by any means return to the palace, find your mother in the cold palace and save her life. Note, because this mission is exceedingly difficult, the host is granted a grace period of 1 year. Should you fail, the system will sever its bond with you. Mission reward: Hunyuan Heaven Mending Pill. What? Yang Chang was utterly baffled. A late-blooming system. Glancing at his own tiny arms and legs, he suddenly became aware of a problem. System, are you sure I am 500 years old right now? Yang Chang asked inwardly. Host, please refrain from asking such childish questions. It is currently the year 2501 of the Great Zhou calendar. You have just turned 500 at the Martial Saint realm. All data is perfectly accurate. Yang Chang's expression turned strange, and he was fully certain his system seemed to have arrived too early. As for this so-called extremely difficult mission with a special 1-year grace period, Yang Chang could not help looking ahead. Morning light poured through the window, bathing the woman's figure. She wore a golden phoenix robe, her features exquisite, her skin like fresh cream. In his previous life, Yang Chang had only glimpsed her from afar at the age of 300. Under normal circumstances, with her level of cultivation, she would have remained youthful regardless of age. Yet by then her temples had already turned white and her skin had withered as rough and aged as pine bark. Now, though she was already a mother, her skin was still as tender and rosy as a maiden's. Yang Chang could not help but burst into tears, a powerful wave of emotion surging within his heart. At this moment for him, the joy of rebirth and even of gaining a system was far eclipsed by the joy of seeing his mother so young again. Chenger, don't cry. Seeing the redness rim his eyes, Yin Liyue hastily patted his back, her heart aching. Mother knows you feel awful, but it won't last long. The imperial physicians in the palace will certainly cure you very soon. Clearly she mistook his tears as being caused by physical suffering. Yang Chang sighed inwardly, knowing that no imperial physician could dispel his poison. Yet in this life things were already different from the last. In his lowered eyes a glimmer not belonging to an infant flashed and vanished. At this moment he was already contemplating the system's mission. The system's mission is for me to find a way back into the palace, to the cold palace, to seek out Mother and save her life. Yet right now Mother is standing safely before me. Thinking this, Yang Chang raised his clear black and white eyes to Yin Liyue and in a weak babyish voice called Mother. Yin Liyue was not surprised that he could speak. At 10 months old, Yang Chang had already begun displaying his extraordinary nature. She gazed at him with eyes full of tender self-reproach. Chenger, this time it was your mother who was too careless. But so long as I draw breath, I will never again allow anyone to harm you. In his heart Yang Chang whispered, Mother, I believe you. Afterward, though he became a cripple, he still managed to survive in the palace, and only at 15 did he lose the crown prince's seat. It was precisely because Yin Liyue shielded him. Later she could no longer protect him because she too was cast into the cold palace, powerless to help him any further. Chenger, Yin Liyue held him tightly. Though you are crown prince in this life, I do not ask that you achieve literary or martial perfection or great hegemony. I only wish that you may be joyful and carefree, your days smooth and healthy. Yang Chang's heart softened. Many parents harbor hopes that their children will become dragons among men in the deep palace. Such desires are especially intense. Yet his mother Yin Liyue offered him only the purest, most unadorned love. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Ripples stirred within the void as lines of text reappeared upon the translucent panel. The imperial palace is fraught with peril. Given the host's current status, merely returning to the palace and seeing your mother Yin Liyue is already exceedingly difficult. Your mother Yin Liyue's spirit is exhausted and she is on the verge of death. For the host to save her is all the more arduous. It is believed the host will surely rack his brains and endure countless tribulations because of this. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. The Hunyuan Heaven Mending Pill has been issued. Do you wish to consume it now? No. Yang Chang hurriedly refused. The Hunyuan Heaven Mending Pill was refined by ancient mighty beings from the captured chi of heaven mending stones. It could remake one's mortal shell and defy the mandates of fate. As its consumption might trigger a great disturbance, he naturally did not dare take it before others. For him then, completing this mission would have been no different from ascending to the heavens. Yet now he was but 1 year old. His mother was right before him. All calamities had yet to begin. Thus the mission had become incomparably simple. As he pondered, Yang Chang felt his eyelids grow heavy. He was still a 1-year-old infant, and having been poisoned his spirit was extremely poor. Unwittingly he drifted into sleep. When Yang Cheng awoke, it was already deep into the night. His mind stirred, he hastily glanced around to find himself lying alone in the infant bed. A canopy of curtains enclosed the crib. Though palace maids were outside, they could not see what transpired within the gauzy drapes. "Hun Yuan heaven-mending pill be consumed," he commanded. Yang Cheng made his decision without hesitation. The Hun Yuan heaven-mending pill appeared in his mouth of its own accord. The pill melted the instant it touched his tongue. A cool sweetness like jade nectar and immortal dew flooded his throat. Its medicinal force transformed into a subtle formless power like spring wind and nourishing rain seeping into his 8 extraordinary meridians. Yang Cheng's small body curled within his brocaded swaddling trembled slightly as greasy black filth and foul toxins oozed from his pores. This is not good. Yang Cheng suddenly clutched his abdomen. Thunderous rumblings surged within the temple of his 5 viscera, the gurgling of his intestines unnaturally clear in the silent bedchamber. He glanced toward the window where the moonlight of the third watch and the hours of Yin drifted like gauzy silk. If he soiled his swaddling at this moment, by tomorrow rumors of the crown prince's incontinence would surely spread throughout the entire inner palace. He was no true 1-year-old infant, how could he permit such a thing to occur? Formerly Yang Cheng had been exceedingly frail. Yet the Hun Yuan heaven-mending pill had indeed seized the very workings of heaven and earth. In just this brief span he felt his entire body fill with strength. His chubby little hand grasped the carved rail of the bed and Yang Cheng leveraged it to flip himself out of the agarwood infant crib. The entire process was silent and without a trace. Jinghua Hall, being the residence of the Empress, naturally possessed its own private bathhouse and imperial latrine. Without disturbing anyone, Yang Cheng completed his relief and bath, then slipped back to the infant bed like a furtive civet cat. Lying upon the bed, Yang Cheng felt brimming with vitality. The Wanjue divine water was a strange poison of antiquity. Yet now before the Hun Yuan heaven-mending pill this ancient toxin seemed utterly insignificant. Yang Cheng could clearly sense that he was no longer the same as in his previous life. The Wanjue divine water had clung to him like maggots on bone, tormenting him for nearly 500 years. It had left him forever suffocating within his own body. Now however his form felt light, as though he might at any moment ride the wind into the sky. At last he had cast off the shadow of the Wanjue divine water. With the suppression of the Wanjue divine water gone, his own innate constitution awakened. He had inherited Emperor Qin Yuan's talent and possessed the Shenlong sword body. This Shenlong sword body was on par with the heavenly sword sacred body. Yet under the transformation of the Hun Yuan heaven-mending pill it underwent a complete metamorphosis. It became the Zulong sword body. If the Shenlong sword body was the sovereign of the sword path, then the Zulong sword body was the progenitor of all sword Tao. No, this is not all, he realized. Yang Cheng's heart surged. He discovered within himself yet another concealed sword constitution, the Hun Yuan devouring sword body. This sword body had evolved from the sacred moon sword body. His mother Yunli Yue possessed the sacred moon sword body, enabling her to absorb the strength of other sword cultivators to strengthen herself. Yang Cheng in truth did not possess the sacred moon sword body, but only a trace of its bloodline. Yet under the refinement of the Hun Yuan heaven-mending pill, even that sliver of sacred moon sword body bloodline directly evolved into the Hun Yuan devouring sword body. Yunli Yue absorbed the power of other sword cultivators. Yang Cheng however would devour it outright. This was 100 times more domineering than Yunli Yue. This sword body must never be revealed, Yang Cheng thought, mind turning cold. If this constitution were exposed, he would likely become the public enemy of sword cultivators across the world. From now on he would possess the Shenlong sword body, openly conceal the Zulong sword body in secret, and bury the Hun Yuan devouring sword body in the deepest depths of his being. Fortunately the Hun Yuan devouring sword body's level was so exalted that so long as Yang Cheng did not deliberately display it, no one could possibly perceive its existence. In the blink of an eye dawn arrived. No one noticed anything unusual about Yang Cheng during the previous. Drowsy Yang Cheng, who had dozed off again, was jolted awake by a sudden commotion. Imperial physician Chang, you say the poison afflicting Chenger is the Wanjue divine water? Yunli Yue looked as though struck by lightning, her delicate face turning ashen. Your Majesty, the Empress, an elderly man with hair and beard both white, said respectfully. Yesterday this old minister took a drop of His Highness the Crown Prince's blood and recorded his symptoms. After returning, this old minister and the other imperial physicians searched the medical texts through the night and discussed at length, ultimately confirming that it is indeed the poison of the Wanjue divine water. Yunli Yue cast an unwilling gaze toward the other imperial physicians present. Your Majesty, please restrain your grief, they said, heads lowered. As Imperial Physician Chang has stated, it is indeed Wanjue divine water. The Wanjue divine water can ruin a person's qi and blood, destroy their foundations, and there is no cure. A voice rang out, deliberately raised. A woman clad in a purple brocade palace gown stepped forth, a crimson plum blossom mark adorning her brow. Beside her a palace maid held an infant roughly the same age as Yang Cheng in her arms. Greetings, your ladyship, the noble consort, the imperial physicians saluted. This woman was noble consort Zhuang Wanrong. Her son was the sixth Prince Yang Xiu. Seeing the woman appear, Yun Liu had forced herself to rally her spirits and looked at her coldly. Sister, what do you mean by these words? Noble consort Zhuang's slender phoenix eyes lifted slightly. Elder sister, the heir to a nation cannot be a cripple. Now that the crown prince has been afflicted by Wanjua divine water, he is destined to be a worthless cripple in the future. Therefore this younger sister believes our Great Zhou should act decisively and change the crown prince. Rays of fierce light burst from Yun Liu's eyes. The matter of the Wanjua divine water has yet to be investigated, yet you would presumptuously discuss matters that could shake the very foundation of the state here. It seems you not only fail to place me in your eyes but do not place His Majesty in your eyes either. Noble consort Zhuang's expression shifted slightly, but in an instant she recovered her composure. Elder sister has misunderstood. My words are purely out of consideration for our Great Zhou, she replied coolly. On the infant bed Yang Cheng's gaze grew faintly cold. Zhuang Wanrong. Though the mastermind who had poisoned him was likely not Zhuang Wanrong herself, she was most certainly not free of involvement. Dad Ada. Footsteps sounded from outside. A group of people entered from beyond the doors and the atmosphere instantly turned solemn. At their head was a middle-aged man of heroic bearing. He moved like a dragon and strode like a tiger, his gaze naturally imposing even in silence. The moment he stepped into the hall, everyone's breathing involuntarily hitched. The visitor was none other than Emperor Qian Yuan. Xiu'er pays respects to Father Emperor. A tender voice rang out. The maid beside concubine Zhuang placed. The visitor was none other than Emperor Qian Yuan. Xiu'er pays respects to Father Emperor. A tender voice rang out. The maid beside concubine Zhuang placed a 1-year-old infant on the ground who surprisingly stood steadily. This scene astonished those around. It was not uncommon for a 1-year-old to stand and talk. However, for one to stand so firmly and speak so clearly was truly rare. The last one to perform so outstandingly was Crown Prince Yang Cheng. No one expected that Yang Xiu would be no less impressive than the Crown Prince today. Emperor Qian Yuan was equally astonished. Xiu'er can speak so clearly already. Concubine Zhuang, even more spirited, replied, Your Majesty, just a few days ago Xiu'er was still stuttering, but since yesterday he has been speaking fluently. From my perspective this surely must be the blessing of our ancestors. Upon hearing this, many nearby exchanged glances. According to concubine Zhuang's words, Yang Xiu is under the protection of our ancestors. Does that mean that Yang Cheng, who was affected by the Wanju divine water and is likely to become a useless person, has lost the protection of our ancestors? Good, very good. Emperor Qian Yuan's expression softened slightly. He was equally troubled by Yang Cheng's predicament. Seeing Yang Xiu's exceptional performance undoubtedly brought him some comfort. He valued Yang Cheng highly. But as an emperor he must consider the entire nation. If Yang Cheng truly became a useless person, he would undoubtedly need to make further plans. At this moment Lin Xinglan should have awakened. Yang Cheng mused. In his past life he had tested and confirmed that Yang Xiu did not possess an adult's soul. However, later he learned after becoming the demon lord that Yang Xiu's exceptional abilities in childhood were not only due to his own genius but also because of the help from the half-ancestor Lin Xinglan's soul. In this world, martial arts cultivation is divided into acquired innate martial master, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage and martial deity. Above them exists the true divine beings of martial arts who can shatter the void. When interacting with those martial arts prodigies from various realms, Yang Cheng even saw the shadow of a martial ancestor transcending even the divine beings towering above the heavens. Lin Xinglan was a fallen half-step martial ancestor. When Yang Xiu was 1-year-old, Lin Xinglan awakened and used his tremendous spiritual power to enlighten Yang Xiu. Thus today Yang Xiu's intelligence was likely equivalent to that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. After a while Emperor Qian Yuan allowed everyone to rise before turning to Yang Cheng, slowly asking, How is Cheng'er? Your Majesty. The previous royal physician stepped forward to inform Emperor Qian Yuan of the diagnoses from the other royal physicians. Concubine Zhuang seized the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, those who are affected by the Wanju divine water are destined to have no connection with martial arts. If people were to learn that our Great Zhou dynasty's crown prince is unable to practice martial arts, this. She did not finish her sentence, but everyone understood her implication. Emperor Qian Yuan's expression turned stern. His gaze swept over Yang Cheng and Yang Xiu, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. After a moment he declared, Both Cheng'er and Xiu'er have reached full term, they can now test their root bone. I have decided to conduct the test in 3 days. Hearing this, concubine Zhuang's expression brightened, then she provocatively glanced at Yun Liu. 3 days later she would see how Yun Liu could remain so proud. With Emperor Qian Yuan's decree, everyone else dispersed. Emperor Qian Yuan stayed in the Jinghua Palace. Ah, you. He looked at Yun Liu as sighing, I believe that Cheng'er will certainly have good fortune. Yun Liu bit her red lips, her voice filled with resentment. Your Majesty, we must find out who harmed Cheng'er. This culprit I would love to devour their flesh and gnaw on their bones. We certainly will. Emperor Qian Yuan replied, drawing back the curtain to approach the crib. Yang Chang rubbed his eyes, pretending to just awaken Father Emperor Mother Empress. What was that ruckus outside just now? The supreme couple exchanged glances, then in perfect harmony said it's nothing. Just then the void trembled and words slowly appeared on a semi-transparent panel. Although the former Emperor Yang Yuan has been imprisoned by Yang Xiu, he is still a martial emperor and his martial arts foundation is extremely valuable to you. Please secretly meet with Supreme Emperor Yang Yuan and spar with him, doing everything possible to maintain an undefeated record against him. Note: due to the extreme difficulty of this task, the host is granted a 2-year extension. If the task fails, the host will face the punishment of heavenly thunder. Task reward: innate sword intent. Supreme Emperor. Yang Chang's lips twitched slightly. Yang Yuan. This was the name of Emperor Qian Yuan. Clearly in his prime, radiating imperial majesty, yet in the system he is now referred to as the Supreme Emperor. However, these details are not important. What matters is that the system has issued a task once again. The content of the task caused Yang Chang's gaze to shift slightly. If it were his past life self who lived for 500 years, maintaining an undefeated record against Yang Yuan would be nearly impossible. Though he was the Asura Demon Lord, his cultivation was still only at the martial saint level. He was a significant realm away from the martial emperor. 500 years later, Yang Yuan was not just any ordinary martial emperor but among the most elite of martial emperors. But now, Yang Chang's heart ignited with fervor once again. Innate sword intent. The sword intent comprehended in the acquired stage is already exceedingly rare. This innate sword intent is beyond comparison to any sword intent comprehended in the acquired stage. It is the closest to the essence of the sword path. But how to complete this task? While he pondered, Emperor Qian Yuan curiously asked Chun'er, "What are you thinking about?" At this moment he clearly still held considerable affection for Yang Chang. In fact, even after Yang Chang became useless later on, Emperor Qian Yuan did not immediately disdain him. It was only after Yang Xiu secretly employed various means to provoke discord that their relationship soured. Thus, despite falling short of Yun Liu in Yang Chang's heart, Emperor Qian Yuan was not someone Yang Chang despised. "Father Emperor, I had a dream about a sword," Yang Chang said with a naive expression. His words were also laying the groundwork for the future. "You dreamt of a sword?" Emperor Qian Yuan's face lit up with excitement. "Truly worthy of the Crown Prince. Perhaps the Crown Prince has the talent for swordsmanship. Your Majesty is a swordsmanship genius. Perhaps the Crown Prince will comprehend sword intent before reaching the age of 10. The surrounding servants flattered. "Father Emperor, may I see your sword?" Yang Chang asked innocently. "Ha ha ha, Father Emperor's sword is too heavy and too sharp. It is not suitable for you to play with." Emperor Qian Yuan laughed heartily. Then he instructed a eunuch to fetch a wooden sword from his palace. "Chang'er, this sword was used by your father Emperor when he was young, and now I pass it on to you." "Thank you, Father Emperor." Yang Chang received the wooden sword and eagerly climbed down from the bed. He restrained some of his strength, making himself appear somewhat clumsy. Even so, to others Yang Chang still seemed lively and energetic. Emperor Qian Yuan, seeing this, wore a satisfied smile. Yun Liu also smiled, with her eyes crescent-shaped. "The bloodline of your Majesty and the Empress is truly extraordinary." Chief Eunuch Su Jin remarked, "Ordinary children, if poisoned, take 10 days to half a month to recover, yet the Crown Prince recovers within a day. It truly affirms that saying a dragon gives birth to a dragon and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix." Emperor Qian Yuan laughed heartily. "Father Emperor, please instruct me." Yang Chang held the sword, looking at Emperor Qian Yuan, imitating the stance. How to spar with the Qian Yuan Emperor? Yang Chang chose a straightforward approach. He would directly ask the Qian Yuan Emperor for guidance. After all, he was just a 1-year-old infant with no need to worry about the Emperor getting angry. Indeed, seeing this, the Qian Yuan Emperor was even more amused. "Haha, I didn't expect my little Chang'er at such a young age to aspire to the sword path." The Qian Yuan Emperor couldn't help but pinch Yang Chang's little face. The others present burst into laughter. Yang Chang raised his little face earnestly and said, "Father, please bestow your teachings." "All right, Father, we'll spar with my son right now," the Qian Yuan Emperor said cheerfully. Others also wore smiles, clearly aware that the Emperor was just playing with the Crown Prince. The gloom caused by the earlier matter of the Wanjue divine water had mostly dissipated. The Qian Yuan Emperor was rarely so relaxed. As the ruler of a nation, he was usually either cultivating or dealing with state affairs. Now that he had the opportunity to play with the Crown Prince whom he valued most, it was undoubtedly a great pleasure for him. Thus Yang Chang received the chance to spar with the Qian Yuan Emperor. As a 1-year-old infant, no one expected him to learn the sword path. After playing around for a while, the Chen Yuan Emperor pretended to be struck by Yang Chang's sword, saying, "My son is skilled in the sword." The Emperor willingly concede defeat. "I and father are evenly matched," Yang Chang replied. "Oh. Is it not bad for father to concede defeat?" the Chen Yuan Emperor asked. "Father is the great emperor of the Zhou dynasty, how can he be defeated by anyone else?" Yang Chang stated. Such words undoubtedly drew him closer to the Chen Yuan Emperor. Most importantly, the system only required him not to be defeated. The Chen Yuan Emperor paused for a moment and then laughed heartily. "Very well, I and my son are evenly matched." After saying this, he looked around at the crowd, saying, "Did everyone hear? My son at such a young age is already considerate of his father." Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has a pure heart. This shows that in the Crown Prince's heart His Majesty's position is exalted. The crowd laughed. The former Emperor Yang Yuan was stern, and during sparring he would never go easy on the host. With the host's strength, maintaining an unbeaten record against him was incredibly difficult. If the host could achieve this, it would be akin to creating a miracle of reversal. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The innate sword intent has been granted. Would you like to merge it now? Ripples appeared in the void before Yang Chang, and the task panel slowly revealed its subtitles. No, Yang Chang thought. In the Zhaoyang Palace, concubine Zhuang's expression was grim. The Jinghua Palace gathered the Emperor and Empress. Any slight disturbance would attract attention from the entire palace. Her hostility towards Yu Liyue was evident, and she could not disregard it. That little wretch clearly suffered from the Wanjue divine water. How can he still be lively? Concubine Zhuang gritted her teeth. Her trusted aide Granny Huang said, "Your Highness, the Wanjue divine water primarily destroys the martial foundation. Perhaps it won't have much impact on the physical body." Mother Yang Xiu's tender voice rang out, "Regardless of whether his foundation has been destroyed, I am confident I can crush him." Upon hearing this, concubine Zhuang immediately smiled and hugged Yang Xiu. "Mother believes in you, my son." "Mother, I am tired," Yang Xiu said. Concubine Zhuang quickly placed him in the crib. Yang Xiu, who lay with his eyes closed, had his consciousness dive into the void of his sea of consciousness. In the void of his sea of consciousness, a woman in a dark celestial robe sat majestically atop a vast river of swords. This woman had piercing phoenix eyes and hair like a waterfall. Just sitting there, she exuded an air of being sovereign over the world, looking down on all beings. Disciple pays respects to Master. Yang Xiu bowed. "I am not yet your master. If you wish to become my disciple, you must strive further and earn my recognition." The woman spoke lightly. She was Lin Xinglan. Yang Xiu felt a bit disappointed but quickly steadied himself, saying, "Yes, I will not let my senior be disappointed. During this period you shall enter every day to comprehend my river of swords," Lin Xinglan instructed. Yang Xiu's face showed fear at these words. To comprehend the river of swords he must approach it. However, the senior's river of swords was composed of endless sword energy. Every time he got close, his consciousness would suffer from the slicing of sword energy, which was very painful. "Are you afraid of pain?" Lin Xinglan's gaze was as cold as frost. Martial cultivation is destined to be fraught with hardships and pain, and the sword path is the most arduous of all. If you cannot even endure pain, then it is better to give up on cultivation early. "No, senior, I can endure pain," Yang Xiu said, resolutely gritting his teeth as he approached the river of swords. Seeing this, Lin Xinglan smiled with satisfaction. "As long as you persevere, you will comprehend the sword intent in less than 3 months. Achieving sword intent before the age of 2 will make you stand out among your peers." Yang Chang was completely unaware of what was happening in the Zhaoyang Palace. Even if he knew, he would not care at this moment. Currently he was just an infant. Apart from caring for his safety, others rarely focused their attention on him. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he resolutely thought, "Merge the innate sword intent." In an instant, endless sword path mysteries surged into his sea of consciousness. He seemed to see a colossal figure wielding a sword, cleaving through chaos at the dawn of creation, exuding an overwhelming majesty. These sword path mysteries like a river coalesced into an illusory sword in his sea of consciousness. There was no doubt that this was his innate sword intent. In the next 2 days, Yang Chang lived the life of an infant. To outsiders he seemed to do nothing but drink milk and sleep, occasionally playing with wooden swords. In reality, he was secretly familiarizing himself with his innate sword intent. Before long, 3 days had passed. Today was the day of the royal foundation testing. In ordinary families, children would have their foundations tested only after the age of 3. However, the royal family had more advanced methods, allowing them to conduct the test at 1 year old. Now among all the princes, only Yang Chang and Yang Xiu were 1 year old. Thus this test was specifically held for them. The Zhou dynasty was founded on martial prowess. Outside the royal ancestral temple was the martial arts training ground. As the time approached, the training ground was bustling with noise, filled with guests witnessing the event. Empress's royal relatives and high-ranking officials gathered here. In the front of the guests was the testing platform. The Qianyuan Emperor dressed in black ceremonial robes stood within the ancestral temple. Your Majesty, the auspicious time has come. As soon as the time arrived, the chief eunuch Su Jin came to remind the Qianyuan Emperor. The Qianyuan Emperor offered incense and bowed to his ancestors, his voice deep like thunder. Today we hold the grand foundation testing ceremony for Crown Prince Yang Chang and 6th Prince Yang Xiu. I pray that the ancestors bestow their blessings. After finishing the ancestral rites, the Qianyuan Emperor stepped out of the ancestral temple and surveyed the guests outside, saying, the foundation testing will begin immediately. Yin Liyue and concubine Zhuang each brought Yang Chang and Yang Xiu to the forefront. At this moment all eyes were on them. Concubine Zhuang couldn't wait and took Yang Xiu to the testing platform first. The testing platform was already prepared with the martial arts stone tablet. The one presiding over the testing ceremony was Prince Duan. Prince Duan kindly said, 6th Prince, please place your hand on the martial arts stone tablet. Yes, Uncle Yang Xiu replied, his little face showing a composure beyond his years. As he pressed his small hand against the martial arts stone tablet, it shook violently. Rays of light burst forth, transforming in midair into a dazzling silver sword. The clamorous training grounds suddenly fell silent. Silver light transforms into blade sword, energy soars to the heavens. Prince Duan holding the martial arts foundation record trembled slightly. Heavenly sword, sacred body, this is the sword path, sacred body of the martial arts. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in thunderous exclamations. The sword path, sacred body, it truly is the sword path, sacred body. Not only is it a sword path sacred body, but it is also the heavenly sword sacred body, which is among the best of the sword path sacred bodies. All the spectators were emotionally stirred. The sword path sacred body was indeed rare. Within the current Zhou dynasty there were at most 10 people with a sword path sacred body. The 6th prince's heavenly sword sacred body was even more dazzling and astonishing. People seemed to envision an extraordinary talent rising to prominence. Heavenly sword sacred body, your Majesty, did you see? Our Xiu'er possesses the heavenly sword sacred body. Concubine Zhuang's peach blossom eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment she was genuinely overjoyed, her breath quickening with excitement. My beloved consort, you have raised Xiu'er very well. The Qianyuan Emperor expressed his satisfaction with concubine Zhuang and held high hopes for Yang Xiu. Xiu'er, you must cherish your talent and work diligently on the martial path from now on. I will not disappoint, Father, Yang Xiu proclaimed aloud. The people on Yun Liyu's side had tense expressions. Yang Xiu possessed the heavenly sword sacred body, which was certainly not good news for them. They couldn't help but glance at Yang Chang, their eyes filled with worry. The sword path sacred body was too rare. They truly did not dare to imagine Yang Chang could rival Yang Xiu. Thinking back to not long ago when Yang Chang had suffered from the Wanjua divine water, they could only pray that Yang Chang's foundation tested today would not be too poor. Sensing the gazes surrounding him, Yang Chang sighed inwardly. In his previous life he not only disappointed these people but also left them in despair. The result he obtained was the worst of the worst, a complete martial arts failure. He did not know how his mother managed to endure such devastating news in his previous life. At that moment a soft hand tightly grasped Yang Chang's small hand. Yang Chang turned to look at Yun Liyue. With unwavering seriousness Yun Liyue gazed at Yang Chang and said, Changer, do not be afraid. No matter what, your mother will always stand behind you. For a mother, as long as you live this life with joy and peace, that is enough. Yang Chang felt a pang in his heart. He believed the scene must have occurred in his previous life as well. Back then the impact was too great for him. He did not truly listen to his mother's words and completely disregarded them afterward. Looking back now, he realized he owed his mother far too much in his previous life. Mother, I'm not afraid, Yang Chang replied earnestly to Yun Liyue. Sister. Zhuang Gaifai's crimson lips curled into a feigned smile and the pearl ornament in her hair shimmered in the sunlight as she said, why haven't you taken the crown prince for testing yet? His Majesty the Zongjing and the entire court are waiting. At that moment her expression was haughty. Yun Liyue cast a cold glance at her, then bent down to straighten Yang Chang's clothing. Changer, you go ahead. Instead of holding Yang Chang's hand to the platform, she encouraged him to go on his own. Even though her son's innate talent was lacking, she believed his spirit was not. The path ahead for my son, like the jade steps of this testing platform, he must walk on his own. As a mother, all I need to do is silently protect him. Once more the surroundings quieted down. Yang Chang took small steps and ascended the jade steps of the testing platform. The supporters on the Empress side seemed to have their hearts racing. Others were equally concerned. After all, Yang Chang was the crown prince. I wonder how the crown prince's innate talent will fare. The crown prince was born extraordinary, he will surely not disappoint us. No matter how extraordinary he is, he cannot compare to the 6th prince, for that is the heavenly sword sacred body. The expressions of the ministers varied. Throughout history countless crown princes have been eliminated. Yang Cheng's current position as crown prince does not guarantee he will always retain it. Originally with Yun Liyue as his backing, people thought his position would be stable. However, Yang Xiu was simply too outstanding. This undoubtedly added uncertainty to the future power struggle in the Great Zhou. The Heavenly Emperor Yang Xiu defeated the remaining 7 nations of Donghuan and is about to establish the Donghuan alliance, becoming its first leader. The mission is to spare no effort to publicly undermine Yang Xiu's authority and shake the loyalty of the 7 nations' upper echelons towards him. Note: due to the extreme difficulty of the task, the host is granted a 3-year extension. If the task fails, the host will face the punishment of heavenly lightning. Task reward: Introduction to the Sword Dao. This introduction is not an ordinary one. Yang Chang was surprised, not expecting the system to issue a task at this moment. To publicly undermine Yang Xiu's authority and shake the loyalty of the 7 nations' upper echelons. Currently, the upper echelons of the 7 nations regard a mere infant like Yang Xiu with no sense of loyalty. Thus, even before the task had begun, he had already completed half of it. The remaining half seemed equally easy to Yang Chang. As for the introduction to the Sword Dao, Yang Chang felt that what the system referred to was not the typical understanding of an introduction to the Sword Dao. In his previous life, he had mastered the Sword Dao, far surpassing the common notion of merely beginning. Moreover, according to the system's judgment, this task's difficulty was no less than the previous one. Therefore, the reward this time ought to be equally substantial. After a moment, Yang Chang arrived at the martial arts testing monument. At that time, Yang Xiu was still on the testing platform, looking at Yang Chang with a cold arrogance and saying, "Yang Chang, in the path of martial arts you are destined to only look up at my back. When you see your crown prince brother, you don't even know how to greet properly. You." Yang Xiu's face turned red. "You are only 3 days older than me, what makes you a brother? When you see your crown prince brother, you don't even know how to greet properly. You." Yang Xiu's face turned red. "You are only 3 days older than me, what makes you a brother?" As he spoke, he suddenly realized that countless gazes were fixed on him. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I pay my respects to my crown prince brother." Inside, he quickly comforted himself. Although Yang Chang was clever, he was still just a 1-year-old child. Unlike himself, whose wisdom was already comparable to that of a 4-year-old, there was no need to argue with Yang Chang. Their dialogue made many people below unable to hold back their laughter. If they were adults, it wouldn't be an issue. But both were tiny figures earnestly speaking like adults, which only made it seem all the more amusing. "Not bad." Yang Chang nodded slightly to Yang Xiu, then directly placed his hand on the martial arts testing monument. The smiles of those below disappeared and they focused intently on the changes of the testing monument. The air before the testing monument suddenly froze. As soon as Yang Chang's palm touched the cold surface of the monument, the entire bronze stone standing at a height of about 10 feet emitted a humming sound. The ancient seal script on the monument began to writhe violently. Could it be? The Zongjing, feeling compelled, pulled a few strands of his beard. If his guess were true, it would indeed mean that heaven was favoring the Great Zhou royal family. With a hum, a moment later, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky, transforming above the testing monument into a golden sword, which was surprisingly surrounded by a golden dragon shadow. The crowd in the training ground erupted in excitement. A golden dragon shadow surrounds it. This scene seems familiar. An older royal relative remarked. It was 40 years ago. Another older relative said excitedly, 40 years ago, when His Majesty tested his martial arts talent, this same phenomenon appeared. The Crown Prince has inherited His Majesty's divine dragon sword body. Impossible. Zhuang Guifei gasped in shock. Clearly Yang Chang had been affected by the Wanjua divine water and should have had his innate talent wasted. How could he possess the divine dragon sword body? Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Empress. The Crown Prince inheriting the divine dragon sword body is truly a blessing for our Great Zhou. The ministers and relatives all offered their congratulations. In terms of rank, the divine dragon sword body is not necessarily stronger than the heavenly sword sacred body. The two are roughly on par. However, the symbolic significance of the divine dragon sword body is much greater. After all, it is the sword body of Emperor Qian Yuan. Zhuang Guifei understood this point as well, and her expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Ha ha, what you all say is correct. This is indeed a blessing for our Great Zhou. Emperor Qian Yuan was also overjoyed, unable to contain his delight. Wait, look at the dragon claws. The Zongjing suddenly stated. Dragon claws. Others looked on in confusion. Soon after, their pupils contracted. The claws of the divine dragon have 5 claws, but the golden dragon shadow in the sky had 9 claws. At the same time, the tremors of the testing monument did not cease. Slowly, the golden sword in the air transformed into a purple golden color, and the golden dragon shadow also turned into a purple golden dragon shadow. In an instant, the swords of the guards in the training ground began to tremble, pointing towards Yang Chang as if bowing to a king. Before anyone could react, the martial arts testing monument exploded. The phenomenon in the air also dissipated. Yang Xiu was still on the testing platform closest to Yang Chang. When the purple golden dragon shadow exerted its pressure, he bore the brunt of it. No matter how outstanding he was still just a one-year-old infant. He was immediately startled into staggering. At this moment no one paid him any attention except for Yang Chang. Because Yang Chang was still focused on his task. He looked at Yang Xiu. In his mind the image of the heavenly emperor's domineering figure from his previous life resurfaced. Then he stepped in front of Yang Xiu and suddenly patted his shoulder. Yang Xiu, already off balance, lost his footing due to Yang Chang's touch and knelt to the ground. "Sixth brother, how can you be so careless?" Yang Chang smiled broadly, appearing virtuous as he helped Yang Xiu to his feet. This scene left many in awe. Although His Highness the Crown Prince is still young, he already exhibits virtuous demeanor. The sixth prince seems to be frightened. Even though the Crown Prince is also an infant, he understands the importance of caring for his younger brother. The ministers all praised him. Simultaneously no one blamed Yang Xiu. After all, he was merely a one-year-old infant. Most infants at this age cannot even stand steadily, let alone withstand a shock without falling. Yang Xiu's reaction was perfectly normal. Even so, his face still flushed red. After all, his mental age had reached that of a 3 to 4-year-old child, aware of what shame meant. Yang Chang, however, was overjoyed. The most delightful voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, mission accomplished." This voice prompted Yang Chang to quickly glance at the panel's subtitles. The host made the Tianqiu Emperor Yang Xiu kneel publicly, causing all the nations of Donghuang to view Yang Xiu as a child, thus humiliating him. Yang Xiu had become a tyrant dominating Donghuang. For the host to accomplish such an incredible feat was truly miraculous. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. The Sword Dao initiation has been issued. Would you like to merge it now? No. Yang Chang made his usual choice. Now that he was the center of attention, he dared not act recklessly. He wanted to laugh at the system's subtitles. All the nations of Donghuang see Yang Xiu as a child. This is because after all, Yang Xiu is indeed just a little kid now. The royal family's root bone test ceremony is hereby concluded. At this moment the experienced Duke of Duan decisively declared Crown Prince Yang Chang, your martial arts root bone is the divine dragon sword body. His announcement left others puzzled, but they could only suppress their confusion. The Duke of Duan understood that the earlier strange occurrence could not be kept a secret. However, by doing this he could at least minimize the impact. He tightened his grip on the martial arts root bone record. The 9-clawed purple gold dragon, this is clearly not the divine dragon sword body but the ancestral dragon sword body. However, as long as he did not announce it this way, even if the news spread, others would only doubt but could not be certain. Although Cheng'er is our Great Zhou Crown Prince, he is surrounded by wolves. If foreign nations learn that Cheng'er possesses the ancestral dragon sword body, the intensity of the open and hidden threats he faces will surely increase tenfold. Thinking of this, the Duke of Duan resolved to have a serious talk with the Emperor afterwards. He and Emperor Qian Yuan shared a tacit understanding at this moment. Emperor Qian Yuan seemed to understand his thoughts and announced, today's test reveals that our Great Zhou's 6th Prince Yang Xiu possesses the Heavenly Sword Saint body, while Crown Prince Yang Chang has the Divine Dragon Sword body. Concubine Zhuang did not understand the intricate details. However, even if Yang Chang possessed the Divine Dragon Sword body, it was still a tremendous blow to her. Yang Xiu clenched his fists tightly. Just a moment ago he felt that his brilliance would overshadow the Crown Prince. Yet in this moment fate struck him like a thunderbolt. The Crown Prince's martial arts root bone was unexpectedly on par with his. He had made a fool of himself in public. In his sea of consciousness, Lin Xinglan frowned slightly. She could not see what was happening outside but could faintly sense the fluctuations in qi. At this moment she felt that something was amiss. Unfortunately, without being able to observe the situation firsthand, she could not make a specific judgment. Moreover, she needed to strengthen Yang Xiu's resolve in martial arts. This was unavoidable. Currently she was relying on Yang Xiu's sea of consciousness. Although she could detach from Yang Xiu and find someone else to rely on, it would come at a great cost. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not do so. For this reason it was very important for Yang Xiu to continue growing stronger. Yang Xiu was her medium. As long as Yang Xiu grew stronger, she could absorb more of the world's power, thus recovering herself more quickly. Did you take a blow to your confidence? Lin Xinglan said indifferently. Do you know that in the path of martial arts, while talent is important, comprehension and opportunity matter even more? Your comprehension is not lacking, and with my assistance you will only grow stronger. My presence is the greatest opportunity for you. Therefore there is no need for you to envy your Crown Prince brother. As for a momentary humiliation, that is even less significant. I understand. Yang Xiu regained his confidence. From now on I will no longer envy him or anyone else. This humiliation will not dampen my ambition, it will only make me strive harder. The child can be taught. Lin Xinglan said. In the ancestral hall, Emperor Qian Yuan and several core royal relatives gathered here. Your Majesty, it is the ancestral dragon sword body, the ancestral dragon sword body. Without outsiders present, the Duke of Duan could no longer contain his excitement. The ancestral dragon sword body is an evolved version of the divine dragon sword body, a case of blue surpassing blue. His Highness the Crown Prince has shown extraordinary talent since childhood, thus I am not surprised by this. Heaven blesses us, our ancestors bless us. Other relatives were also grinning from ear to ear. Emperor Qian Yuan also felt unprecedented joy. However, as the ruler of a nation, he needed to maintain calm and dignity. He spoke steadily. This matter must not be publicized and we must do all we can to minimize its impact. Spread some news secretly stating that many prodigies have emerged in our Great Zhou, such as those with dual pupils and ancient sacred bodies, and arrange for it. Upon hearing this, the elder relatives all smiled. They knew that Emperor Qian Yuan was deliberately muddying the waters. Once these rumors spread, even if someone claimed the Crown Prince awakened the ancestral dragon sword body, others would likely not believe it. Yang Chang did not pay attention to the external turmoil. He had been brought back to the palace by Yun Li Yue. This made Yang Chang deeply feel that being a one-year-old infant was truly delightful. No matter how great the storm, it could not reach him. After all, no one would expect an infant to bear anything. This was very important for Yang Chang. He could take this opportunity to grow quietly and modestly. Yang Xiu is undoubtedly a child of great fortune, and with the assistance of the half-step martial ancestor Lin Xinglan, he will surely soar in the future. But I am no longer the person I was in my last life. At least at this starting point I am higher than Yang Xiu. Moreover, those prodigies from the last life. In my last life I stood before you as a mere follower, but in this life I will surely contend with you. These thoughts flashed through Yang Cheng's mind. Compared to these long-term matters, he was more concerned about the behind-the-scenes culprit of the Wanzhou divine water. In his last life his root bones were indeed destroyed by the Wanzhou divine water. Thus the behind-the-scenes culprit has not taken further action. Now that he has not been harmed by the Wanzhou divine water, would the culprit strike at him again? Unfortunately, with his current frail body he could not do much. Moreover, perhaps due to the influence of his body, he felt no sense of urgency in his heart. I cannot do nothing either. Yang Cheng tried hard to recall memories from his past life. Many things, even hundreds of years later in his last life, he had touched upon some secrets. Unfortunately, too much time had passed and the relevant clues within the former palace had long been erased by the passage of time. Now, however, things were different. The events had not occurred long ago, and that culprit must still have many traces left uncleaned. Others do not know why the behind-the-scenes person used the Wanzhou divine water to harm me, but I am quite clear it was to help Yang Xiu ascend to the throne. After Yang Xiu ascends, he will imprison my father and depose my mother while honoring concubine Zhuang and consort Xian as the two empresses of the East and West. Concubine Zhuang is his biological mother, and it is normal for her to be made empress, but consort Xian. Before Yang Xiu ascended, consort Xian was on the side of his mother Yin Liyue and was in direct conflict with concubine Zhuang. For this reason, if it were not for Yang Xiu's actions after ascending, no one would have suspected that the Wanzhou divine water incident was related to consort Xian. Consort Xian being trusted by Yin Liyue is the most important reason. Her name is Yun Yira. She is the younger sister of Yin Liyue and also Yang Cheng's maternal aunt. Upon careful consideration with Yun Yira's identity, it would indeed be very convenient for her to poison Yang Cheng without leaving a trace. It seems I need to find a way to remind my mother. With the guise of being an infant, he can conveniently do many things in the future. For now he should eat and drink. On the other side, inside the Zhaoyang palace, not long after concubine Zhuang returned to the palace, she smashed 3 vases and punished 2 maidservants. You said the prince was certain to be poisoned by the Wanzhou divine water, so what is happening now? If not for the other party's solemn assurance, she wouldn't have had to feel joyful for nothing these past few days. The old eunuch wore a bitter smile. Your Highness, this matter is unclear to me as well. According to the information from the master, it should be foolproof. In this situation I can only inquire with the master. Then you all need to act quickly, concubine Zhuang said. If the prince isn't disposed of, how can Xiu possibly ascend to the throne? What you want me to do, even if I have the will, I am powerless to accomplish. At Jinghua Palace, unknowingly it was already late at night. With a thought, Yang Cheng focused Sword Dao entry merge. Upon merging the innate sword intent, Yang Cheng received the boundless profound truths and realms of the Sword Dao. The entry into the Sword Dao is different from merging sword intent. Yang Cheng acquired an endless foundation of sword knowledge. Soon he was left dumbfounded. In his mind there were countless basic sword techniques. Although they were merely basic techniques, the sheer number was overwhelming. He seriously suspected that all known basic sword techniques from the myriad realms had been mastered by him. One by one the basic sword techniques were deconstructed in his consciousness, then almost crushed and merged into his awareness. Even though Yang Chang was the demon lord of Asura in his past life, he was still profoundly shocked. In his previous life he also practiced sword techniques. But after nearly 500 years of practice, the number of techniques he mastered was less than 1% of what he had now. Under normal circumstances, unless one spent 1,000 years researching tirelessly, it would be impossible to master so many basic sword techniques. It is no wonder that this is the system's Sword Dao entry. This round of Sword Dao entry directly fortified his foundational strength and swordsmanship to an unprecedented level. At present it would not be an exaggeration to say he is a living, breathing, divine-level foundational sword manual. The next day when Yang Chang groggily woke up, he heard his mother talking with someone. He glanced over and saw Yun Liyue and a woman sitting by the warm stove. His gaze immediately sharpened. That woman was none other than Yun Yiro, whom he had mentioned the day before. His mother, being a martial saint, naturally was not afraid of the cold. However, Yun Yiro, with her inferior talent, barely entered the innate stage and had been weak since childhood, thus needed the stove for warmth. Beside her was a 3-year-old boy. Yun Yiro gave birth to her son 2 years earlier than Yun Liyue. Her son was the 4th Prince Yang Hang. Sister, I heard that Cheng'er was poisoned by the Wanju divine water some time ago, but I couldn't visit due to illness, fearing to pass it on to Cheng'er. I hope you can forgive me, sister. Yun Yiro said apologetically. We are sisters, there is no need for such formalities, Yun Liyue replied. I heard that those poisoned by the Wanju divine water will have their bones destroyed. Why is Cheng'er unharmed? Yun Yiro asked curiously. Could it be that sister has mastered some supreme technique to resolve the Wanju divine water? Yun Liyue shook her head. I am well aware of the terror of the Wanju divine water, and I have not mastered any methods to neutralize such a potent poison. Thus Cheng'er should not have been poisoned by the Wanju divine water. Yun Yiro smiled. That's good. It seems it was just a misjudgment by the imperial physician. I always said that Cheng'er is a blessed person. Even in danger he will turn misfortune into fortune. I don't believe it, Yang Chang said. Then he looked around at the palace maids and eunuchs, speaking in a childish voice. You all stay away, I want to spar with 4th brother. The palace maids and eunuchs stifled their laughter and retreated 2 zhang away. Defeating a little shrimp like you wouldn't be a fair win, Yang Hong remarked. I'll use one hand, and if you can make me take a step back, I'll consider myself defeated. Yang Chang would not hold back. He stepped forward and kicked out directly. Although he had not yet cultivated martial arts, his dual sacred body granted him immense strength. Moreover, his initiation into the sword path allowed him to master his strength with great finesse. This seemingly ordinary kick held tremendous power. Yang Hong was knocked down on the spot, rolling over on the ground. Sitting on the ground, he wore a dazed expression, clearly still in shock. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs looked on in astonishment. No one expected that a 1-year-old prince would knock down a 3-year-old 4th prince with a single kick. Yang Hong finally came to his senses, his little face flushed. I wasn't ready, let's do it again. After 10 breaths, thud. Yang Hong was knocked down again. Do you admit defeat? Yang Chang asked aggressively. To others this looked quite fierce for such a small child. Many palace maids had stars in their eyes, thinking that His Highness the Prince was simply adorable. I don't accept that. Yang Hong, unable to accept this fact, got back up. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense passed. Yang Hong had been knocked down 3 times in a row. This time he sat on the ground, first looking confused as if doubting his life, and then suddenly burst into tears. After all, he was just a 3-year-old child, not very resilient psychologically. Ding! The host completely overwhelmed martial emperor Yang Hong, causing him to cry in public, creating another miracle. Such accomplishments are truly remarkable, and the host's path of late blooming has become increasingly brilliant. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. The Great Zhou breathing method has been distributed. Would you like to merge it now? Yang Chang suppressed his excitement and silently thought, no. What's wrong? The commotion outside caught the attention of Yun Liyue and Yun Yiro. Upon seeing Yang Hong crying on the ground, Yun Yiro's expression changed visibly. How are you all taking care of him? Yun Liyue frowned slightly, looking sternly at the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs had subtle expressions. Your Majesty, it was His Highness the Prince sparring with the 4th Prince, and His Highness defeated the 4th Prince. Then the head palace maid from Jinghua Palace, Amber, stepped forward. Yun Yiro seemed disbelieving and instinctively looked at the palace maid from Xian Ning Palace she had brought with her. Upon meeting her gaze, the maid from Xian Ning Palace looked embarrassed. This made Yun Yiro's mood take a turn for the worse. Her 3-year-old son had been made to cry by this 1-year-old prince. It was simply embarrassing for her. Yun Liyue's expression turned stern. Cheng'er, how could you make your 4th brother cry? At these words, everyone around quickly lowered their heads. Seeing their twitching mouths, it was clear they all wanted to laugh, but out of respect for Yin Yira's status they dared not. It was simply too amusing that a 1-year-old child could make a 3-year-old child cry. A flicker of annoyance flashed in Yin Yira's eyes, but she forced a smile. Sister, how can this be blamed on the prince? It's normal for children to play fight. We are not play fighting, we are sparring in martial arts, Yang Chang stated seriously. Nonsense, Yun Liyue admonished. Mother, fourth brother told me that my aunt said when he plays with me he should just pretend to fool me and not treat me sincerely. Yang Chang said angrily. Auntie is not that kind of person. Fourth brother must be talking nonsense, which is why I sparred with him. Hearing this, both Yun Liyue and the palace attendants' expressions changed. Yun Yiro panicked. Sister, this must be just a child's tantrum. But before she could finish, Yang Hung protested. No, I didn't say such things. You dare to talk back? Yun Yiro looked sternly at Yang Hung. This son, who usually seemed quite clever, how could he be so foolish today to say such things in front of the prince? Mother, you told me that such things could only be discussed privately and must not be spoken out loud. How could I possibly say anything reckless? Yang Hong retorted. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would definitely not have leaked any secrets. However, even his mother did not believe him, and he was on the verge of tears, desperately trying to explain. The surrounding palace attendants were in an uproar, their eyes towards Yun Yiru filled with contempt. The people from Jinghua Palace were even more furious. How could Xian Fei be such a person? Usually Yun Yiru appeared to have a deep sisterly bond with Yun Liyue. Yet secretly she instructed the fourth prince to just fool the prince on the surface and not treat him sincerely. Yun Yira's face turned pale. She had always operated behind the scenes, quietly orchestrating everything. Who would have thought that today, due to her son's foolishness, she would be exposed in public? Yun Liyue stared at Yun Yiru with a profound gaze. Meanwhile, Yang Chang, who was orchestrating all this, maintained a look of innocence on his little face, as if unaware of what was happening. The scene before him was precisely what he was delighted to witness. He aimed to use this method to alert Yun Liyue about Yun Yiru. He was not worried at all that anyone would suspect him. After all, he was only 1-year-old now. In fact, no one suspected him. No one would think that a 1-year-old baby would lie to frame others. Sister, let me explain. Yun Yiru said in a panic. Xian Fei, this is the imperial palace, please refer to me as the empress. Yun Liyue said expressionlessly. She had doubted Yun Yiru before, she just thought Yun Yiru had no motive and didn't want to think that way. Unfortunately, now she had no choice but to think about it. Yun Yiru turned pale at her words. Sister, how can nearly 20 years of sisterly friendship be affected by a child's playful words? I said refer to me as the empress. Yun Liyue's gaze turned slightly cold. Yun Yiru felt a chill in her heart and, lowering her head, bit her red lip. Empress. You may leave, I am feeling a bit tired. Yun Liyue remained unmoved. She valued sisterly affection, but only if it did not pose a threat to her Chang'er. No matter who it was, as long as they had ill intentions towards her Chang'er, they were her mortal enemies. After speaking, she took Yang Chang's hand and directly turned to walk towards Jinghua Palace. Yun Yiru wanted to follow. The palace maids of Jinghua Palace reached out to stop her. Xian Fei, the empress is tired and needs to rest, please return. Yun Yiru swayed slightly but could only stop. In the next moment her mood plummeted to the extreme. Let's go. She left with a sullen face, taking Yang Hung back to the palace. Upon returning to Xian Ning Palace, she closed the palace doors. You useless brat, you can't even defeat a 1-year-old baby, what use do you have? Not only are you useless, but you're also extremely foolish. I have meticulously disguised myself for years and you ruined it all. A sharp voice echoed from within the palace. At the same time, Yang Hung's cries mixed in. After a cup of tea's time, Yun Yiru said to her trusted palace maid, go have Princess Chang Lo come here. Princess Chang Lo Lu Jingshu is the daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis. Not long ago the Marquis sacrificed himself for the country, leaving behind his only daughter Lu Jingshu. Emperor Qian Yuan, grateful for the merits of the loyal and brave Marquis, temporarily took Lu Jingshu into the palace to raise her and granted her the title of Princess Chang Lo. Soon after, the trusted palace maid returned and said, Your Majesty, Princess Chang Lo said that you have likely aroused the Empress' suspicions, so it is not suitable for her to meet you at this moment. However, she asked me to convey a message to you that the destiny is destined to be with the 6th prince, so there is no need for you to doubt your decision. Yun Yiru breathed a sigh of relief. She had paid such a great price in hopes of betting on the future destiny. As long as the bet was not wrong, even if she paid some price now, it would be repaid manifold in the future. The Jinghua Palace. Yun Liyue's expression was somber. Hoopa, was there anything unusual in Xian Fei's behavior in the days leading up to the crown prince's poisoning? She said slowly. Hoopa replied with guilt, Your Highness, Xian Fei has always been a frequent visitor to Jinghua Palace and is also the crown prince's aunt, so I did not pay much attention to her behavior. As she spoke, she knelt down, saying, It is my negligence. Please punish me, Your Highness. If I were to punish you, then I should be punished even more severely. Yunli Yue sighed. She is my sister. Without my permission, how could you dare to suspect her? Then she said to Hoopa, Hoopa, secretly investigate all information regarding Xian Fei from the past year, focusing on who she has been in close contact with. Hoopa had followed Yunli Yue since her debut and they shared a deep understanding. She whispered, Your Highness, do you suspect that Xian Fei has someone else behind her? If it were truly my sister who harmed Cheng'er, she would never possess such courage and capability herself, Yunli Yue said. There must be someone behind her. You must investigate secretly and avoid alarming the snake. Yes, Your Highness, Hoopa replied. Late at night. The Great Breath Method merge. Yang Chang lay in bed silently reciting. Buzz. Vast and mysterious knowledge flowed into his mind like the starry sky. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Chang mastered this ancient and brilliant breathing technique. Yang Chang instinctively practiced this breathing technique. In an instant his entire body, every single cell was activated. It seemed as if every cell was breathing. Then boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth continuously flowed towards his body. This process was not domineering. There were no earth-shattering sounds such as creating a vortex of spiritual energy. The breathing technique absorbed spiritual energy like spring rain nourishing the earth, gentle and silent. The most frightening aspect was that this breathing technique did not require him to operate it intentionally. It would run automatically. From now on, every breath Yang Chang took would be in a state of cultivation. In the following days, Yang Chang lived quite leisurely. Emperor Qian Yuan and Yunli Yue had a good relationship and would occasionally find time to visit Jinghua Palace. Yang Chang played a role in this as well. During his root bone testing, he revealed the ancestral dragon sword body, which made Emperor Qian Yuan pay even more attention to him. However, every time Emperor Qian Yuan came, he would tease Yang Chang. To maintain the facade of being an infant, Yang Chang had no choice but to cooperate. This made Yang Chang wish that Emperor Qian Yuan would not come. One day, new text appeared on the panel. The host recently fought with the Grand Emperor Yang Yuan and did not lose, but Yang Yuan did not put in real effort. Please continue to strive for further recognition from Yang Yuan. Note: due to the high difficulty of the task, the host is granted a 1-year extension. Failure to complete it on time will result in task failure. Task reward: minor success in swordsmanship. The appearance of the task made Yang Chang eager to see Yang Yuan as soon as possible. However, Yang Yuan did not appear for several days afterward. In fact, this was the norm. Yang Yuan, being a king with a strong sense of duty, was busy as expected. A king who frequented the harem every day would surely be a feckless ruler. Later he learned from Yunli Yue that Yang Yuan had gone on a southern tour and would not return for 3 months. This left Yang Chang with no choice but to wait patiently. Fortunately, he now had plenty of time. In his spare moments, Yang Chang secretly pondered how to complete the task. How could he further gain Yang Yuan's recognition? For him now that was quite simple. Whether he displayed sword intent or swordsmanship, it would certainly shock Yang Yuan. The current issue was that Yang Chang needed to grasp a certain measure. After all, he was too young now. Isn't it too exaggerated for a 1-year-old infant to display sword intent or swordsmanship? Yang Chang mused. Although his current performance was that of a genius, it still fell within a reasonable range. If it were too exaggerated, it would be considered monstrous. While thinking, Yang Chang's gaze swept over the nearby books. This stirred his mind. Perhaps his ideas were too narrow. To gain others' recognition, it need not necessarily be through martial arts. Especially for an infant, there would be many methods. For example, reading and recognizing characters. Furthermore, he needed to gradually reveal his talents within a certain reasonable range. Thus, being able to read and recognize characters would become immensely important. If he had not learned to recognize characters, how would he explain his mastery of so many martial arts methods in the future? Letting others know that he was born knowledgeable might not be a good thing. At least not until he possessed formidable martial power. His father and mother were quite powerful. But through the matter of him obtaining the divine water of Wanju, it was clear that his father and mother were not omnipotent. In my previous life, I did not know how to read. I started from scratch and my speed was quite average, only managing to recognize characters around the age of 3. Moreover, at that time, besides my mother, hardly anyone paid attention to me. In this life, I already know how to read and I can definitely perform even more exaggeratedly. Thus, in the following days, Yang Chang deliberately showed his interest in books in front of Yunli Yue. Cheng'er, do you want to learn to recognize characters? Yunli Yue sensed his thoughts. At this moment she did not pay much attention, thinking Yang Chang was just going through a phase. After all, children are easily fickle. However, Yunli Yue was soon astonished. She discovered that almost all the characters she taught Yang Chang he could remember after just 2 or 3 repetitions. Although it was not photographic memory, it was still remarkable. This piqued Yunliyu's interest and she began to teach Yangcheng earnestly. She went from being shocked to accepting the situation. His Majesty is indeed a genius. Although it's not that exaggerated, he was also able to read martial arts methods independently at the age of 3. I may not be as good, but I was also quite intelligent in my youth. It is entirely reasonable for the son born of His Majesty and me to be so clever. Yunliyu quickly convinced herself. Or rather, in every mother's eyes, her child being outstanding is always reasonable. Thus in just 2 months Yangcheng recognized over 7,000 commonly used characters. This event caused quite a stir within the imperial city. In Zhaoyang Palace. Sure, you have not disappointed your mother. In just 2 months you have recognized over 3,000 characters, Zhuang Guifei said, beaming. In her excitement she invited several concubines and noble women to Zhaoyang Palace to showcase Yangshou's literacy achievement. She thought she would receive looks of jealousy and astonishment from the concubines and noble women, but to her surprise they all wore expressions of hesitation. What do you want to say? Zhuang Guifei said, somewhat displeased. Most people did not dare to offend Zhuang Guifei, but it did not mean that everyone was afraid. Among the concubines there was a yellow-robed concubine named Li Fei. She was a staunch supporter of the Empress. Immediately Li Fei laughed and said, Sister Zhuang, the 6th prince is indeed outstanding and is just right to be a study companion for the crown prince. What do you mean by that? Zhuang Guifei's expression darkened. I just came from Jinghua Palace yesterday and the crown prince has already recognized over 7,000 characters. This level of literacy for the 6th prince is just enough to qualify as a study companion for the crown prince. What do you think, Sister Zhuang? Impossible. Zhuang Guifei said in disbelief. She had been teaching Yangshou to recognize characters for days and was so immersed in the joy that she had not really paid attention to the happenings in Jinghua Palace. What? Are you implying that I don't believe the crown prince is exceptionally intelligent? Li Fei said with a smirk. By now Zhuang Guifei had calmed down. She realized that Li Fei had no reason to deceive her with such a matter. After all, if it were a lie it would be easily exposed. She scanned the other palace women present and found that they all smiled without speaking, which further confirmed the truth of the matter. In an instant her right hand clenched tightly in her sleeve, her nails digging into her palm. The crown prince is indeed exceptionally gifted, Zhuang Guifei said coldly. I suddenly feel a bit unwell and fear I won't have the strength to entertain you any longer. Sister, you must take care of your health. We won't disturb you any longer, sister, the concubines said. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, their expressions all showed that they accepted it. In the Xian Ning Palace the mood of concubine Xian was equally foul. Others at the age of 1 recognized 3,000 or even 7,000 characters. She scolded Yang Hong, you are already 3 years old yet you still do not know 1,000 characters. How can you be so foolish? How will you compete with the other princes in the future? In fact, knowing 1,000 characters at the age of 3 is already considered exceptional, but comparisons are always daunting. In the shadow of Yangcheng and Yangshou, Yang Hong undoubtedly appeared inadequate, causing concubine Xian's mentality to become imbalanced. Mother, I will definitely work harder, Yang Hong said dejectedly. From this day on your daily character recognition task will be doubled, concubine Xian declared. The surrounding palace maids showed expressions of sympathy. Currently Yang Hong practiced martial arts for 4 hours a day and spent 1.5 hours on character recognition and studying. If the character recognition task is doubled he would have no time to rest except for eating and sleeping. Unfortunately no one dared to provoke the anger of concubine Xian. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the Jinghua Palace joy filled the air. Regarding Yangcheng's literacy, Yunliyu originally wanted to keep a low profile. However, the fact that he recognized over 10,000 characters at the age of 1 year and 3 months was simply too shocking. During this period many people came to visit Jinghua Palace every day. Unable to resist the influx, Yunliyu decided to host a banquet. Thus the palace's concubines and the prominent ladies of the imperial capital flocked to the event. Yangcheng felt helpless. He merely intended to lay the groundwork for showcasing his martial talent, not anticipating such a commotion. Your Majesty, may I test the crown prince? The speaker was a woman dressed in a splendid robe, her ample bosom accentuating her beautiful curves. She lightly waved a fan, her ruby lips curling into a smile, each expression revealing myriad charms. If Madame Cheng wishes to test Chenger, then it is Chenger's honor, Yunliyu replied politely. Yangcheng was astonished to find that not only was Yunliyu polite to this woman, but the gazes of others around her were also filled with awe. However, in his past life he had never seen this woman and had no memory of her at all. It seemed this was a butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth. Madame Cheng picked up Yangcheng. Yangcheng was at a loss for words. Wasn't she here to test him? Why was she holding him? Madame Cheng held him tightly, his small face buried in her bosom, almost suffocating. Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly like a finely crafted jade figure, Madame Chang said with delight, casually testing Yang Chang with a few characters. Yang Chang felt that her testing was merely an excuse, her true intention was to take liberties. Even though Yang Chang answered her questions casually, it drew applause from the crowd. At that moment the voice of the chief eunuch Su Jin rang out from outside, "The Emperor has arrived." Everyone in the Jinghua Palace stood up. "We pay our respects to the Emperor." Even the Empress rose. Yang Yuan strode into the palace. Madame Chang slightly raised her body as if to stand. But Yang Yuan quickly said, "Madame Chang, you need not rise," while holding Chang'er. Madame Chang then sat back down. Yang Chang felt increasingly puzzled what exactly was Madame Chang's identity. However, this thought was fleeting at that moment. He was more concerned about the task. After waiting for 3 months, Yang Yuan finally returned. "Chang'er, I heard you recognize many characters." He then looked at Yang Chang. Yang Chang, held by Madame Chang, could not rise to pay his respects and could only say, replying to Father Emperor, "I recognize over 10,000 characters, which cannot be considered many." "Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly humble," others remarked, glancing at him. Some even gasped. How could a child just over 1 year old claim to know over 10,000 characters and not consider it much? How could other children survive? "Ha ha ha, my son possesses the demeanor of an ancient sage." Yang Yuan laughed heartily. He picked up a book titled Introduction to the Yang Family Sword Art and handed it to Yang Chang. "Chang'er, are there characters in here that you recognize?" In truth, he did not believe that Yang Chang could genuinely recognize over 10,000 characters. He thought it was an exaggeration by others to curry favor with him. For him, as long as Yang Chang could recognize over 1,000 characters, he would be satisfied. Yang Chang took the book and began to read aloud. The characters in Introduction to the Yang Family Sword Art were all common ones. Yang Chang had no reservations and smoothly read through the entire book. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in excitement. Previously, while Yang Chang had shown his literacy skills, others had only asked him about single characters. Now, however, it was different. He directly read aloud the entire book. This undoubtedly proved one thing: Yang Chang's claim of recognizing over 10,000 characters was not just palace gossip. He truly had this ability. Yang Yuan's expression turned to one of astonishment. After a while he exclaimed, "My son has far surpassed his father." Although he was also a genius in his youth, at the age of 1 he only recognized over 1,000 characters. Yang Chang's recognition of over 10,000 characters naturally far exceeded him. Yang Chang was not concerned about the reactions of those around him. He was more focused on the panel subtitles appearing in the void before him. When Yang Yuan said, "My son has far surpassed his father," the system indicated that the task had been successfully completed. The Supreme Emperor was a renowned genius since childhood, thus he has very high expectations for his offspring. The host has made the Supreme Emperor recognize that he is inferior to the host, indicating that the host has thoroughly gained the Supreme Emperor's approval. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The knowledge of small success in swordsmanship has been awarded. Would you like to merge it now? Yes, Yang Chang thought to himself. The knowledge of swordsmanship is not sword intent and will not cause any anomalies, so he had nothing to worry about. A vast amount of swordsmanship knowledge surged into Yang Chang's sea of consciousness. The introduction to swordsmanship conveyed the basic knowledge of sword techniques, while the small success in swordsmanship represented a higher tier of advanced knowledge. This involved the true application and variations of swordsmanship. Similarly, the system's small success in swordsmanship encompassed myriad types of sword techniques. The people present were completely unaware of this. By the time Yang Chang finished reading Introduction to the Yang Family Sword Art, the gathering was nearing its conclusion and the guests began to take their leave. Madame Chang reluctantly returned Yang Chang to Yun Liu. Once the Grand Hall restored its tranquility, Yang Yuan said to Yang Chang, "Chang'er, has Father Emperor's absence for 3 months made you resent me?" Yang Chang replied earnestly, "Father Emperor is the ruler of the nation. He is both my father and the father of the 300 million subjects of Great Zhou. As Father Emperor toils for the 300 million subjects, I only regret that I am too young to share his burdens. How could I possibly blame Father Emperor?" Hearing this, Yang Yuan was greatly moved. "My son is so understanding, it warms my heart greatly." He then turned to Yun Liu and said, "Empress, I plan to enlighten Chang'er in martial arts. What do you think?" Yun Liu was taken aback. "Your Majesty, is this not too early? According to tradition, martial arts enlightenment should begin at 3 years of age. That is for ordinary people," Yang Yuan said slowly. Although Chang'er is only over 1 year old in terms of wisdom and disposition, he has far surpassed the majority of 3-year-olds. Moreover, there is an excellent opportunity right now. He paused here, but Yun Liu had already understood. "You are referring to Madame Chang?" "Exactly," Yang Yuan nodded. "Madame Chang will not stay in Great Zhou for long. If we miss this opportunity, we will find it hard to locate her in the future." Yun Liu hesitated, but Madame Chang will likely have very high standards for her disciples. If it were anyone else, she would certainly not take them, but I believe Chang'er truly has a good chance. Yang Yuan added, moreover we are merely trying, even if we fail there is no loss. Alright, Yun Liu nodded. At the same time Yang Chang sensed the fluctuations of the system panel. The host is fortunate to meet the formidable alchemist Cheng Junyi. This is an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. The host must find a way to gain Madame Cheng Junyi's approval with all their might. Note, as a formidable alchemist, Madame Cheng Junyi has extremely high standards for people. The difficulty of this task is super difficult and the host is granted a 3-year deadline. If the task fails, the host will face punishment by heavenly lightning. Task reward: Bodhi fruit. A powerful master of spirit refinement. Yang Cheng felt his mind go blank. Cheng Junyi without a doubt was Lady Chang. To think that Lady Chang was a master of spirit refinement. Once the martial emperor shattered the void, he could achieve the true divinity of martial arts. The true martial gods are categorized into categories such as the observer god, the yin god, the yang god, the spirit refinement god, the shattered god, the nirvana god, the boundary god, the vast god, and the ancestral god. In his previous life, the strongest true god Yang Chang had directly encountered was a formidable yang god. He had only seen a master of spirit refinement from a distance and had never had the right to engage with one. Now the system informed him that Lady Chang was a master of spirit refinement, which left Yang Chang utterly astonished. However, Yang Chang quickly came to realize that the system referred to a time 500 years in the future. The Lady Chang of 500 years later would indeed be a master of spirit refinement, but that didn't mean the current Lady Chang possessed such status. Even so, the current Lady Chang was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. No wonder both his father and mother held her in such high regard. Yang Chang was certain he had never had any interaction with Lady Chang in his previous life. At that time his roots had been ruined and his mother had never hosted any grand banquets, so there was no way she would invite Lady Chang. According to his father and mother, Lady Chang would likely leave the Great Zhou shortly. Thus it was quite normal that he had no contact with her in his previous life. 3 time periods later. In the Imperial Garden. An 80-year-old girl chased after a kite. Unknowingly she seemed to have lost her way and arrived outside Xian Ning Palace. At that moment Yun Xianfei appeared, coincidentally running into the 80-year-old girl. There was no one else around. The 80-year-old girl performed a respectful bow, saying, "Changel greets your highness the Xianfei." "There's no need for pleasantries between us," Yun Xianfei replied. "You sent a palace maid to secretly convey a message to me regarding an urgent matter. What could be so pressing?" "I have received news that His Majesty is looking for a martial arts mentor for the Crown Prince and has sought out Lady Chang for this purpose." The 80-year-old girl said, "Please your highness urgently inform Lady Zhuang to persuade His Majesty to secure an opportunity for the 6th prince to study under Lady Chang." She was indeed Princess Changel. "Is this matter truly significant?" Yun Xianfei asked. "It is of utmost importance," Princess Changel replied. "Lady Chang holds a noble status. If the 6th prince can become her disciple, he will benefit immensely in the future." Yun Xianfei's expression grew serious upon hearing this. "I will go find Lady Zhuang right away." Princess Changel slightly nodded, picked up the kite from the ground and pretended to be unfamiliar with Yun Xianfei as she hurried away. Yun Xianfei acted swiftly. She knew that Lady Zhuang would be at the carp pond today to feed the fish. She immediately made her way to the carp pond. Upon seeing Yun Xianfei, Lady Zhuang's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint. The two had been collaborating in secret, yet on the surface they remained at odds. Lady Zhuang opened her lips slightly, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Sister, I've heard that the 4th prince has only just learned over 1,000 characters. Yun Xianfei struggled to maintain her composure. If it weren't for knowing that the 6th prince was blessed with fortune, she would have felt compelled to tear Lady Zhuang's mouth apart for her words. "Ah, my son is not the crown prince, he doesn't have to be that exceptional." Yun Xianfei suppressed her irritation and chuckled. "Moreover, even if the 6th prince is outstanding, he pales in comparison to the crown prince. The crown prince was already exceptional and now he was about to take Lady Chang as his teacher, making it even more impossible for the other princes to compare. Who says my son cannot match the crown prince?" Lady Zhuang initially frowned, then her expression changed. "Wait, what did you just say?" "The crown prince is going to take Lady Chang as his teacher." "Of course. Did sister not know?" Yun Xianfei feigned surprise. Lady Zhuang immediately forgot about her quarrel with Yun Xianfei and hurriedly stood up to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Yun Xianfei smiled faintly. A quarter of an hour later, Lady Zhuang arrived at the imperial study to seek an audience with Yang Yuan. "Let Lady Zhuang in," Yang Yuan said. Yang Yuan said. Su Jin immediately went to invite Lady Zhuang in. "Your Majesty, Xiaoer has now learned nearly 5,000 characters. I dare to ask your Majesty to help find her a good martial arts mentor." Lady Zhuang said. Yang Yuan, astute as ever, immediately discerned her intentions. "My dear consort wishes for Xiaoer to also study under Lady Chang." Lady Zhuang lightly covered her lips and said sweetly, "My little thoughts cannot be hidden from your Majesty." Yang Yuan's expression showed some hesitation, seemingly weighing his options before slowly speaking. Very well, let Xiaoer and Chang'er visit Lady Cheng together. But I can only give Xiaoer this opportunity. Whether she can gain Lady Cheng's favor will depend on her own performance. Lady Zhuang's face lit up with joy as she bowed gracefully. I thank your majesty on behalf of Xiaoer for your great kindness. The next day, Yang Yuan visited Jinghua Palace once more. Empress, I have persuaded Lady Cheng. She is willing to give Chang'er an opportunity, Yang Yuan said. Yun Liyue asked curiously, how did your majesty manage to persuade Lady Cheng? Yang Yuan smiled, my ancestors of the Yang family once had a favor with Lady Cheng's family. I exchanged this favor for her agreement. Yun Liyue's expression turned solemn. It was indeed a blessing for Chang'er to have his majesty put in so much effort on his behalf. Haha, Empress, you flatter me. Chang'er is also dear to me, Yang Yuan laughed. By the way, Lady Cheng has granted me 2 places, so besides Chang'er, Xiaoer will also be going with him. Yun Liyue remained unperturbed. That is a good thing. That afternoon Yun Liyue took Yang Cheng out, leaving the royal palace. Xiaoshui Garden. This is the royal family's estate. Here Yang Cheng met Lady Cheng Junyi once again. Little crown prince, we meet again. Cheng Junyi smiled. Yang Cheng pays his respects to the elder. Yang Cheng cupped his hands in salute like an adult, making Cheng Junyi laugh heartily. Yang Xiao pays respects to the elder, wishing the elder eternal beauty and wisdom in both martial and civil affairs. At this moment Yang Xiao's voice also rang out. Oh, such sweet words from a little one. Cheng Junyi's smile deepened. Yang Cheng then noticed that Yang Xiao had also arrived. What I said comes from the heart, Yang Xiao stated. Those around were moved. It was truly astonishing that a 1-year-old child could express such sentiments. Lady Zhuang's face showed pride, feeling that Yang Xiao had brought her much honor. Yang Cheng merely smiled, not saying much. Yang Xiao, the child of fortune, could act freely. Yet Yang Cheng knew he was not. Therefore he preferred to plan carefully before taking action. Before gaining a clearer understanding of Cheng Junyi's character, he would not act recklessly. Yang Xiao performed excellently. However, not everyone might appreciate such behavior from a 1-year-old. Common impressions of infants lean towards innocence and purity. They can be clever but should not be worldly. Especially since Yang Cheng was well aware that in his previous life Yang Xiao had not become Cheng Junyi's disciple. He did not believe that Yang Xiao and Lady Zhuang had not tried to have Cheng Junyi as a teacher. It was highly likely that Cheng Junyi simply did not favor Yang Xiao. Thus, when facing Cheng Junyi, Yang Cheng found it necessary to position Yang Xiao as the opposite example. The 6th prince is quite thoughtful. Cheng Junyi seemed to favor Yang Xiao more but quickly changed her tone. However, let me make this clear, if you are not my disciples I will only show you affection. But if you wish to become my disciples, mere sweetness or cleverness won't be sufficient. Lady Zhuang's smile faltered and Yang Xiao's movements visibly stiffened. Yang Cheng maintained a pair of innocent eyes as if he understood nothing. To become my disciple, the conditions are not complicated, you only need to pass a very simple test from me. Cheng Junyi's expression became serious. Madam Cheng, shall we test their martial cultivation aptitude? And Consort Xuan, unable to contain her impatience, interjected swiftly. Xiaoer's martial aptitude is absolutely beyond reproach. It has nothing to do with martial aptitude. And Cheng Junyi swept her wide sleeves across the low table. The crown prince bears the divine dragon sword body, the 6th prince possesses the heaven-forging sacred body, both are unquestionably gifted. Yet to become my disciple one must first earn the approval of my senior disciple and senior disciple. And the assembled guests exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly as doubt rippled through their minds. At that very moment, as if sensing something profound, all present instinctively turned toward the curtain behind Cheng Junyi. Na Maid lifted the hanging silk veil. Then they noticed a porcelain-like girl child stepping forth from behind the maid. And she appeared no older than 2 years, her eyes dewy and luminous, her cheeks rosy pale, so irresistibly tender one longed to pinch them gently. This is my senior disciple Tong Xingyu. And Cheng Junyi smiled faintly. Crown Prince, 6th Prince, you who wins her favor shall become my 2nd disciple. Yang Cheng's spirit recoiled violently. Tang Xingyu. And though he had never heard of Cheng Junyi in his past life, the name Tong Xingyu rang out like thunder across the heavens. Yang Xiao's meteoric rise in later years hinged critically upon the unwavering support of a constellation of prodigies, and foremost among them stood the soul-shattering sovereign Tong Xingyu. Tong Xingyu wielded peerless might and possessed transcendent beauty, radiant as the sovereign sun itself. In his past life Yang Cheng had glimpsed her only once from afar. And even then she existed on a plane utterly beyond his reach. Could it merely be coincidence that 2 souls shared the same name? Niang Cheng dismissed the thought instantly. And legends of his past life claimed Tong Xingyu supported Yang Xiao because her master owed him a profound debt of gratitude. Back then Yang Cheng had not understood the truth. And now clarity struck him like lightning. Tong Xingyu's master was none other than Cheng Junyi, and Cheng Junyi owed the Yang family a debt. In his former life he had been a talentless outcast. Yang Xiu had never become Tong Xingyu's junior brother. And clearly Yang Xiu had leveraged the Yang family's debt to secure Tong Xingyu's allegiance. Though this revelation settled in his mind, Yang Cheng still felt his spirit profoundly shaken. And he found it nearly impossible to reconcile the Tong Xingyu of 5 centuries hence, the sovereign who had eclipsed countless prodigies across myriad realms, with this rosy-cheeked 20-year-old child before him. Because Tong Xingyu had once been linked to Yang Xiu, Yang Cheng instinctively glanced at him only to discover Yang Xiu showed not the slightest surprise at her appearance. That observation stirred quiet contemplation within Yang Cheng. And the assembly stood in mutual silence, exchanging uncertain glances. And to entrust the fate of 2 princes' discipleship to a 20-year-old girl seemed utterly absurd. Yet Cheng Junyi's expression remained solemn, utterly devoid of jest. And Tong, which of these 2 younger brothers do you prefer? Cheng Junyi asked Tong Xingyu. And the child's plump rosy face filled with innocent bewilderment. And Cheng Junyi chuckled softly, take both younger brothers to play, whomever you favor return and tell your teacher. Plain Tang Xingyu's eyes shimmered as if stardust danced within them. Teacher may Tong go shopping, and of course Cheng Junyi's gaze overflowed with tender indulgence. Come both younger brothers, hurry with me, Tang Xingyu declared, brimming with impatience. After the 3 children departed, Cheng Junyi turned to Empress Yun Liyue. Your Majesty, I hold deep affection for the Crown Prince, but discipleship adheres strictly to my sect's ancient rites. I beg your Majesty's understanding. No matter, let destiny take its course. Yun Liyue remained serene. And to gain was fortune, to lose fate. She would force nothing. A flicker of admiration gleamed in Cheng Junyi's eyes. And as for Consort Zhuan, she received scarcely a glance. And outside upon the bustling street 3 tender children walked unsteadily, surrounded by a vast retinue of imperial guards and palace attendants. You're called Tong. I am Yang Xiu now. Proud confidence shimmered in Yang Xiu's brows. Should I become your junior brother, it would be your supreme honor. Don't think my youth makes me inferior, I know more than most 4-year-olds. In time I shall protect you without fail. Ni's mind was lucid, his intellect surpassed even many children twice his age. Toward this 2-year-old infant he naturally felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Tang Xingyu however pouted indignantly. You're boasting, you're not even as tall as I am. Yang Xiu frowned. I'm shorter only because I'm younger, but I already recognize 5,000 characters and can read martial cultivation texts independently. Don't you admire me? Tang Xingyu pursed her lips. You're not as tall as I am. Yang Xiu bristled. You preposterous. Yet he recovered swiftly, reaching into his robe and withdrawing a small vial. And as he uncorked it, a rich spirit-infused fragrance spilled forth. Tang Xingyu's attention snapped to the vial, her eyes widening with unmistakable longing. Yang Xiu smirked triumphantly. This contains spirit marrow, priceless beyond measure, acquired by my mother at tremendous cost. And choose me and I shall gift it to you as a token of goodwill. Tong Xingyu visibly wavered. Just then a sweet sugary aroma drifted through the air. And her gaze instantly swiveled, where she saw Yang Cheng approaching holding 2 glistening candied hawthorn skewers. Vermilion bright and crystal glossy, the skewers seized her vision entirely. And these candied hawthorns are my welcome gift to you, Yang Cheng said. Now silvery thread of drool immediately glistened at Tong Xingyu's lip. And slurp, and she hastily sucked it back. Is there any condition attached to this welcome gift? Yang Cheng smiled faintly. Nind, though tiny Tong Xingyu's mind was remarkably sharp. And she had instantly perceived Yang Xiu's offer as a transaction. Choose me and I'll give you the spirit marrow. I've already said, it's a welcome gift with no strings attached, Yang Cheng replied. Tang Xingyu still hesitated, but what if I don't choose you as my junior brother? Even without sharing the same sect we may still be friends, Yang Cheng urged gently. Hurry, else I'll eat both skewers myself. Little brother, too much sugar will rot your teeth. Unable to resist, Tong Xingyu extended her plump lotus stem arms and accepted the skewers. Yang Xiu hurriedly interjected. No, you mustn't accept his candied hawthorns. Tang Xingyu puffed her cheeks. Why not? And if you accept his skewers you forfeit my spirit marrow, Yang Xiu declared. Tang Xingyu glanced reluctantly at the vial, her expression softening with hesitation. Yang Xiu's face lit with smug triumph. Surely any sensible child would know how to choose. After all, even a mountain of such cheap sweets could never rival the value of a single vial of spirit marrow. Yet in mere moments Tong Xingyu withdrew her gaze and huffed. Fine, don't give it to me. What's so special about it anyway? You haven't even tasted candied hawthorns yet. Yang Xiu stared stunned. You dare compare a single skewer to my spirit marrow? Do you have any idea how many skewers one vial could buy? Tong Xingyu, now genuinely offended, retorted. I won't speak to you anymore. You clearly have no idea how delicious candied hawthorns truly are. Niang Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, every advantage bore its shadow. Niang Xiu, enlightened by Lin Xinglan, possessed wisdom far exceeding that of ordinary toddlers, yet in that very brilliance he had lost the pure unguarded heart of childhood. Thus he failed to grasp the sheer visceral allure candied hawthorns held for a child. And even the brightest 2-year-old would never weigh distant consequences over immediate delight. Tang Xingyu knew full well the worth of spirit marrow, yet she refused to ponder how it might shape her future. And for her here and now the candied hawthorn's sweetness eclipsed all else. Soon Yang Chang and Tang Xingyu savored the skewers with unrestrained joy. Niangxiu trailed behind them swallowing hard, then quickly feigning indifference. When the skewers were finished their allotted time for play expired. And the palace maids escorted them back to Jiushui Pavilion. Cheng Junyi lifted Tang Xingyu into her arms. Tang, did you enjoy your outing? Happy. Tang Xingyi's little face was flushed. Why are you happy? Cheng Junyi asked. I received a gift. Tang Xingyu replied. Cheng treated me to candied hawthorn and said it was a meeting gift. A meeting gift, candied hawthorn. Zhuang Guifei laughed. His Highness the Crown Prince is quite amusing. A string of candied hawthorn costs only a few copper coins, yet he presents it as a gift. The meeting gift prepared for Miss Tang by Xior is a bottle of spiritual essence. At this moment she was filled with confidence, believing the matter to be nearly certain. She believed that anyone with a bit of sense would know which was more precious, spiritual essence or candied hawthorn. The others around were in a hubbub. Spiritual essence. Zhuang Guifei was indeed quite generous. Yun Liyu's gaze slightly sharpened. Zhuang Guifei had actually prepared a gift for Tang Xingyu in advance. This indicated that Zhuang Guifei had long known of Tang Xingyi's presence beside Cheng Junyi. And this was something neither she nor His Majesty knew. Cheng Junyi gave Zhuang Guifei a meaningful look but did not show any sign of joy or anger. She looked down at Tang Xingyu and asked Tang, whose gift do you prefer? Tang Xingyu answered without hesitation, I like candied hawthorn. Tang and candied hawthorn make a perfect match. Upon hearing this, Cheng Junyi's eyes brimmed with affection. Yun Liu smiled gently. Zhuang Guifei's expression changed slightly. Miss Tang, the value of spiritual essence is countless times that of candied hawthorn. I want listen. Tang Xingyu covered her ears. Cheng Junyi coldly looked at Zhuang Guifei. I hope Tang's decision is from her heart and I do not wish anyone to interfere with her. A hint of shame and anger flashed in Zhuang Guifei's eyes, but she could only endure. It was clear she understood that Cheng Junyi's status was not simple and it would be unwise to offend her. Tang, if you had to choose between the Crown Prince and the 6th Prince as your junior brother, who would you choose? Cheng Junyi asked. Tang Xingyu replied seriously, teacher, choosing who becomes my junior brother is the teacher's prerogative, I cannot interfere. Cheng Junyi patted her little head, my Tang is so sensible. Now tell me, do you prefer the Crown Prince or the 6th Prince? This time Tang Xingyu answered without any hesitation, of course it's Cheng. He gave me candied hawthorn as a meeting gift and said that even if I do not choose him as my junior brother he will still be my friend. The 6th Prince has always considered himself remarkable and said that only if I chose him as my junior brother would he give me spiritual essence. Teacher understands. Cheng Junyi smiled slightly and then looked at the others. I have decided on my second disciple. Your Highness the Crown Prince, would you be willing to take me as your teacher? Yang Chang was quick-witted, bowing respectfully. Disciple Yang Chang pays respects to the teacher. It seems we are indeed fated. Cheng Junyi replied. As her words fell, a ding sounded by Yang Chang's ear. Congratulations, host, task completed. Yang Chang looked happily at the void before him. Cheng Junyi is a master of spirit refining. Having seen countless geniuses, gaining her recognition is immensely challenging. The host not only gained Cheng Junyi's recognition but was also accepted as her disciple, which is simply unbelievable. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. The Bodhi fruit has been distributed, would you like to receive it? Yang Chang chose to not receive it for the time being. In stark contrast to Yang Chang, who was in high spirits, Zhuang Guifei was trembling with anger. She had spent nearly half her savings to acquire the spiritual essence, yet it could not compare to a piece of candied hawthorn. However, she was not in despair and shouted, wait. Everyone present looked at her. Zhuang Guifei gritted her teeth and said, Madam Cheng, there is one more thing I haven't mentioned. I believe after I say it you will definitely change your mind. Cheng Junyi looked at her leisurely. Please speak, Your Highness the Guifei. Zhuang Guifei stood up, looking down at everyone around. My son Yang Xiu comprehended sword intent 7 days ago. What? How is this possible? Everyone around was astonished. Comprehending sword intent at 1 year old. This is simply incredible. Even Cheng Junyi was slightly moved, really. Such a situation is not often seen across the myriad realms. Sure, quickly show Madam Cheng your sword intent. Zhuang Guifei urged. She could hardly wait to see Madam Cheng's change of attitude. Once it was confirmed that Yang Xiu had mastered sword intent, she believed Madam Cheng would definitely seek to take Yang Xiu as her disciple. Yes, mother. Yang Xiu straightened his chest and stood upright. Then he used his finger as a sword and swiped forward. This swipe had no power, but Yang Xiu's aura had changed. Moreover, everyone around could feel a powerful pressure emanating from him as if their brows were being pointed at by a sword. Crash! The hall instantly erupted in excitement. Sword intent, it really is sword intent. To comprehend sword intent at merely 1-year-old, what kind of monstrous talent is this? People could not remain calm. Yun Liyue was equally shaken. Even she had to admit that Yang Xiu was truly outstanding. Tang Xingyu was startled and a round object rolled out from her sleeve. The attention of the others was drawn to Yang Xiu, not noticing this scene. Yang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. He did not expect that Tang Xingyu had actually hidden a piece of candied hawthorn in her sleeve. This piece of candied hawthorn rolled all the way to Yang Xiu's feet. The expressions of the people around made Yang Xiu suddenly feel a sense of pride, as if he were looking down upon the world. He turned to Yang Cheng and asked, "Crown Prince brother, could you evaluate my sword intent?" Yang Cheng replied, "Sixth brother, you must not step forward." Had he not reminded him, it would have been fine. Yet as soon as he reminded him, Yang Xiu instinctively took a step forward. In an instant he stepped on the round candied hawthorn, losing his balance. Thud! Yang Xiu fell flat. Yang Cheng clapped his hands and said, "Sixth brother, your sword intent is quite amusing. You intend to perform great courtesy to me." Yang Xiu was greatly embarrassed, his face turning red. Sure. Zhuang Guifei hurriedly helped Yang Xiu up, angrily asking, "Who did this? Who plotted against my son?" Cheng Junyi replied calmly, "Your Highness the Guifei, you worry too much. No one plotted against the sixth prince, he simply fell." Impossible. Zhuang Guifei's face was filled with anger. Before she could finish her words, she noticed that the expressions of the surrounding people were unusual and everyone seemed to be looking at the ground. Following their gazes, she saw the candied hawthorn on the ground. Zhuang Guifei's face instantly turned as colorful as a dyeing workshop, her expression becoming extremely vivid. At this moment Cheng Junyi asked, "Tang Tang, what happened to this candied hawthorn?" Tang Xingyu, looking guilty, replied, "Teacher, the candied hawthorn is too delicious. I couldn't bear to finish it, so I hid one in my sleeve, not expecting it to fall out." The truth was laid bare. Zhuang Guifei felt increasingly embarrassed. "Zhuang Guifei, I said before that whoever Tang Tang likes will be my disciple." Cheng Junyi continued, "Since Tang Tang likes the crown prince, then he shall be my second disciple. Please Zhuang Guifei, take the sixth prince back." Zhuang Guifei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Madam Cheng, my son has comprehended sword intent. I believe I made it quite clear from the beginning that I do not consider talent when accepting disciples," Cheng Junyi stated. Zhuang Guifei gritted her teeth in anger. Cheng Junyi no longer looked at her and spoke to Yun Liyue, "Your Majesty, why not take the crown prince back first today so he can rest well? Then bring the crown prince back tomorrow and I will begin his martial arts enlightenment." "All right," Yun Liyue replied. Today's events were quite strange for her as well. She felt she also needed to go back and digest it. Yang Xiu felt as if struck by lightning. He never expected to be eliminated by Cheng Junyi. Moreover, Cheng Junyi chose Yang Cheng. Blind to the obvious. In Yang Xiu's mind, Lin Xinglan's voice echoed, "To accept disciples based on the preferences of a 1 or 2-year-old girl, Madam Cheng, is simply being reckless. You need not care too much about this matter. If Madam Cheng does not accept you as her disciple, it is her lack of insight." Comprehending sword intent at 1-year-old, yet Madam Cheng remains entirely unaware of the significance of this, indicating she lacks great insight. Not being accepted as her disciple is nothing to regret. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Yang Xiu felt revitalized. He was unaware of Lin Xinglan and Cheng Junyi's cultivation levels, but he was certain that Lin Xinglan's prowess was far superior to that of Cheng Junyi. Since Lin Xinglan has said so, it is evident that Cheng Junyi chose Yang Cheng over him, not because he was lacking but because Cheng Junyi lacked vision. "I am not here to guide you, I am merely speaking the truth," Lin Xinglan said calmly. She was unaware of Yang Cheng's potential but certainly did not believe he could comprehend the sword intent. For this very reason Yang Cheng could never compare to Yang Xiu. Empress Zhuang, filled with fury, took Yang Xiu back to the palace. Upon returning to the Zhaoyan palace, she discreetly sent someone to relay a message to Yun Yiru. Yun Yiru was taken aback by the news. According to the words of Princess Chang'e, Yang Xiu was the child of destiny. This led her to assume that Yang Xiu's apprenticeship with Madame Cheng should be quite easy. Yet now he had actually failed. Unable to contain herself, Yun Yiru sought out Princess Chang'e. The two pretended to meet by chance at a rockery in the imperial garden. Once the servants were dismissed, Yun Yiru lowered her voice and told Princess Chang'e about the incident at Xiushui Garden. She then asked, "What is going on? How could the sixth prince be eliminated?" Princess Chang'e remained calm, saying, "I anticipated this outcome, so Empress Xian need not be overly concerned. Since you knew the sixth prince would be eliminated, why did you still allow him to go?" Yun Yiru replied. "My intention was merely to allow the sixth prince to encounter Tang Xingyu," Princess Chang'e said casually. Yun Yuru was taken aback. Tang Xingyu, that 2-year-old girl. Princess Changle stated Tang Xingyu possesses great fortune as well, which will be of immense help to Yang Xiu in the future. This. Yun Yuru was skeptical. Princess Changle gazed intently at Yun Yuru. After last year's events, do you still think I would deceive you? Yun Yuru felt a jolt and suddenly realized. Last year when Yang Hong nearly fell into the lake, it was Princess Changle who warned her in advance, allowing her to be on guard and saving Yang Hong in time. Moreover, in the following year she had accurately predicted several events. Thus she truly had no reason to doubt Princess Changle any longer. I naturally believe the Princess. Yun Yuru quickly said, but will the Crown Prince's apprenticeship with Madame Chang pose a threat to the 6th Prince? There is no need to worry, Princess Changle replied. The 6th Prince's fortune is profound and long-lasting, while the Crown Prince is nothing more than a stepping stone to him, so how could he pose a threat? That is good to hear. It seems I need not do much. Yun Yuru said. Not at all, Princess Changle replied. Although the Crown Prince cannot threaten the 6th Prince, this is a good opportunity for you to show your sincerity. If you could help eliminate the Crown Prince, the 6th Prince would undoubtedly see your sincerity. Yun Yira's gaze flickered slightly. What you say is true, but for some reason my sister seems to have developed a sense of vigilance against me. If I try to deal with the Crown Prince as I did last time, it will probably not be that easy. Then you should act swiftly, otherwise once the Empress becomes fully alert to you, it will be even harder to act. Moreover, there is now a great opportunity. If you miss it, who knows how long you will have to wait. What opportunity? Yun Yuru asked. The palace is heavily guarded, making it difficult to deal with the Crown Prince here. Princess Changle replied. Next, the Crown Prince will go to Chilan Garden, which means he must leave the palace. Is that not a good opportunity? If something were to happen to the Crown Prince outside the palace, no one would suspect Empress Xian. Princess, I will pretend I didn't hear your words. Yun Yuru replied. I harbor no ill will towards the Crown Prince. Even if something were to happen to him outside the palace, it would have nothing to do with me. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Watching Yun Yira's retreating figure, Princess Changle smiled slightly. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Yang Chang had just returned when he received another task. After 500 years, the host encounters the mighty Tang Xingyu once more at Xiushui Garden. 500 years ago, the host brushed past the young Tang Xingyu, leading to her becoming Yang Xiu's support later. Now that the opportunity has arisen again, the host must seize it firmly and find a way to make Tang Xingyu abandon Yang Xiu and support the host instead. Note: due to the extreme difficulty of the task, the host is granted a 3-year extension. If the task fails, the host will face the punishment of heavenly lightning. Task reward: innate divine strength. It really is you. This Tang Xingyu is indeed the same Tang Xingyu. It's a pity that having just parted ways with her, he can only wait until tomorrow to complete the task. First, consume the Bodhi fruit. Yang Cheng silently communicated with the system and chose to accept the reward. A red fruit the size of a jujube appeared in Yang Cheng's hand. Without hesitation, Yang Cheng consumed it. At first the fruit seemed unremarkable. The only notable aspect was its pleasant taste, fragrant and sweet. Its texture was akin to that of a fragrant melon pear. However, after about a quarter of an hour, Yang Cheng felt something extraordinary. A wave of cool power began to spread from his abdomen, slowly reaching his limbs and then surging toward his head. Immediately after, Yang Cheng felt his consciousness enveloped by this cool aura. His mind instantly became clear, and this effect continued to intensify. After nearly 3 hours, the cool aura in his consciousness gradually dissipated. Yang Cheng felt entirely different. He glanced around and could perceive any subtle differences in an instant. When he closed his eyes, all the minute details he had observed earlier, even the tiniest speck of dust, vividly manifested in his mind. Without a doubt, this was the efficacy of the Bodhi fruit. The Bodhi fruit is a naturally occurring spiritual fruit. It can enhance a person's comprehension. Comprehension embodies a person's cognitive power, observational ability, and memory capacity. Currently, Yang Cheng's memory capacity, even if not increased 100-fold, was certainly enhanced by dozens of times. With a thought, he picked up a martial arts book nearby. He soon discovered that he indeed possessed the power of photographic memory. Others describe a genius memory as being able to read 10 lines at a glance. Yet he could scan a page and effortlessly remember all its contents. Moreover, his understanding of the book's content had also become remarkably profound. Indeed, it is worthy of being a naturally occurring spiritual fruit. Meanwhile, in the Zhaoyang Palace, Yang Xiu was cultivating within his sea of consciousness. During this time I have continuously stimulated your consciousness with an extraordinary secret technique, Lin Xinglan said. Now your comprehension should have increased by more than 3 times. You may try reading a book to test your memory. Yes, senior. Yang Xiu responded excitedly. Exiting his sea of consciousness, he hurriedly picked up a book to read. Senior, I can now read 10 lines at a glance. My memory is 3 times stronger than before, truly exceptional. After a while, Yang Xiu exclaimed excitedly. In the Jinghua Hall, Your Highness, our people have been secretly monitoring Consort Xian for several days and have discovered some anomalies, Amber said to Yun Luiyue. What anomalies? Yun Luiyue inquired. Consort Xian seems to have been in close contact with Princess Changle. Amber continued, although it appears they encounter each other by chance every time, the likelihood of these coincidences seems rather high. Yun Luiyue's gaze turned cold. Amber, do you think if I had not instructed you to monitor Consort Xian closely you would have noticed these coincidences? Amber was momentarily taken aback, then replied earnestly, Your Highness, if that were the case we probably would have overlooked it. Are there any other pieces of information? Yun Luiyue asked. There is, Amber replied. Recently Consort Xian and Consort Zhuang still exhibit a mutual animosity, yet they have encountered each other and quarreled more frequently than before. Princess Changle, Consort Xian, Consort Zhuang, Yun Luiyue said with a hint of sarcasm, this truly is a fine drama. Keep an eye on them for me. Additionally, ensure that Cheng'er is accompanied by increased guards when he goes out tomorrow. Amber was startled. Your Highness. Yun Luiyue's expression was devoid of any visible emotion. I hope they remain well behaved, otherwise if Cheng'er encounters any issues I will make them realize that blood is not something I shy away from. A night swiftly passed. Yang Chang made his way to Qiushui Garden once again. This time Cheng Junyi would officially begin his martial arts enlightenment. Yun Luiyue and Emperor Qianyuan arrived at Qiushui Garden together. After performing the rituals of dressing, washing, bowing and presenting tribute, Yang Chang approached Cheng Junyi to kneel and offer tea. Seeing Yang Chang's small frame yet completing each step with precision, Cheng Junyi could not help but be moved. Disciple Yang Chang, please drink tea, teacher. Yang Chang said loudly. Cheng Junyi accepted the teacup and drank the tea. The atmosphere around them instantly brightened. Once Cheng Junyi completed this step, it meant that the teacher-student relationship between her and Yang Chang was officially established. Cheng'er, do you wish to learn martial arts? Cheng Junyi asked solemnly. I do, Yang Chang replied with seriousness. Why? Cheng Junyi further inquired. Everyone around focused on Yang Chang, eager to hear his response. Yang Chang seemed a bit confused. Teacher, is there a need for a reason to learn martial arts? Cheng Junyi was momentarily stunned, then she burst into laughter. Ha, what a good question. Cheng'er has just taught me a lesson today. Yang Chang appeared not to understand. Cheng Junyi looked at Emperor Qian Yuan. Your Majesty, we have practiced martial arts for many years, often preferring to attach countless reasons to learning martial arts. However, it seems we have forgotten that the initial reason we embarked on the path of martial arts was simply due to our inner passion. Emperor Qian Yuan sighed. What Madame Chang says is indeed true. His gaze upon Yang Chang was filled with more satisfaction. Your Majesty Empress, I will now begin enlightening the Crown Prince in martial arts. Cheng Junyi stated. Then let us take our leave for now. Both Emperor Qianyuan and Yun Luiyue were quite perceptive. The martial arts teachings that Cheng Junyi would impart might involve her own secrets, and it was naturally inappropriate for them to continue observing. In the hall, after others had left, Cheng Junyi said to Yang Cheng earnestly, Cheng'er, the martial arts I teach originate from the ancient Taishan sect. The ancestor of Taishan once lived in close proximity to Taishui, thus creating the Taishui breathing technique. Taishui possesses an immortal body, and the Taishui breathing technique allows a person to have extraordinary healing abilities with recovery speeds often several times that of ordinary individuals. Yang Cheng's eyes brightened. For someone with a system like him, the future path of martial arts would undoubtedly be limitless. However, the premise was that he had to live long enough. In this case, the Taishui breathing technique was simply a perfect match for him. Yet he had some concerns. Typically, martial artists could only choose one breathing technique throughout their lifetime. He already possessed the Daji breathing technique. Could he still cultivate the Taishui breathing technique? At this moment, Cheng Junyi called out, Tang Tang, come here. Tang Xingyu obediently walked to Cheng Junyi's side. Cheng'er, do you know why I say that? For you to enter my sect you must gain Tang Tang's approval. Cheng Junyi smiled. Yang Chang shook his head. Because Tang Tang possesses the Taishui divine body, Cheng Junyi explained. She was born with the Taishui bloodline, which is why she has attained the Taishui divine body. The Taishui breathing technique is extremely difficult to master, and it can be said that an ordinary person cannot enter its threshold on their own. However, as long as you gain Tang Tang's approval and have her by your side during your enlightenment, entering the technique will not be a problem. But if she rejects you, her Taishui divine body will not assist you. Yang Cheng suddenly understood. Teacher, so that's how it is. Many people might think that the apprentice assessment conditions proposed by Cheng Junyi were mere child's play. Now it seems this is not a child's play at all, but rather a crucial point. Now I will impart the Taishui breathing technique to you. Cheng Junyi said, but before that I need to confirm with you again if you are ready. Once a martial arts breathing technique is cultivated, it is difficult to change. If you wish to change in the future, you can only start over from scratch. Yang Cheng answered without hesitation, Teacher, I am ready. Good. Cheng Junyi nodded and then instructed Yang Cheng to sit cross-legged while also having Tang Xingyu sit beside him. She then placed her hand on Yang Cheng's head, her internal energy seeping into him. Chenger, follow my energy's guidance and breathe. Cheng Junyi said. For an ordinary infant achieving this would not be simple. However, for Yang Cheng, who possessed 500 years of cultivation experience from his past life, this was undoubtedly as easy as pie. Cheng Junyi quickly noticed that Yang Cheng was progressing smoothly. It could be said that he followed her energy's breathing and circulating spiritual energy flawlessly and with utmost precision. Such talent is truly astonishing. However, considering that Yang Cheng possesses such wisdom at the age of 1, it doesn't seem like an unbelievable matter. After half a cup of tea, Cheng Junyi guided Yang Cheng to complete a full cycle of spiritual energy breathing. The Taishu Wei breathing technique absorbs water and wood spiritual energy. Yang Cheng could distinctly sense the two types of spiritual energy merging into his body with the operation of the breathing technique. Chenger, next you should follow this route and let the spiritual energy circulate within you. Cheng Junyi instructed. Yang Cheng complied. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. The energy continuously circulated, yet Yang Cheng found that the two types of spiritual energy he absorbed could not blend into his blood and qi. If the breathing technique were successfully initiated, it would allow the spiritual energy to merge into the blood and qi, slowly altering and strengthening them. Now, however, Yang Cheng was unable to accomplish this with the Taishu Wei breathing technique. This situation undoubtedly indicated that he could not master the Taishu Wei breathing technique. Just then a faint mysterious blood aura emanated from Tang Xingyu beside him. This mysterious blood aura carried a hint of milk fragrance. Within the mysterious blood aura seemed to reside extraordinary factors which merged into Yang Cheng's blood and qi as he breathed. In an instant, Yang Cheng's blood and qi began to fluctuate. It seemed as though his blood and qi were creating waves of ripples invisibly. Soon after, his blood and qi appeared to gain a certain allure, causing the water and wood spiritual energy entering his body to immediately start merging into his blood and qi. It's done. Yang Cheng secretly rejoiced at the sight. The integration of spiritual energy undoubtedly proved that he had successfully begun the practice of the Taishu Wei breathing technique. He had clearly practiced the Daji breathing technique, yet he was surprised to find he could also cultivate the Taishu Wei breathing technique. Immediately the water and wood spiritual energies fused with his vital blood, causing it to transform continuously into a new power. This was undoubtedly the Taishu Wei vital blood. No, wait. Yang Cheng quickly sensed something amiss. His Daji breathing technique was still in operation. The Daji breathing technique required no deliberate effort from him, it operated automatically. Moreover, the manner in which it functioned was extremely subtle, so much so that even Cheng Junyi couldn't detect it. At this moment, Yang Cheng noticed that the Taishu Wei vital blood generated from his practice of the Taishu Wei breathing technique was actually merging into the Daji vital blood. It felt to him as if the Daji breathing technique possessed the ability to encompass all, allowing it to integrate other breathing techniques. The full name of the Daji breathing technique is the Daji Transformation and Freedom breathing technique, which can absorb powers of any attribute. This is truly remarkable. Yang Cheng found it hard to believe. The Taishu Wei breathing technique was already extraordinary, comparable to the Shura feeding technique he practiced in his past life. However, this breathing technique was well within Yang Cheng's understanding. Only the Daji breathing technique left him truly bewildered, feeling it to be incredibly mystical. Due to Yang Cheng's young age, Cheng Junyi did not allow him to practice for long. After an hour, she instructed him to stop. It was natural for young children to be playful. She worried that letting Yang Cheng practice for too long would cause him to develop a dislike for martial arts. In fact, she originally planned to let Yang Cheng practice for only half an hour. That he was able to persist for a full hour had already surprised her. Go play with Tang Tang. You can practice for another hour this afternoon before heading back. Cheng Junyi added, for the next half month you must do this every day, and each time Tang Tang must be by your side to ensure your Taishu Wei breathing technique stabilizes completely. After that you will have more freedom with your time. Yes, teacher. Yang Cheng did not force himself to practice. After all, he didn't need to consciously train. The Daji breathing technique would operate on its own. Cheng Cheng, let's play the daddy and mommy game. Tang Xingyu said. Yang Cheng forced a smile. What is the daddy and mommy game? I will play the mommy and you will play the daddy. Tang Xingyu looked at him with eager anticipation. Yang Cheng felt helpless. It was indeed unrealistic to have high expectations of a 2-year-old girl. I can accompany you in this game. Yang Cheng said, but you need to tell me, if you had to choose between me and Yang Xiu, who would you choose and who would you give up? He didn't want to ask such a childish question, but he had no choice for the sake of the task. Tang Xingyu blinked. Didn't I already make my choice yesterday? Just making a choice isn't enough, I need you to say it out loud. Yang Cheng insisted. The task had yet to indicate completion, showing he must get Tang Xingyu to make a clear declaration. Tang Xingyu giggled. Cheng Cheng, you really are childish. Yang Chang never expected to be looked down upon by a 2-year-old girl. Will you choose or not? He pressed on with determination. Fine, I will give up Yang Xiu and choose Cheng Cheng. Tang Xingyu appeared to be coaxing him. The commotion outside made Cheng Junyi smile slightly. She had always thought Yang Chang was too precocious, lacking the innocence a child should possess. Now it seemed she had overthought it. Yang Chang also had a childlike side to him. At the same moment a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, task completed. Yang Chang felt a surge of joy. His speculation was correct. To complete the task, Tang Xingyu had to make a clear declaration. The host firmly seized the opportunity, meeting Tang Xingyu up close. Through the host's incredible efforts, Tang Xingyu actually chose to give up Yang Xiu and instead support the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The innate divine power has been granted. Would you like to claim it? Yang Cheng chose not to claim it, continuing to play with Tang Xingyu. After all, she had given him such an astounding reward, so it was worth it to play house with her. Before he knew it, half the day had passed. As the hour approached, a carriage from the palace appeared outside Qiushui Garden. Yang Cheng bid farewell to Cheng Junyi and Tang Xingyu, boarding the carriage. The carriage headed toward the palace. Moments later it reached the outer streets. A sudden loud neigh of a horse rang out. Then Yang Cheng saw several wild horses charging madly toward the carriage he was in. Not good. Quick, protect the crown prince. The guards of the convoy shouted in alarm. However, the oncoming wild horses were too fierce and arrived too suddenly. The guards were unable to intercept all of them in time. While other wild horses were desperately intercepted by the guards, 2 of them charged directly at Yang Cheng's carriage. In that critical moment, the people on both sides of the street felt a flash of light before their eyes. A figure appeared in front of the carriage, hands striking out with lightning speed. This figure was a woman, petite in stature, appearing fragile against the 2 wild horses. Yet with this strike she managed to pin down the 2 wild horses. Then with a powerful thrust she sent both wild horses staggering back. Hoopa! Yang Chang looked on in astonishment. The woman in front of the carriage was none other than the palace maid Hoopa from Jinghua Palace. There is no need to panic, Your Highness. Hoopa first comforted Yang Chang, then turned to the other guards around her, saying, You all hurry and take the crown prince away, leave this place to me. Just as her words fell, 3 men in black appeared from the nearby buildings. The 3 men in black charged towards the carriage, but Hoopa intercepted them. The guards made a quick decision, shielding Yang Chang as they retreated. Along the way more men in black continued to appear. At the same time several experts from the inner court appeared to intercept them. The guards led Yang Cheng unknowingly retreating into a narrow alley. They were now very close to the palace. You others guard the entrance of the alley, I will take the crown prince back to the palace with Zhang Xian, a burly guard said. All right. The other guards had no doubts. Yu Wei, the crown prince, is exceptionally talented and is the future of our Great Zhou dynasty. As they reached the depths of the alley, Zhang Xian said to the burly guard, We will risk our lives to ensure the crown prince's safety. His words were not finished. Put. Zhang Xian's body stiffened and he looked down to see his chest pierced by a long sword. Then in disbelief he turned to look behind him. The one who attacked him was none other than Yu Wei. Why? Why are you? Zhang Qian stammered. It's just business on both sides, Yu Wei replied coldly. Then he turned his gaze to Yang Chang. Yang Chang felt a sense of alarm rising in his heart. Although he now possessed an extraordinary foundation and potential, he had still practiced for too short a time, unable to convert that potential into strength. He did not despair. Innate divine power activate. Yang Chang silently chanted in his heart. With a whoosh, an invisible force exploded within him. His physical cells rapidly strengthened and even transformed at a terrifying speed. Crown Prince, do not blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for obstructing the path of destiny. Yu Wei said, his eyes glinting with malice as he fiercely swung his sword toward Yang Chang's head. In the narrow alley only Yu Hui and Yang Chang remained. The outer palace guards Yang Chang didn't need to guess were undoubtedly arranged by his mother Yun Liu. To protect him, Mother Yun Liu had undoubtedly made thorough arrangements in the dark. So many skilled assassins were unable to harm him. However, the world is unpredictable. Even Yun Liu had her limitations. Clearly she had not anticipated that among Yang Chang's close guards there was a hidden enemy assassin. Yang Chang was equally surprised by this. He was not unfamiliar with Yu Hui. This person had served as a guard in the palace for 10 years. In his past life, perhaps because he was too incompetent, Yu Hui had never revealed his true nature. Later, Yu Hui had been loyal to Yang Xiu. But at that time Yang Xiu was already the emperor and most of the palace guards were loyal to him. From Yang Chang's perspective, Yu Hui's actions posed no significant problem. Thus he did not guard against Yu Hui. Now it seemed that due to his changes in this life many things had altered because of the butterfly effect. He could not rely too heavily on his past experiences. Time did not grant young Chang much leisure for thought. In the blink of an eye Yu Hui had already drawn his sword aiming at his head. At this moment his gaze stripped away the innocence of a baby, becoming cold and ruthless, akin to an old demon who had experienced countless battles and accumulated hundreds of years of time. Yu Hui was momentarily taken aback. A strong chill surged within him. He never expected to see such a chilling gaze in the eyes of a prince who appeared to be just a baby. During his brief moment of distraction, young Chang struck like lightning. In his hand he had been holding a wooden sword. It was the Enlightenment sword given to him by Emperor Qian Yuan. However, no one paid attention to this sword, considering it merely a toy sword for a baby. Yet Yang Chang knew very well that this sword possessed extraordinary power. It was an Enlightenment sword, but not just any Enlightenment sword, it was the Enlightenment sword of Emperor Qian Yuan. Although it lacked sharpness, its hardness was comparable to many precious swords. Clang! The two swords clashed. Yang Chang forcefully blocked Yu Hui's strike. At this moment he clearly felt what it meant to possess innate divine strength. He was barely over a year old, yet his strength was already comparable to that of Yu Hui, a congenital warrior. Of course Yang Chang was well aware of his own weaknesses. After all, his cultivation was still too low and the body of a baby was too fragile, lacking durability. Therefore, if Yang Chang only had this means, he would still undoubtedly face defeat. Monster, you monster! Yu Hui stared at Yang Chang in terror. But this fear quickly ignited his ferocity. He immediately crazily infused his true energy into the sharp sword. Buzz! A stream of sword energy erupted, poised to kill Yang Chang. Just then a strange suction force emanated from Yang Chang's wooden sword. This suction made his wooden sword seem like a black hole. The sword energy released by Yu Hui was instantly devoured by the black hole. In the previous moment Yu Hui's face was fierce, but he immediately grew flustered. What kind of sorcery is this? Yu Hui tried to escape from Yang Chang's wooden sword but found he simply couldn't. His power was gushing forth like a flood breaching a dam. In just a moment his body became weak. Yang Chang seemed to sense something. Outside the alley footsteps approached. Someone was drawing near. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Hui was unresponsive, Yang Chang decisively kicked out violently. Yu Hui was instantly kicked away. Yang Chang gave Yu Hui no chance, moving like a rabbit to pounce in front of him. During this process he conveniently picked up the sword that Zhang Qian had dropped on the ground. Without any hesitation he gripped the sword and slashed across Yu Hui's throat. Yu Hui's throat was immediately cut open. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Yu Hui clutched his throat. Yang Chang ignored him calmly, using his sleeve to wipe away the fingerprints from the sword hilt before returning it to Zhang Qian. This scene caused Yu Hui to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave enveloped in a chill. And all of this, though it sounded slow, actually transpired within just a few breaths. Your Highness the Crown Prince! Several guards sensed something amiss and rushed over. When they saw the situation in the alley they were taken aback. Your Highness, what? What happened here? A burly guard asked anxiously. Yu Hui attempted to assassinate me and Zhang Qian fought to save me, Yang Chang said. Zhang Qian severely injured Yu Hui, but he himself was also killed by Yu Hui. Yu Hui opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But his throat had already been cut by Yang Chang and he could not utter a word. As he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood gushed out. Swish! At this moment a shadow moved on the rooftop nearby. Amber appeared again, landing beside Yu Hui. Lady Gong Ling. The guards present all saluted Amber. Amber was a senior palace maid by the side of the queen, as well as the female official of the palace command. Although she appeared respectful before Yun Liu and Yang Chang, she was indeed a powerful figure in front of others. Lady Gong Ling, should we take Yu Hui back for severe interrogation? The earlier burly guard asked. Amber shook her head. His life is already forfeit. Handle it here. Protect Zhang Qian's body and take it back for the queen to decide. With Yu Hui's throat cut he could not survive and there was no value in taking him back. Yet Zhang Qian had died protecting the prince, which was a great merit. Although Zhang Qian was dead, his family would surely receive blessings. Yang Chang remained silent. Even though Yu Hui wasn't killed by Zhang Qian did indeed die because of him. It was not excessive for Zhang Qian to receive this honor. At this moment no one present doubted Yang Chang. In the alley there were only Yu Hui, Zhang Qian and Yang Chang. No one would believe that Yu Hui was killed by Yang Chang. Therefore, from the perspective of others, the only possibility that caused the current situation was that Yu Hui and Zhang Qian had perished together. Amber vaguely sensed that Yu Hui's condition was somewhat unusual. It seemed that the true energy within Yu Hui was completely exhausted. However, she had no intention of probing further. After all, with Zhang Qian dead, Yu Hui was no different from a corpse. Regardless of any secrets between them, they had lost all significance. The burly guard stepped in front of Yu Hui and stomped down, shattering Yu Hui's heart vein. "Your Highness, please come with me." Amber extended her hand to carry Yang Chang. Yang Chang said little, allowing Amber to pick him up. His mind was completely immersed deep within his dantian. The others gave it little thought, merely assuming that today's events had frightened the prince. Although the prince was exceptionally intelligent, he was still just over a year old. Today's events would scare even adults, let alone a 1-year-old child. "I have so much energy within." At this moment, Yang Chang's heart was turbulent. This energy came from Yu Hui. Yu Hui was a swordsman. The moment the opponent unleashed his sword energy, he was destined to be devoured by the mixed Yuan devouring sword body. This was also Yang Chang's first time experiencing the dominance of the mixed Yuan devouring sword body. Yu Hui was indeed a congenital master. Yet such a master could not withstand the might of the mixed Yuan devouring sword body. The energy absorbed by Yang Chang was rapidly transformed into his own vitality by the mixed Yuan devouring sword body. Once he absorbed all this immense energy, his cultivation soared directly from the early stage of the acquired realm to the peak of the acquired realm. During this process, Yang Chang used the Great Zhou breathing technique to conceal his own fluctuations. The others remained completely unaware of the drastic changes occurring within Yang Chang. A quarter of an hour later, the convoy returned to the imperial palace. Emperor Qian Yuan and Yun Liyue were both furious upon learning of the assassination attempt. The former ordered the Royal City Division and the Supreme Court to jointly investigate the matter. In the harem in the Jinghua Palace, as soon as Yang Chang returned, Yun Liyue hurriedly summoned the court physician for his diagnosis. After a moment, the physician, with a somewhat peculiar expression, said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is fine and his vitality is quite vigorous." What he did not mention was that the Crown Prince's vitality was extraordinarily strong, seemingly even more robust than that of an adult. However, he understood well that speaking too much could lead to his own downfall. He only needed to confirm that the Crown Prince was unharmed. There was no need to create trouble for himself. Yun Liyue let out a sigh of relief. After the physician left, Yang Chang stated that he needed to rest, but in reality he aimed to familiarize himself with the changes in his internal vitality. As Yang Chang's breathing gradually stabilized, seemingly falling asleep, Yun Liyue's beautiful eyes suddenly turned icy. She had not intended to take drastic measures, still contemplating giving certain individuals an opportunity. Yet some individuals insisted on crashing headlong into danger. Chenger, she gazed at Yang Chang in the crib. "Mother regrets it. I should not have given them a chance. I should have acted sooner." Her voice trembled as she spoke. According to Amber, the Crown Prince's personal guard Yu Hui was actually an assassin. Fortunately, Zhang Qian was loyal and dedicated, guarding the Crown Prince with his life, otherwise the Crown Prince would truly have been in peril this time. "Your Majesty," Amber approached her from behind, "I have investigated and found that the assassins who appeared today all came from the 7 Kill Association. Before coming here I asked Zhou Yun and she said it was Consort Xian who instructed her 3 days ago to contact the 7 Kill Association. The 7 Kill Association is the most renowned assassin organization in the wasteland." Crack! Yun Liyue crushed the armrest of the chair beside her. She had thought the assassins were sent by noble consort Xuan, but did not expect it to be Yun Yiru. Her sister was actually more proactive than noble consort Xuan when it came to dealing with Chenger. Yun Liyue then said coldly, "Let the 7 Kill Association assassinate Chenger so she can distance herself from the matter. She truly plays her cards well. If we had not already been monitoring Xian Ning Palace and secretly controlled the families of several maids around Consort Xian, we would not have been able to threaten Xiao Yun today and probably could not have dealt with Consort Xian at all." Amber explained. Xiao Yun was indeed the head maid beside Consort Xian. The reason she was able to persuade Xiao Yun to speak was that she had secretly controlled Xiao Yun's family. Xiao Yun has little affection for her parents, but she has a 5-year-old sister whom she raised with her monthly allowance as a maid. Amber added, "Her sister is her Achilles heel." Yun Liyue's expression remained neutral. "Tell Xiao Yun that if she exposes Consort Xian tomorrow, I will ensure her family is unharmed." She was actually reluctant to use such means, but now she had no choice. For Chenger, she was willing to become a cruel woman. "Yes, Your Majesty," Amber acknowledged. Their discussion was not concealed from Yang Chang. The two had no vigilance towards Yang Chang either. They waited for Yang Chang to fall asleep before discussing matters, simply to avoid exposing him to the darkness too early. From Mother and Amber's words, does this mean that Yun Yiru was doomed? Yang Chang found it hard to believe. In his previous life, Yun Yiru ultimately became the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace. Moreover, before his position as Crown Prince was stripped, Mother had never discovered Yun Yiru's true nature. In this life, due to his subtle reminders, Mother had developed a sense of vigilance towards Yun Yiru. As a result, Yun Yiru was quickly caught by Mother. This shows that Yun Yiru's skills were not superior to Mother's. In his previous life Yun Yiro had hidden herself so well simply because she had exploited the familial bond between mother and her sisters. Subsequently Yun Liyue instructed Amber to fetch Emperor Qianyuan. Your Majesty, she directly informed Emperor Qianyuan about Yun Yiris' affair. Emperor Qianyuan was taken aback after hearing this. The matter was undoubtedly beyond his expectations. The true culprit behind the plot against the Crown Prince was actually Yun Yiro. Yun Yiro was the younger sister of Yun Liyue and the Crown Prince's aunt. This was simply absurd. If it were anyone else but Yun Liyue saying this, he would probably have thrown them into the dungeons, immediately deeming them to be slandering. Su Jin, go and secretly capture Qiu Yun for me. Emperor Qianyuan's tone was icy. Yun Yiro, being his consort, naturally held a certain status in his heart. But no matter how high Yun Yiris' status was, she could not compare to Yang Cheng, the Crown Prince. Moreover, Yun Yiris' current status stemmed from her being the Queen's sister. Soon Qiu Yun was secretly brought in. Upon seeing Emperor Qianyuan, her face turned pale, knowing there was no turning back. She had to choose between her sister and consort Xian. After 3 breaths Qiu Yun said, Your Majesty, I dare not conceal anything. Immediately she recounted how consort Xian had instructed her to contact the 7 Kill Association to assassinate Yang Cheng, telling Emperor Qianyuan everything in detail. Emperor Qianyuan's expression showed no anger as he slowly said, though the 7 Kill Association is ruthless, they never act casually. What exactly did consort Xian give the 7 Kill Association to have them assassinate my Crown Prince? Qiu Yun lowered her head and said, Your Majesty once obtained 3 Yin-Yang resurrection pills and 1 was bestowed upon the Queen. Moreover, Duke Wei sustained severe injuries during battles in his early years. To prevent any unforeseen incidents from occurring, one day the Queen left her Yin-Yang resurrection pill for Duke Wei. The Yin-Yang resurrection pill has the effect of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. Duke Wei is the father of Yun Liyue and Yun Yiro, Yang Cheng's maternal grandfather. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qianyuan understood, so consort Xian used the Yin-Yang resurrection pill as a bargaining chip with the 7 Kill Association. Exactly. Qiu Yun's face was filled with terror. Su Jin, send the secret guards to Duke Wei's residence and see if the Yin-Yang resurrection pill is still there. Emperor Qianyuan sneered. Yun Liyue was shaking with rage. After all this commotion, the reward that Yun Yiro used to hire the assassins was still something she had once bestowed upon the Yun family. Su Jin was highly efficient. Within just a quarter of an hour the secret guards returned with a message via carrier pigeon. Su Jin glanced at the secret scroll in his hand and said to Emperor Qianyuan, Your Majesty, the Yin-Yang resurrection pill is no longer in Duke Wei's residence. Emperor Qianyuan said, Go summon consort Xian. His voice still concealed no anger. Yet everyone felt a suppressed atmosphere. After Su Jin left, Emperor Qianyuan stood up. Queen, awaken the Crown Prince. Yun Liyue, with her heart in turmoil, said, Your Majesty, Cheng'er is still too young. Emperor Qianyuan replied, If he were an ordinary child it would indeed be inappropriate for him to witness what is to come, but Cheng'er is the Crown Prince, this is what he should bear. Yun Liyue bit her red lip. I believe this is unwise. She did not expect her son to be a wise ruler, she simply wished for her son to live without worries in this life. Father, mother. At that moment Yang Cheng crawled out of the crib. Although I am small, I am not afraid of storms. He could not allow his mother to conflict with his father over such matters, so he spoke up decisively. Emperor Qianyuan's eyes lit up. My son truly fears nothing. With you and mother behind me, what is there to fear? Yang Cheng declared resolutely. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my son. Emperor Qianyuan said with delight. Yet at the same time his murderous intent towards Yun Yiro deepened. Yang Cheng was undoubtedly the best heir in his heart. How could he allow anyone else to harm Yang Cheng? At this moment Su Jin returned, followed by Yun Yiro. This humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty and the Empress. Yun Yiro stepped into the Jinghua Palace. Her expression was calm, as if she were unaware of what had transpired. Ding! At that moment Yang Cheng heard the voice of the system in his mind. The West Empress Yun Yiro is the host's aunt, who should be a close relative, yet she has betrayed the host. Currently the West Empress is deeply favored by Emperor Tianyu Yanxiu, handling many of his dirty affairs and serving as his right-hand woman in the harem. If the host wishes to confront Yanxiu, he must gradually cut off Yanxiu's wings. Please take action against Yun Yiro. Note, this task is an achievement task with a duration of 5 years. The greater the harm the host inflicts on Yun Yiro during this period, the higher the achievements and rewards. Task reward: 1 tail of Earth Spirit Divine Milk from low grade to top grade. Achievement task. Yang Cheng was slightly surprised. Earth Spirit Divine Milk is a divine grade spiritual item usually priced by the drop. The system is indeed generous, directly offering him 1 tail. At the same time, Xianfei, do you know your crime? Emperor Qianyuan spoke straightforwardly. Yun Yiro was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, I do not know what crime I have committed. The Emperor's expression remained inscrutable. He replied calmly, Look at who is kneeling beside you. Yun Yura turned her head, her gaze falling upon Xiao Yun, and her pupils constricted sharply. Her reaction was quick, soon revealing confusion as she said, "Your Majesty, how could Xiao Yun be here? I have not seen her in recent days." Emperor Chen Yuan said, "Xiao Yun told me and the Empress that you sent her to contact the Seven Kill Alliance to have them assassinate the Crown Prince. This humble servant is wronged." Yun Yira's complexion changed drastically. "I am the Crown Prince's aunt and we share glory and disgrace. How could I possibly commit such an act against the Crown Prince? Your Majesty's sister, this matter is undoubtedly a frame-up by that vile maid." "Is that so?" Emperor Qianyuan's tone was calm. "If this were not the case, why did you take the Yinyan resurrection pill from the Wei Guogong manor?" Yun Yuru felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. "If you present the Yinyan resurrection pill, I will believe this matter has nothing to do with you and that this maid is framing you." Immediately she hurriedly looked at Yun Liyue's sister. "It was that vile maid who took the Yinyan resurrection pill in my name and then contacted the Seven Kill Alliance. I was completely unaware of this matter from beginning." Immediately she hurriedly looked at Yun Liyue's sister. "It was that vile maid who took the Yinyan resurrection pill in my name and then contacted the Seven Kill Alliance. I was completely unaware of this matter from beginning to end. I truly had no knowledge of it." Yun Liyue replied indifferently, "She is your chief maid. How could you not be aware of the things she does?" "Sister, do you still not believe me?" Yun Yiro said, "I am your sister, the Crown Prince's close aunt. How could I harm him? There is no reason for it and I gain no benefit from it." As she spoke, the guards of Jinghua Palace brought in 2 more palace maids. These 2 palace maids also came from Xianing Palace. Yun Yiro was taken aback. At this moment she realized that her palace had, unbeknownst to her, been completely controlled by Yun Liyue. The 2 palace maids knelt on the ground and said, "Your Majesty, Empress, the Xianfei has traded with the Seven Kill Alliance a month ago." Emperor Qianyuan said, "I am quite curious, what did she buy from the Seven Kill Alliance at that time?" The 2 palace maids trembled and one of them struggled to utter 4 words, 10 absolute divine water. "Slander, this is all slander." Yun Yira's face twisted. "You 2 vile maids, why do you slander this palace?" Xianfei Yun Liyue said, "Tell this palace how you established a connection with the Seven Kill Alliance and managed to buy the 10 absolute divine water. Perhaps I can be lenient with your punishment." She knew very well that Yun Yiru did not have such connections. The 10 absolute divine water is extremely precious. The Seven Kill Alliance possesses it, but they never sell it easily. If Yun Yiru could buy the 10 absolute divine water from the Seven Kill Alliance, she must have befriended a core figure of the alliance. Therefore this series of plots against the Crown Prince did not originate from Yun Yiru. The mastermind lies elsewhere. "Sister, you truly misunderstood me." Yun Yiru said sorrowfully, "Your Majesty, I truly do not know why my sister has such a misunderstanding of me. The palace maids in my Xianing Palace must have been controlled by my sisters, means what they say cannot be taken seriously." Yun Liyue sighed, utterly disappointed in this sister. She actually wanted to give Yun Yiru a chance. As long as Yun Yiru cooperated honestly with her and helped her uncover the behind-the-scenes figure, although she wouldn't let Yun Yiru off, she could at least give her a way out. Yet Yun Yira's obstinacy and her attempts to turn the tables only pushed her further down the path to ruin. At that moment Emperor Chen Yuan said, "Xinfei, since you and the Empress are so close, why did you secretly tell Hanger to deceive the Crown Prince when he interacts with him, telling him not to be sincere?" Yun Yiru had disguised herself well. However, compared to Yun Yiru, Emperor Chen Yuan trusted the words spoken by children more. Yun Yiru was momentarily speechless, only able to say, Your Majesty, how can a child's playful words be taken seriously?" At that moment Emperor Chen Yuan suddenly picked up a teacup beside him and hurled it at Yun Yiru. Everyone present, including Yun Yiru, was caught off guard. Yun Yira's forehead was immediately struck and began to bleed. "Xianfei, do you take me for a fool? With all this evidence you speak of misunderstandings and playful words. Do you think your position in my heart is so high that I can ignore all evidence and simply believe your words?" Emperor Chen Yuan, who had been calm and collected, suddenly erupted with a voice like thunder. The current Emperor Chen Yuan was already a martial emperor. The might of the martial emperor caused a terrifying mental impact. Yun Yira's mind suddenly went blank. At this moment Emperor Chen Yuan made an unexpected move. He turned to Yang Chenger, "How do you think we should deal with Xinfei?" Yun Liyue frowned. Emperor Chen Yuan putting such a question to Yang Cheng seemed to her to be putting him in a difficult position. No matter how Yang Cheng answered, it seemed unappealing. If Yang Cheng suggested leniency towards Yun Yiru, it would easily make him seem weak. Conversely, if he were too harsh, it would make him appear cold-hearted. At that moment Yang Cheng also experienced what it meant for the emperor's mind to be inscrutable. Emperor Chen Yuan was his father, but more importantly he seemed to be the emperor of the Great Zhou. As for the question of how to deal with Xinfei, it was indeed difficult for an adult crown prince to answer. Because any answer would be wrong. However, for him, an infant, it was surprisingly simple. Yang Cheng naively said, "Father, does my aunt really want to harm me?" Emperor Qianyuan's expression remained stern. From the evidence available, it does indeed seem so. Then it is that the evidence is not conclusive. Since that is the case, I believe that father should conduct a strict investigation to clear my aunt's name. His words did not directly answer Emperor Qianyuan's question. Yet no one could say he was wrong. Given his age, to be able to give such an answer was already astonishing. Most importantly, if Yang Chang were an adult crown prince, others might think he was avoiding the issue. However, he was just an infant. No one would blame him. My son speaks correctly, Emperor Qianyuan said, a softened expression flickering across his face. He then turned his gaze to Yun Yiru. Consort Xian, you heard the crown prince. From today onward you will remain in Zhongsui Palace until I restore your honor. Yun Yiru's color drained from her cheeks, her beauty paling as she whispered, Your Majesty. Zhongsui Palace was the cold palace of the Dazhou imperial court. Emperor Qianyuan waved his hand and two imposing palace attendants immediately came to Yun Yiru's side. These two were the emperor's imperial attendants. Yun Yiru had wanted to cry out, but at the sight of the attendants she shivered and sealed her lips. Their arrival meant the emperor's mercy had hardened into resolve. If she resisted further, the two attendants might drag her out by force, leaving her utterly humiliated. The attendant at the left said, Consort Xian, please. Yun Yiru staggered, supported by the two attendants as they led her out. Joy swelled in Yang Chang's chest. The task had been ridiculously easy. He had done almost nothing, merely spoken a few words, and yet the assignment was rated excellent. After a while a shadow passed through Yang Chang's eyes. Continue the assignment, he decided. Perhaps his father only meant to send Yun Yiru to the cold palace. Yet he had felt killing intent in his mother's bearing. Yun Yiru's fate might be far worse than mere exile to the cold palace. At the same time, Emperor Qianyuan said, Empress Consort Xian is both a consort and your sister. I entrust the investigation of her crimes to you. Yes, Your Majesty, Yun Liyue replied. Emperor Qianyuan rose at once. He still had state affairs to attend and could not linger in the harem. Once he had gone, Yun Liyue crouched and met Yang Chang's eyes. Cheng'er, though you are the crown prince, your mother never intended to burden you with heavy duties. So you need not carry needless pressure nor heap expectations upon yourself to satisfy your father or me. Yang Chang smiled faintly. Mother, I face wind and rain not because of the weight of the title nor to meet anyone's expectations, but because I choose to. To me, to struggle against heaven, against earth, against men is endless delight. Yun Liyue blinked in surprise. Cheng'er, do you truly believe that? Of course, Yang Chang said. For a lamb the pen is comfort, for a tiger cub the pen is torment. Hoopa laughed at his side. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince has inherited the exalted blood of both the Emperor and you. I would call him not a tiger cub but a young dragon. Common creatures fear storm and find it painful. For a young dragon it is quite the opposite. Soaring amid wind and rain is the young dragon's very source of joy. Yun Liyue smiled and shook her head. It seems your mother has underestimated you. Yet I never wished to restrict or bind you. My true intent is that you live according to your heart. If you desire a peaceful, untroubled life, I will spare no effort to ensure it. But if you long to soar, then I will help you. Mother, it is good to have you, Yang Chang murmured. Yun Liyue couldn't help teasing his small nose, then she grew serious. Cheng'er, if you crave the storm, accompany your mother to Zhongsui Palace. If you cannot bear it, tell me at once and withdraw. Yang Chang decisively placed his small hand in Yun Liyue's palm. Before they could depart, a palace maid announced, Your Majesty, the matriarch has come to pay her respects. Mother has come. Yun Liyue asked, her face shifting, then she said, Show her in. A moment later an elderly silver-haired woman entered with slow, deliberate steps. Her coiffure was immaculate, her silver hair swept neatly at the nape, pinned with a jade hairpin. She held a strand of agarwood prayer beads. Every gesture bore the bearing of an old aristocratic house. This was Yun Liyue's mother, Yang Chang's maternal grandmother, Madame Wei, the Duchess of Wei. No one noticed that Yang Chang's gaze had grown deep and somber. In his previous life his princely title had been stripped and his mother cast into the cold palace. The Wei household ought to have fared badly. But the truth was the opposite. The Wei residence remained prosperous. Moreover, Yun Yiru had been exalted by Yang Xiu as the West Palace Empress Dowager, which gave Yang Chang abundant cause for conjecture. Mother, what brings you here? Yun Liyue asked. Madame Wei's expression was cold. With such turmoil in the palace, how could I stay away? She replied. She still held Yang Hong's hand. Her gaze rested on Yang Hong with indulgent fondness, yet when it passed over Yang Chang it was only a perfunctory glance utterly devoid of warmth. It seems Her Majesty is aware of what has happened, Yun Liyue said. His Majesty's secret guards have gone to the Wei residence to search for the Yin Yang soul reviving pill. How could I be ignorant? Madame Wei answered. Empress, your sister has erred, but she is family, why make such a spectacle of it? How will this end if it is inflated so? Madame Wei asked. Yun Liyu's eyes darkened. Mother, do you know what my sister has done? Of course I know, Madame Wei said. That wretch, her mind befogged as if smeared with lard, actually attempted to assassinate Chang'er. She then looked at young Chang. Chang'er, you were wrong today, but rest assured your grandmother will sternly rebuke your aunt and give you justice. Yang Chang blinked as if he did not understand her words. Inside he smiled. How completely Madame Wei's heart was biased. Yun Yiro had hired the Qixia Society to kill him. Had he not been born with innate divine strength, he would already be dead. And Madame Wei's idea of delivering justice was to scold Yun Yiro. Yun Liyu's expression stiffened. Mother, then in your view, how should I deal with her? Find a way to reduce the matter, to turn a great affair into a small one and a small one into nothing, Madame Wei advised. I know you are angry, but punish her privately if you must. Publicly you must not blow the matter up nor shake Iris standing among the consorts. After all, the Emperor has entrusted the investigation to you. Afterwards tell him the affair was the work of the maids around Yiro. She was utterly deceived. Yun Liyue did not flare up at Madame Wei. She spoke calmly instead. Mother, did you and father already know that my sister had taken the Yin Yang soul reviving pill? Of course, Madame Wei said. I was the one who gave her the pill, so you cannot blame her. Blame me instead. If I had not given her the pill, she could not have called upon the Qixia Society and would not have brought about such catastrophe. Hearing this, Yun Liyue could not help but smile. Mother, I know everything. Rest assured I will handle it. That is good. Madame Wei relaxed. You are the Empress and Iris' elder sister, you ought to be broad of heart. Fourth brother. At that moment Yang Cheng suddenly spoke. Madame Wei's words that day irritated him. They would sting his mother even more. Yun Liyue is Madame Wei's daughter. Madame Wei's remarks could well chill her heart. Yang Cheng had no intention of swallowing such an affront. If Madame Wei had made his mother uncomfortable, then he would make Madame Wei uncomfortable in return. Yang Cheng understood that simply taking revenge on Madame Wei herself would accomplish little. Madame Wei dotes on Yang Hong, does she not? Then he would take his aim at Yang Hong, and in doing so unsettle Madame Wei as well. Your Highness, and Yang Hong stared intently at Yang Cheng. And 3 months ago he had been soundly beaten by Yang Cheng, and ever since he had trained relentlessly. He believed his earlier defeat stemmed largely from underestimating the Crown Prince. And now, having taken Yang Cheng seriously and honed his skills for over 3 months, he was certain he could redeem himself. We haven't seen each other in more than 3 months. Since we've met again, why not spar? And Yang Cheng suggested. And truly, and Yang Hong exclaimed, elated. No need for empty words, and Yang Cheng replied. And it's quite proper for you two brothers to exchange techniques. And Madame Wei State Duke smiled. Still, Hanger, you must exercise restraint. Chang'er is the Crown Prince and still but a child. At the time of Yang Heng's previous beating, Yun Yiro, ashamed, had kept it strictly private. And thus Madame Wei State Duke remained entirely unaware. She assumed that a 3-year-old like Yang Hong would effortlessly overpower a 1-year-old infant like Yang Cheng. And moreover, with over 3 months having passed since that earlier humiliation, Yang Heng's confidence had already rebounded significantly. Her reassurance only fortified his certainty. Yet he exercised caution. This time he did not boast as before about letting Yang Cheng use only one hand. Yun Liyue remained silent. After today's conversation, she understood her 1-year-old son more deeply than ever. And though Yang Cheng was barely over a year old, his intellect far surpassed Yang Heng's. Hence she did not believe Yang Cheng would act recklessly or without purpose. Given what had transpired 3 months prior, an uncanny intuition stirred within her that it might well be Yang Hong who would suffer humiliation this time. Yet equally, Yang Cheng's character did not suggest he would challenge Yang Hong without cause. And could Chang'er be avenging me? Yun Liyue silently pondered the truth. At that very moment, Yang Cheng and Yang Hong stood facing each other in the center of the hall. And Your Highness, over these past 3 months I have mastered a martial technique called piercing step fist. I humbly request your guidance. Even as he spoke, Yang Hong launched a punch. And crack. A faint explosive ripple shuddered through the air. His fist moved with blinding speed, arriving before Yang Cheng in the blink of an eye. Madame Wei State Duke's expression shifted instantly. And she had not expected Yang Hong to employ a formal martial technique. Clearly he held nothing back. And how could the Crown Prince, a mere toddler, possibly withstand such force? How utterly reckless of Hanger, this will surely cause trouble, and she thought, inwardly alarmed. And thud. Madame Wei State Duke instinctively shut her eyes. And she imagined that upon opening them she would see Yang Cheng hurled backward by Yang Heng's blow. Yet moments later something felt profoundly wrong. The silence around her was absolute. And compelled, she opened her eyes and froze speechless. Not only she but everyone present stood transfixed. And there in the hall's center, Yang Heng's fist hovered a mere foot from Yang Cheng's forehead. Yet that final foot proved insurmountable. His fist could advance no further, for it had been halted by a soft, plump little hand. Its owner unmistakably was young Chang. All onlookers were left awestruck. And who could have imagined such astonishing strength coiled within that tiny frame? His small hand deflected Yang Hang's strike with effortless grace, his expression unaltered. And clearly resisting Yang Hong demanded no exertion whatsoever. Just how immense was Yang Chang's strength? And moreover, all could distinctly sense that Yang Hong had channeled qi and blood force, while Yang Chang had not. This meant Yang Chang had blocked the blow using pure physical power alone, now revelation that evoked only one phrase in every mind: innate divine strength. And Yang Chang smiled faintly at Yang Hong. Then under Yang Heng's horrified gaze he stepped forward, and in an instant seized Yang Heng's wrist. And without hesitation he swung him overhead and slammed him headlong into the floor. Thud. And Yang Hong was dazed instantly, stars exploding before his eyes. And Madame Wei-State Duke gasped in shock. Hanger and earlier when Yang Hong had thrown his punch she had closed her eyes. Now witnessing Yang Heng's suffering her eyes flew wide open, filled with alarm and urgency. The very moment unfolded precisely as Yun Liyue had anticipated. And indeed this was one of Yang Chang's intended purposes, to demonstrate to Yun Liyue that not only Yun Yiru but the entire Yun family was untrustworthy. Yang Chang did not relent. He seized Yang Hong anew and delivered a swift, merciless thrashing. And this boy had dared deploy a martial technique against him, plainly harboring ill intent. Yang Chang therefore saw no reason to hold back. And within mere breaths Yang Heng's face was swollen and bruised. And stop. Madam, this is your own grandson, how dare you strike him so harshly? And Madame Wei-State Duke cried out, torn between anguish and fear. Yang Chang turned toward her with guileless eyes. Father told me that in martial sparring minor bruises are inevitable. If one cannot endure even such trifling hardship, then perhaps the path of martial cultivation is not for them. When fourth brother employed a martial technique against me just now, grandmother did not intervene. I assumed your view aligned with father's. Was I mistaken? This, and Madame Wei-State Duke faltered, utterly at a loss for words. And the palace attendants of Jinghua Hall observing the scene felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction. Madame Wei-State Duke's partiality was evident to anyone with sight. Yet as the Empress's mother she wore the mantle of filial piety, a weight so profound that even the Empress, exalted as she was, dared not openly rebuke her. They had resigned themselves to enduring humiliation today, yet the Crown Prince had forged an unexpected path by thoroughly defeating Yang Hong. He had unsettled Madame Wei-State Duke and granted them profound catharsis. Yang Chang spared Madame Wei-State Duke no further glance, turning instead to Yang Hong. Fourth brother, do you yield? And Yang Hong shuddered, a chilling echo of events 3 months past flooding his senses. Then too he had been overpowered by Yang Chang, who had asked the same question, do you yield? Knees defiant, replying no. Had invited only fiercer domination. Recalling that terror, Yang Hong trembled anew. And desperate to avoid further torment he stammered, I yield, and for a 3-year-old such a reaction was perfectly natural. The problem, however, lay in contrast. Standing opposite Yang Chang, Yang Hong appeared utterly cowed. And Madame Wei-State Duke's dignified composure visibly cracked. She wished to shield Yang Hong, but equally recoiled at his craven weakness. And Yang Chang grinned, then delivered a light kick to Yang Heng's backside, sending him stumbling back toward Madame Wei-State Duke. Fourth brother, remember well I am the Crown Prince. Henceforth greet me with due respect, else I shall seek you out for another spar. Grandmother, I won't stay here, take me away please. And Yang Hong burst into wails. Na deep psychological scar had formed, he longed only to flee Yang Chang's presence. How useless you are, and Madame Wei-State Duke scolded, furious at his ineptitude, nonly provoking louder, more desperate sobs. And ultimately her grandmotherly heart relented. All right, I'll take you home at once. Before departing she reminded Empress Yun Liyue, your majesty, ensure this matter does not escalate, preserve your sister's imperial concubine rank. Yun Liyue replied with quiet gravity, mother, rest assured, I shall safeguard my sister's rank. How proud I am of my dutiful daughter. And hearing this Madame Wei-State Duke beamed. Once she had departed, the palace attendants of Jinghua Hall gathered eagerly around Yang Chang. His Highness the Crown Prince is truly magnificent, and who would have imagined His Highness possesses innate divine strength, and had status not barred them they would have lifted him aloft in jubilant celebration. Changer, you have great strength. Yun Liyue was equally astonished. Yang Chang replied, mother, I do not know if my strength is great, only that fourth brother's strength is very small. Yang Chang did not hold back. Possessing the system he was destined to become increasingly outstanding. This could not be concealed at all. He also needed to. Yang Chang did not hold back. Possessing the system he was destined to become increasingly outstanding. This could not be concealed at all. He also needed to gradually reveal his edge to avoid appearing too abrupt in the future. Today, by displaying his strength, he intentionally let others know of his innate divine power. Among his many hidden cards, this was the least likely to provoke envy. Moreover, Yang Chang himself was curious about how great his strength truly was. So he used 70% of his power to press down on Yun Liyue's palm. Even so, Yun Liyue was deeply moved. This strength is about 1,000 jin, she said. Hoopa was stunned. 1,000 jin. This meant the crown prince could already lift an ox. Such strength rivaled that of a Hotian peak master. Yet a Hotian peak master needed to channel internal energy to achieve such power. The crown prince, however, possessed innate divine strength. Yang Cheng thought to himself, it seems my maximum pure physical strength is around 1,400 jin. This was still purely physical strength. If he added his internal energy, his power would double. Hoopa, keep this secret. Yunli Us said. Hoopa nodded earnestly. The crown prince was still too young and should not reveal too much brilliance. But regardless, this was a good thing. Yunli Yue and Hoopa were both in high spirits. After a while, Yunli Yu's smile faded. Hoopa prepared the carriage for Zhongsui Palace. A quarter of an hour later, Yunli Yue arrived at the gate of Zhongsui Palace with Yang Cheng. The place was extremely desolate, with withered branches and fallen leaves scattered everywhere. Yunli Yue and Yang Cheng pushed open the door and entered. Sister, have you come to take me out? Yun Yiru exclaimed excitedly. Yunli Yue remained expressionless and glanced at Hoopa. Hoopa understood and walked up to Yun Yiru, slapping her hard across the face. Slap. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on Yun Yiru's left cheek. Covering her face, she said in shock and anger, slave girl, who gave you the audacity to strike me? Hoopa remained expressionless and slapped Yun Yiru left and right. Soon Yun Yiru's head swelled up like a pig's. Consort Xian, Yunli Yue said coldly. Remember, I told you that within the palace you must address me as Empress. If you forget again, I will have Hoopa continue to remind you. Yun Yiru's gaze instantly turned venomous. Empress, I am your younger sister. Are you so ruthless to me that now that you are Empress you no longer care for family bonds? From the moment you harbored murderous intent toward Chang'er, there was no longer any so-called family bond between us. Yunli Yu's eyes were icy. What I am curious about now is why you wanted to kill Chang'er. It seems to offer you no benefit. Even without Chang'er, the position of Crown Prince of Great Zhou would not fall to Hanger. The greatest threat to Yan Cheng's position as Crown Prince was the sixth Prince Yang Xiu. Yang Hong was far behind. Therefore Yunli Yue could not understand. Ha ha ha, you don't understand. I don't understand either. Yun Yiru laughed loudly. We are both daughters of the Yun clan. Why do all the good things in the world fall upon you? You are only 1 year older than me, yet because of that you entered the palace earlier and became Empress. Your son became Crown Prince. Every day I must come to Jinghua Hall to pay respects to you. In the future my son will have to bow and kowtow to your son. I ask you why? Yunli Yue said coldly, so it's because you envy me. You can say that, replied Yun Yiru. But don't be smug. Sooner or later you will fall from your phoenix throne. So what if you are Empress? So what if your son is Crown Prince? Fate is not on your side. You are destined to be stepping stones for others. When that day comes, perhaps you will kneel and beg me. That day will never come, said Yunli Yue. Yun Yiru looked at her with suspicion. What do you mean? His Majesty only confined me to the cold palace. Even if you are Empress, you have no right to kill me. Mother came to see me and I promised her to protect your consort position. Yunli Yue said. Hearing this, a relaxed smile appeared on Yun Yiru's face. Empress, it seems not only can you not kill me, but you must also find a way to secure my status. After all, you are the mother of the nation and you must display your filial piety to the world. When His Majesty appointed you Empress, it was because he heard of your virtuous and filial reputation. Also, I was wrong earlier. Those words were spoken in anger. From now on I will always honor the Empress and I will have Hanger do his utmost to assist the Crown Prince. Before she could finish, with a single thrust Yunli Yue drew the sword from Hupo's waist and pierced Yun Yiru's heart decisively. Yun Yiru's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yunli Yue. Chang'er, since you choose to soar amidst storms, your mother will teach you your first lesson in life and dealings: be decisive and do not let external factors sway you. Yunli Yue said coldly. As she spoke, she pulled the sword back. A torrent of blood gushed from Yun Yiru's chest. She instinctively clutched her wound and glared at Yunli Yue. You dare kill me? Yunli Yue, aren't you afraid of angering His Majesty? His Majesty may be angry, but not enough to depose me as Empress for your sake. Yunli Yue said. And the Yun clan, after losing you, no matter how dissatisfied they are with me, will only fawn over me even more from now on. Hearing this, Yang Cheng realized how profound Yunli Yu's wisdom was. No wonder she had managed to secure his position as Crown Prince for 15 years despite his incompetence in his past life. But did Yun Yiru really die just like that? Yang Cheng felt a sense of unreality. In his past life 500 years later, Yun Yiru was the lofty Empress Dowager Shi. But now she had died so insignificantly. Yet why was the system not reacting? Thinking of this, Yang Cheng's mind stirred. He reached out to take Yun Liyu's hand and touched the sword she had used to kill Yun Yiru. Almost simultaneously. Ding! Host, together with your mother Yun Liyue, you have slain Empress Dowager Shi Yun Yiru by an astonishing method. For this achievement mission the host has been rated as glorious. Reward adjusted to 1 tael of Supreme Earth Spirit Nectar. Does the host choose to claim the reward? Yang Cheng chose not to claim it. His heart was already surging with excitement. Supreme Earth Spirit Nectar, he could hardly wait. In his past life of 500 years he had never obtained anything so precious. Hupa issue an order. Consort Xian died due to a cultivation mishap from Qi deviation. Request His Majesty to posthumously grant her the title Consort Day. Yun Liyue said coldly. Killing Yun Yiru would certainly have negative repercussions, perhaps even displeasing His Majesty. But in Yun Liyue's view, leaving Yun Yiru alive would only pose a threat to Yang Cheng. Compared to that, the negative impact of killing Yun Yiru was negligible. She had not become empress through Emperor Qianyuan's favor. Throughout history few emperors had appointed empresses based on personal affection. Emperor Qianyuan had made her empress to win over the Yun clan. As long as the Yun clan stood, her position as empress was as unshakable as a sacred mountain. Meanwhile, as long as she was empress, the Yun clan had to treat her with utmost respect. Yun Yiru had failed to understand this. After her scheme was exposed, she still dared to provoke her. That was a death wish. When news of Yun Yiru's death spread, the entire palace shook as if hit by a great earthquake. Did noble consort Yun Yiru actually die? Within the palace everyone who heard the news was struck with shock. Despite the empress announcement that Yun Yiru succumbed to madness, few believed this claim. After all, just yesterday many had seen Yun Yiru knowing she was in good health. Moreover, His Majesty had just consigned Yun Yiru to the cold palace. It was too coincidental for her to die from madness just moments later. Furthermore, many had seen the empress visiting the cold palace before Yun Yiru's death. This led to an easy conclusion: Yun Yiru was murdered by the empress. Instantly an icy chill swept through the harem, filled with fear of the empress. After all, she was noble consort Xian, the fourth-ranked consort in the palace. The empress was also the sister of the empress. Such a figure could kill at will, showing no mercy whatsoever. This demonstrated how tyrannical and ruthless the empress was. In Zhaoyan Hall, noble consort Shuang suddenly gasped. In her memory, the empress Yun Liyue had always been gentle and serene. Having battled Yun Liyue for years, she had never seen her display anger. This had led her to believe that Yun Liyue's character was soft. Yet the empress had unexpectedly committed such a cruel act in silence. She had also heard about Yun Yiru's plan to have the crown prince assassinated. Upon hearing this news, she knew Yun Yiru was trying to curry favor with her and Yang Xiu. Thus when Yun Yiru was sent to the cold palace, she was quick to pay attention. Initially she thought that the assassination attempt on the crown prince would conclude with that. She had been planning to rescue Yun Yiru from the cold palace at some point. Little did she expect the empress to act so swiftly and coldly. Yun Yiru had barely been in the cold palace for half a day before the empress killed her. She's gone mad, she must be mad, someone exclaimed. Not long ago the wife of Duke Wei even entered the palace urging her to spare Yun Yiru. This is not just an act of disobedience, it's a slap in the face to His Majesty. I must go to Ningxiu Palace and report all of this to the Empress Dowager, noble consort Zhuang said, her eyes filled with a mixture of panic and excitement. She considered this a good opportunity to strike against Yun Liyue, perhaps even pulling her down from her position. A quarter of an hour later. Ningxiu Palace. The residence of Empress Dowager Meng. Empress Dowager Meng was an absolute legendary figure. 37 years ago the late emperor was killed by a poison arrow from northern Yan during his expedition. The Great Zhou fell into turmoil. In a moment of crisis, Empress Dowager Meng stepped forward, stabilizing the political situation. She then governed Great Zhou for 17 years before returning power to Emperor Qianyuan 20 years ago. From the moment Yang Cheng and Yang Xiu were born, Empress Dowager Meng's attitude towards them had differed. She was indifferent and distant towards Yang Cheng, yet quite fond of Yang Xiu. In the Ningxiu Palace garden, Empress Dowager noble consort Zhuang has arrived, said Granny Gue. Let her in, Empress Dowager Meng replied while trimming the branches. As soon as noble consort Zhuang entered, she cried, Empress Dowager, you must uphold justice for noble consort Xian. The empress is lawless, even going so far as to kill her own sister. What a cold-blooded and heartless act. She was accompanied by Yang Xiu, knowing how much Empress Dowager Meng favored him, believing that with him present the Empress Dowager would lean more towards her. Empress Dowager Meng's expression hardened. You are a noble consort, after all you should maintain your dignity. This weeping and wailing is unbecoming. Noble consort Zhuang immediately lowered her voice, saying, Empress Dowager, it's not that I want to act this way, I am truly frightened. If the Empress dares to kill noble consort Xian today, will she not dare to kill me or even show her tomorrow? Empress Dowager Meng's expression darkened. Granny Gui, go fetch His Majesty and the Empress. Granny Gui immediately took her leave. Xiao, come here. Empress Dowager Meng looked kindly at Yang Xiao. Grandmother, let me massage your back, Yang Xiao said, knowing how to please others. Empress Dowager Meng beamed with delight upon hearing this. In Ningxiu Palace there was another person, Princess Changle. At this moment she was utterly shocked. How could this be? How could noble consort Xian die? A year ago she received the ancient inheritance from the heavenly mechanism pavilion. By sacrificing half of her life force into the heavenly mechanism divine stone, she was able to glimpse the future for the next 500 years. Through the visions of the future she knew that Yang Xiao was the destined child. Initially she had her doubts. However, everything that had happened over the past year aligned perfectly with what she had seen. This left her with no doubts. Little did she expect such a turn of events today. Clearly in her visions, noble consort Yunyiru was destined to become the Western Empress Dowager of Great Zhou. Yet now Yunyiru had actually died. This was the second time she encountered a discrepancy between reality and her foresight. The first time was when the crown prince was turned into a cripple by the Mijua divine water. This made Princess Changle feel a sense of unease. After all, her ability to predict the future was her foundation for survival. Perhaps it is the butterfly effect caused by my constant interference in the future, she soon reassured herself. As Princess Changle pondered, a commotion erupted outside. The Emperor and Empress had arrived. The two soon stepped into Ningxiu Palace. The Crown Prince followed closely behind them. Your Majesty, noble consort Zhuan eagerly said, you just consigned noble consort Xian to the cold palace clearly to protect her life. Yet the Empress acted immediately to kill noble consort Xian, which is clearly a blatant provocation against the imperial decree. I implore your Majesty to punish the Empress and not allow her to continue her mistakes. Emperor Qian Yuan frowned and said, noble consort Zhuan, do not speak recklessly. Noble consort Yero died from madness and the Empress has even requested to posthumously honor her as Defei. Noble consort Zhuan was incensed. Your Majesty, you believe such words? You are the Emperor, how can you let a woman fool you? Silence. Emperor Qian Yuan shouted coldly, the Empress' reputation is not something you can tarnish. Noble consort Zhuan was both shocked and angry, yet also somewhat fearful, standing there in a daze. It is you who should be silent. Empress Dowager Meng's voice rang out. She looked at Emperor Qian Yuan with a commanding gaze. He hesitated slightly but chose to remain silent. He was the ruler of a nation, yet Empress Dowager Meng was his mother. Noble consort Zhuang is not wrong, you are the emperor, you cannot let the women of the harem deceive you. Empress Dowager Meng said coldly. Grandmother, I believe father is a wise ruler and will not be deceived by anyone. Yang Xiao seized the opportunity to speak well of Emperor Qian Yuan. Empress Dowager Meng, hearing this, affectionately said, Xiao is still the most sensible. Her attitude towards Yang Xiao was clearly more doting than towards her own son Emperor Qian Yuan. At this time Granny Gui brought a large chair for Empress Dowager Meng. She sat down and even picked up Yang Xiao, allowing him to sit with her on the same chair. This scene caused the Empress and her party to reveal worried expressions. Empress Dowager Meng's high status meant her affection for Yang Xiao was undoubtedly not a good thing for the Empress and the Crown Prince. Empress Dowager Meng then looked at Yun Liyue. Empress, do not try to use madness as a pretext to mislead me, tell me honestly what happened. Empress Yun Liyue replied calmly, Empress Dowager, noble consort Yiru truly succumbed to madness. Nonsense, how could concubine Xian possibly fall into demonic ways? Zhuang Guifei sneered immediately. Yun Liyue said concubine Xian failed to assassinate the Crown Prince, and with guilt and fear intertwined in her heart it is quite normal for her to fall into demonic ways. I have said do not use such words to deceive me. Empress Dowager Meng said coldly, concubine Xian is your sister and the Emperor has already punished her. As the Empress, how can you bear to be harsh on her again? In this manner, are you not afraid of the world saying that you the Empress lack virtue? Yun Liyue looked up at her. Empress Dowager Chang'er was nearly killed in the assassination and concubine Xian has only been sent to the cold palace. Can we simply gloss over that? Empress Dowager, your Majesty, you hear this? The Empress' words are clearly a dissatisfaction with your Majesty's decision. Zhuang Guifei remarked, now the matter is very clear, concubine Xian was killed by the Empress. Yun Liyue did not look at Zhuang Guifei but continued to gaze at Empress Dowager Meng. Empress Dowager, I am the Empress. Chang'er is the Crown Prince. Looking at Zhuang Guifei's demeanor, it seems as if she is the Empress. Empress Dowager Meng slammed her teacup heavily onto the table, her voice cold. Kneel. Yun Liyue was taken aback. Empress Dowager Meng's expression was emotionless. What? Do you the Empress no longer regard this old woman as worthy of your attention? Yun Liyue's body involuntarily tensed. Mother. Emperor Qianyuan hurriedly said, Yuer was just a bit anxious, she meant no disrespect to you. If you speak again, kneel as well. Empress Dowager Meng said icily. Emperor Qianyuan's expression changed. Your imperial grandmother, as the ancients say, debts owed by the father are repaid by the son, and if the mother errs the child bears the burden. At that moment a tender voice rang out, if your imperial grandmother is angry I am willing to be punished for father and mother. Whoosh. The surrounding people unanimously turned to look at the little figure beside Yun Li Yue. The speaker was none other than Yang Chang. Empress Dowager Meng's expression grew stern and she said harshly, Crown Prince, are you dissatisfied with what I said? Yang Chang looked at Empress Dowager Meng with sincere eyes filled with admiration. Your imperial grandmother is the best imperial grandmother in the world. In my heart I hold nothing but respect and love for you with no dissatisfaction whatsoever. In his heart he silently added, your imperial grandmother, I have finally seen you again. His feelings towards Empress Dowager Meng were extremely complex. In the past life everyone believed that Empress Dowager Meng favored Yang Xiu and was excessively strict towards Yang Chang. No one thought that Empress Dowager Meng cared only for Yang Xiu with no regard for Yang Chang. Yang Chang initially thought so too. Especially when he was deposed from the crown prince position, Empress Dowager Meng never said anything. He grew to harbor resentment towards her. However, when Yang Xiu sought to ascend to the throne, Empress Dowager Meng, one of his greatest supporters, unexpectedly instigated a grand storm to topple Yang Xiu. Moreover, Empress Dowager Meng not only sought to topple Yang Xiu but also wanted to welcome him back to the imperial capital to become emperor. Unfortunately, by that time Yang Xiu had become too powerful. Empress Dowager Meng's actions failed and she was also punished by Yang Xiu. At that time she was different from Yang Yuan and Yun Li Yue. Yang Yuan was under house arrest. Yun Li Yue was sent to the cold palace while Empress Dowager Meng still held tremendous power and influence. This led to a more tragic end for Empress Dowager Meng. Yang Xiu clearly hated her betrayal immensely. Empress Dowager Meng was soul extracted by Yang Xiu and perished after being burned for 14 days. It was precisely because of this that Yang Chang realized he might have misjudged Empress Dowager Meng. Yet even in his past life until her death he never truly understood her or what her stance was. After all, her earlier favoritism towards Yang Xiu and support was genuine. Ding! The voice of the system suddenly rang out. The host unexpectedly encountered the corpse of Empress Dowager Meng in the capital of the Great Zhou. This is quite rare. 400 years ago Empress Dowager Meng died due to obstructing Yang Xiu's ascension, becoming a significant regret in the host's heart. Since the host was young, Empress Dowager Meng had been harsh towards the host and favored Yang Xiu even more so after the host became a waste. The host was initially in despair regarding Empress Dowager Meng but unexpectedly encountered a life and death crisis shortly after cultivating the Asura Demon body and was saved by a group of mysterious individuals. After some secret investigation the host discovered that this group of mysterious people was actually sent by Empress Dowager Meng. Empress Dowager Meng's attitude towards the host may have deeper implications. This is one of the host's mental knots and involves an opportunity that is very important to the host. Due to Empress Dowager Meng's unique cultivation method, even in death remnants of her soul remain, the host is tasked with reviving Empress Dowager Meng. Note this task is extraordinarily difficult, granting the host a 7-year deadline. Task reward: divine ability, shortened distances. Yang Chang was momentarily stunned. He did not expect the system to issue a task related to his imperial grandmother. This task, placed 500 years in his past life, was indeed of astronomical difficulty. After all, how difficult is it to revive a person? However, now Yang Chang looked towards his imperial grandmother above. Clearly his imperial grandmother was right there. Why hadn't the system's task been completed? Indeed, in the system's understanding his imperial grandmother was already dead and the imperial grandmother before him was merely a corpse. So how could he make the system recognize his imperial grandmother as alive? At that moment, hearing Yang Chang's words, Empress Dowager Meng fell silent for a moment, then spoke even more sternly. Sweet words and flattery, who taught you this? Yang Chang said in confusion, your imperial grandmother has always told me that although you are particularly strict with me, it is because you love me deeply and hold me to a high standard. Isn't that so? His words were partly his own inner speculation and partly a test of Empress Dowager Meng. Empress Dowager Meng's expression visibly softened and even her glance towards Yun Li Yue revealed a hint of appreciation. Yun Li Yue was internally shocked. She had never said such words to Yang Chang. But she quickly realized that Yang Chang's response was exceptionally perfect, benefiting both himself and her greatly. Moreover, as she was the empress, she was able to maintain a facade. Thus her face remained impassive, seemingly acknowledging Yang Chang's words. Then you tell me, why did I make your mother kneel? Empress Dowager Meng asked. Yang Chang, more bewildered, shook his head. I do not know, but your imperial grandmother must have her good intentions in doing so. Empress Dowager Meng's expression grew even graver. Empress, it seems that my request for you to kneel was already lenient. Emperor Qianyuan's expression, however, shifted slightly. In understanding Empress Dowager Meng, no one could compare to him. After all, he was also trained by her. When Empress Dowager Meng is particularly severe with someone, it often does not denote dislike but rather signifies greater importance. Was Empress Dowager Meng quite satisfied with Chang'er? Yun Liyue did not understand these matters. Hearing Empress Dowager Meng's words, she bit her crimson lips tightly. However, Empress Dowager Meng seemed unconcerned with her feelings, looking again at Yang Chang and said sternly, "Crown Prince, since you say you will bear the punishment for your mother, then extend your hand." Yang Chang obediently extended his small hand. "Gue Momo, the ruler's ruler," Empress Dowager Meng said coldly. Gue Momo immediately retrieved a ruler from the nearby wall and handed it to Empress Dowager Meng. Yang Xiu smiled upon seeing this. He had visited Ningxiu Palace many times and knew that a ruler had long been hung here. But he had never been subjected to its punishment. Now it seemed that this ruler was specially prepared for the Crown Prince. It showed that the imperial grandmother still cared for him. Usually she wouldn't even spare a harsh word for him. Empress Dowager Meng took the ruler without a hint of mercy and struck Yang Chang's palm heavily. The force was aimed at an ordinary infant. But now Yang Chang possessed innate strength and this force was nothing to him. Others, however, felt their hearts tighten, thinking it was rather excessive for Empress Dowager Meng to strike a one-year-old infant so harshly. "Crown Prince, I ask you, does it hurt?" Empress Dowager Meng inquired. "It hurts," Yang Chang said reluctantly. He certainly wouldn't admit to not feeling pain. Only by claiming it hurt could he evoke the old man's sympathy. Yet deep down he felt a surge of joy. After the Empress Dowager punished him, the system finally acknowledged that the Empress Dowager was indeed alive. After all, a mere remnant soul could speak but could never strike someone with a ruler. The miraculous revival of Empress Dowager Meng. What astonishing and earth-shattering means did the host employ? Congratulations to the host for transforming decay into the miraculous reviving Empress Dowager Meng, successfully completing this epic task. The divine ability Shrink the Earth to an Inch has been issued. Will the host accept it? Not yet. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, tears gleamed in Yang Chang's eyes, making him appear even more pitiable in the eyes of others. "Then do you want to continue to take punishment on behalf of your mother?" Empress Dowager Meng sneered. Yang Chang did not hesitate. "What I said is as firm as a nail." All right. Empress Dowager Meng seemed to be both angry and amused, striking Yang Chang's palm 3 times. "Mother!" Yun Liyue could no longer contain herself, her eyes reddening as she said, "If you want to punish someone, punish me. Why go against Chang'er? Are you challenging me?" Empress Dowager Meng said coldly. This time Yun Liyue did not back down. "Mother, you are the Empress Dowager, but I am also the Empress." Empress Dowager Meng glanced at her sideways. "Aren't you afraid of provoking me? What if your position as Empress is put at risk?" Yun Liyue replied with poise, "Mother, I am legally wedded to His Majesty, having gone through the grand ceremonies and made offerings at the ancestral shrine. I am formally recognized as the Empress. I have always held great respect for you, Mother. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, I can change, but this position as Empress even you cannot easily dismiss." Seeing the confrontation between Empress Dowager Meng and Yun Liyue, Consort Zhuan was overjoyed. She wished for nothing more than for Yun Liyue to be in this position, which would then lead to Empress Dowager Meng's disdain. It would be a great advantage for her. Emperor Qian Yuan, upon witnessing the situation, also became flustered and hurriedly spoke. "Mother, you have cultivated yourself for many years. Why let such trivial matters affect your mood? Why not let me handle today's affairs? Leave it to you to handle." Empress Dowager Meng snorted coldly. "Emperor, you are a wise ruler and have no problem dealing with court matters, but when it comes to these harem affairs you are just as muddled." Consort Zhuan, full of joy, pretended to be sorrowful and said, "Your Majesty, today the Empress has gone too far. Please do not stop the Empress Dowager." Yang Xiu was equally happy. He comfortably sat next to Empress Dowager Meng while Yang Chang knelt before her, being punished with the ruler. This stark contrast brought him great satisfaction. "Grandma Gue, take the others out. The Emperor, Empress and the Crown Prince will stay," Empress Dowager Meng stated. Upon hearing this, Consort Zhuan's expression stiffened unwillingly, saying, "Mother, leave." Empress Dowager Meng was unyielding. As she spoke, she lifted Yang Xiu from the chair. "Sure, you should also go out with your mother." Yang Xiu felt displeased. However, he had always maintained the persona of a well-behaved and understanding child in front of Empress Dowager Meng. Thus, even though he was unhappy, he could only endure it and obediently follow Consort Zhuan out. Not long after, only Empress Dowager Meng, Emperor Qian Yuan, Yun Liyue and Yang Chang remained in the Ningxiu Palace garden. "Empress, since Chang'er has taken punishment on your behalf, you need not kneel anymore, just stand properly." Empress Dowager Meng huffed at this point. "Do you still not know where you went wrong?" Emperor Qian Yuan said, "Mother, I will certainly reprimand the Empress properly. Don't try to gloss over it here." Empress Dowager Meng replied, "Do you think you are beyond reproach? She has erred and you have also erred. Emperor Qian Yuan smiled awkwardly. Let's talk about the Empress first. Empress Dowager Meng continued, as the Empress, you should maintain a reputation for wisdom, otherwise how will future historians write about you? I have high hopes for you, not expecting you to become an eternal Empress, but at least you shouldn't fall too short, right? Yet this is how you repay me. Yun Liyue was taken aback. Consort Xian deserves death for attempting to assassinate the Crown Prince. Empress Dowager Meng said, but if you wanted to kill her there were many ways to clear your name. If it came to it, I could have intervened. Yet you chose to personally go to Zhongshui Palace to kill her, allowing the world to label you as unvirtuous. Yun Liyue and Emperor Qian Yuan both widened their eyes. Yang Chang was equally shocked. Bang! The previously stubborn Yun Liyue knelt down on the spot, ashamed, saying, Mother, it was my fault. And you? Empress Dowager Meng turned to reprimand Emperor Qian Yuan. Consort Xian is utterly irredeemable, colluding with the 7 killers to assassinate the Crown Prince. You should have killed her from the start. In doing so, the Empress would not have to bear the burden of being the villain. Instead, you cast Consort Xian into the cold palace, leaving a huge hidden danger. Emperor, you tell me, are you not muddled? Emperor Qian Yuan lamented, Mother, I was completely confused. He had previously felt some blame towards Yun Liyue, thinking she was too ruthless even towards her own sister. It was only after Empress Dowager Meng's reminder that he realized the fault lay with him. Had he directly killed Consort Xian, Yun Liyue would not have had to become such a villain. Thus it was not that Yun Liyue was too cruel, but rather he had forced her into this position. Everything Yun Liyue did was for their shared son. In comparison, as a father, he was utterly inadequate. Moreover, Empress Dowager Meng said the time after the initiation of martial arts is extremely precious. Chang'er should be seizing every moment right now. As his parents, you should not only neglect him but also bring him to such a chaotic situation. The matter of Consort Xian has nothing to do with him, it will only waste his time in martial arts training. Empress, I have said before that making you kneel was lenient, do you now concede? Yun Liyue felt increasingly guilty. Mother, I acknowledge my guilt. At this moment she began to vaguely comprehend some things. Empress Dowager Meng's attitude towards Yang Chang imposing extremely strict requirements. Previously Yun Liyue had been very dissatisfied with this. Now in contrast, she was incredibly harsh on Yang Chang, imposing extremely strict requirements. Previously Yun Liyue had been very dissatisfied with this. Now she suddenly realized an issue: Yang Chang and Yang Xiu's identities were inherently different. Yang Chang was the crown prince while Yang Xiu was a royal prince. Empress Dowager Meng's strictness towards Yang Chang may have been treating him with the standards of a crown prince. As for Yang Xiu's favoritism, perhaps in Empress Dowager Meng's eyes Yang Xiu need not bear the responsibilities of a crown prince. So who Empress Dowager Meng truly valued in her heart seemed to be open for discussion. Crown Prince, today I have given you a minor lesson. Empress Dowager Meng spoke sternly, but if you dare to neglect your martial arts training in the future, the punishment you receive then will not be just a few strikes. Grandma, I will certainly be strict with myself. Yang Chang said earnestly. A trace of softness flashed deep in Empress Dowager Meng's eyes, though her expression remained stern. All right, you all may leave now. She seemed somewhat impatient. As for the posthumous title of Consort Xian as De Fei Empress, you need not involve yourself. I will issue a decree in my name, then Emperor, you can supplement with a holy edict. Yes, Mother. Emperor Qian Yuan replied sincerely. Once the three retreated to the garden door, Empress Dowager Meng said, Empress, you displayed the dignity of a national mother today. Continue to strive forward. Previously steadfast Yun Liyue felt her eyes well up as she heard this, nearly moved to tears. Once the three stepped out, they found Consort Zhuang waiting outside, watching eagerly. Seeing Yun Liyue's eyes glistening with unshed tears as though she had suffered tremendous grievances, Consort Zhuang's face immediately lit up with joy. Then she pretended to comfort, Sister, no matter what Mother says, it is for your own good. In the future be sure not to act impulsively as you did today. Yun Liyue shot her a glance. Consort Zhuang, I see your face is filled with delight, as if you wish for misfortune to befall me. Sister, you have misunderstood me. At this moment Granny Gui emerged from the Ningshou Palace stating, the Empress Dowager has issued a decree. It is with great sorrow that I announce the passing of Xian Fei Yunjiro, who due to her unfortunate practice succumbed to demonic deviation. In memory of her virtuous conduct and past efforts, she is posthumously honored as De Fei. What? Zhuang Guifei was taken aback. Granny Gui, the Empress Dowager, has not had this matter thoroughly investigated. How can she hastily conclude that Sister Xian Fei died from demonic deviation? Granny Gui's gaze was frosty as she fixed her eyes on Zhuang Guifei. Your Highness, are you questioning the decree of the Empress Dowager? Zhuang Guifei felt a chill in her heart and quickly replied, I mean no such thing, Granny, you have misunderstood me. At this moment her heart felt as if it were under a heavy cloud. The prior glimmer of hope and joy seemed to have been abruptly extinguished, leaving only a biting coldness. This decree from the Empress Dowager was akin to endorsing the Queen's stance. She had thought that Xian Fei's death was a favorable card to play against the queen. Even if she could not depose the queen, it would at least cause the queen's prestige to plummet, losing the favor of both the emperor and the empress dowager. However, she never expected that this card would be rendered useless before it could even play its role. Xian Fei, you truly are useless. Even in death you have failed to deliver any value. Zhuang Guifei cursed inwardly. Soon after, Emperor Qian Yuan also issued a decree which was nearly identical to the Empress Dowager's. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor openly expressed their support for the Queen. Thus Xian Fei's death was officially categorized. The more Zhuang Guifei thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. What sorcery has the Queen employed to make the Empress Dowager issue such a decree? What she cared about most was not Xian Fei's death. The more Zhuang Guifei thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. What sorcery has the Queen employed to make the Empress Dowager issue such a decree? What she cared about most was not Xian Fei's death. It was rather the implications behind this matter. Did the Empress Dowager's actions signify a shift in her attitude towards the Queen and the Crown Prince? Would Yang Xiu perhaps lose the Empress Dowager's favor from now on? Your Highness, why not take the 6th Prince to Ningxiu Palace to probe the Empress Dowager's stance, suggested Zhuang Guifei's chief maid. You make a valid point, Zhuang Guifei replied, feeling a surge of impatience. Just then, as evening meal approached, she took Yang Xiu to pay a visit to the Empress Dowager. To her surprise, the visit went smoothly. The Empress Dowager did not reprimand Zhuang Guifei but instead invited her and Yang Xiu in to dine together. During the meal, the Empress Dowager's affection for Yang Xiu remained unwavering. Upon witnessing this, the heavy stone in Zhuang Guifei's heart finally fell. As long as the Empress Dowager continued to dote on Yang Xiu, then all other issues would pale in comparison. Late into the night, Yang Chang was filled with anticipation. Supreme Earth Spirit Milk, claim your reward. A small orb of white amber-like liquid appeared in midair. This liquid was enveloped by the air and its aura did not leak out. Yang Chang inhaled deeply and the orb of liquid entered his mouth. With a rush, this white liquid transformed into a torrent of energy surging within him. Fortunately, Yang Chang possessed innate divine strength and his physical body was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Additionally, though Supreme Earth Spirit Milk contained astonishing energy, its nature was gentle. Otherwise he would not have been able to withstand such an energy impact. The Great Qi breathing technique began to operate wildly. In the blink of an eye, the surging energy was absorbed by Yang Chang at an astonishing speed. Thankfully, the Great Qi breathing technique was mysterious and possessed the ability to consolidate his breath. Otherwise, Yang Chang would surely release a strong fluctuation of vital energy, alarming others. Between the acquired realm and the innate realm lay a vast chasm. Normally, this chasm is incredibly challenging to cross. It often takes years of painstaking effort for ordinary people to accumulate enough before achieving a breakthrough. However, the energy contained in Supreme Earth Spirit Milk was too immense. In just half an hour, the chasm of Yang Chang's realm was forcibly filled. The acquired realm cultivates the physical body and blood essence using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance one's blood essence. When the blood essence is strengthened to its limit and cannot be enhanced any further, the next step is to refine essence into qi. Once the power of the blood essence is refined into innate true qi, one steps into the innate realm. At this moment, within Yang Chang's blood essence, a stream of black qi was born. This black qi was Yang Chang's innate true qi. Yang Chang was stunned. Black true qi. In his past life he cultivated for 500 years and had seen all kinds of true qi, but he had never encountered black true qi. However, he recalled that the breathing technique he practiced was the Great Qi breathing technique, which could accommodate any attribute and was essentially devoid of any specific attribute. Thus his true qi could also be considered attributeless. The attributeless true qi being black seemed to make sense. Of course, such true qi could not be displayed externally. The Great Qi breathing technique was no ordinary matter. For the prodigies of the myriad realms in his past life, this was a legendary and lost breathing technique. If anyone were to find out that he practiced the Great Qi breathing technique, no one could guarantee his safety. Fortunately, Yang Chang also practiced the Tai Sui breathing technique. With a slight shift of his mind, the black true qi quickly transformed into a light blue true qi. This was precisely the color of Tai Sui true qi. Yang Chang increasingly felt the abnormality of the Great Qi breathing technique. It could absorb spiritual energy of any attribute, and now that he had cultivated true qi, it seemed capable of freely transforming into other attributes of true qi. And Yang Chang's enhancement had not yet stopped. In the early innate stage, the amount of true qi was generally below 100. After another quarter of an hour, Yang Chang's true qi count surpassed 100. By the time dawn broke, the energy from the Supreme Earth Spirit Milk had finally been completely consumed. Yang Chang's total amount of true qi had reached 1000. This was the late innate stage. Becoming a late innate warrior at just 1 year old would surely cause a stir throughout the world. Yang Chang clearly had no interest in drawing such attention. After all, it brought him no benefits. Subsequently Yang Cheng quietly recited, "Divine ability shrink the ground to an inch, claim your reward." This reward came at just the right moment. To activate this divine ability one must possess true chi within. If Yang Cheng had not yet stepped into the innate realm, even if he obtained this divine ability he could only sigh in vain, unable to deploy it. Yang Cheng was very curious about this divine ability. However, to avoid alarming others he could only suppress his curiosity for the time being and refrain from attempting it easily. He would wait for a suitable opportunity in the future to explore it further. Despite not sleeping all night thanks to stepping into the innate realm, Yang Cheng still felt energetic and full of vitality. Lying on the bed and unable to sleep, Yang Cheng simply got up. He leaped out of his crib and began to play with a wooden sword. "Your Highness, have you risen?" A palace maid, noticing the commotion, rushed in. "Do not mind me." Yang Cheng continued to play with the wooden sword. To others he appeared as a child swinging a sword without any form. In reality he was quietly sensing his innate sword intent. Shortly after, Yun Liu also got up. Seeing Yang Cheng lively and playing with the wooden sword, she smiled indulgently and chose not to disturb him. It was not until breakfast began that Yun Liu picked Yang Cheng up. Just as the mother and son were about to have their meal, a familiar figure came to pay their respects to Yun Liu. It was none other than the wife of Duke Wei. The wife's face was extremely grim and her eyes clearly radiated fury. "Empress, can you still eat?" Upon entering, the wife of Duke Wei immediately began to scold. Yun Liu replied calmly, "Mother, I am also saddened by my sister's death, but I believe that if she has a spirit in heaven she would surely wish to see us all live well." You will drive me to my death." The wife of Duke Wei exclaimed in anger. "Empress, have you forgotten what you promised me yesterday?" "Of course I haven't forgotten," Yun Liu said. "I have guaranteed you that I would protect my sister's position as a consort. Now not only has her position been preserved, but she has also been promoted to Defei. You should be pleased, mother." The wife of the Duke of Wei widened her eyes. Clearly she did not expect Yun Liu to say such words. Regaining her senses, the wife of the Duke of Wei exclaimed in shock and anger, "I had vaguely heard rumors that your sister did not die from being possessed but was actually killed by you." Yun Liu interrupted her without hesitation. "It is meaningless to argue about this now. Does the Yun family still intend to take revenge on me? In the past the Yin family had two options in the palace, but now that my sister is dead they have no choice but to support me." The wife of the Duke of Wei's face twisted, glaring at Yun Liu. "You have such a venomous heart." Yun Liu showed no signs of guilt. Instead she looked down coldly at the wife of the Duke of Wei. "Mother, go back and tell the elders of the Yun family not to have any more nonsensical thoughts. As long as I and the Crown Prince are well, the Yun family will be well. Otherwise the only outcome for both sides will be mutual destruction." The wife of the Duke of Wei initially entered the palace to question Yun Liu. However, at this moment, being looked down upon by Yun Liu, an involuntary chill surged within her. It was only at this moment that the wife of the Duke of Wei seemed to realize that the person before her was no longer just her daughter but the Empress of Zhou. "Empress, do not blame your mother. It is probably your sister's death that caused me too much grief, leading to my loss of composure." The wife of the Duke of Wei forced a smile on her face. "How could I blame mother?" Yun Liu replied, "Since you are here today, why not stay for lunch with your daughter?" "No need." The wife of the Duke of Wei said, "The elders of the Yun family are still waiting for my response. I must return." Sitting in front of Yun Liu, she felt as if sitting on pins and needles, reluctant to stay any longer. Watching her back, Yun Liu's gaze was indifferent. Clearly regarding Yin Yiruo's death, the wife of the Duke of Wei felt some sadness, but not much. The wife of the Duke of Wei was undoubtedly more concerned about her own interests. Fortunately she had already seen through this, so there was not much discomfort in her heart. On the other side, after leaving the Jinghua Hall for a short while, the wife of the Duke of Wei saw a luxurious palanquin on the palace road. "What is that?" The wife of the Duke of Wei could not help but ask a nearby palace maid. The maid replied honestly, "That is the master of Xian Yuan Temple." The master of Xian Yuan Temple. How could she come to the palace? Xian Yuan Temple is a power in the eastern wilderness that is not affiliated with any country. The temple master Li Wuzhen is extraordinarily talented and reached the pinnacle of martial sage after 50 years of cultivation. It is said that Master Li heard about the sixth prince comprehending sword intent at the age of 1 and intends to take him as a disciple, which is why she has come to Zhou. The maid said, when His Majesty learned of this, he also talented and reached the pinnacle of martial sage after 50 years of cultivation. It is said that Master Li heard about the sixth prince comprehending sword intent. She knew that the crown prince had been taken as a disciple by Lady Chang. However, Lady Chang was mysterious and her background was unclear. Master Li, on the other hand, was a truly renowned figure in the world. The fact that the sixth prince was valued by such a person showed just how great his potential was. Half an hour later, the wife of the Duke of Wei returned to the Duke of Wei's residence. In the main hall of the residence, several elders of the Yun family were already waiting. The Duke of Wei had been bedridden for many years and had not participated in discussions. Sister-in-law, what did the Empress say? The Duke of Wei's cousin Yun Tingfeng asked. The wife of the Duke of Wei recounted what happened today. This is outrageous. To kill one's own sister, how can such a person be fit to be the mother of a nation? She is relying on the fact that our Yun family would not dare to confront her, which is why she is so fearless. The elders of the Yun family were filled with righteous indignation. Do we dare to confront her? Yun Tingfeng sneered. Everyone present fell silent. When Yun Yiro was still alive, they did not dare to confront Yun Liu and could only engage in some small schemes behind the scenes. Now that Yun Yiro is dead, they are even less daring to offend Yun Liu. At this time, the wife of the Duke of Wei mentioned that Li Wuzhen wanted to take Yang Xiu as a disciple. We already know about this matter. Yun Tingfeng said, you all know the abilities of Princess Chanlu. Over the past year, almost everything she predicted has come true. She said Yang Xiu is the child of destiny, and coupled with Yang Xiu's outstanding performance, we must take this seriously. However, we cannot provoke Yun Liu now, we must be more discreet in our future dealings. Meanwhile, Yang Chang had taken the palanquin to Qiushui Garden. Following the previous assassination attempt, the scale and strength of the team escorting him were much greater this time. As he entered Qiushui Garden, a look of relief appeared on Chang Juni's face. I heard about yesterday's incident. It is normal for you to rest a day after being frightened. But you chose to come anyway, which shows your determination in martial arts. Ding! The host has been accepted as a disciple by Chang Juni, a rare opportunity. Please further enhance your status in Chang Juni's heart and find ways to impress her. This task is an achievement task. The stronger the impact on Chang Juni, the higher the achievement points earned and the better the reward. Note, it is extremely difficult to impress Chang Juni and the host is given a 5-year deadline. Task reward: Celestial Mystic Bird from 10 to 100 breaths. Yang Chang's mind stirred. Celestial Mystic Bird. The Mystic Bird is a divine bird of the Great Zhou. Where it descends, it will be enveloped by the essence of the Zhou. Within the enveloping essence, one's comprehension of the Zhou will reach its peak. This is undoubtedly a very powerful opportunity. Now the question is, how does he impress Chang Juni? At this moment, a small figure holding a chicken leg walked in from behind the curtain, munching away. Her small face was adorably dazed, and upon seeing Yang Chang, she froze for a moment before breaking into a beaming smile. Chang Chang, when did you come? Just arrived. Yang Chang smiled and said. Looking at Tang Xingy's radiant smile, his mood became very pleasant. Tang, hurry up and finish the chicken leg, then practice breathing with Chang Chang for an hour. Chang Juni said sternly. At other times she doted on the two little ones, but when it came to matters of cultivation, she was an absolute strict teacher. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. Yang Chang and Tang Xingyu finished their practice. Under Tang Xingy's influence, Yang Chang felt that his Tai Sui breathing technique had been further solidified. Just as the two children were about to go play, someone came to visit Chang Juni from outside. Moments later, 3 figures appeared in the hall. Yang Chang was very familiar with these 3 figures. One of them was Yang Xiu. The other 2 were a middle-aged Taoist nun and a 5-year-old boy. Li Wuzhen Zhao Shoui. These 2 were indeed Yang Xiu's teacher and senior brother in her previous life. They played a huge role in Yang Xiu's rise. In Yang Chang's previous life, he was not qualified to interact with them. Li Wuzhen would be promoted to martial emperor next year, and 100 years later he would become a true god of martial arts, becoming exceedingly powerful in 500 years. Zhao Shoui would achieve martial emperor 100 years later and enter the realm of true gods 200 years later. Yang Chang, having started late and missed a large number of opportunities in the early stages, only became a martial sage 500 years later. Li Wuzhen, why have you come? Chang Juni said coldly. Li Wuzhen smiled slightly. Sister, why must you be so cold to me? After all, we were once sisters. Junior sister has come this time to hear that there is a genius in Dezhou who comprehended sword intent at the age of 1 and has come to take him as a disciple. Congratulations to you then, Chang Juni said. Sure, come and pay your respects to your master. Uncle Li Wuzhen said deliberately. Yang Xiu immediately bowed to Chang Juni, saying the disciple pays respects to master uncle. Chang Juni did not get angry. Instead, she earnestly said, Yang Xiu, Li Wuzhen is indeed skilled. Since you have taken her as your master, make sure to follow her diligently in your cultivation from now on. Senior sister is truly magnanimous, Li Wuzhen said. I must thank you, senior sister. If it weren't for your previous refusal of Xior, how could I have accepted her as my disciple? By the way, I heard that senior sister refused Xior because Tang didn't like her. I think you are being too willful, senior sister. Tang is only 2 years old, how much can she understand? As she spoke, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Tang is ice and snow smart. If you think she doesn't understand, then your vision is too narrow, Chang Juni said calmly. I'm curious, what does Tang really understand? Li Wuzhen laughed. My two disciples, the eldest disciple Zhao Shuyi is born with immense strength and the second disciple understands the sword intent at the age of 1. What about your two disciples' senior sister? Cheng Junyi frowned. Yang Cheng's heart stirred. He felt this might be a good opportunity. What is born with immense strength? He feigned curiosity. I must say, senior sister, your disciple is indeed innocent and adorable, Li Wuzhen remarked. Humph, born with immense strength means I can easily crush 100 of you with one hand, Zhao Shuyi said disdainfully. Yang Cheng's eyes widened in admiration. You're that powerful. Li Wuzhen noticed his reaction and smiled, saying, Shuyi, you can let your junior brother experience what immense strength feels like. At this point she looked at Cheng Junyi and assured her senior sister, don't worry. I know you cherish your disciple and I will have Shuyi keep his strength in check. He won't harm your disciple in the least. Cheng Junyi's expression darkened and she was about to refuse on Yang Cheng's behalf. She was not interested in having her disciple be bullied. From Yang Cheng's progress with the Tai Sui breathing technique, she believed his talent was definitely not weak. But Yang Cheng was still too young. How could he compare to the 5-year-old Zhao Shuyi? Moreover, Zhao Shuyi indeed had immense strength, possessing a significant advantage in power. However, before she could speak, Yang Cheng had already approached Zhao Shuyi. Zhao Shuyi seemed to worry about Cheng Junyi speaking up and immediately said, Junior brother, to avoid hurting you will just stand here, you come and push me. If you can make me budge even a little, then I will call you senior brother. Yang Cheng's eyes sparkled with interest. Cheng Junyi could only shake her head helplessly. Zhao Shuyi was quite clever and had already put the words out there. Moreover, his actions were indeed quite measured. If she obstructed this again, it would make her seem petty. In the next moment, Yang Cheng stretched out his little hand and pushed against Zhao Shuyi's thigh. Bang! Zhao Shuyi was instantly knocked down and rolled 3 times on the ground. Li Wuzhen saw this and said unhappily, Shuyi, I know you're trying to amuse your junior brother, but there's no need to be so exaggerated. Not only her but Cheng Junyi also thought so, her expression slightly softening. She felt that although Li Wuzhen was lacking in character, this disciple she had accepted seemed quite good, actually willing to lower herself to entertain Yang Cheng. Zhao Shuyi, however, sat on the ground in a daze. At the moment Yang Cheng's small hand touched him, he felt as if he had been struck by a bull. The power was terrifying, he couldn't resist it at all, which was why he was knocked down. Shuyi, get up, Li Wuzhen's expression turned cold. Stop fooling around and let your junior brother feel your strength properly. Zhao Shuyi came back to his senses, saying, yes, master. At the same time he hurriedly comforted himself, internally thinking that it must have been an illusion. He steadied himself, saying, junior brother, try again. This time I'm serious. You must use all your strength. Really use all your strength. Yang Cheng hesitated a bit. This expression in Zhao Shuyi's eyes was undoubtedly a challenge and humiliation. His face turned red as he said, yes, use your maximum strength. Yang Cheng no longer held back. Earlier he had only used less than 50% of his strength. Now that Zhao Shuyi said so, he would reluctantly use 70% of his strength. In the next moment Yang Cheng's palm pushed toward Zhao Shuyi again. Zhao Shuyi flew backward, landing 2 meters away. At this point even Li Wuzhen and Cheng Junyi realized that something was unusual. Li Wuzhen rushed to Zhao Shuyi's side asking, Shuyi, are you okay? Zhao Shuyi gritted his teeth enduring the pain and said in fear, master, my immense strength is gone, I can't even compare to a 1-year-old child. Don't talk nonsense, it's not your fault, Li Wuzhen said coldly, gritting her teeth at Cheng Junyi's senior sister. Your junior sister underestimated you. If I'm not mistaken, this Dezhou prince should also have immense strength, right? You hid this information. Are you deliberately digging a pit for me? Cheng Junyi ignored Li Wuzhen because she had no idea Yang Cheng was this strong. Cheng, does your mother know you are strong? She couldn't help but ask. Yang Cheng blinked and replied, mother said I have a strength of 1,000 pounds. He had initially planned to keep this matter a secret, only letting his mother and the people in Jinghua Palace know. But now that he had received a task that required him to move Cheng Junyi, he had to change his mind. Cheng Junyi's breathing hitched. Ding! Host has caused a strong impact on Cheng Junyi, who shows a look of shock. Congratulations to the host for creating another miracle task. Achievement degree reaches excellent. Reward 50 breaths of the celestial black bird. Will the host choose to receive the reward or continue with the task? Continue with the task. Yang Cheng's heart was filled with joy. In contrast to his joy, Zhao Shuyi had suffered a severe blow. Impossible. He couldn't accept this fact and shouted. You must know that he claimed to have immense strength, yet at 5 years old his strength only reached 500 pounds. That was already quite terrifying. If Yang Cheng had a strength of 1,000 pounds, wouldn't he, the one with immense strength, become a joke? As he spoke, it seemed he thought of something and hurriedly ran outside. Not long after, heavy footsteps sounded. Zhao Shuyi walked in, his face flushed, carrying a stone larger than his body. Bang! He placed the stone on the ground panting, saying this stone weighs about 500 pounds. You say you have a strength of 1,000 pounds. If you can lift it, then I will bow to you. I can't lift it. Yang Chang said nonchalantly. You. Zhao Shuyi felt as if he had punched cotton, and there was also a sense of suffocation as if he had held his breath. Mainly I think you don't keep your promises, Yang Chang added. How am I not keeping my promise? Zhao Shuyi questioned. You clearly said before that if I made you budge even a little you would call me senior brother. Yet I pushed you down and you didn't call me at all. Yang Chang said disdainfully. I. Zhao Shuyi's face turned red, and in the end he desperately wanted Yang Chang to lift the stone so he could only endure the humiliation and say senior brother. Li Wuxin's expression suddenly became extremely unpleasant, feeling that Zhao Shuyi was truly embarrassing himself to the extreme. This child is indeed honest. Cheng Junyi couldn't help but laugh. Now you can lift the stone, right? Zhao Shuyi glared at Yang Chang in annoyance. Yang Chang decided not to tease him anymore and was about to act. This big stone is fun. At this moment an excited voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. It was Tang Xingyu who walked over to the stone. Hee hee, how fun. Tang Xingyu, with arms even smaller than Zhao Shuyi's, effortlessly picked up the stone. Aside from Cheng Junyi shaking her head helplessly, everyone else was dumbfounded. Including Yang Chang, who also didn't expect Tang Xingyu to be a girl with great strength. The Tai Sui divine body is even stronger than I imagined. Yang Chang quickly understood the reason. But Li Wuxin and the others clearly did not know that Tang Xingyu had the Tai Sui divine body. Chang. Tang Xingyu was only 2 years old, completely unaware of the weight, and directly threw the stone to Yang Chang. Cheng Junyi was startled and intended to catch the stone. At that moment she noticed Yang Chang's expression showed no panic and her movement paused. Immediately afterward everyone saw Yang Chang quickly extend his hands and actually caught the large stone. Bang! Zhao Shuyi slumped on the ground looking as if he had lost his soul. He had used all his might just to barely lift the stone. Yet both Tang Xingyu and Yang Chang could easily toss the stone around. The disparity in strength was too great. He had been completely crushed by this blow. You two stop fooling around. Cheng Junyi said with mild exasperation. Chung, throw that stone outside. Yet despite her words her eyes and brows radiated an irrepressible joy. She had long known Tang possessed extraordinary strength. But for Cheng to possess such formidable power as well, this was a delightful surprise beyond her expectations. It wasn't that she felt Cheng had bolstered her prestige. Rather it was the pure instinctive elation of a mentor witnessing her disciple's exceptional brilliance. Oh! With casual nonchalance Yang Chang tossed the stone clear across the threshold. As for forcing Zhao Shuyi to kowtow, well, that notion was now abandoned. After all, their teacher had explicitly commanded them to cease their antics. Her dignity of course demanded respect. Li Wuxin's face darkened like a soot-blackened wok. The more effortlessly Yang Chang had acted, the more absurd Zhao Shuyi's earlier exertions appeared. In that instant her cheeks burned with searing humiliation. She had arrived intending to shame Cheng Junyi, yet the more effortlessly Yang Chang had acted, the more absurd Zhao Shuyi's earlier exertions appeared. In that instant her cheeks burned. If she failed to reclaim her dignity, she feared she might choke on her own pent-up frustration. Fortunately she still held one final advantage: both of Cheng Junyi's disciples were prodigies of astonishing physical might. That fact alone had stunned her, but she possessed yet a superior disciple, Yang Xiu, who had already grasped the essence of the sword. She refused to believe Cheng Junyi's two disciples could possibly have mastered such profound martial insight. Without hesitation Li Wuxin declared, "Sister, your two disciples wield such overwhelming brute strength, it is truly astonishing. Yet for cultivators like us the essence, the inner truth of the Tao, has always transcended mere strength and importance." Ha ha! Given how outstanding Cheng Chang and Tang are, surely they, like Xiu Er, have also grasped the true essence of martial Tao. Tang Xingyu's clear luminous eyes shimmered with genuine bewilderment. What is the true essence of martial Tao? Upon hearing this Li Wuxin smiled faintly. Yang Xiu's expression turned disdainful and imperious. How could Tang Xingyu possibly grasp the true essence of martial Tao when she didn't even know what it was? Yang Chang observed silently, inwardly amused. In his past life Yang Xiu could rival Tang Xingyu only in fortune, not in innate martial talent. Indeed, compared to her he fell far short. Yang Xiu merely enjoyed an early advantage, having awakened his consciousness sooner. But once Tang Xingyu matured just slightly she would surge ahead, leaving Yang Xiu far behind, so distant he could not even glimpse her shadow. Precisely for this reason Tang Xingyu would later become Yang Xiu's pillar of support. Yet at present she had not yet grasped the sword essence. After all, she was only 2 years old and, unlike Yang Xiu, lacked the guidance of a near grandmaster of martial Tao. The true essence of martial Tao is a spiritual force born from profound comprehension of martial principles and the subsequent sublimation of one's spirit, Yang Xiu intoned. Only upon mastering such essence may one truly step onto the path of martial Tao. For instance, I have grasped the essence of the sword path. Thus I need not even raise my hand, merely releasing my sword essence suffices to strip you of all resistance. I don't believe you, you're not even as tall as me. Tang Xingyu pouted. Yang Xiu bristled, height has nothing to do with it, it is mastery of martial Tao that matters. Yang Cheng however knew full well the terrifying potency of sword essence. Fearing Tang Xingyu might suffer harm, he stepped forward before her and shook his head. Neither do I believe you. Don't believe me? Then let me show you the magnitude of my power. Yang Xiu's anger dissolved instantly. There was no point quarreling with two who knew nothing. He was certain that once he unveiled his sword essence, Tang Xingyu and Yang Cheng would tremble uncontrollably with fear. Cheng Junyi watched without intervening. She believed letting the two experience sword essence firsthand would serve as valuable cultivation refinement and teach them the timeless truth: beyond every person lies another greater, beyond every heaven stretches a higher sky, thereby preventing arrogance from taking root. At that moment Yang Xiu pointed directly at Yang Cheng. Unquestionably Yang Cheng was the one he most disdained, so his focus narrowed sharply upon him. With that gesture a piercing spiritual force erupted forth, like an invisible blade cleaving toward Yang Cheng. The awe-inspiring power of sword essence was indisputable. Many cultivators spent decades in vain pursuit, never attaining even a flicker of its truth. Even Tang Xingyu and Zhao Shuyi, standing nearby and struck only by the ripple's periphery, paled slightly. Yang Cheng, bearing the full brunt, endured a far more violent assault. Yet Yang Cheng showed no reaction whatsoever. He possessed innate sword essence. Yang Xiu's acquired sword essence was to him utterly insignificant. Impossible. Yang Xiu stood frozen, baffled. How could Yang Cheng remain utterly unaffected? Li Wuzhen and Chang Junyi however were seasoned observers. A deep startled awe shimmered in their eyes, as if they had glimpsed a startling truth. So this is the sword essence you speak of? Yang Cheng's small face assumed a thoughtful expression. Well then, I suppose if even sixth brother can grasp sword essence, it cannot be all that difficult. As he spoke he mimicked Yang Xiu, pointing deliberately at him, and deliberately suppressed his own sword essence to a mere tenth of its power, deploying only 1/10 of its might against Yang Xiu. If Yang Xiu's sword essence resembled a narrow mountain stream, Yang Cheng's was a broad surging river. Under that torrential impact the stream shattered instantly. Yang Xiu recoiled as though struck by lightning, staggering backward, blood trickling from his nostrils. Li Wuzhen rushed forward, gripping his shoulders just in time to prevent his collapse. You've also grasped sword essence? Then she stared at Yang Cheng, disbelief etched across her features. Yang Cheng blinked innocently. That innocent gaze jolted Li Wuzhen into sudden awareness he was only 1 year old. To quarrel with an infant would invite nothing but ridicule. She whirled to face Cheng Junyi, voice thick with resentment and wounded pride. Sister, you truly deceived everyone, didn't you? No wonder you accepted disciples so hastily. I see now you'd already sensed his extraordinary nature. Think whatever you wish, Cheng Junyi replied coolly. In truth, astonishment, no delight, rippled through her heart at that very moment. When she had first taken Yang Cheng as her disciple she had done so purely to honor Tang Xingyu's affection. She had no idea he had already grasped sword essence. Now it seemed she had stumbled upon a priceless treasure by sheer accident. Though Cheng Junyi maintained composure outwardly, her fluctuating spiritual resonance betrayed utter shock within. Given the host's cultivation level as a martial sage, delivering such impact upon a grandmaster of spirit refinement was nothing short of inconceivable. Congratulations, the host has achieved an epic feat through means incomprehensible to mortals. Reward: celestial black-crested bird descent for 100 breaths. Claim reward now. Yang Cheng of course chose not to claim the reward here. Celestial black-crested bird descent. His heart swelled with anticipation. Revealing two extraordinary abilities even partially carried risk it would inevitably attract envy and hostility. Yet this opportunity, a fated celestial boon, was worth every peril. Cheng Cheng is amazing. Tang Xingyu cheered and clapped with unrestrained delight. Let's go. Humiliated beyond endurance, Li Wuzhen could only retreat, dragging Yang Xiu and Zhao Shuyi with her. Her departure was marked by unmistakable disarray. She had arrived radiant with confidence, only to depart with dust on her brow and ashes upon her face. Years ago within their sect she had always fallen short of Cheng Junyi. She had hoped her disciples would finally tip the balance, yet once again Cheng Junyi had reduced her to abject disgrace. How could she possibly remain there any longer? Autumn Water Garden. Cheng Cheng, are you born with immense strength? Cheng Junyi picked up Yang Cheng and placed him on her lap. She was the kind of plump beauty who was perfectly ripe. As Yang Cheng sat on her he was instantly enveloped by a fragrance of her flesh. At such a young age Yang Cheng naturally had no desires. He simply found the scent extremely pleasant. Before Yang Cheng could respond Cheng Junyi said, no, if you are born with immense strength then what does Zhao Shuyi count for? In terms of power, you and Tang Tang are both monstrous strength kids, or one could say you possess innate divine strength. But you seem to be even more extraordinary than Tang Tang. Not only do you have innate divine strength, but you also grasp the sword intent at such a young age. Honestly, tell your master how you managed to do this. Chang Junyi was genuinely curious. A prodigy like Yang Cheng, even placed in the Great Yindao Palace, would be a rare gem. In other places such talents were nearly extinct. Yang Cheng, confused, said, "Master, I don't know, it seems I just naturally grasped these things." Upon hearing this, Cheng Junyi rubbed her forehead. "It is my own confusion. Yang Cheng was only a little over a year old, barely starting to practice. How could he possibly know how he did it?" One could only say that Yang Cheng had an exceptionally high innate understanding. "You little guy are truly a freak." Cheng Junyi continued, "Although the sixth prince has grasped sword intent, I can sense that his sword intent is rather modeled, likely formed under external stimulation. Your sword intent, however, is completely natural. Many who have comprehended sword intent for decades might not possess its purity like yours." Yang Cheng pretended to be confused, only half understanding. "Alright, you can go play with Tang Tang now." Cheng Junyi shook her head with a smile and set Yang Cheng down. Although Yang Cheng was clever, he was ultimately too young to understand much. "The host has received the support of Tang Xingyu. Please continue to work hard and become Tang Xingyi's friend." Tang Xingyu has a cold personality. Becoming her friend is 100 times more difficult than gaining her support. Please complete this task within 3 years. There is no penalty for failure. Task reward: 1 space teleportation talisman. Yang Cheng's face lit up. "Tang Tang, you are truly a little treasure." So far he had received the most system tasks from Tang Xingyu. "Cheng Cheng, you are also a little treasure." Tang Xingyu smiled, revealing her adorable dimples. This milky smile reminded Yang Cheng of the system's description of Tang Xingyu. Cold personality. No matter how cold Tang Xingyu might become in the future, at this moment she was just a milky little cutie. Then Yang Cheng said, "Tang Tang, are we friends?" "Of course we are." Tang Xingyu replied without hesitation, "Not only are we friends but best friends." The system's subtitles appeared. The host is indeed regarded as a friend by Tang Xingyu. This is enough to astonish the world and surpass even the most gifted individuals. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The reward has been issued. Would you like to claim it now? "I'll claim it later," Yang Cheng thought to himself. After that, given that Tang Xingyu brought him task rewards, Yang Cheng played house with her. While Yang Cheng and Tang Xingyu were playing, news from Autumn Water Garden had already spread. Cheng Junyi was merely temporarily residing there and had never managed the maids and servants in Autumn Water Garden. Therefore news within Autumn Water Garden could not be concealed. Soon everyone in the imperial capital knew that Li Wuzhen had brought his disciples to provoke Cheng Junyi only to humiliate himself. However, very few dared to mock someone as significant as Li Wuzhen. Thus people's focus shifted to the 4 disciples of Li Wuzhen and Cheng Junyi. Li Wuzhen's 2 disciples were extraordinary, needless to say. The eldest disciple Zhao Shuyi was born with immense strength, while the second disciple comprehended sword intent at just 1 year old. The world believed that there could be no one in the Great Zhou who could compare to Li Wuzhen's disciples. Little did they expect that Cheng Junyi's disciples seemed even more extraordinary. The eldest disciple Tang Xingyu possessed innate divine strength. The second disciple Yang Cheng even more so had innate divine strength and comprehended sword intent. The people of Great Zhou were undoubtedly more concerned about the latter. After all, no matter how extraordinary Tang Xingyu might be, it had nothing to do with him. Yang Cheng, however, was the current crown prince. With the crown prince being so extraordinary, the citizens of Great Zhou viewed it as a blessing for their nation. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing lunch at Autumn Water Garden and practicing for an hour, Yang Cheng returned to the palace. A tiger father does not have a dog son. The son of a true dragon is certainly exceptional. Ah, heaven bless our Great Zhou. On his way back, Yang Cheng heard similar discussions from both sides of the street. He fell into a moment of silence, thinking of his past life. His father and mother were indeed outstanding. Yet in his past life he had disappointed all the citizens of Great Zhou. Then a smile returned to Yang Cheng's face. "In this life I will not let anyone down again." His eyes sparkled like bright pearls. 15 minutes later, when Yang Cheng returned to the palace, he found himself received like a hero. Emperor Qian Yuan and the royal relatives gathered in the Jinghua Hall. All eyes were fixed on Yang Cheng. Their gazes were as if they were looking at the future of Great Zhou at the rising sun. Yun Liyue appeared helpless. Previously she had instructed those in Jinghua Hall not to leak any information, yet Yang Cheng had run to Autumn Water Garden and revealed it himself. So when the emperor and the relatives inquired of her, she could only truthfully say that Yang Cheng had 1,000 pounds of divine strength. "Chenger, your mother said you have 1,000 pounds of divine strength." The Duke of Duan was the first to step forward. Replying to Uncle Huang, "This is indeed the case," Yang Cheng replied. The Duke of Duan produced a stone weight from behind and placed it before Yang Cheng. Chenger, try to see if you can lift this stone weight. This stone weight was precisely a standard 1,000-pound stone weight. Yang Cheng did not hold back. He grabbed the stone weight with both hands and lifted it directly. Clatter. The surrounding relatives were in an uproar. As the saying goes, hearing is false but seeing is believing. Although they believed that the Empress and the Crown Prince could not deceive them, this matter was indeed too bizarre. Now that they had witnessed Yang Cheng lift the 1,000-pound stone weight, their initial doubts were completely dispelled. What followed was even stronger excitement. Good. Innate divine strength. Our Great Zhou has produced an unparalleled hidden dragon. The royal relatives were all more excited than the last. Chenger, you also grasp sword intent. Emperor Qianyuan said, this point seems to even elude your mother. Yang Cheng's eyes were wide and innocent. Father, I did not know I had grasped sword intent. It was when the sixth brother manifested sword intent that I discovered I could also do it. Only then did I realize this was what they referred to as sword intent. It was clear that no one would blame Yang Cheng for intentionally concealing or deceiving them. Yang Cheng's age was too deceptive. Upon hearing his words, people instinctively chose to believe. No one thought that a 1-year-old baby would tell such lies. Of course. The most important thing was that Yang Cheng displayed such extraordinary talent, which was enough to overshadow any flaws. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has a worthy successor. Ha ha, when the Crown Prince grows up he may surpass his predecessors. The royal relatives were jubilant as if it were New Year. Afterward, the royal relatives stayed in Jinghua Hall for half an hour before they left. In Zhaoyang Palace. Crash. Zhuan Guifei was throwing things again. The more lively it was in Jinghua Hall, the angrier she became. Why does heaven favor Yun Liyue so much? Zhuan Guifei was almost mad. In terms of knowledge and strength, Yang Xiu was not as good as Yang Cheng. Previously she was able to stabilize her position because Yang Xiu had the advantage of grasping sword intent. Now, however, this advantage had completely vanished. Yang Xiu could not be deemed unremarkable. In any historical period, a prince with such excellent martial talent would find it relatively easy to ascend to the throne. Yet heaven favored Yun Liyue too much. It was one thing for Yun Liyue to be outstanding herself, but she also bore such a prodigious son. Clearly excellent Yang Xiu was suddenly overshadowed when compared to Yang Cheng. How could she compete with Yun Liyue? Your Highness, the Princess of Changlu requests an audience outside. A palace maid reported. Zhuan Guifei was slightly taken aback and then tidied her clothes. Let her in. Zhuan Guifei said, it's quite rare today. You usually avoid meeting me, fearing to be caught in a mistake. Why have you proactively come to Zhaoyang Palace today? The Princess of Changlu said solemnly, Your Highness, I have come because there is something very important to discuss in private. This matter is extremely important and must not reach the ears of a third person. Zhuan Guifei was taken aback. The Princess of Changlu never spoke carelessly. Have the princess stay, everyone else leave. She decisively said. Your Highness, how do you view the current competition between the sixth prince and the crown prince? The Princess of Changlu asked unhurriedly. Zhuan Guifei's expression darkened. Princess of Changlu, are you here to mock me? How dare I? The Princess of Changlu said, I want to tell you that even though the sixth prince may seem to be at a disadvantage now, I have a way to help him turn the tables, and it is even possible to directly overturn the crown prince. Really? Zhuan Guifei's breathing quickened as she closely watched the Princess of Changlu. In 3 days the Sui River will breach its banks. Please arrange for someone to secretly place a stone tablet in the Sui River near Qingzhou, Nanling City. The Princess of Changlu said, the stone tablet will read, Wuxing Lamu Jinkong hometown, the divine sun arrives and the world is at peace. Wuxing Lamu Jinkong hometown. This is indeed the 8-character mantra of the Truth Cult. The Truth Cult is a dark force that is most feared in Great Zhou and even the entire eastern wilderness. Whenever the Truth Cult appears, it often brings chaos to a nation. The divine sun arrives and the world is at peace. The character Chun undoubtedly refers to Crown Prince Yang Cheng. Linking the Crown Prince to the Truth Cult is undoubtedly malicious. The divine son of the Truth Cult is known as the Demon Child. How will the people of the world view the Crown Prince of Great Zhou being regarded as the divine son by the Truth Cult? This plan is excellent, and Consort Zhuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Namir stone steel alone would carry little destructive force. After all, such artifacts were easily forged, inviting suspicion that someone was deliberately slandering the Crown Prince. But everything changed if Princess Changle's prophecy of the Sui River breach came true. No one could reasonably believe anyone might foresee such a catastrophe in advance. Combined with the Steely, the breach would multiply its political devastation 10,000-fold. Even the imperial house would be powerless to suppress the fallout. Worse still, people would begin to wonder had the Crown Prince himself brought about the disaster. Thus an aura of ill omen would cling irrevocably to the Crown Prince. And the Truth Sect already operates openly within Qingzhou province. Once the Sui River breaches, they will seize the moment to incite rebellion. Princess Changle smiled faintly. Your Majesty, when they hear the rumors about the steal, do you think they'll expose the falsehood, or lend their hand to it? And naturally they'll cooperate. Consort Zhuang grew increasingly animated. The truth sect would leap at any chance to undermine the crown prince of Great Zhou. And she gripped Princess Changle's hand tightly. Changle, you truly are my harbinger of fortune. Princess Changle replied calmly, a serene smile upon her lips. Your Majesty, while this scheme may tarnish the crown prince's reputation, it falls far short of toppling him. And Consort Zhuang paused, startled. Not enough, even this. The steal can indeed sully his name, Princess Changle said, her tone measured and assured. Yet the crown prince possesses extraordinary talent. The imperial house would never readily abandon him. And with Empress Dowager as his pillar, he shall ultimately emerge unscathed. Consort Zhuang's expression darkened. Then have we labored in vain? And far from it, Princess Changle countered. So long as we hold a second decisive stroke and reserve, the steel's impact will detonate with full force, then even the Empress Dowager will be unable to shield him. Princess Changle continued. In 5 days at the hour of Mao, a solar eclipse will occur. Without needing explanation, Consort Zhuang instantly grasped the implication, and her breath quickened. Mao hour coincides precisely with the rising sun, and since time immemorial the crown prince has been associated with the Eastern Palace. A celestial dog devouring the sun in the east, no guidance would be required. The populace would instinctively link the omen to the crown prince. Princess Changle offered a subtle knowing smile. Add this eclipse to the steal, two portents converging upon the crown prince alone. Your Majesty, do you deem this sufficient for a fatal blow? Consort Zhuang fell silent, then her body trembled uncontrollably, her laughter erupting in broken stifled gasps. She longed to roar with triumph, yet dared not let her mirth escape beyond the chamber walls. After a long moment she composed herself, her gaze upon Princess Changle now shimmering with awe as though beholding a peerless treasure. And Changle, if one day my son Shou becomes crown prince, you shall stand as his greatest benefactor. I have laid out the entire plan before your Majesty, Princess Changle said. Therefore there is no cause for anxiety, nor for haste. Patience and watchful waiting are all that remain. 3 days passed unnoticed. And Yang Cheng's life remained tranquil. Each day he trained at the Qiushui garden, returning to the imperial palace just before evening repast. At the edge of dawn Yang Cheng stirred awake. His gaze lifted toward the heavens, his obsidian pupils deep and fathomless. And at last, this day returns once more. The 3rd day of the 12th lunar month, year 2502 of the Great Zhou calendar, the day seared forever into his former life's memory. And the Sui River breached. The steal of the crown prince's ill omen appeared. Public outrage surged like a tidal wave. A flood of court ministers petitioned Emperor Qianyuan to depose the crown prince. Only through immense effort by the emperor and the Empress Dowager was the crisis temporarily contained. 2 days later at sunrise in the east, the celestial dog devoured the sun. And the controversy surrounding the crown prince's ill omen exploded anew. This time even Emperor Qianyuan could not quell it. In desperation, the Empress Dowager dispatched an urgent missive northward to her younger brother Yin Jinghuai, Grand General of the Imperial Cavalry stationed on the northern frontier. Yet the Yun clan elders had long disfavored the Empress Dowager, preferring instead her rival Yun Yiru. Indeed, the elders had originally intended for Yun Yiru to ascend the throne as empress. Only due to her younger brother's steadfast support did the Empress Dowager secure her position and thwart their design. Meanwhile, across the northern border, the northern Yin dynasty was engulfed in royal succession strife. Yan Jinghuai seized the opportunity with razor-sharp acumen. Here lay a rare chance to deliver a crushing blow to the northern Yin army. Yet the moment remained uncertain. He required further patience and meticulous preparation. And but upon receiving Yun Yiru's letter he abandoned caution, risking all to march south solely to preserve Yang Cheng's position as crown prince. That campaign earned Yin Jinghuai immortal glory. He annihilated 300,000 northern Yin troops. Yet due to insufficient preparation he perished on the battlefield. His monumental victory and his martyrdom quelled the tide of ill omen against Yang Cheng, preserving his title as crown prince. Yet the Empress Dowager lost her most loyal brother and Yang Cheng his dearest uncle. That loss became the deepest wound of Yang Cheng's life. And thereafter the Jinghua Palace's standing deteriorated steadily. And the Empress Dowager aged visibly, day by day, year by year. In this lifetime Yang Cheng would never allow history to repeat itself. And time flowed swiftly. And before Yang Cheng even set out for the Qiushui garden, news of the Sui River breach arrived in the capital, urgent, unrelenting, and absolute. The inscriptions upon the stele had already spread like wildfire across the realm. And the Jinghua Palace, the Empress Dowager's residence, received word almost simultaneously with the imperial court, its intelligence network swift and precise. Yet Yun Liyue displayed no sign of distress before Yang Cheng. Her demeanor remained as gentle and composed as ever. And she did not know that Yang Cheng perceived everything clear-eyed and unblinking. He recalled his past life, when he had learned of these events only 10 days later upon receiving word of his uncle's death. And those 10 days of storm and tempest had been borne entirely by his mother alone. From beginning to end he had stood sheltered beneath her wings. Nan, so he revealed nothing, because his mother wished to spare him worry. He would honor her wish without hesitation. Inside the carriage he noticed a small spirit-gathering array had been subtly arranged. Namor cheerfully explained it was to aid his cultivation and breathwork, but Yang Chang knew its secondary function: sound dampening. It ensured he would hear no whispers or murmurs from outside. And upon arriving at the Qiushui garden, Chang Junyi glanced at Yang Chang, said nothing, and instructed him and Tang Xingyu to train as usual. An hour later the morning session concluded. And Qingqing, though you appear calm today, your chi bears a subtle tremor, more agitated than usual. Chang Junyi asked, so, you already know of the Sui River breach? And Yang Chang replied, disciple, no. Before you arrived your mother sent word ahead asking me not to speak of it, to spare your peace of mind. Chang Junyi added gently, yet I hope you understand, she does not conceal it from you out of distrust but from love. She wishes only to protect you. Yang Chang's eyes softened with profound tenderness. Teacher, please do not fear I shall misjudge mother. In my heart she remains the kindest, most beloved mother under heaven. Hearing this, Chang Junyi embraced Yang Chang tightly, her voice thick with affection. Changcheng, however did you grow so wise? Knees cheeks pressed flat he struggled, barely able to draw breath. To think you so young, aware of such cataclysmic events, yet maintaining perfect composure and cultivating with unwavering steadiness. It is my fortune as a teacher to have you as my disciple. As she spoke, Chang Junyi couldn't resist cupping Yang Chang's plump rosy cheeks and planted a soft kiss upon them. And both boys were prodigies, but Yang Chang and Yang Xiu evoked utterly different impressions within her. Yang Chang's soul essence radiated purity, clear proof he had neither been possessed nor influenced by any foreign spiritual force. And Yang Xiu, however, was different. And within his soul essence Chang Junyi sensed a faint, unsettling resonance, a whisper of latent threat. She suspected an ancient formidable entity dwelled deep within Yang Xiu's sea of consciousness. Yet this did not mean Yang Xiu lacked merit, on the contrary it suggested extraordinary destiny. Many would surely hail him all the more for it. But Chang Junyi felt no admiration, only quiet unease. To be shaped so early by such an ancient presence, not only would childhood innocence vanish but his very selfhood might be erased before it could take root. And if Yang Xiu and Yang Chang were two trees, the former resembled one meticulously pruned by human hands, the latter one grown wild and free-rooted in its own nature. And indeed Yang Chang had entered this world twice, first as a fetus sparing his original soul, now reborn with full continuity of self, untouched, unaltered, unplagued by any elder entity. Teacher, I want a kiss too, and Tang Xingyu dashed over giggling. Chang Junyi laughed softly, very well, you shall have one too. Nan, she kissed Tang Xingyu gently on the cheek. And meanwhile it was a day of rest, the Emperor Qianyuan cultivated quietly in his study. News of the Sui River breach shattered his tranquility. He ceased cultivation immediately and turned to the crisis at hand. And soon after several senior ministers arrived together at the study to pay homage. The Emperor permitted their entry. And Your Majesty, the Sui River breach is grave beyond measure. Our foremost priority must be dispatching relief forces to control the floods and rescue the afflicted, Grand Counselor Su Yan declared. Who then does Lord Su recommend? The Emperor asked. And that rests entirely with Your Majesty's sovereign judgment, Su Yan replied. And flood relief was arduous, thankless labor, none sought it willingly. The Emperor swept his gaze across the assembled ministers, who among you volunteers to go, and silence followed. And then Vice-Chancellor Yen Changgu stepped forward. Your Majesty, I volunteer. But I ask one condition. Speak your condition, Lord Yen, and to succeed in flood relief we must first stabilize public morale and quell popular fury. Vice-Chancellor Yen continued. During rescue efforts survivors retrieved a stone stele from the floodwaters, the inscription upon it has already spread across the realm. And now the people cry aloud, the Crown Prince is the root cause of this calamity. We beg Your Majesty to temporarily depose the Crown Prince, to restore peace and faith among the people. Should Your Majesty later deem it fitting, the Crown Prince may be reinstated in the chamber. Plunged into suffocating silence. Temporarily deposed the Crown Prince, and such words sounded courteous, but history bore grim witness few deposed heirs ever reclaimed their thrones. Even if restored, their legitimacy would bear an indelible stain, forever vulnerable to removal. Emperor Qianyuan's eyes blazed with glacial fury, like a divine dragon roused to wrath, as killing intent surged toward Yen Changgu. And Yen Changgu, you dare much. Your Majesty, this plea springs solely from loyalty to the state, please discern my sincerity. And Yen Changgu dropped to his knees instantly. The Crown Prince is but an infant, barely 1 year old. Who can foretell whether he shall prove wise or worthy when he comes of age? 6 months ago I opposed his designation outright, and the Sui River disaster now proves my concerns were justified. We implore Your Majesty to suspend the Crown Prince's title, observing his growth for several years. If upon reaching adulthood he manifests outstanding virtue and wisdom, then Your Majesty may reinstate him without delay. Before the final syllable faded, half the ministers knelt in unison. And Your Majesty, Vice-Chancellor Yen speaks with pure integrity, his sole concern is the stability of the realm. For the sake of the empire's longevity and the people's hearts, we beseech your majesty to temporarily revoke the crown prince's title, and calls for deposition swelled like an unstoppable tide. The gaze of Emperor Qianyuan was cold. He was well aware that while some sought to dethrone the crown prince for the sake of the people, the majority had other motives. Since ancient times, the position of crown prince has always involved significant struggles for power. His consorts came from powerful noble families, and among them the influence of the Zhuang clan behind the sixth prince surpassed even that of the Yun clan. Though the crown prince had the support of the Yun clan, it had noticeably waned over the years for reasons unknown. A mere stone of slander could not dethrone the crown prince, he would never agree to it. Yet these ministers could not possibly be unaware of this. They still proceeded with their plans, which made Emperor Qianyuan worry that they had a backup scheme. Who wishes to dethrone my Yang clan's crown prince? At that moment a group appeared outside the imperial study. Leading them was Prince Duan. The swift arrival of these individuals undoubtedly meant that the Empress had relayed the news to them promptly. In the palace, apart from the Emperor, only the Empress could wield such influence. The royal relatives glared angrily at the ministers. They were quite satisfied with Yang Chang and had no desire to change the crown prince. Your Majesty, the crown prince possesses innate divine strength and understood the sword's intent by the age of 1. He is a prodigy of heaven. Prince Duan replied, to seek to dethrone the crown prince over some rumors is absurd. The real danger lies not in the rumors but in the ambitions of certain individuals. What do you mean by this, Prince Duan? Yen Chenggu retorted angrily. Stop pretending here. Prince Duan retorted mercilessly, who doesn't know that your teacher Yen Chenggu is the old master of the Zhuang family? Your desire to dethrone the crown prince is merely to benefit the sixth prince Yang Xiu. Only by removing the crown prince does the sixth prince have a chance, correct? This is slander, it is pure slander. Yen Chenggu was furious. Though I am a disciple of the old master Zhuang, that is purely a teacher-student relationship free from any ulterior motives. Besides, your majesty also received guidance from the old master Zhuang in the past. Does that mean your majesty has selfish motives? Your majesty, we demand to impeach Prince Duan. Prince Duan's wanton slander of court officials must not be tolerated, many ministers declared. Impeach if you must, who fears whom? We will also impeach you, every one of you has ulterior motives. The royal relatives immediately began to argue with the ministers. Silence. Chief Minister Su Yan spoke again. He undoubtedly held great authority. As soon as he spoke, both sides quieted down. It is known that Su Yan was not only the chief minister but also the imperial tutor. Before Emperor Qianyuan formally took power, he was already a minister assisting Empress Dowager Meng in stabilizing the Zhou dynasty. The matter of the crown prince will be discussed later. The immediate priority is disaster relief, as the true doctrine has appeared in Qingzhou and we may need to quell the unrest. Ultimately, the ministers and royal relatives reached a compromise. The ministers appointed Yen Chenggu as the primary envoy while the royal relatives nominated Prince Rui as the deputy envoy. At that moment no one anticipated that the situation had not yet calmed down. As the saying goes, one wave subsides, another rises. 2 days later. At the hour of the rabbit the sun rose. For the citizens of the imperial capital it seemed like another ordinary day. However, after a while the sky unexpectedly darkened considerably. Initially people paid little attention to it. Yet soon many noticed a faint shadow appearing at the lower right edge of the sun. Immediately after, the shadow began to consume the sun at a visible speed. On the streets of the imperial capital countless people looked up in terror. It is the celestial dog eating the sun. The celestial dog eating the sun must signify disaster. The crowd quickly fell into chaos, fleeing in all directions, many forgetting their own stalls. In less than half a cup of tea's time the black shadow completely obscured the sun, plunging the day into darkness. Even when the heavens regained their light, the impact of the solar eclipse did not diminish in the slightest, rather it surged even fiercer. The negative public sentiment against the crown prince, which had just been quelled, flared up once again. Moreover, the combination of the two events caused the situation to explode dramatically. Guided by those with ulterior motives, the ministers' petitions to dethrone the crown prince flooded into the imperial study like snowflakes. This time even the royal relatives were rendered speechless. For now even the relatives began to doubt whether the crown prince was truly ominous. Speaking of which, the crown prince does seem a bit too extraordinary. A relative was about to voice this thought. Shut your mouth. Prince Duan interrupted coldly, we shall not discuss this matter, everything depends on His Majesty's divine judgment. In the Zhaoyang Palace, concubine Zhuang was radiant, feeling unprecedentedly at ease. Empress, let's see how you stop me this time. She felt victorious. Yang Xiu, however, remained more composed than her mother. The world is full of surprises. Until something is truly successful there is no need to be overly excited. My son is indeed very astute, concubine Zhuang smiled. But this time there is no need for you to worry, as the dual disasters of the Sueha River breach and the celestial dog eating the sun will solidify the crown prince's ominous reputation. Furthermore, the other noble families who were unwilling to see the Yun clan grow stronger would surely seize the opportunity to unite against the crown prince. Unless a miracle occurs, the crown prince is doomed. In fact, mother, even without these schemes I am confident I can defeat the crown prince, Yang Xiu said confidently, despite having been shaken by Yang Chang in Qiushui Garden last time. However, after returning he had delved deep into his spiritual sea and received a great opportunity from Lin Xinglan. Lin Xinglan imparted to him a sword technique named the Heavenly Flame Sword Technique, which was a divine-level sword art. With such a sword art he was confident he could overpower Yang Chang. In Jinghua Palace crack. Yun Liu's palm lost control and crushed the cup in her hand. At this moment she realized that things had indeed become troublesome. The subsequent events confirmed her thoughts. This time the number of ministers seeking to depose the crown prince was greater than before. Many originally neutral ministers had joined the ranks. The royal relatives were also rendered speechless and no one dared to speak up. The pressure on Emperor Qianyuan was growing increasingly heavy. Empress, you must be prepared, Emperor Qianyuan said hurriedly as he left after a brief conversation with Yun Li Yue during dinner. The breach of the Sueha River had already left him frazzled, and now the celestial dog eating the sun had added to his burdens. After leaving, a determined look shone in Yun Li Yu's eyes. As long as she was present no one could hurt Yang Chang. She had decided to write to her brother. Now only if her brother achieved unparalleled merit could he provide Yang Chang with immense support. Not far away, Yang Chang observed everything. He would not allow Yun Li Yue to send that letter. It is time. Yang Chang's spirit stirred and he spoke to the system. Heavenly Bird descends, claim it. He had delayed claiming this reward, waiting for this very day. In the imperial capital a fierce wind arose. The calm skies over the capital suddenly turned tumultuous. Dark clouds gathered like a raging tide, threatening to engulf the entire capital. In the blink of an eye, flashes of lightning appeared darting through the clouds like dragons, creating a truly frightening sight. What is happening? Another anomaly. This is truly an ominous day. The citizens of the imperial capital were filled with dread. The guards stationed on the city walls could not help but grip their weapons tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They sensed a terrifying pressure. Suddenly the clouds split apart. A resounding and melodious cry echoed across the land. Amid the rolling lightning a massive figure descended directly toward the palace. On the streets outside the palace an oil vendor's shoulder pole suddenly fell and he did not even bother to pick up his oil basket as it rolled into the gutter. He stared blankly at the sky above the palace, a strangled whimper escaping his throat. The bustling noise of the entire capital seemed to be cut off and people in the streets and alleys gazed blankly at the sky. What was that? A gigantic bird nearly 100 feet long with feathers as black as ink appeared in their sight. In just a moment the giant bird landed in the center of the palace. A terrifying storm swept through the palace, causing the trees inside to sway wildly. The people in the palace were left stunned by this sudden turn of events. The palace guards unsheathed their blades but dared not move further. The palace maids and eunuchs collapsed to the ground. Emperor Qianyuan was initially in the imperial study reviewing memorials. Upon hearing the noise he hurried out, and when he saw the giant bird he stopped in his tracks, shock evident in his eyes. The celestial bird. Suddenly someone shouted. As soon as those words were spoken it was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, triggering an unprecedented chain reaction. The celestial bird. It truly is the celestial bird. This is a mythical auspice, a sign of divine mandate. The previously pale-faced concubines upon hearing these discussions were no longer afraid and began to swallow nervously. The eunuchs, palace maids and guards quickly reacted, kneeling and shouting auspicious phrases and divine mandates. This astonishing scene quickly stirred the entire imperial capital. The common folk in the streets and alleys dropped whatever they were doing and surged towards the palace like a tide. People gathered on the streets outside the palace, gazing up at the sacred celestial bird in the sky. Some gaped in disbelief, others showed expressions of devotion, kneeling in prayer for protection. Subsequently, under countless gazes, the celestial bird descended while simultaneously shrinking. After 30 breaths it transformed into the size of an ordinary swallow and landed on the eaves of Jinghua Palace. Emperor Qianyuan and many elite guards hurried to follow the celestial bird to Jinghua Palace but could only stop 100 steps away. Because the celestial bird exuded an overwhelming divine pressure. Anyone within its domain, including Emperor Qianyuan, found it impossible to step into this realm. Emperor Qianyuan was already a martial emperor. Yet even he looked at the celestial bird with profound shock. From the celestial bird he sensed a pressure he could not compare to. Undoubtedly the celestial bird possessed the strength of a deity. Just this fact made it clear that this was indeed the celestial bird, not some demon in disguise. Moreover, Emperor Qianyuan had not anticipated that the celestial bird would descend upon Jinghua Palace. Not just him, everyone present looked at Jinghua Palace with complex expressions. Everyone pondered one question: why did the celestial bird choose to land on Jinghua Palace? The landing of the Xian bird is never random. The place it lands often symbolizes the will of heaven. Now the Xian bird has descended upon the Jinghua Palace. And within the Jinghua Palace there is the Crown Prince. Undoubtedly. Whether it is the flooding of the Sui River or the celestial dog devouring the sun, their influence cannot compare to that of the Xian bird. The Xian bird descends only once every few thousand years. Although the flooding of the Sui River and the celestial dog devouring the sun are rare, they occur every few decades. Since ancient times, whenever the Xian bird arrives, it often signifies the emergence of a holy king in the mortal realm. At the same time, the people within the Jinghua Palace are equally astonished by the arrival of the Xian bird. But immediately after, they all begin to sense it. The arrival of the Xian bird brings not only fame but also significant opportunities. It is rumored that the Xian bird is the embodiment of the power of the Great Zhou. Though its authenticity is uncertain, when the domain of the Xian bird descends, it indeed contains supreme Zhou essence. Under the influence of this Zhou essence, the thoughts of the people in Jinghua Palace seem to transcend through the river of time. With each passing breath, their minds experience 10 years. Moreover, during this process their comprehension increases greatly. Yang Chang is no exception. He understands the function of the Xian bird, which is why he chose to have it land in the Jinghua Palace. Seizing the rare opportunity of the Xian bird's arrival, Yang Chang decides to refine a sword technique he created in his past life. This sword technique is called the Biming Sword Classic. In his previous life, Yang Chang created only the beginning, having only half a sword. He could not progress further due to insufficient comprehension and talent. In this life his comprehension has greatly increased, aided by the domain of the Xian bird. He believes he will surely perfect this sword technique. After 3 breaths, Yang Chang creates the first form. The first form of Biming, there are fish in Biming. Then follow the second through the 9th forms, which are great fish emerges from water, Koan swims the vast sea, transforming birds into Pang, spreading wings to soar, clouds hanging low, drifting to the southern seawater, strikes 3,000 and soaring to 90,000. Just then the 100 breaths during which the Xian bird lingered has come to an end. The people outside the Jinghua Palace are left in a daze. The last time the Xian bird descended was 7,000 years ago. Before the Great Zhou dynasty was the Great Ying dynasty. 7,000 years ago the founding emperor of the Great Ying dynasty was a vassal lord who welcomed the Xian bird's arrival. Subsequently the world fell into chaos and Emperor Ying took the opportunity to rise, establishing the Great Ying dynasty that lasted for 5,000 years. Historical records document this with certainty. The Xian bird lingered for 30 breaths on the eaves of Emperor Ying. Yet today the Xian bird has lingered for 100 breaths in the Jinghua Palace. Does this not imply that the achievements of the Crown Prince will surpass those of Emperor Ying? After the moment of days comes excitement, especially among the royal relatives. Ministers can still serve as ministers after a change of dynasty. However, these royal relatives are entirely bound to the fate of the dynasty. If the Great Zhou flourishes, they enjoy wealth and glory. If the Great Zhou falls, they perish alongside it. Emperor Qianyuan is already quite accomplished. Now it seems the Crown Prince may be even more excellent than Emperor Qianyuan. If this is truly the case, they too will enjoy a life of luxury. Ha 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 ha. The Prince of Duan laughs heartily, saying, "Who says our Great Zhou Crown Prince is a harbinger of misfortune? These are merely some evil cults attempting to tarnish the Crown Prince, unaware that the Crown Prince is destined by heaven and cannot be tarnished by mere evil cults." Now even the heavenly Zhou cannot bear to see this and has sent down the Xian bird to vindicate the Crown Prince. Congratulations, Your Majesty. After 7,000 years the Xian bird has descended once more. Our Great Zhou is bound to witness an even greater prosperity. What flooding of the Sui River, what celestial dog devouring the sun are merely small stumbling blocks on the path of the Crown Prince's growth. The other relatives are equally excited, congratulating Emperor Qianyuan in unison. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Our Great Zhou is destined for eternal longevity. After a moment of silence the ministers also speak up. The impact of the Xian bird's descent is too great, akin to a torrential flood. The influence of the flooding of the Sui River and the celestial dog devouring the sun pales in comparison, merely ripples swept away by the flood. Ha ha ha. Emperor Qianyuan cannot help but laugh heartily. Ministers congratulate the Crown Prince, congratulate the Great Zhou, congratulate the people of the world. Congratulations to the Crown Prince, congratulations to the Great Zhou, congratulations to the people of the world. Everyone around responds loudly. Even those with animosity towards the Crown Prince do not dare to show it under such circumstances. At the same time, under the gazes of everyone, the Xian bird takes to the sky. Its form rapidly expands and in a moment it transforms back into a 100-foot-long figure, tearing through the clouds and flying away. Within half a cup of tea the figure of the Xian bird completely vanishes. The myriad of extraordinary phenomena also dissipates. Heaven and earth return to clarity as if nothing had ever happened. If not for the fact that almost everyone in the imperial capital witnessed the descent of the Xian bird, people would probably doubt that everything that just happened was an illusion. Just then a terrifying wave emanates from within the Jinghua Palace. A beam of light shoots up into the sky, shaking the very clouds of the heavens. What is this? Someone has ascended to the martial emperor. It is the Empress. This fluctuation in power belongs to the Empress. It is said that when the Xian bird descends, its domain contains supreme Tao essence. Those enveloped by the Tao essence will gain immense martial opportunities. The Empress is a high-level martial saint. I thought it would take her at least several decades or even longer to ascend to martial emperor, but I did not expect her to receive such an opportunity. The crowd outside the Jinghua Palace erupts in excitement once more. In the wasteland, the martial emperor represents the absolute pinnacle of combat power. Each additional martial emperor is a significant enhancement to national strength. The Great Zhou originally had 17 martial emperors. Adding the Empress makes 18 martial emperors. First the Xian bird descended and then the Empress ascended to martial emperor. This is undoubtedly a double blessing for the Great Zhou. Let us go to the Jinghua Palace with me, Emperor Qian Yuan urges eagerly. The Xian bird has departed and they can finally enter the Jinghua Palace. Inside the Jinghua Palace, congratulations, Your Majesty, the palace maids and eunuchs joyfully say. Their fates are all tied to Yun Li Yue. Now that Yun Li Yue has become a martial emperor, no one in this harem can threaten her. This is undoubtedly a tremendous joy for them. Moreover, this time not only Yun Li Yue but they too have benefited, each enjoying the Tao essence of the Xian bird. The overall strength of the palace maids in Jinghua Palace has significantly increased. The most obvious among them is Amber. As a mere maid she has actually ascended to martial saint. This would be a significant event in any other place. However, at this moment her presence is overshadowed by Yun Li Yu's authority as a martial emperor, causing very few people to notice her. Yang Chang is similarly overlooked. After all, he is too young. No one thinks he can comprehend anything. We are all blessed by Chang. Yun Li Yue smiles. As a woman without any ambition, her destiny is naturally unrelated to her. Therefore the arrival of the Xian bird must be for Yang Chang. And the benefits she has gained this time are truly immense. Although her cultivation is merely at the beginning of martial emperor, it is due to her insufficient accumulation of true energy. In reality, her Tao heart realm has already reached the high-level martial emperor level. The crown prince is blessed with great fortune. To serve the crown prince is indeed a blessing for us maidservants. The maidservants of the Jinghua Palace sincerely say. At this moment a dense sound of footsteps comes from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Emperor Qian Yuan enters with the royal relatives and ministers. Yun Li Yue stands to greet him. Your Majesty. Empress. Emperor Qian Yuan gazes at Yun Li Yue, his eyes filled with relief and excitement. There is genuine affection between him and Yun Li Yue. He is very satisfied with this empress who excels in many aspects. He has been quite worried about the various negative factors pressing upon the Jinghua Palace during this period. However, as an emperor he must prioritize the country and the state. If it comes to that, he would have no choice but to depose the crown prince, which would also affect the empress' prestige. Fortunately, with the descent of the Xian bird, all these problems no longer exist. He no longer needs to be entangled and worried. I pay my respects to the empress. I pay my respects to the crown prince. The relatives and ministers all bow their faces, displaying far greater reverence than before. This mother and son, one has achieved martial emperor and the other is destined by heaven. Originally the position of the Jinghua Palace was not stable. Recently it was even on the verge of collapse. However, from now on, barring any major upheaval, the position of the Jinghua Palace will be as solid as a rock. While the Jinghua Palace is full of joy, the atmosphere in the Zhaoyang Palace feels like a thunderstorm is approaching. Throwing things can no longer satisfy Consort Zhuan's anger. She wields a sword, chopping the surrounding wooden stakes into pieces. The will of heaven is unjust, the will of heaven is unjust. After venting her anger, Consort Zhuang sits despondently on the ground. Just a quarter of an hour ago she was overjoyed, believing that the Jinghua Palace was about to face a great calamity. The prediction of Princess Changle was indeed too accurate. The flooding of the Sui River and the celestial dog devouring the sun have both verified this. Consort Zhuang cannot imagine how the Jinghua Palace could turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, such an outrageous event occurred. The Xian bird, which had not appeared for 7,000 years, suddenly descended upon the Jinghua Palace. All factors unfavorable to the crown prince were instantly obliterated. Moreover, now the crown prince's position is even more solid than before. The Xian bird symbolizes the will of heaven. From now on, in the eyes of the world, the crown prince is as if endowed with heaven's will. Even if Emperor Qianyuan intends to depose the crown prince, it will be very difficult. Didn't Chang'e say that my son is the son of destiny? Why did the Xian bird land in the Jinghua palace? Consort Zhuang cannot understand. Yang Xiu appears dazed, but he is actually communicating with Lin Xinglan in his sea of consciousness. The Xian bird. Other than the others, Lin Xinglan also shows astonishment. She understands the Xian bird better than anyone else in the Great Zhou and can confirm that it truly carries the aura of the Xian bird. Senior, with the Xian bird descending upon the Jinghua palace, is the crown prince truly the son of destiny? Yang Xiu asks anxiously. Lin Xinglan falls silent for a moment, her eyes also filled with doubt. When she chose Yang Xiu, it was not a random choice. From Yang Xiu she deduced the fortune of the wasteland. This child is undoubtedly born to fulfill a destiny. What is happening now? Why would the Xian bird choose Crown Prince Yang Chang? But Lin Xinglan's inner turmoil quickly dissipates. Even if she miscalculated, so what? Even if Yang Chang is truly the son of destiny, so what? I do not know, nor do I care. Lin Xinglan spoke with indifference. Yang Xiu looked at Lin Xinglan in confusion. Lin Xinglan then declared powerfully, the fate of the wild realm was sealed the moment I chose you. The person I choose is not the child of destiny yet, they will become the child of destiny. Because I am the destiny. Yang Xiu's mind suddenly stilled, then he felt invigorated. Yang Xiu, you must remember, for a martial artist any notion of destiny is but an illusion. One's own strength is of utmost importance. As long as you possess enough strength, everything can be trampled underfoot, including the so-called destiny. Senior, I understand. Your will is strong enough, so now focus all your efforts on enhancing your cultivation. If you can enter the innate realm before the age of 2, how can your royal brother compare to you? Indeed. Yang Xiu was increasingly filled with confidence. His current cultivation was nearing the peak of the acquired stage. Yang Chang was likely just entering the acquired stage and could not compare with him. In the Jinghua Hall, Amber approached Yun Liyue and said, we have discovered that for nearly half a month the Zhaoyang Hall has had no contact with any suspicious individuals. Only 7 days ago did the Princess of Chang'e visit the Zhaoyang Hall. Princess of Chang'e. Yun Liyue's eyes glinted with depth. The Princess of Chang'e has never had dealings with the Zhaoyang Hall, yet she visited there 5 days ago, and 3 days later the Sueha River's dam burst, and today the celestial dog devoured the sun. Amber remarked, this matter is too coincidental. Not just this time, Yun Liyue stated. Last time when Yin Yiru instructed the 7 Kill Society to assassinate Chang'e, the Princess of Chang'e also had contact with Yin Yiru. This coincidence I could still consider as mere coincidence, but now we have 2 coincidences. Can it truly be this coincidental? Your Highness, what should we do? Amber said the Princess of Chang'e's identity is not simple. She is the last heir of the loyal and brave Marquis and is currently being raised by the Empress Dowager. To deal with her will not be so easy. The harder she is to deal with, the more we must act, Yun Liyue replied. Every merit has a day of depletion. The loyal and brave Marquis' contributions to the court are the Princess of Chang'e's protective talisman. We should first strike down her protective talisman, and when she makes a mistake again we can eliminate her. What charge shall we use to deal with her? Amber said the Princess of Chang'e is very cunning. Although we know that the plot against the Crown Prince is related to her, she has never acted personally, so we cannot catch her in the act. Without evidence we must fabricate evidence, Yun Liyue responded. Amber's expression changed. Your Highness, after the Princess of Chang'e met with noble consort Zhuang, the eunuch Shaoli from the palace procurement department exited the palace and passed by the Baoyue restaurant. And the Baoyue restaurant is a property of the Zhuang family. Yun Liyue's face turned cold. The maid Kaiwei from Ningxiu Palace should have died last year. Yes, Amber confirmed. Kaiwei's brother outside the palace owes a huge gambling debt. To save him she stole jade artifacts from Ningxiu Palace to sell. When another maid from Ningxiu Palace discovered this, in her panic she killed that maid. After you learned of this, Your Highness, you not only helped cover up the murder but also secretly bought back the jade artifacts she sold and returned them to Ningxiu Palace, giving her a year to arrange a way out for her family. Yun Liyue said calmly. Kaiwei killed eunuch Shaoli and the mastermind is the Princess of Chang'e. Amber, what do you think? Amber asked, Your Highness, why would the Princess of Chang'e want Kaiwei to kill eunuch Shaoli? Because she conspired with noble consort Zhuang against the Crown Prince, and eunuch Shaoli was the executor. The Princess of Chang'e feared he would leak information, so she naturally had to silence him. Yun Liyue explained. Then why would Kaiwei follow the Princess of Chang'e's orders? Amber inquired further. Kaiwei's father was a soldier under the loyal and brave Marquis. Yun Liyue said 10 years ago Kaiwei's father died in battle, and it was the loyal and brave Marquis who used his connections to send Kaiwei to Ningxiu Palace as a maid. Amber was astonished. She truly did not know this. Your Highness, Amber said softly, if that's the case then Kaiwei should be very grateful to the Princess of Chang'e. Will she truly help us? Yun Liyue replied, although the loyal and brave Marquis helped Siwei, she does not feel indebted to him after all her father has died. Moreover, the palace is not necessarily a good place for a woman. Amber suddenly understood, so that's how it is. The next day. In the eastern lake of the palace, Kaiwei arranged to meet eunuch Xiaoli. Eunuch Xiaoli's heart raced. Within the palace, interactions between eunuchs and palace maids are not uncommon. When Kaiwei arranged a meeting, eunuch Xiaoli instinctively felt that she wanted to share a meal with him. When they met by the eastern lake, Kaiwei did not hesitate to attack eunuch Xiaoli. Thud. Eunuch Xiaoli's chest was pierced. The dagger was only an inch away from his heart. Eunuch Xiaoli's face showed pain, yet his expression was not one of surprise. He sadly exclaimed, "Why? I have done so much for noble consort, and my life and death are entirely in her hands. It is impossible for me to betray her. Why does she still not trust me and must silence me?" Kaiwei's mind stirred, realizing that eunuch Xiaoli had misunderstood. Originally she intended to stab him again, but immediately changed her mind. At this moment she might have the opportunity to achieve an even greater merit. She knew she had no chance of surviving. But as long as she accomplished something significant, the Empress would not mistreat her family. Only the dead can truly keep secrets, Kaiwei sneered. By not denying eunuch Xiaoli's words, she undoubtedly further misled him to believe that noble consort Zhuang had sent someone to kill him. He had always been loyal to the consort, but her actions suddenly chilled his heart and sowed seeds of resentment. Who? A group of palace guards appeared and immediately captured Siwei, saving eunuch Xiaoli in the process. Kaiwei was not surprised by this. She had specifically chosen this moment to kill eunuch Xiaoli. Since Kaiwei was from Ningxiu Palace, she was taken to Ningxiu Palace for questioning by the Empress Dowager herself. In Jinghua Hall, Cheng, your mother will take you to see a play, Yun Liyue said with a smile. She immediately took Yang Cheng toward Ningxiu Palace. Siwei, why did you kill eunuch Xiaoli? Empress Dowager Meng asked with deep sorrow. Kaiwei had entered the palace at 13 and had served her for 10 years. She had some feelings for Kaiwei. Kaiwei knelt on the ground, biting her tongue in silence. Your Highness, eunuch Li has awakened. A guard came to report. Bring him in, Empress Dowager Meng commanded. Kaiwei was greatly alarmed. Soon eunuch Li was brought in. Nanny Gui stated, Your Highness, the dagger was only an inch away from the heart. Eunuch Li is very fortunate, otherwise he would have already perished. Her words were to inform Empress Dowager Meng that this incident was not a mere act. Kaiwei truly intended to kill eunuch Li. Eunuch Li grimaced and said, Your Highness, I know who was behind Kaiwei. Who? Empress Dowager Meng asked. It is noble consort Zhuang, eunuch Li replied. Noble consort Zhuang happened to arrive outside the door and upon hearing this became enraged. You speak nonsense. She hurriedly stepped into the hall and said, Mother, this dog servant slanders me, you must have him killed. At this moment she truly wished to skin eunuch Li alive. This dog servant, despite her trust in him, had actually betrayed her. Yun Liyue's eyes brightened slightly as she had not anticipated this unexpected joy. Yang Cheng also showed a change in expression. Ding! The host unexpectedly encounters the master of the Tianji Pavilion, the goddess of Chang'e, in the palace. This is truly rare. The goddess of Chang'e inherited the teachings of the ancient Tianji Pavilion over 500 years ago, reviving it and causing it to rise again. She predicted that Yang Xiu is the child of destiny, providing various assistance to him since 500 years ago. The host's miserable state is largely due to the calculations of the goddess of Chang'e. Now that the goddess of Chang'e has encountered the host, she will certainly not let the host off easily. The host must find a way to survive and counterattack the goddess of Chang'e. This is an achievement task. The greater the host's counterattack results, the higher the achievement value. Note, the goddess of Chang'e, like Tang Xingyu, is a shattered divine being, hence the difficulty of this task is epic, granting the host a 5-year extension. Task reward: observe the Chaos Divine Demon diagram from 10 breaths to 100 breaths. The Chaos Divine Demon diagram. This reward is undoubtedly highly tempting. This is the legendary Top Dao diagram. Countless true deities in the past fought to the death just to catch a glimpse of it, and very few succeeded. However, to obtain the reward one must first complete the task. The master of the Tianji Pavilion, the goddess of Chang'e. Yang Cheng gasped. Such a major figure, he had heard of her in his past life but had never seen her. Thus he never knew who the goddess of Chang'e was. Now the system informs him that the goddess of Chang'e is within this palace. Yang Cheng's gaze was instantly fixed on the princess of Chang'e. At this moment he no longer needed to guess, he knew who the goddess of Chang'e was. In his past life the princess of Chang'e had always kept a low profile and left the palace shortly after. Therefore he had never encountered her and did not know that the princess of Chang'e was the same as the goddess of Chang'e who was manipulating him from behind. It seems that the Wanjua divine water, the assassination outside the palace, the Sueha stone tablet and the celestial dog devouring the sun may all be related to the princess of Chang'e. In an instant a previously unseen intense killing intent surged within Yang Cheng's heart. His murderous intent towards the Princess of Chang'e even surpassed that towards Yang Xiu in that moment. Ningxiu Palace. Behind the Empress Dowager Princess Chang'e lowered her head, her expression dark. How could this be? Yesterday she had felt a sense of unease. In the future she had glimpsed the great event of the mysterious bird's descent had never occurred. This led her to squander her plans against the crown prince using the Sueha flood and the celestial dog eating the sun. Moreover, under her calculations the crown prince should have been rendered useless. Yet not only had he not been incapacitated, he had become increasingly brilliant and dazzling. This made Princess Chang'e feel that things had spiraled out of her control. As a successor of the Tianji Pavilion, this sense of uncontrollability filled her with extreme anxiety. I must leave the palace as soon as possible. She had actually decided to leave today. However, she did not anticipate the incident involving Kaiwei killing Eunuch Li. Since she was in Ningxiu Palace and was under the Empress Dowager's scrutiny, she could only temporarily halt her plans. After this matter concluded, she intended to leave at the first opportunity. Your Highness, do you truly wish to see me dead? Eunuch Li's eyes burned with resentment. Your Majesty, I must reveal the entire truth. It was your Highness who directed me to deliver a message to the Zhuang family at the Baiyue Tavern instructing them to place a stone tablet regarding His Highness the Crown Prince's precepts in the Sueha of the southern Ling city. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those around changed. If what Eunuch Li said was true, he would undoubtedly expose a scandal. Nonsense, nonsense. You dog servant, who gave you the courage to slander me? Eunuch Li let out a mournful laugh. After I have done so much for you, your Highness, you have shown no gratitude and instead harbor such hatred for me. Silence. Empress Dowager Meng's eyes glinted coldly. Zhuang Wanrong, I am still alive. This Ningxiu Palace is not for you to rule. Zhuang Guifei felt a chill and her delicate face turned pale. Little Li continues speaking. Empress Dowager Meng commanded. Eunuch Li had completely lost his mind and revealed everything without any concealment. He disclosed how Zhuang Guifei had used the Sueha stone tablet and the celestial dog eating the sun to strike at the crown prince. Even some of the dirty deeds Zhuang Guifei had committed in the past were brought to light. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had anticipated that the notorious incident concerning the crown prince was actually orchestrated by Zhuang Guifei. Yun Liyu's gaze turned icy sharp like a blade as she looked at Zhuang Guifei. How could Zhuang Guifei know about the Sueha flood and the celestial dog eating the sun in advance? Empress Dowager Meng asked. As for that, I do not know, your Majesty. Eunuch Li seemed to have exhausted his strength, collapsing onto the ground. Although Zhuang Guifei trusted him, she would not divulge everything to him. He only knew of so many of Zhuang Guifei's dirty deeds because they happened to be tasks she had assigned him. Zhuang Wanrong, what do you have to say? Empress Dowager Meng's tone was frigid. Zhuang Guifei at this moment had calmed down. Mother, I have not done any of these things. This servant has no evidence and is merely rampantly slandering me. It is truly insane. Who says I have no evidence? Eunuch Li retorted. The letter you once entrusted to me, I kept the original and only gave the Zhuang family a copy. Zhuang Guifei's pupils contracted, staring at Eunuch Li with intensity. I have treated you well. How could you harbor such malicious intent? Eunuch Li sneered. Everything I have done is merely for self-preservation. Little Li, hand the letter over to me, Empress Dowager Meng ordered. Yes, Eunuch Li replied. This letter is of great importance. I have not dared to part with it and have kept it close to me. He took out a letter from his bosom. Empress Dowager Meng instructed Granny Gui to retrieve it, then opened it to read. After finishing, she shot Zhuang Guifei a fierce glare but did not reprimand her. Instead, she tucked the letter away. Come here. Eunuch Li has slandered his master, so audaciously drag him away and execute him. Empress Dowager Meng said coldly. Eunuch Li looked at Empress Dowager Meng in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, someone dragged Eunuch Li out of Ningxiu Palace. Eunuch Li, already heavily injured, was killed after receiving fewer than 10 strikes. At this time, Empress Dowager Meng looked at Saiwei. Did you think that I wouldn't know who was behind you if you remained silent? Kaiwei's expression faltered. Your Majesty, it was the Guifei who instructed me. You lie. Zhuang Guifei was enraged, unable to suppress her anger. Empress Dowager Meng maintained a neutral expression. Saiwei, if my memory serves me right, your father was a soldier of the loyal and brave Marquis. When the loyal and brave Marquis sent you into the palace, he repeatedly assured me of your father's loyalty, and you inherited your father's disposition, allowing me to trust you. Kaiwei seemed to be exposed by Empress Dowager Meng and collapsed to the ground. Princess Chang'e suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. How did she end up being implicated in this? She truly did not know that Kaiwei had been sent into the palace by her father. This was something neither Kaiwei nor the Empress Dowager had mentioned. Usually Kai Wei took good care of her in Ningxiu Palace, but she had always thought it was the Empress Dowager's instructions. What Kai Wei said next was like a thunderbolt to her. She saw Kai Wei kneeling and banging her head. "Your Majesty, all this is my own decision and has nothing to do with the princess. The princess is pure and immaculate. It is I who am too filthy and deserving of death." Princess Changle could no longer control herself and angrily exclaimed, "Kai Wei, what deep-seated hatred do I have with you that you would slander me like this?" At this moment Kai Wei seemed to realize something, showing a look of regret on her face, then hurriedly changed her tune. "Your Majesty, it was the princess who instructed me." Princess Changle clutched her heart and staggered back. Kai Wei's change of words only made others think that she was truly slandering her. Now that she had changed her tune, others would only believe that she was loyal and devoted. She quickly knelt again. "Your Majesty, my actions have nothing to do with Princess Changle at all. In fact, Changle does not even recognize me. I ask your Majesty to see clearly." Empress Dowager Meng looked at her deeply. "Setting this matter aside, I asked you 6 days ago, why did you go to Zhaoyang Palace?" Princess Changle's face turned pale. 6 days ago she had indeed taken a risk going to Zhaoyang Palace. However, the matter was of great importance and she feared it would leak. She had no choice but to speak with Zhuang Guifei in person. Originally, as long as her plan succeeded and the crown prince was deposed, she would not face any consequences. All other matters would be overshadowed by the impact of the crown prince's deposition. Alas, her plan failed. Now this backlash had finally come. "Mother!" At this moment Emperor Qian Yuan appeared at the door. "Emperor, come with me." Empress Dowager Meng rose and led Emperor Qian Yuan to a corridor behind the hall. "You must have learned about the events. How do you plan to handle this?" Empress Dowager Meng inquired. Emperor Qian Yuan's expression was dark. "If nothing unexpected occurs, it should be Zhuang Wanrong and Princess Changle who audaciously conspired against the crown prince together." Then, to prevent the matter from leaking, Princess Changle had Kai Wei kill Eunuch Li to silence him. However, Kai Wei did not expect to encounter patrolling guards and her dagger failed to kill Eunuch Li, leading to the matter's exposure. Eunuch Li claimed that it was Zhuang Guifei who instructed Kai Wei to kill him. Empress Dowager Meng stated, "This should be a misunderstanding." Emperor Qian Yuan replied, "I never expected that the loyal and brave Marquis would have such a venomous daughter." Of course, even if Kai Wei was not instructed by Zhuang Guifei, the matter of conspiring against the crown prince would still have Zhuang Guifei as the mastermind. Princess Changle cannot die, nor can Zhuang Guifei. Empress Dowager Meng replied, "Princess Changle's father is the loyal and brave Marquis. If she is executed, what will those soldiers at the border think? Moreover, the daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis conspiring against the crown prince is detrimental to the reputation of both the court and the crown prince. Zhuang Guifei, backed by the Zhuang family, cannot die, especially with the sixth prince being so outstanding." Emperor Qian Yuan frowned. "Does that mean Chang'er and the empress have to suffer in vain? We could send Princess Changle away from the palace, letting her fend for herself." Empress Dowager Meng suggested. As for Zhuang Guifei, she must provide compensation to the crown prince. If the empress is dissatisfied, she should not expect an easy way out. Zhuang Guifei can only be handled this way. As she spoke, Emperor Qian Yuan's gaze turned cold. "But Princess Changle must die. My Dezhou's crown prince cannot be schemed against by a heartless wolf. On the surface she will be dispatched to Jiangnan, but along the way a group of bandits will kill her." Empress Dowager Meng sighed slightly. "Since the emperor has made a decision, let it be done according to your wishes." The two returned to the front of the main hall. Empress Dowager Meng decisively announced that Kai Wei had maliciously slandered her master, ordering the eunuchs to drag her away and execute her. But this was merely the surface. After sending the other palace maids away, Empress Dowager Meng kept Zhuang Guifei and the empress. Emperor Qian Yuan was also present with Empress Dowager Meng. As for Princess Changle, they did not keep her as they considered her already dead in their eyes. Yang Cheng's dark eyes revealed confusion, seemingly unaware of what had happened. In reality, he was reading the subtitles on the screen. The host used some means to unite with the retired emperor and the resurrected Empress Dowager Meng to expel the divine maiden of Changle from the palace. This move allowed the host to resolve the crisis and greatly humiliated the divine maiden of Changle. The task was rated as excellent and the host received a reward to observe the Chaos Divine Demon diagram for 50 breaths. Would the host like to claim the reward or continue with the task? Princess Changle has already been expelled from the palace by her father and the Empress Dowager. The efficiency of her father and the Empress Dowager is indeed remarkable. Yang Cheng felt that the matter would not end here. Her father likely had other means. Even if not, Yang Chang would also seek his mother's assistance. Now that Princess Changle was in trouble, he would not miss the opportunity. It would be best to eliminate her. Even if he could not kill her, he would ensure she would suffer. Ningxiu Palace. Crash. Emperor Qian Yuan grabbed a teacup beside him and hurled it at concubine Zhuang. Concubine Zhuang dodged and the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. "Zhuang Wanrong, do you wish so desperately to put the crown prince to death?" Emperor Qianyuan thundered. Concubine Zhuang said in terror, Your Majesty, I have absolutely no such intention. The letter you sent to Eunuchly is in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Still attempting to quibble. Emperor Qianyuan said. Concubine Zhuang's face instantly turned as colorful as a dying workshop, shifting between pale and livid. Empress, how do you wish to handle Concubine Zhuang? Emperor Qianyuan said. Yun Liyue naturally wished to execute Concubine Zhuang. But she knew that was impossible. Concubine Zhuang had the backing of the Zhuang clan. If Emperor Qianyuan did not wish to break ties with the Zhuang clan, he could not touch Concubine Zhuang. Your Majesty Empress Dowager, could you allow me a few days to consider? Yun Liyue did not make a hasty decision. Of course. The Empress Dowager and Emperor Qianyuan were both very lenient toward Yun Liyue at this moment. After all, from their perspective, the Jinghua Hall had indeed suffered a great grievance. Next, Yang Chang was sent to Qiushui Garden as usual. Unbeknownst to all, it was now afternoon. At the same time, the Changdal Commandery Princess had been escorted 800 li away from the capital. The Changdal Commandery Princess, an 80-year-old girl, faced this overwhelming siege. To others she was surely doomed. Put. A spear pierced through the Changdal Commandery. The Changdal Commandery Princess, an 80-year-old girl, faced this overwhelming siege. To others she was surely doomed. Put. A spear pierced through the Changdal Commandery Princess' abdomen. The Changdal Commandery Princess collapsed to the ground. One of the black-clad men, to ensure her demise, severed her head from her body. Now no one could believe the Changdal Commandery Princess could survive. Let's go. The black-clad men mounted their horses and departed. Before leaving, they set a fire to burn her body to ashes. Soon after they left, the body of the Changdal Commandery Princess stirred. A trace of eerie aura emanated. Then her head and body recombined. She rose and fled from the raging flames. At the same moment. Qiushui Garden. Ding. The host's methods are inscrutable and divine, joining forces with the Emperor Emeritus to slay the Changdal Shenu. The Changdal Shenu consequently lost nearly half of the origin power of the Tianji Divine Stone, greatly depleting her potential. Mission evaluation glorious. Reward: host may contemplate the Chaos Primordial Deity chart for 100 breaths. Does the host wish to claim the reward? Claim. Since the Hunyuan Primordial Deity chart existed within his consciousness and would not manifest externally. Thus Yang Chang chose to claim without any hesitation. Boom. In an instant his consciousness plunged into a void of nothingness. Endless darkness surged in, making it feel as if he had returned to the primordial chaos before the heavens were born. Suddenly a dazzling light burst forth from the depths of chaos. An ancient scroll resembling a parchment slowly unfurled. In a trance, Yang Chang saw on the parchment a chaotic primordial deity with ox horns and a human body. Its form was vast and boundless beyond imagination, limbs like mountain ranges, textures like rivers. Instantly Yang Chang's consciousness trembled uncontrollably, his mind pounding with a fierce urge to flee. But he knew this was a rare opportunity, so he did not retreat. As his contemplation continued, the scroll fully unfurled, revealing the deity's entire body. An intangible primeval pressure surged toward Yang Chang like a raging tide. A biting cold penetrated deep into his soul. Yet Yang Chang gritted his teeth, steadied his mind, and continued to gaze upon the form of the chaotic primordial deity. The eyes of the chaotic primordial deity slowly opened, and within those pupils countless worlds seemed to cycle through birth and destruction. Yang Chang felt as if his soul was being drawn into those eyes, witnessing the endless cycles of the cosmos, from chaos to order, from creation to annihilation. Unknowingly 100 breaths passed. The chaotic primordial deity closed its eyes. The parchment scroll rolled back up. The darkness receded and Yang Chang suddenly snapped awake. Cheng Cheng, what's wrong? Cheng Junyi's anxious voice reached his ears. Yang Cheng opened his eyes and found Cheng Junyi and Tang Xingyu both watching him with concern. Looking at himself, he was drenched in cold sweat. Glancing at the mirror beside him, he saw his face was pallid and bloodless. Yang Chang inwardly scolded himself for his carelessness. He had thought that merely contemplating within his consciousness would cause no problems. He never expected the contemplation to be so terrifying that it triggered such a strong physical reaction. At this moment he felt as if he had fallen gravely ill. Master, I'm fine. Yang Cheng quickly said. How can you be fine? Chengqing, if you're sick you must tell us. Tang Xingyu said. Chang Junyi seemed to sense something and said in surprise, you had an epiphany. She could tell that although Yang Chang appeared weak, his spirit seemed to have undergone some transformation. During cultivation your disciple seemed to perceive a mysterious ancient chart. Yang Chang said. Chang Junyi said yesterday a mysterious bird descended upon Jinghua Hall and your mother achieved the martial sovereign realm. Now it seems you too have received a great boon, only your comprehension came a little later. This excuse was excellent, so Yang Chang went along. It seems so. This is a good thing. Continue to seize the moment and absorb the insights. Cheng Junyi said, as for your qi and blood, I will use true qi to help regulate them. Yes, master. Yang Chang closed his eyes again. Then he discovered that he could see his internal body. This sent a surge of excitement through Yang Chang's mind. Being able to see internally meant he had developed spiritual perception. And ordinarily only when one's cultivation reached the martial ancestor realm could one condense mental power into spiritual perception. In terms of mental strength he had made a leap. When Yang Cheng opened his eyes half an hour later he found that his qi and blood had also recovered to full vigor. This was undoubtedly thanks to Cheng Junyi's regulation. Afterward Yang Chang returned to the palace. On the way he couldn't help thinking about Yang Xiu and the Zhuang clan. The Zhuang clan held immense power. Even though concubine Zhuang had been caught red-handed, his father and the Empress Dowager could not touch her. His mother clearly understood this, which was why she did not press the attack. For her and him the best option now was to extort something from the Yun clan. Yang Chang's mind turned to a precious treasure of the Zhuang clan. The Sage Li Wei sword. Yang Chang's eyes gleamed. That the Zhuang clan possessed the Sage Li Wei sword was a secret. In his past life it was only before Yang Xiu ascended the throne that the Zhuang clan presented him with this sword. After obtaining the Sage Li Wei sword, Yang Xiu swept away all obstacles and ascended to the throne of Great Zhou. But the secret went deeper. After Yang Xiu ascended, the Changle Shen had told him that the Sage Li Wei sword was actually the human emperor sword. It was only because the human emperor's sword had suffered severe damage that it had degraded into the Sage Li Wei sword. For the next 300 years Yang Xiu continuously repaired the Sage Li Wei sword. A century before Yang Cheng's rebirth, Yang Xiu finally restored the Sage Li Wei sword to the human emperor's sword. Seizing this opportunity, and since the Zhuang clan still doesn't know the true nature of the Sage Li Wei sword, there's a strong chance I can obtain the Sage Li Wei sword from them. Yang Cheng mused. The Changle Shena most likely knew the Sage Li Wei sword was the human emperor's sword. But she kept it as a future bargaining chip, so she hadn't told the Zhuang clan yet. Now this instead gave Yang Cheng an opportunity. The human emperor's sword was the personal divine weapon of the Tianzhou emperor Yang Xiu, granting him immense majesty and fortune. The host must use any means and spare no cost to seize the human emperor's sword from the Tianzhou emperor. The Tianzhou emperor is a great Yin god surrounded by countless experts. This mission is of epic difficulty. The host is granted a 7-year term. Mission reward: a drop of Swearen emperor's blood. Thump thump thump. Yang Cheng's heart pounded. Swearen emperor's blood. This mission reward was truly exhilarating. Swearen emperor was one of the human ancestors, the first human emperor. The value of his blood was self-evident. Originally Yang Chang had desired the Sage Li Wei sword. Now with the mission he was all the more determined to obtain it. Returning to Jinghua Hall. Mother, your son knows of a fine treasure in the Zhuang clan. Yang Chang said. What fine treasure? Yun Li Us smiled. The Sage Li Wei sword. Yang Chang said. Yun Li Yu's smile instantly faded and she said seriously, how do you know that? Once sixth brother showed off in my presence and mentioned it. Yang Cheng fabricated a lie. Yun Li Yue did not suspect anything. Apart from this explanation she could not think of any other way Yang Chang could have learned such a top-secret piece of news. Your mother understands. Determination shone in Yun Li Yu's eyes. That was the Sage Li Wei sword. The Peerless sword of Emperor Ing Taizu, a true divine weapon. Immediately Yun Li Yue went to find Emperor Qian Yuan. Your Majesty, your subject has heard that the Zhuang clan possesses the Sage Li Wei sword. If concubine Zhuang wishes to atone to me, let her bring the Sage Li Wei sword. The Holy Dao sword, in the hands of the Zhuang clan. Emperor Qian Yuan's expression turned cold. The Holy Dao sword was not only a divine weapon but also the personal sword of the founding emperor, bearing immense symbolic significance. What intentions lay behind the Zhuang clan secretly hoarding the Holy Dao sword? Your subject accidentally came across this news and cannot be entirely certain, so I require your Majesty to probe the matter. Yun Li Us said. Su Jin summoned Consort Zhuang here. Emperor Qian Yuan ordered. Before long Consort Zhuang appeared in the imperial study. She forced a strained smile onto her face. Your subject pays respects to your Majesty and the Empress. Emperor Qian Yuan glanced at her, then said, Empress, you speak. Yun Li Yue said, Consort Zhuang, if you wish this Empress to overlook your crimes you may. But I demand a treasure from your Zhuang clan. Consort Zhuang's heart secretly rejoiced. The Zhuang clan was wealthy and never lacked treasures. She knew Yun Li Yue would make exorbitant demands, yet compared to offsetting this transgression it was entirely worthwhile. Please speak freely, elder sister. Your younger sister is sincere in atonement. As long as my Zhuang clan can produce it I shall not hesitate. Consort Zhuang then declared with conviction. Good. Yun Liu said, I want the Holy Dao Sword. Within 3 days have the Zhuang clan deliver it to Jinghua Hall. No problem. Halfway through, Consort Zhuang suddenly reacted, Elder sister, what did you say you wanted? The Holy Dao Sword. Yun Liu's eyes fixed on Consort Zhuang. Consort Zhuang said, Elder sister, have you heard some rumors? My Zhuang clan does not possess the Holy Dao Sword. Yun Liu curled her lips and said with sarcasm, Zhuang Wanron, you just claimed you were sincere in atonement and that as long as your Zhuang clan could produce it you wouldn't hesitate. How is it that in the blink of an eye you've swallowed your own words? Consort Zhuang said, Elder sister, I am sincere, but the premise is that my Zhuang clan can produce it. My clan truly does not have the Holy Dao Sword. The matter of the Zhuang clan obtaining the Holy Dao Sword was extremely secret, known only to a few senior core members. She did not believe Yun Liu had concrete evidence. Yun Liu smiled and turned to Emperor Qianyuan, Your Majesty, what shall we do about this? Emperor Qianyuan's face darkened. Zhuang Wanrong, do you truly think I am unaware whether your clan has the Holy Dao Sword? Consort Zhuang's expression changed drastically. Previously it was only Yun Liu speaking and she hadn't taken it too seriously. Now Emperor Qianyuan's words clearly indicated he had confirmed that the Holy Dao Sword was in the Zhuang clan. Of course it was possible Emperor Qianyuan was bluffing. But she truly dared not gamble. The Zhuang clan hiding the Holy Dao Sword, if Emperor Qianyuan never knew it, might be fine. But once Emperor Qianyuan discovered it and they still pretended ignorance, trying to deceive him, it would surely touch his untouchable reverse scale. Emperor Qianyuan was no puppet sovereign, he was a true emperor wielding firm authority. Even though the Zhuang clan was deeply entrenched, they absolutely could not withstand his wrath. Annihilation of the clan was unlikely, but they would likely pay an even greater price, possibly sustaining real crippling damage. Thinking this, Consort Zhuang felt her hair stand on end. She braced herself and said, Your Majesty, perhaps your subject misremembered. I need to consult the clan elders. I give you 3 days. Emperor Qianyuan said. After withdrawing from the imperial study, Consort Zhuang hurried away. She soon summoned her mother to Zhaoyang Hall. When she mentioned the matter of the Holy Dao Sword, the old lady Zhuang's face turned pale. Such a grave matter was beyond her authority to decide, so she quickly rushed back to the Zhuang mansion in the capital. His Majesty knows our Zhuang clan has the Holy Dao Sword. How did he find out? In theory, only a few of us know. The expressions of the Zhuang clan elders turned extremely grim. Then they looked at one another, eyes filled with suspicion. Could it be that among us someone has secretly defected to His Majesty? The Grand Elder said. At least I can be sure I certainly haven't. That's not certain. Sometimes one who feels guilty protests the loudest. Who is so despicable? Our Zhuang clan has stood for thousands of years on the core principle of neutrality. Binding with the emperor is never a good thing. The other elders added. But the seed of suspicion had been planted, causing each of them to secretly become wary. Setting aside other matters, since His Majesty already knows the Holy Dao Sword is with our clan, we absolutely cannot continue to hide it. As it happens, the consort has committed a grave error and our clan already needed to pay a heavy price to appease the Empress' anger. Let us offer the Holy Dao Sword. The Zhuang clan elders quickly reached a consensus. 3 days later, Yun Liu successfully obtained the Holy Dao Sword. Even Emperor Qianyuan, showing great interest, came to Jinghua Hall. So this is the Holy Dao Sword. I see nothing particularly special about it. Although Emperor Qianyuan knew the sword was extraordinary, he was not willing to lower himself to contend for it with his Empress. After all, this sword was an apology gift from the Zhuang clan to the Empress. More importantly, the symbolic significance of the Holy Dao Sword outweighed its intrinsic value. The imperial treasury held comparable divine weapons. Thus he could restrain his greed. Yang Cheng chuckled inwardly. If Emperor Qianyuan knew that the Holy Dao Sword was actually the human emperor's sword, he might not be able to curb his avarice. After the emperor left, Yun Liu looked at Yang Chenger. You are the crown prince, your mother gives this sword to you. But you are still too young for now, you can only sense the Dao rhythm within the sword, not wield it carelessly. Mother, your son understands. Yang Cheng said. The host has broken through the vigilance of countless true gods and successfully seized the human emperor's sword from the heaven-bestowed emperor. This is an unimaginable feat. Congratulations, host, for completing an epic mission once again. Your path of rebellion grows ever more brilliant. The blood of Sui Emperor has been issued. Does the host wish to claim it? Claim later. Yang Cheng muttered to himself. In the dead of night, when no one was around. Claim the reward. A drop of seemingly ordinary blood appeared before Yang Cheng. The system's rewards had their aura sealed. Thus even the blood of the human emperor did not cause any unusual phenomena. Then the drop of human emperor blood merged into Yang Cheng's brow. Under normal circumstances, Yang Cheng would have found it extremely difficult to fuse with the human emperor blood. But as a system reward, the system automatically purifies any incompatible elements within the reward. Thus the human emperor blood caused no rejection in Yang Chang. It was as if it were his own blood. And how immensely powerful was the human emperor blood. A torrent of energy surged violently within Yang Chang. His flesh and blood were rapidly transformed and strengthened. Yang Chang soon realized he could not withstand all the energy of the human emperor blood. He acted decisively, reaching out to grasp the Holy Dao sword. The Holy Dao's sword immediately trembled. It sensed the human emperor bloodline within Yang Chang. Then the mighty energy of the human emperor blood flooded into the Holy Dao sword. The sword awakened, using the blood's energy to repair itself. A night passed. The human emperor blood vanished. Yang Chang's physical strength had been elevated to the peak of a martial master. The Holy Dao sword had fully revived, transforming into the human emperor sword. The human emperor sword was highly sentient. With a mere thought from Yang Chang, it suppressed its aura, appearing like the Holy Dao sword. No one but Yang Chang could discern that it was the human emperor sword. The next day Yang Chang rose, breakfasted, and went to Qiushui courtyard at the appointed hour as usual. Near dinner he returned from Qiushui courtyard to the palace. On the way Yang Chang gazed at the crowds outside, a deep feeling of contentment swelling in his heart. In his past life, after becoming the demon lord, he had either been slaughtering or being hunted. He had never been able to enter major cities. Even when he occasionally did, he had to leave quickly. He had actually spent centuries without truly savoring such mortal warmth. For this reason, the bustling sights along the streets, already tiresome to other capital residents, were something Yang Chang could never get enough of. Ding! The host has encountered Lin Shu on the street, a rare opportunity. Lin Shu is Yang Xiu's most capable lieutenant, commanding the shadow guards for him, known as the Night Empress. With Lin Shu present, no schemes or intrigues can harm Yang Xiu. Host, find a way to drive a wedge between Lin Shu and Yang Xiu, even make Lin Shu betray Yang Xiu and join your side. This is an achievement mission. The lower Lin Shu's goodwill toward Yang Xiu and the higher toward the host, the greater the achievement value. Note: Lin Shu is a young god powerhouse, a merciless killer who slaughters without hesitation, thus the mission difficulty is extremely high. The host is granted a grace period of 5 years. Mission reward: Shenyuan space diameter from 100 zhang to 100,000 zhang Shenyuan space. Yang Chang's eyes lit up. In his past life as the demon lord, he too had possessed a Shenyuan space, but it was only 3 zhang in diameter. Now the system's Shenyuan space started at 100 zhang in diameter up to 100,000 zhang. And this mission was also very intriguing. Lin Shu. Yang Chang was no stranger to Lin Shu. In his past life, Yang Xiu had become the heaven-bestowed emperor and had no time to deal with him personally. Lin Shu. Yang Chang was no stranger to Lin Shu. In his past life, Yang Xiu had become the heaven-bestowed emperor and had no time to deal with him personally. Yang Chang had not noticed Lin Shu earlier. He had only learned of Lin Shu 100 years later. Yang Chang immediately began searching carefully among the crowds on both sides of the street. The capital of the Great Zhou is called Fengtian City. Fengtian City, with a population of millions, is destined to be a place of chaos. It showcases splendor on the surface while harboring darkness beneath. Less than 2 miles away from Yang Chang there lies a marketplace filled with garbage, sewage and foul odors. The marketplace is filled with various cries of vendors and the sounds of weeping. But the goods sold by the vendors are not items but people. This is indeed the marketplace for humans in Fengtian City. A burly man with a face full of flesh angrily cursed, "You little wretch, behave yourself or I'll break your legs if you try to escape again." The one he scolded was a 5-year-old girl, thin as a beansprout. She wore a coarse cloth dress, patched countless times, her small face dirty with a few strands of yellow hair sticking to her cheeks. At this moment she tightly clutched her dress hem, her small body slightly trembling. Her face was filled with fear and helplessness, resembling a frightened little deer. However, upon closer inspection one could find a hint of stubbornness and wildness deep within her eyes. The burly man snorted coldly and began shouting in a voice like a broken gong, "Come and take a look, today we have new goods for sale, only 20 taels, a sure bargain." He had not intended to sell this girl so quickly, hoping to keep her for a few more years. After all, she had an excellent mold and was bound to become a beauty when she grew up. However, this girl was too wild. As soon as he let his guard down, she would attempt to escape. No matter how much he beat her, he could not tame her. In desperation, he had no choice but to sell her off early. "Can't you lower the price a bit?" An old man with cloudy eyes and a face full of wrinkles and blemishes asked greedily. The burly man's spirit lifted. Although this old man was ugly, he was dressed extravagantly, clearly from a wealthy family. "Sir, take a good look at this girl, isn't she lovely? At 5 years old she is the perfect age to train, you won't regret buying her." As he spoke he roughly pinched the girl's chin, turning her face towards the crowd, completely ignoring the tears welling up in her eyes. Surrounding them were many common folk, pointing and laughing. Meanwhile the girl could only shrink away in the torrent of their gazes. 15 taels, that's my final offer. The old man said. The burly man hesitated. I won't sell her, the girl shouted despite her evident fear. Little girl, this man is Lord Huang, a former 8th rank official of the court. Following him you will surely have a blessed future. The crowd chimed in. The burly man seemed to come to a decision. All right, I'll sell her. But before he could finish, a childish voice suddenly rang out, 100,000 taels. What? The burly man was stunned. I'll offer 100,000 taels. Then people saw a little boy just 1 year old slowly walking towards them. The little boy stepped closer to the burly man and the girl. It was Yang Chang. The burly man forced a smile. Young master, please don't joke with us. 100,000 taels of silver is enough to buy a city. Amber, bring the money, Yang Chang said. 100,000 taels of silver was something most people in the world could not produce. But that did not include him, the crown prince. Amber took out a banknote prominently stating 100,000 taels of silver. I recognize this, it's a banknote from Fengtian Bank. It truly is 100,000 taels of silver. The crowd erupted in amazement. Just then a large group of guards surged in from outside the marketplace, arriving before Yang Chang. The surrounding crowd was pushed back 10 meters. Your Highness, the guards said, their expressions tense. The sudden departure of the prince earlier had truly startled them. Fortunately Amber was with him, which relieved their anxiety, otherwise they would have gone mad. Your Highness. My goodness, it's the crown prince. We pay our respects to your Highness. The crowd in the marketplace knelt like a tide. At this moment no one doubted the authenticity of the banknote. The burly man's face turned pale as he stammered, why, your Highness, if you wish to see this girl I will give her directly to you. No need, Yang Chang said coldly. 100,000 taels of silver, take the money and give me the girl. Amber did not allow the burly man to refuse, directly shoving the banknote into his hand and then pulling the girl to his side. Yang Chang looked at the girl seriously and said, remember, you are purchased by this palace for 100,000 taels of silver. 100,000 taels. The girl felt as if she were dreaming. Did she, a being as insignificant as a weed, truly worth 100,000 taels? Let's go. Yang Chang turned to walk towards the palanquin outside the marketplace. When they reached the palanquin, Amber asked, Your Highness, how shall we deal with this? Yang Chang replied indifferently, the slave trader and Lord Huan will be punished, their homes confiscated, and they will be executed. Upon seeing Lin Shu, he recalled some rumors from his past life. In the end, Lin Shu was bought by that Lord Huang. That Lord Huang had actually developed beastly desires for the 5-year-old Lin Shu, forcing her to kill him in retaliation. It was unknown how Lin Shu escaped afterward. At the age of 10 she killed that slave trader and then encountered Yang Xiu, who subdued her. The slave trader who sold Lin Shu was truly a heinous criminal. He specialized in the trafficking of children, most of whom were kidnapped by him. For those children he would beat and scold them, having even killed several. Such a person deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Afterward, Yang Chang did not mind Lin Shu's dirtiness and directly let her ride with him. Lin Shu appeared timid, huddled in a corner of the carriage, shyly glancing at Yang Chang. After a long while she quietly asked why. Yang Chang looked at her with gentle eyes. This gaze gave Lin Shu the courage to ask, you could have bought me for 20 taels, why did you spend 100,000 taels? Yang Chang replied earnestly, because I don't want people to think you're worth only 20 taels. By spending 100,000 taels others will see you as priceless. Lin Shu stood there in a daze. Her heart, which had long been numb, was struck with a strong impact at that moment. A feeling of inexplicable bitterness surged from her heart to her eyes, causing her eyes to redden and tears to flow uncontrollably. Upon returning to Jinghua Palace, a palace maid immediately took Lin Shu away to clean and groom her. Yun Liyue, already aware of the situation, said to Yang Chang, you did very well. Mother, let her be my maid from now on, Yang Chang said. Naturally Yun Liyue wouldn't mind such a trivial matter and smiled indulgently. All right. Even she could not have anticipated that this little 5-year-old girl, thin as a sprout, would one day become a ruthless queen of the night. Once Lin Shu was cleaned up and dressed in palace maid attire, despite still being small and thin, her delicate features became clearly visible. Amber's eyes lit up. I didn't expect her to be a little beauty. Lin Shu showed a shy expression. Even now she still felt like she was dreaming, fearing that if she woke up there would be nothing left. From now on you will be the crown prince's maid, Amber said seriously. Serve the crown prince and remember to do your utmost. I will spend an hour every day to teach you. I will do my best, Lin Shu replied, clearly nervous but with a very serious tone. If this is not a dream, then the crown prince is her savior. From this day forth she vowed to serve the crown prince with her life. She felt that even after many years she would never forget the scene in the marketplace today. That small figure slowly walked towards her under the sun. To others she was merely a piece of cheap goods that needed to be haggled over for even 20 taels. Yet the crown prince said he would pay 100,000 taels to buy her. "What is your name?" Yang Chang approached her. "I am called Lin Shu." "Amber, don't give her another name, she will be called Lin Shu from now on," Yang Chang said. Then he turned to Lin Shu and said, "Come play with me." He was still thinking about his task. Clearly he had saved Lin Shu. Logically Lin Shu should be grateful to him, yet the task still hadn't shown as completed. Could it be that Lin Shu was naturally cold-hearted and devoid of gratitude? But that didn't make sense. If Lin Shu were such a person, how could she have been so loyal to Yang Xiu in her past life? Perhaps. Yang Cheng's heart stirred. Then he began to tell Lin Shu about Zhaoyang Palace. "The noble consort Zhuang is plotting against me, aiming to have my sixth brother replace me. From now on you must be wary of the sixth brother, do not be polite to him when you see him." Lin Shu nodded seriously. Inside she felt a smirk. She thought that at this moment Yang Cheng finally seemed a bit childish. However, in her heart she had indeed begun to harbor animosity towards Yang Xiu. To her the crown prince's enemy was her enemy. Lin Shu displayed unwavering loyalty to the host and was filled with hostility towards Yang Xiu. The host managed to turn the tide with astonishing means, successfully sowing discord between Lin Shu and Yang Xiu, ensuring Lin Shu's complete loyalty. This achievement task reached a glorious level. The reward is a space with a diameter of 100,000 zhang. Does the host accept it? Accept, Yang Cheng muttered. In an instant he felt his consciousness connect to an expanse of emptiness. His previous space was a void ring 3 zhang in diameter. Now this space directly existed within his sea of consciousness, measuring a diameter of 100,000 zhang, equivalent to a large lake. At this moment Amber reappeared. "Your Highness, the slave trader and Lord Huang are both deeply guilty," Amber said. "The royal city office will personally take action to confiscate their homes and execute them. The 100,000 taels of silver you provided has also been recovered." 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Cheng is now 2 years old. During this time he only received a few scattered tasks, earning some trivial rewards. This was equivalent to a period of leisure for him. The weary soul that had been burdened for 500 years finally found rest. For Jinghua Palace it was an unexpected delight. That is, both Amber and Yunliu discovered that Lin Shu is a martial arts genius. Not only does Lin Shu possess the shadow holy body, but her comprehension is also extraordinarily terrifying. At the same time they also uncovered Lin Shu's background. Lin Shu's father is the master of the Great Zhou Shadow Blade Pavilion. Though the Shadow Blade Pavilion has long since declined, it once was powerful and thus has many formidable enemies. This led to the bloodbath of the Shadow Blade Pavilion. Lin Shu's parents perished, and before their demise they sent the 3-year-old Lin Shu away. From that point on the 3-year-old Lin Shu wandered the streets and was discovered by a passerby. It wasn't until 2 years later that Lin Shu was purchased by Yang Cheng. Such a pure background made Junliu and Amber feel more at ease and value Lin Shu even more. Lin Shu is still young, which is the perfect time for shaping. Coupled with her strong martial arts talent, as long as they nurture her properly, she will surely become a tremendous asset for Yang Cheng in the future. Yang Cheng was not surprised by this. He had long known everything about Lin Shu. Now that the host has returned to Feng Tian City, how could he miss the opportunity of the Tian Yuan Tower? The 9th level of the Tian Yuan Tower is a place that no one has ever ventured into. It hides a great fortune. In the past the Tian Yuan Tower was sealed, preventing anyone over the age of 12 from entering. Now, due to the arrival of the prodigies from all realms in the Wild Realm, the seal of the Tian Yuan Tower has loosened, giving the host an opportunity. Please proceed to the Tian Yuan Tower, step into the 9th level and compete for the hidden fortune within the tower alongside the prodigies from all realms. Task reward: 10th Asandir Golden Silkworm Silk Inner Armor. Yang Cheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. A task has finally appeared again. The Tian Yuan Tower is located in the Great Zhou Academy. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the Yang family is the ruler of the world. However, the Yang family is not an absolute supremacy, it governs the world with various noble families and sects. Before the establishment of the Great Zhou, the Yang family was actually the largest noble force in the world. After defeating the Great Ing, the Yang family became the royal family. Thus other noble families and sects should not be underestimated. The Tian Yuan Tower can temper one's will, which is greatly beneficial to martial arts. However, those who wish to enter the Tian Yuan Tower must not exceed the age of 12. Hence it is located in the Meng Academy of the Great Zhou. The Tian Yuan Tower can temper one's will, which is greatly beneficial to martial arts. However, those who wish to enter the Tian Yuan Tower must not exceed the age of 12. Hence it is located in the Meng Academy of the Great Zhou Academy. The students in the Meng Academy are all children under the age of 12. In his past life, Yang Cheng also ventured into the Tian Yuan Tower, but he couldn't even pass the first level. This incident only served to add to the mockery of others. So in this life can I step into the 9th level? Yang Chang was filled with curiosity. Great Zhou Academy. Meng Academy Martial Arts Arena. In the center stands a colossal tower. This is the Tian Yuan Tower. The Tian Yuan Tower has a total of 9 levels with increasingly higher requirements for martial arts qualifications as one ascends. Outside the tower numerous students from the Meng Academy gathered. At the forefront of them was a 10-year-old girl. Dressed in a moonwhite skirt with skin like snow and starry eyes, she stood out remarkably. Is Shen Mu Shui aiming to challenge the 7th level? Since the establishment of the Tian Yuan Tower, very few have managed to reach the 7th level. Others may have no hope, but Shen Mu Shui might not. People around murmured. Shen Mu Shui possesses the Holy Spirit body with exceptional talent. The Shen family behind her is also one of the top 10 powers in Great Zhou. Thus Shen Mu Shui has always been highly sought after. Several young masters and even princes have tried to win her over. However, Shen Mu Shui remained indifferent, showing no warmth to her suitors. Without much hesitation, Shen Mu Shui calmly stepped into the Tian Yuan Tower. Rays of light emanated from the tower. Whenever a layer lit up, it signified that Shen Mu Shui had passed that level. Before long. Buzz. The 7th level of the Tian Yuan Tower lit up. Oh my. She really succeeded. Now Shen Mu Shui is undoubtedly one of the top 3 in our Meng Academy. The crowd erupted in excitement. After a while Shen Mu Shui stepped out of the Tian Yuan Tower, her face not showing joy but rather a frown. In truth, her real goal was the 8th level. Unfortunately, she had failed. Shen Mu Shui, didn't you say you were going to challenge the 8th level? How come you only made it to the 7th? A mocking voice came. The speaker was a girl of similar age to Shen Mu Shui with slightly raised eyebrows and a gaze that carried a hint of arrogance and malice. Xia Wanyin is here too. I heard she has been following the 3rd Prince Yang Yi. Xia Wanyin is also among the better students in the Meng Academy, her record in the Tian Yuan Tower stopping at the 6th level. Many could hear the sarcasm in Xia Wanyin's words directed at Shen Mu Shui, but it was clear she was somewhat jealous that Shen Mu Shui could reach the 7th level. Shen Mu Shui glanced over her with indifference. Evidently Xia Wanyin viewed Shen Mu Shui as a rival, but the latter had no regard for her. Xia Wanyin's expression turned unfriendly. In the past 10 years only 2 have stepped into the 8th level of the Tian Yuan Tower, and the 3rd Prince is one of them. It's a privilege for someone like the 3rd Prince to want to recruit you, yet you are foolish enough to refuse. Now I believe you 2 have tried to challenge the 8th level, but do you know how great the gap is between you and the 3rd Prince? Shen Mu Shui finally looked at her. The 3rd Prince is indeed exceptional, but he doesn't meet the standards of the master I have in mind. The standards of the master you envision. Xia Wanyin frowned. Shen Mu Shui's expression was resolute. The one I Shen Mu Shui wish to follow must be unparalleled in the world, as brilliant as the sun. And although the 3rd Prince is outstanding, don't even mention being unparalleled in the world. Our Meng Academy's Lu Qingtian is no less than him. Nonsense, the 3rd Prince is a royal, how can Lu Qingtian compare to him? Xia Wanyin said. Shen Mu Shui calmly replied, when I choose to follow someone I do not consider his background but rather his own merit. Just then a palanquin drove into the Meng Academy. Soon the palanquin stopped. A little boy barely 2 years old stepped out. Who is that? He seems to be under 3 years old. How could he come to the Meng Academy? Many people displayed surprised expressions. Typically those who come to the Meng Academy are at least 3 years old. This little boy was in fact Yang Chang. Although he holds a high status and considerable fame due to his young age, he has hardly shown himself in public until now. Thus very few recognize him. Oh. Shen Mu Shui, who usually pays no attention to others, fixed her gaze on Yang Chang. The Holy Spirit body grants her an extraordinary perception. She did not know Yang Chang, but at this moment her soul involuntarily stirred. So cute. I want to have him beneath me. Around her the eyes of each girl sparkled. Yang Chang was simply too young. They did not harbor any improper thoughts but merely found him adorably charming. Especially since he, though so cute, exudes a remarkable presence. This contrast made the girls long to cuddle him. However, not everyone was unfamiliar with Yang Chang. Some had been to the palace and had seen him during the bone testing ceremony. The Crown Prince. It's the Crown Prince. As exclamations rang out, others stirred with excitement. What? It's the Crown Prince. We salute the Crown Prince. People bowed and paid their respects. Their status was noble, and since this was not a formal occasion they did not need to kneel before Yang Chang. At the same time their gazes towards Yang Chang were filled with curiosity. Although they had never seen the Crown Prince before, they had heard many rumors about him. According to rumors, the Crown Prince possesses the divine dragon sword body and is born with divine strength, having comprehended sword intent at just over a year old. The divine dragon sword body and innate strength are indisputable. After all, these are innate qualities. However, regarding the Crown Prince's comprehension of sword intent, few truly believe it. They are all geniuses and understand how difficult it is to comprehend sword intent. Is that really the Crown Prince? Xia Wanyin looked at Yang Chang with an involuntary hint of hostility. In her view, the third Prince Yang Yi is so exceptional that he should naturally be the future emperor. Thus the current Crown Prince is undoubtedly a stumbling block for Yang Yi. Yang Chang also noticed Shenmu Shui. The others present were indeed remarkable, but none could compare to Shenmu Shui. Years later in his past life, Shenmu Shui was renowned alongside Lin Shu. The latter became the Night Empress while the former became the master of the Spirit Sect. He remembered Yang Xiu had tried to recruit Shenmu Shui, but she had refused him due to her enmity with Lin Shu. However, at this moment Shenmu Shui's relationship with him mattered little. His gaze quickly shifted to the Tianyuan Tower. Just as he intended to step into the Tianyuan Tower, another palanquin drove into the Meng Academy. Then a boy who looked similar to Yang Chang stepped down. Although this boy's appearance was slightly inferior to Yang Chang's, he was also quite handsome. The many female students of the Meng Academy felt they had feasted their eyes. Soon people quickly learned the identity of this boy. "I greet you, brother Crown Prince." The boy performed a salute to Yang Chang. Yang Chang replied, "Sixth brother, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he felt a stir in his heart. He suddenly recalled that in his past life Yang Xiu had also visited the Meng Academy at the age of 2. Afterward, news emerged that Yang Xiu had stepped into the 7th level of the Tianyuan Tower. This incident caused quite a stir in the imperial capital at that time. By the time Yang Xiu turned 3, he had even stepped into the 8th level. While Yang Chang attempted to do so at 3.5, he couldn't even pass the 1st level. The stark contrast between the two led to further damage to Yang Chang's reputation at that time. If Yang Xiu could step into the 7th level at 2, then perhaps stepping into the 8th level isn't too hard for me. I just wonder how difficult the 9th level is. Yang Chang pondered. In his past life Yang Xiu stepped into the 8th level at 3, but he never set foot in the 9th level until he turned 12. This shows just how challenging it is to reach the 9th level. "Brother Crown Prince, I'm here to challenge the Tianyuan Tower." Yang Xiu said, "If you are interested, why don't you join me?" His eyes held confidence and anticipation. In these past few months under the guidance of Lin Xinglan, his martial arts strength and potential have been continuously improving. Originally he wanted to find an opportunity to compete with Yang Chang again. Now that both are under the Tianyuan Tower, he feels this is a great opportunity. Under the Tianyuan Tower, Shenmu Shui looked astonished. After sensing a terrifying pressure from the 6th Prince, she realized he possessed extraordinary martial arts talent just like the Crown Prince. This proved that the 6th Prince also had an astonishing martial arts aptitude. Without the Crown Prince around, she might have considered following the 6th Prince. But with the Crown Prince present, she had no other thoughts. No matter how exceptional the 6th Prince was in comparison to the Crown Prince, he was merely a firefly against the bright moon. Shenmu Shui trusted the intuition that her Holy Spirit Tao body provided her. The 6th Prince actually intends to challenge the Tianyuan Tower. At just 2 years old, this is indeed unprecedented. He even invited His Highness the Crown Prince. Has the world gone mad, or am I the one losing my mind? The crowd erupted in a clamor, startled by Yang Xiu's words. "Sixth brother, you may go ahead, I still need to wait for someone," Yang Chang said with a smile. "Is it possible that His Highness the Crown Prince is afraid to challenge it?" Yang Xiu remarked. "Perhaps so," Yang Chang replied unperturbed. This only caused Yang Xiu to feel a sense of frustration. But soon he regained his composure. After he completed his own challenge, he would surely be able to strike at the Crown Prince. There was no need to get angry over such trivial matters. Yang Xiu acted decisively, and once he calmed down, he walked towards the Tianyuan Tower. As he truly stepped inside, the crowd erupted into another wave of excitement. And this was just the beginning. Moments later, the 1st level of the Tianyuan Tower lit up. Then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th levels followed. Am I dreaming? A person's martial arts potential typically begins to be activated between the ages of 3 and 12. The 6th Prince is just 2 years old and has already reached the 4th level. What incredible talent! It's rumored that the 6th Prince comprehended the sword intent at 1 year old. Could it be true? The students of the Meng Academy were increasingly astonished. Yet Yang Xiu's footsteps did not falter. 5th level. 6th level. Ultimately, just like in his previous life, Yang Xiu and Yang Chang stopped at the 7th level. The entire Meng Academy was in an uproar. To reach the 7th level of the Tianyuan Tower at just 2 years old is an astonishing feat. Shenmu Shui couldn't help but feel moved. At that age, she was still drinking milk. Yet the 6th Prince had already reached the 7th level of the Tianyuan Tower. When Yang Xiu exited, many students looked at him with burning eyes. The sixth prince appeared to be even more outstanding than the third prince. This stirred many hearts to consider following him. Crown Prince, has the person you are waiting for arrived? Yang Xiu remarked mockingly. He believed that Yang Chang was not waiting for anyone but was merely afraid to challenge the Tianyuan Tower, fearing embarrassment. Yang Chang replied, the person I am waiting for has arrived. This made Yang Xiu pause in surprise. He then saw a palace maid hurriedly rush to Yang Chang's side. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have just finished my retreat. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I knew you were cultivating, which is why I did not disturb you. Today I brought you to the Dazhou Dao Academy to challenge the Tianyuan Tower. It will benefit your cultivation greatly. The Tianyuan Tower can stimulate a person's potential. The higher the aptitude, the greater the benefits gained inside. With Lin Shu's excellent aptitude, it would be a pity not to challenge the Tianyuan Tower. Yes, Your Highness. Without a second thought, Lin Shu headed straight for the Tianyuan Tower. Even if the Crown Prince demanded her life, she would comply, let alone face a mere Tianyuan Tower. Letting a palace maid challenge the Tianyuan Tower. The students of Meng Academy felt they were witnessing something extraordinary today. Is His Highness the Crown Prince trying to humiliate us? Xia Wanin's expression darkened. Her words sparked further discontent among the crowd. Yang Cheng ignored them, focusing on the Tianyuan Tower, which soon began to glow. This made the surrounding noise diminish somewhat. After a while, the second and third levels of the Tianyuan Tower lit up in succession with hardly any pause in between. This indicated that Lin Shu did not stop at the second level. The surrounding sounds grew quieter. Fourth level, fifth level, sixth level. Ultimately, this palace maid of the Crown Prince, who was only 6 years old, managed to reach the sixth level of the Tianyuan Tower. Xia Wanin was instantly flushed, feeling a burning sensation in her cheeks. She had previously looked down on Lin Shu as a mere palace maid. Yet this palace maid had reached the sixth level of the Tianyuan Tower just like her. Yang Xiu's fists were clenched tightly, his gaze dark and filled with jealousy. Where did the Crown Prince find such an outstanding palace maid? Why didn't he have such luck? Is the Crown Prince planning to let a palace maid challenge the Tianyuan Tower while he simply watches? Yang Xiu gritted his teeth. I believe in the Crown Prince. Surprisingly, Shenmu Shui spoke up. Yang Xiu's face fell. Yang Chang looked at Shenmu Shui in surprise, but she chose not to say more. It's truly laughable. Shenmu Shui, you claim that you would choose a master based solely on their personal aptitude, yet you flatter and fawn over the Crown Prince, clearly coveting his position. Xia Wanin mocked. Shenmu Shui remained unperturbed, saying, you don't understand. When I say I believe in the Crown Prince, it's not because of his status, but because I believe he will surely astonish the world. Do you think I would believe that? Xia Wanin scoffed. Having one third prince is already rare enough. I don't believe the Crown Prince can be such a prodigy as well. Shenmu Shui continued to ignore her. Yang Chang also did not look at Xia Wanin. Crown Prince, this lady Shen admires you so much you wouldn't want to disappoint her. Yang Xiu seized the opportunity to provoke Yang Chang. Before he could finish, Yang Chang had already walked towards the Tianyuan Tower. Yang Xiu felt as though someone had gripped his throat, forcing him to swallow back his words. I want to see just how far you can go. He glared at the Tianyuan Tower with a sullen expression. Shenmu Shui, who was secretly observing Yang Xiu, frowned slightly, feeling a strong aversion to him. The sixth prince, despite his tender age, lacked the innocence and kindness of a child. It felt as though an adult resided within a child's body. Possessing the Holy Spirit Dao body, she instinctively felt repulsed by such individuals. Her sensitivity was indeed acute. At 1-year-old, Yang Xiu's soul maturity compared to that of a 4-year-old child. Another year has passed. To enhance Yang Xiu, Lin Xinglan continuously unlocked numerous fragments of fallen powerhouses' memories for him. These fragments were significantly elevating Yang Xiu's wisdom and altering his disposition. One could say that Yang Xiu's soul maturity now approached that of a young adult, though it might be somewhat exaggerated. However, it was certainly closer to a youth than to a child. This was different from Yang Chang. Yang Chang's soul was that of a true old monster. Yet his soul was his own and had not been altered by external forces. He was not like Yang Xiu, who could not control his own spiritual power. However, soon Shenmu Shui had no time to focus on Yang Xiu. Because the Tianyuan Tower was continuously glowing. Inside the Tianyuan Tower, as soon as Yang Chang stepped inside, he felt a pressure from heaven and earth. Inside it felt as if there were numerous ancient star wheels. He did not pause in his steps. The pressure from the first level felt like a gentle breeze to him. As he moved through the second, third and up to the sixth levels, he did not halt at all. The students of Meng Academy outside were left in a state of shock. Yang Cheng's speed in challenging the tower was much faster than Yang Xiu's. Lin Shu's eyes shone with admiration. He truly was the Crown Prince. How is this possible? Yang Xiu gritted his teeth, unable to accept this reality. He had undergone relentless training under Lin Xinglan's torment to achieve such results. How could Yang Cheng accomplish this? The next moment the 7th level of the Tianyuan Tower lit up. Yang Xiu stumbled back, feeling a sense of mental injury. In that moment Yang Cheng's performance was no less than his own. What terrified him the most was his fear that Yang Cheng would not stop there. Fate seemed unwilling to be kind to Yang Xiu. Amidst the gazes of hundreds nearby, the 8th level of the Tianyuan Tower lit up. Boom! The crowd erupted. The 8th level of the Tianyuan Tower lighting up meant that Yang Cheng had surpassed Chen Mushui, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 3rd Prince and Lu Qingtian. What was most frightening was that both the 3rd Prince and Lu Qingtian were already over 10 years old. Yet the Crown Prince was still only 2. How could there be such terrifying prodigies in the world? How could others live? However, just when everyone thought Yang Cheng would stop, he remained inside for a long time without coming out. Inside the Tianyuan Tower, Yang Cheng stood on the 8th level. At this level he could sense the pressure like a raging wind. However, this pressure was still far from his limit. Perhaps I can truly challenge the 9th level. A faint 9-clawed golden dragon appeared behind him. This was the activation of the Ancestor Dragon Sword Body. If he were the Divine Dragon Sword Body combined with his comprehension of sword intent, he would likely have to stop at the 8th level. But he possessed the Ancestor Dragon Sword Body. The Ancestor Dragon Sword Body was many times stronger than the Divine Dragon Sword Body. Yang Cheng's steps were steady as he walked toward the 9th level of the Tianyuan Tower. The oppressive force at the 9th level was 100 times more terrifying than at the 8th level. No wonder Yang Xiu was so powerful in his past life yet could only remain at the 8th level. Perhaps after turning 12 he would be able to withstand this pressure. But after 12 he could no longer enter the Tianyuan Tower. Finally Yang Cheng stepped into the 9th level. As soon as he entered, an overwhelming pressure like a devastating storm surged toward him. Even Yang Cheng's Ancestor Dragon Sword Body could only barely withstand it. If it were anyone else they would have collapsed instantly. Yet Yang Cheng remained unfazed. The destructive storm's pressure was indeed just at the critical point of what the Ancestor Dragon Sword Body could bear. But he also had the Primordial Devouring Sword Body. Given the situation, he didn't even need to activate the Primordial Devouring Sword Body. The 9th level of the Tianyuan Tower was an unattainable place for others. However, for him it seemed to be nothing extraordinary. Then Yang Cheng looked around. His pupils suddenly constricted. The 9th level of the Tianyuan Tower was actually a different space. And in this different space a massive black dragon loomed. If the aura of the Ancestor Dragon Sword Body within him was sacred, then the aura of this black dragon was darkness. The black dragon's eyes suddenly opened, coldly gazing at Yang Cheng, filled with rebellious hostility. Human child, even though this lord is imprisoned by the Tianyuan Tower and you can barely withstand my pressure, I am not someone you can subdue, and don't even think of me submitting to you. The black dragon slowly spoke, its voice shaking the surrounding void. Oh really? Yang Cheng replied calmly. He realized how the system's task was a significant pitfall for him 500 years later in his previous life. The black dragon before him was likely the hidden fortune that the system spoke of. However, 500 years after his previous life the seal of the Tianyuan Tower had weakened. This meant that the black dragon before him had lost most of its restraints. The black dragon obviously emanated the pressure of a true divine being far beyond what he, merely a martial saint 500 years later, could contend with. Fortunately, in this lifetime the black dragon was still bound, unable to fully exert its strength, and could only use its true dragon pressure. Yang Cheng felt no fear at all. If the Ancestor Dragon Sword Body couldn't suppress the true dragon pressure, what about the Primordial Devouring Sword Body? Buzz. His blood surged. In an instant a black hole appeared beside the phantom of the Ancestor Dragon behind him. The true dragon pressure pressing down on Yang Cheng was instantly absorbed by this black hole. This black hole also emitted a terrifying pulling force, crazily tugging at the soul of the black dragon. Even though this black hole's power was still weak and could not pull the black dragon's soul, it was enough to make the latter feel immense pain. The most terrifying part was that this pain further intensified the torment brought by the Tianyuan Tower, making it feel worse than death. The black dragon soon couldn't hold on any longer. Stop. I submit. Yang Cheng replied, I preferred you when you were rebellious. I was wrong, I underestimated you. At this point the black dragon roared angrily at the sky. Tianyuan Tower, don't press down on me. Can't I submit to him? The rule of the Tianyuan Tower was that as long as someone entered the 9th level they could become the master of the black dragon. Clearly it was the black dragon itself that was unwilling to cooperate. If it were someone else they might truly have no way to handle the black dragon. Yet the black dragon had encountered Yang Cheng. Buzz. The black dragon's form was instantly subjected to an invisible suppression, shrinking at an astonishing speed. Then it flew towards Yang Chang, wrapping around his right middle finger and transforming into a black dragon ring. Black dragon ring, interesting. Yang Chang smiled slightly. The black dragon ring was like a miniature Tianyuan tower, continuously refining his spirit and blood. His cultivation speed would probably increase by more than 3 times. This was completely a cultivation sheet. At the same time, this black dragon could also become his helper. However, to prevent the black dragon from escaping his control, its cultivation was suppressed by the Tianyuan contract. Currently, the black dragon's cultivation level was at the martial zone level. Only as his cultivation improved in the future would the black dragon's seal gradually be lifted, and its power would also increase accordingly. Ding! The host has successfully entered the 9th level of the Tianyuan Tower from the hands of the world's talents and obtained the black dragon ring. From now on, the host's reputation will surely resound among the world's talents, and the path of reversal will be dazzling. The 10,000-year golden silkworm silk inner armor has been issued. Would you like to receive it? Receive. A golden silk inner armor as thin as a cicada's wing appeared. Yang Chang put it on. At the same time, the Tianyuan Tower was in an uproar. The 9th level, the prince has actually entered the 9th level of the Tianyuan Tower. Breaking history, this is the only person who has ever entered the 9th level since the establishment of the Tianyuan Tower. We are witnessing history. The students of the Meng Academy were all incredibly excited. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the void, and it was none other than the Qianyuan Emperor. When Yang Xiu stepped into the 7th level of the Tianyuan Tower, someone had informed him of the news stirring him. So he hurried to the Great Zhou Academy. Unexpectedly, before he could recover from the news of Yang Xiu's tower breakthrough, Yang Chang surprisingly brought him an even greater surprise. When Yang Chang walked out of the Tianyuan Tower, the Qianyuan Emperor could no longer contain himself and appeared, saying, "Ah, my son is indeed a talent." Everyone below was startled and quickly bowed to the Qianyuan Emperor. In the next moment, the high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou Academy could no longer hide and appeared one after another. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With such a talent like the prince in Great Zhou, it is truly a blessing for our Great Zhou," the high-ranking officials of the academy said. Yang Xiu stood below, feeling a chill all over. Originally, in his imagination, today was supposed to be his day to shine in the imperial capital, attracting everyone's attention. However, at this moment his brilliance was completely overshadowed by the prince. He had entered the 7th level of the Tianyuan Tower at the age of 2, which was undoubtedly excellent, comparable to the bright moon. Yet the prince was the blazing sun. His bright moon was suddenly overlooked by everyone in the presence of the blazing sun. It seemed that the Qianyuan Emperor was worried that Yang Xiu would be neglected, and comfortingly added, "My son Yang Xiu also possesses outstanding talent and is the pride of his father." "Thank you, father," Yang Xiu said bitterly. But the Qianyuan Emperor clearly had no time to pay attention to his thoughts and soon left, surrounded by a group of high-ranking officials from the Great Zhou Academy. They wanted to discuss how to cultivate Yang Chang. A talent like Yang Chang, in their view, did not need to wait until he was 3 years old to enter the Great Zhou Academy. He could enroll right now. More importantly, each high-ranking official of the Great Zhou Academy was already eyeing the position of the prince's teacher. If they could become the teacher of such a world-shaking talent, they would surely be remembered alongside the prince in history. The Zhou Academy. Meng Academy. Yang Chang had just completed his task and was about to depart, when suddenly he halted mid-step. The host has preliminarily secured a foothold beneath Yang Xiu's very gaze. The path of late-blooming greatness has thus begun. Yet true reversal remains distant. To oppose Yang Xiu, the host must forge his own faction. This is an achievement quest. The host must strive to attract as many followers as possible. The greater their number and the higher their cultivation, the greater the achievement points earned. The quest duration is 3 years. Quest reward: heterochromatic eyes, tier 1 to tier 10. The sudden appearance of the system subtitle startled Yang Chang, then he fell into deep contemplation. Before he could even begin executing the quest, the system chimed. Ding! Lin Shu has pledged allegiance to the host. Lin Shu is a Yongshan, great existence of extraordinary cultivation. Achievement rating excellent. Reward granted: 7-star heterochromatic eye, the martial Dao celestial eye. Will the host claim the reward now, or continue the quest? Continue. Yang Chang replied without hesitation. 5 centuries hence this quest would have been arduous beyond measure. But now, many of those future titans remain unawakened, still in their nascent stages. For him this was nothing short of seizing treasures left unclaimed. And he stood now within the Zhou Academy, the most fertile ground imaginable for recruiting geniuses. Of course, his youth rendered it impossible to recruit already renowned prodigies. His true targets were the disciples of the Meng Academy before him. Shen Muxue pays homage to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Before Yang Chang had even formulated a plan, Shen Mushui approached him directly. Yang Chang frowned. Shen Mushui, what business brings you to me? Your Highness, I hail from the Guanxi Shen clan. I am 10 years old, and my cultivation has reached the latest stage primordial realm. Shen Mushui offered her introduction with meticulous clarity. Wait. Yang Chang interrupted. I see you are exceptional, but why recite such details to me? We are strangers after all. Your Highness. Shen Mushui spoke earnestly, I share these facts not for vanity, but to affirm that I am worthy of pledging my loyalty to you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yang Chang's face. You wish to follow me? When the system first instructed him to seek followers, Shen Mushui had been his very first thought. After all, her brilliance rivaled Lin Shu's without exception. Yet he never imagined she would arrive unbidden, uninvited, before he'd even spoken a word. Such a thing had never occurred in his past life. Indeed. I humbly request your Highness's consent. Shen Mushui declared. At those words, countless onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief. Within the Meng Academy, Shen Mushui was the most coveted disciple among scions of the highest aristocracy. Yet until now, every overture, from any noble house or royal prince, had been met with refusal. No one anticipated she would prostrate herself before the crown prince. Many disciples felt as though struck by celestial lightning, stunned, breathless, disoriented. To them, Shen Mushui was the goddess of the Meng Academy. A radiant star suspended high above the heavens, admired from afar but forever untouchable, unattainable. And now that very star bent low before the crown prince. Why me? Yang Chang asked, curiosity alight in his gaze. He acknowledged his own dazzling radiance today. Yet he was only 2 years old. That Shen Mushui should declare her fealty so abruptly struck him as reckless, especially since Yang Xiu too was formidable. In his past life, even 5 centuries later, Shen Mushui had never once sworn allegiance to Yang Xiu. Because I believe, your Highness, that one day you shall surpass all contemporaries, your name echoing across eternity, shaking the foundations of history. Shen Mushui replied. It seems you trust me more than I trust myself. Yang Chang chuckled softly, then paused. Suddenly Xia Wanin strode forward. Shen Mushui frowned. Xia Wanin, what madness possesses you now? She had long ignored Xia Wanin's barbs, but to hear her called blind was no mere insult to her, it was a veiled slander against the crown prince himself. An inexplicable surge of indignation flared within her. It is not I who raves, it is you. Xia Wanin retorted. Third prince has invited you thrice, and each time you refused. Yet now you pledge yourself to the crown prince. Have you considered what shame you bring upon the third prince? Others hold no relevance to me. Shen Mushui's voice shifted, first cool and detached, then blazing with conviction. More than that, it is not I who shames the third prince, it is he who beside the crown prince shines no brighter than a firefly before the sun. So, you call the third prince a firefly, and the crown prince the blazing sun? Xia Wanin's reason shattered under fury. What qualification does a milk-toothed infant possess to stand even in comparison to the third prince? Yang Chang's gaze darkened, subtly, imperceptibly. He uttered nothing. He did nothing. Yet Lin Shu materialized before Xia Wanin and struck. Slap. Xia Wanin clutched her stinging cheek, glaring at Lin Shu in shock and outrage. How dare you strike me? Daring to disrespect the crown prince warrants punishment. Without hesitation, Lin Shu delivered a dozen more thunderous slaps, left, right, left, until Xia Wanin's face swelled grotesquely. Then, as if jolted awake, Xia Wanin snapped back to grim awareness. Even a 2-year-old crown prince was not one she could mock with impunity, his status alone forbade it. Leave. Yang Chang paid Xia Wanin no further heed. In truth, Xia Wanin would later become a formidable force. Yet beside Lin Shu and Shen Mushui, she was vastly inferior and morally compromised. Such a person did not merit even a second glance from Yang Chang. At his command, Lin Shu withdrew her hand. Amber, observing from the shadows, nodded inwardly, deeply satisfied. She found Lin Shu eminently suited to serve as the crown prince's personal attendant, a reflection of her own youthful audacity and poise. Xia Wanin's face flushed livid and ashen, seething with hatred, yet she dared not utter another syllable, fleeing in abject humiliation. You wish to follow me? Yang Chang fixed his gaze upon Shen Mushui. Every word is sincere, she affirmed. Very well. My entourage lacks a personal attendant. Yang Chang said calmly, if you accept, report for duty tomorrow. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Appointing a genius like Shen Mushui as a personal attendant. Shen Mushui blinked, momentarily stunned, then swiftly composed herself. I accept. Ding. Following Lin Shu, the host has now secured Shen Mushui, another Yanshan great existence rivaling Lin Shu in might. Congratulations, host, achievement rating outstanding. Reward granted 8-star heterochromatic eye, the primordial Dao Eye. Will the host claim the reward now or continue the quest? Continue. A wave of exhilaration surged through Yang Chang. Then turning to Shen Mushui he spoke with quiet authority, you will never regret this choice today. Shen Mushui felt no doubt. Mushui trusts her judgment. Your Highness shall one day reign supreme, unrivaled, unconquerable. And I shall be the blade in your Highness's hand. Excellent. Yang Chang smiled. He had in truth contemplated a low-profile path. But circumstances had rendered discretion impossible. Merely clearing the 9th floor of the Tianyuan Pagoda had already drawn the scrutiny of countless eyes. Since concealment was futile, he would instead wield overwhelming dominance, crushing all opposition beneath absolute supremacy. And Shen Mushui possessed undeniable charisma. Witnessing her pledge, many others stirred with newfound resolve. Yang Chang observed with growing satisfaction. Mushui, your first assignment: compile a list of all who express willingness to follow me. Deliver it to me tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. Lin Shu, we return to the palace. Yang Chun commanded. Meanwhile, Xia Wanyin waited outside a secluded cultivation chamber in the Meng Academy. Powerful fluctuations pulsed rhythmically from within. The third prince is breaking through. Gasp, already at the peak of the primordial realm and now ascending. Then he shall become a martial master. A 10-year-old martial master, truly terrifying. Many watched intently from outside. And the third prince Yang Yi did not disappoint them. Moments later a far more terrifying aura erupted skyward. The chamber door swung open, and out stepped a 10-year-old boy clad in moonwhite brocade embroidered with golden threads, his nose sharp, his bearing transcendent. His cultivation aura now resonated unmistakably with the martial master realm. Third prince. Xia Wanin's expression bloomed with pride as she hurried forward, her face crumpled in grievance. Yang Yi asked gently, Wanin, what troubles you? Though only 10, he carried the composure of royalty, his presence more commanding than that of ordinary adult aristocrats. It is Shen Mushui and the crown prince. Xia Wanyin recounted the entire incident. Yang Yi listened, in silence. Xia Wanyin pressed on. Third prince, Shen Mushui dares defy your invitation yet bows to the crown prince. She openly spurns your dignity. Before she could finish, a sharp slap echoed. Xia Wanyin covered her face, staring at Yang Yi in disbelief. Yang Yi spoke coldly, listen well, no matter how furious you are, you must swallow this grievance. Xia Wanyin could not comprehend why. Because she has already pledged herself to the crown prince. Yang Yi replied. So what if he is the crown prince? The realm's fate remains undecided, none can foresee what lies ahead. Xia Wanyin said, in Wanin's view, Your Highness, the third prince is the one truly worthy of succession. Silence. With a single palm strike, Yang Yi sent her flying. What lies ahead belongs to the future, but so long as he remains crown prince, neither you nor I may dare offend him. If you fail to understand this, you have no place following me. Only then did Xia Wanyin tremble with fear and hastily declare, Wanyin swears never again to offend the crown prince. Yang Yi's expression softened. Now that sounds like sense. Remember well, before those of higher station, even if younger, you must never betray resentment in your bearing. Plan thoroughly before acting. Only when the dragon lies concealed in the abyss can it soar highest. Those who bloat with mere scraps of power and strut about at once. They are pigs. The next day, Shen Mushui acted with remarkable efficiency, arriving at the imperial palace with her list to visit Yang Chang. All within Jinghua Hall were already aware of yesterday's events. The crown prince's extraordinary performance filled them with quiet pride. Yun Li Yue too felt the quiet elation of a mother. Yet upon seeing Shen Mushui, she and the others exchanged amused glances. The crown prince is still so young, and yet already has 2 attendants. And both were exceptionally accomplished. Yun Li Yue mused that in time she would likely need no concern over Chang'er's marriage. Yang Cheng, unaware of Yun Li Yue's thoughts, studied the list Shen Mushui had brought. It contained many names, nearly 100. Yet most failed to meet his standards. With 5 centuries of memories from his past life, he knew each name on the list intimately. After all, even the least distinguished among them hailed from the Great Zhou Dao Academy, and would later rise to prominence across the realm. Thus Yang Cheng's foremost criterion was not talent, but character. Suddenly his gaze settled upon one named Zhang Guanbao. He smiled faintly. How did he end up on this list? Shen Mushui answered nervously, Your Highness, his aptitude is exceedingly poor. He entered the Meng Academy solely through his mother's wealth, she paid his way in. Still he formally registered, so I listed him truthfully. Shall I strike his name from the roll? No need. A flicker of nostalgia shimmered deep within Yang Cheng's eyes. He could not forget in his former life as the disgraced crown prince no scion of noble houses would deign to serve him. Yet Zhang Guanbo, himself branded a failure, had remained unwaveringly loyal. It was during his exile from the capital that Zhang Guanbao died, shielding him in flight. Only then did he learn the truth. Zhang Guanbao was no failure at all. He possessed the vermilion bird Dao body, a sacred constitution that awakened only at the brink of death. Faced with countless pursuers, it was Zhang Guanbao's activation of that Dao body that secured Yang Cheng's escape. But Zhang Guanbao himself could not flee. Thereafter Yang Cheng carefully selected 18 individuals from the list, each proven in his past life to possess unimpeachable integrity. In recent days Cheng Junyi had been away on official business. With no need to attend the Jiushui pavilion, Yang Cheng found his schedule unusually spacious. Thus just one day later he instructed Shen Mushuai to assemble the 18 chosen ones. He requested a secluded side hall from Yun Li Yue. And there, in that quiet chamber, he met his 18 future generals. Before long a group of children, none older than 10, gathered in the hall. 10 of them were over 5 years old, and their expressions betrayed quiet disdain toward Yang Cheng. They had no desire to serve him, their parents had compelled them. Seated above them all, Yang Cheng observed every subtle shift of expression. Lords and ladies, today His Highness invites you to feast. Let us set aside formalities, for now let us drink this cup together. So saying he raised his cup and drank heartily. The children followed suit, though the milky residue lingering at the corners of their lips revealed they had imbibed not wine but cow's milk. The palace maids attending them struggled valiantly to suppress their laughter. In the main hall nearby, Empress Yun Li Yue and several court matrons, hearing the commotion next door, burst into unrestrained laughter. My lords and ladies, do you know why His Highness chose you? Yang Cheng asked. Naturally, it is because we are the finest. A bold voice rang out, the speaker a sturdy 3-year-old boy. Shen Mushui's lips twitched faintly. Perhaps others might claim such distinction, but certainly not this stout little child. For he was none other than Zhang Guanbao, the infamous failure of the capital. Ahem, indeed, that is one reason, Yang Cheng said. Yet more vital is this: I sense we share kindred aspirations. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Guanbao eagerly declared, Your Highness, I feel it too, we are kindred spirits. Yang Cheng looked genuinely surprised. Zhang Guanbao, why do you say so? Because we both love cow's milk. Yang Cheng fell momentarily speechless. Children under 5 nodded solemnly, deeply convinced by Zhang Guanbao's logic. Childish. The older children scoffed. His Highness speaks not of drinking milk, but of great deeds. Yang Cheng continued, His Highness needs no introduction. I am the sole cultivator to have ascended the 9th tier of the Tianyuan Pagoda. And you? You are the pillars upon whom the empire will one day rest. At these words every child, great and small, stood taller, chests swelling with pride. The northern Yan remain unconquered, the western Luo grow ever bolder. Even should His Highness surpass all others in brilliance, no single man, however gifted, can shoulder the weight of such an enterprise alone. Yang Cheng declared, thus His Highness urgently requires your aid. Vast heavens stretch beyond the clouds, mountains and rivers stand bold and fierce, the wind roars wild and untamed. Lift your gaze, see the surging tide of wrath, let your will be forged of iron. On perilous paths our long journey strides, swords drawn, armor donned, devotion burns bright. Do not linger, the years fly swift as arrows, yet our resolve remains unshaken. Lofty as the wild goose's flight our ambition stands unchanged. Duty to home and state binds tight within our hearts. See the frost dawn horns pierce the sky, battle banners flare and fade. Sword points to heaven driving back the night's dark veil. We cast aside self, embrace death and march forth with fearless valor. When victory crowns our labors we shall raise our cups to heaven, and the land itself shall rejoice. If we advance as one, how can any great undertaking fail? What say you? These words left the children stunned, first in silence. They had come merely for feasting and merriment. Never had they imagined the crown prince would speak to them of matters of state and nation. Then, stirred by his soaring rhetoric, they surged with sudden fervor, eyes alight, hearts pounding, spirits ablaze. Yang Cheng's speech burned with passion, but had his audience been their father's seasoned statesmen and cunning strategists, it would have fallen on deaf ears. We pledge ourselves to your highness. Sword points to heaven driving back the night's dark veil, fearless in sacrifice, unyielding in spirit. Horse hooves trample northern Yen, swords pierce western Luo. Every child, great and small, was now electrified. The palace maids and guards standing nearby exchanged bewildered glances. In the main hall the empress and court matrons stood utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed a gathering of children would revolve around nest-robbing dung pit explosions or mud pie contests. They never dreamed the topic would be horseback conquests of northern Yen and sword-wielding campaigns against western Luo. Even the empress felt her pulse quicken at the crown prince's stirring words. Are children today truly this extraordinary? At their age we were still playing in the mud. After their initial astonishment they could not help but smile. Adults speaking thus might command respect, but toddlers chanting conquests of northern Yen and western Luo. Most likely they did not even know where northern Yen or western Luo lay. Yet some watched with quiet insight. Their words may sound absurd, but consider them closely. Each promise they uttered is one they will in time fulfill. Their leader is the crown prince, their families all illustrious, destined to become pillars of the imperial court. When they mature, today's playful vows may well become tomorrow's solemn oaths. In the side hall. Ding. The sovereign has successfully recruited 18 supreme masters. Their cultivation ranks range from martial saint to in spirit. Among them a trusted confidant of Yang Xiu, a wanderer across myriad realms, others long perished, their souls scattered to the winds. By what means did the sovereign resurrect 9 of the deceased? Congratulations, sovereign, the heavens themselves have bent to your will. For this epical achievement you are granted the 9-star divine eye, 10,000 flower divine gaze. Will the sovereign claim this reward, or continue the mission? 10,000 flower divine gaze. In that moment Yang Chang nearly abandoned the mission to claim the boon immediately. He knew of this divine gaze. At its zenith it could conjure an illusory multiverse, trapping enemies forever within endless inescapable delusions. Yet he restrained himself. If a 9-star divine eye was already so transcendent, then a 10-star would be unfathomably more terrifying. Then he turned his gaze once more upon the children. Then, will you join His Highness in this grand endeavor? Yang Chang asked. Your Highness, I swear my loyalty. Zhang Guanba was the first to answer. I Wang Luan submit wholeheartedly to your Highness and pledge absolute fealty. Issue your commands, your Highness. One after another the children echoed his vow. Then, march forth with His Highness. Instantly Yang Chang led the children, great and small, outward striding with bold resolute steps. Empress Yun Li Yue and the court matrons thought nothing of it. They simply assumed no true feet could spring from such tender years, and allowed them to play freely. They too had romped and rambled in childhood, there was no need to stifle youthful exuberance. Thus Yang Chang departed the palace unimpeded, 18 new disciples plus Shen Mushue forming the legendary 19 times. They passed not only Jinhua Hall, but exited the imperial palace entirely. Palace guards trailed closely behind, fearful lest any mishap befall these precious children. Each child bore exalted lineage, even one injury would bring unimaginable consequences. And Yang Chang was leading them to a singular hallowed place. The Great Zhou Divine Mechanism Camp. Once its name inspired awe across the realm. But after the catastrophic defeat 3 years ago, the Divine Mechanism Camp disaster, it became a place shrouded in profound sensitivity. The camp's rout against Northern Yen stemmed from the enemy's successful replication of the Divine Mechanism crossbow. That battle dealt a devastating blow to the Great Zhou's prestige. It also provoked widespread skepticism among court ministers regarding the camp's competence. Worse still, shortly thereafter the camp's commander Xiao Yurong defected to Northern Yen. This transformed the Divine Mechanism Camp into a political tinderbox, its very name setting nerves on edge. Once a cradle of heroic feats, it was now viewed by many as venomous as serpents and scorpions. Had Yang Chang arrived alone, even as crown prince, he would have borne crushing pressure. But with 19 tigers at his back the burden eased considerably. For each of these tigers carried noble bloodlines of their own. And Yang Chang came here because he knew the camp's deepest secret. Xiao Yurong's defection was feigned. He had gone undercover to uncover the truth behind the 3-year-old defeat. A traitor within the court, the Great Rat, had stolen the camp's blueprints and sold them to Northern Yen. Thus Northern Yen had cracked the Divine Mechanism crossbow. Moreover, within the camp dwelled a prodigy beyond compare, Xiao Yurong's son Xiao Jingchuan. Xiao Jingchuan was only 10, but soon he would craft the legendary 5-star Divine Mechanism crossbow. Former models fired a single bolt per trigger pull. The 5-star model unleashed 5 bolts at once, with far greater lethality. And this was merely the beginning. Xiao Jingchuan would continue refining the crossbow, advancing it to 7-star then 9-star specifications. 5 centuries later, in Yang Chang's past life, the Divine Mechanism crossbow had evolved into the 100-star variant, its power sufficient to slay true deities. By then a saying had spread across the world: Xiao Jingchuan alone equals 1 million soldiers. Yang Chang had come here to seek out Xiao Jingchuan and win into his cause. Before the Divine Mechanism Camp. When Yang Chang and the other 19 youths arrived, the imperial guards accompanying them instantly sensed something amiss. This was no ordinary place one could enter at will. Yet none dared impede them. After all, these 20 were of exalted status, led by none other than the crown prince himself. Among the 19 tiger generals, several young cadets already hesitated, brows furrowed. Clearly they understood the camp's extreme sensitivity. Perceiving their unease, Yang Chang immediately asked, "Do you know what this place is?" "Your Highness, this is the Divine Mechanism Camp." Hua Tingxing, a 10-year-old cadet, spoke up. "This place is perilously sensitive, we must depart swiftly." Indeed, another added, "Camp Commander Xiao Yurong has betrayed the Great Zhou. This is a den of chaos and calamity. If we enter, we shall surely be punished upon our return." The others echoed his words, and soon even the youngest cadets trembled with apprehension. Do you imagine I do not know this is the divine mechanism camp? Yang Chang replied. You fixate only on its infamy, but have you ever considered that those within are loyal heroes who serve the realm with unwavering devotion? Yes, the camp suffered defeat and Commander Xiao Yurong did betray the throne, but the rest bore no guilt. To my knowledge, the divine mechanism camp stands as the fiercest, most battle-honored and most sacrificial force in the Great Zhou army. Take Deputy Commander Qin Feng for instance. 5 members of his family serve or served in the camp. His younger brother and 3 sons all perished defending the realm. Now because of one man's treachery the court abandons such paragons of loyalty and virtue. How then shall other faithful soldiers perceive the throne? What will the realm think of such ingratitude? Will it not shatter the hearts of every meritorious warrior? The cadets stood frozen speechless. I care not how others think or judge, Yang Cheng declared. Should I one day become supreme marshal of all military forces, I vow never to let loyal warriors' hearts grow cold. And when you serve me in battle I shall inscribe each of your deeds indelibly upon my memory. Their blood surged anew. I support the Crown Prince. It is he who should lead us into war. Crown Prince. Nay, call him Supreme Marshal of all military forces. The younger cadets erupted in fervent cries. Under such fiery inspiration even the older cadets cast aside their misgivings. And so the 20 youths entered the divine mechanism camp. Inside soldiers stared in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of these children. At present they lived under de facto house arrest. Though their physical freedom remained unchained owing to the camp's political delicacy, they were forbidden to leave. With no one daring to enter, the camp had become little more than a gilded prison, and none imagined a troop of children would burst through its gates. Your Highness. Young lords. Please withdraw at once, this is no place for you. Deputy Commander Qin Feng hurried forward, voice urgent. Yet a closer look revealed moisture glistening in his eyes. His profound cultivation had carried Yang Cheng's earlier words to him clearly, and though the Crown Prince was still a child, those words stirred deep aching tenderness in his heart. The Crown Prince. We pay homage to your Highness. The camp soldiers gasped in shock and bowed low. Rise all of you. Yang Cheng bade them stand, then approached Qin Feng only to find himself gazing upward, dwarfed by the towering general. Zhang Guanbo hastily dragged over a chair from nearby. Yang Cheng gave him an approving glance before stepping onto the chair, finally attaining a commanding presence. The cadets arrayed themselves in 2 disciplined ranks behind him. The formation magnified his authority, leaving the divine mechanism soldiers utterly spellbound. My friends, Yang Cheng began, I know your hearts bear grievous injustice. I regret only that I am still too young to act decisively, but I have come to honor you. Rest assured His Majesty and the court will never forget your service. One day your glory shall be fully restored. At these words not only Qin Feng, but every soldier in the camp felt tears welling in their eyes. Yang Cheng clapped his hands. Lin Shu stepped forward from behind bearing a stack of silver notes which she distributed among the tiger generals standing behind him. Then each tiger general personally delivered the notes to the soldiers. This gesture was designed to deepen the cadets' sense of participation and shared purpose. Each soldier received but 100 taels, 80,000 taels in total for the camp's 800 men. Yet the sum mattered less than the sincerity behind it. Yang Cheng longed to give more, but knew he could not. Too generous a gift might shame the soldiers into refusing it altogether. Your Highness, how dare we accept your personal funds? Qin Feng began, voice trembling. This is but a token of my regard, Yang Cheng interjected. I know you have drawn no salary for 3 years, surviving solely on past savings. Once the divine mechanism camp numbered 3,000. Most abandoned it, unable to endure its disgrace. These remaining 800 remained steadfast, not out of blind loyalty but out of unshakable conviction. In his previous life Yang Cheng had been powerless amid his own tribulations, aware of the camp's plight yet unable to intervene, a wound that had festered in his memory. Now given the chance to heal it he would not hesitate. But Qin Feng still tried to refuse. Yang Cheng cut him off. This is my command. To defy it is to defy the Crown Prince himself. Qin Feng fell silent at last. We thank your Highness. Emotion overwhelmed the soldiers, some choked back sobs. The tiger generals felt a surge of pride. Just then Yang Cheng noticed a boy studying a crossbow alone in the distance, withdrawn solitary. Who is that? Yang Cheng asked, feigning ignorance. Your Highness, that is Xiao Jingchuan, the son of the traitor Xiao Yurong. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Your Highness need not trouble yourself with such a figure, lest your noble gaze be sullied. Do you fear I shall punish him? Yang Cheng saw through his thoughts at once. Though the soldiers outwardly shunned Xiao Jingchuan, they secretly shielded him, for allowing a traitor's son comfort would in truth endanger him far more. Moreover, the boy's sturdy frame betrayed ample sustenance, proof the soldiers treated him with quiet compassion. Before Qin Feng could reply, Yang Cheng strode toward Xiao Jingchuan. Xiao Jingchuan dropped to his knees in terror. Xiao Jingchuan, son of a disgraced minister, bows before your highness. He knew his position was precarious, his very survival owed to the soldier's silent protection. All others withdraw, I wish to speak with Xiao Jingchuan alone. This. Both sides hesitated. The soldiers feared the crown prince might condemn Xiao Jingchuan. The crown prince's entourage worried the boy might pose a threat. At that moment Xiao Jingchuan revealed remarkable acuity. He swiftly bound his own wrists with iron chains. The entourage relaxed visibly. There, you may all withdraw now. Yang Chang said, exasperated. Instantly everyone retreated to a respectful distance. Yang Chang first unfastened the chains binding Xiao Jingchuan, then said, Xiao Jingchuan, I know your father Xiao Yuron did not betray the Great Zhou. Xiao Jingchuan's body jolted violently. He lifted his head, eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Cheng continued, His Majesty knows it too, but cannot intervene openly. Thus he entrusted me with this mission. This was a fabrication necessary to explain why he, a child, trusted the condemned commander. Yet Xiao Jingchuan grasped the implication instantly. His eyes reddened, voice trembling, Your Highness, does His Majesty truly know? Xiao Yuron's apparent betrayal was but a ruse to infiltrate the Great Yan and uncover how the divine mechanism crossbow was deciphered. Did I speak true? Xiao Jingchuan's tears spilled freely, yet he clenched his jaw, choking back a sob that threatened to break him apart. I know you're suffering, but to protect General Zhao's cover, His Majesty cannot yet clear his name nor alter your circumstances. Jingchuan understands. His voice shook with fervor. With these words from Your Highness, both father and I shall die without regret. Then Xiao Jingchuan, will you swear fealty to me? The boy hesitated. I know your passion, your life's calling, mastering the divine mechanism crossbow. Thus even as my vassal you need not leave the camp, you may remain here undisturbed to pursue your research. And henceforth I shall secretly fund your work and assign skilled artisans to aid you. Xiao Jingchuan prostrated himself, deeply graced by Your Highness's unparalleled benevolence. Jingchuan pledges his life, body and soul to your service. Even after receiving countless extraordinary boons, Yang Cheng's pulse quickened with unprecedented exhilaration. Thump, thump, thump. His heart hammered fiercely, driven by pure unbridled awe. The Supreme Heavy Eye. Yang Chang had heard of it in his past life. It was a unique eye belonging to a supreme being in the ancient era, capable of distorting time and space, suppressing the ages. Its rarity and defiance of the heavens likely even surpassed that of the ancestral dragon sword body. Perhaps only his Hun Yuan devouring sword body could compete with it. The ultimate 10-star reward from the system is indeed monstrous. Thankfully he had not chosen the 10,000 flower divine eye previously. Although the 10,000 flower divine eye was formidable, it paled in comparison to the supreme heavy eye. I won't claim it for now, Yang Cheng said. At that moment a commotion arose outside the divine machine camp. It was the elders of his many tiger generals arriving, all prominent figures from major families. One by one they seized their offspring, publicly preparing a stir-fry of bamboo shoots and meat. It was evident that these great figures were outraged. This was the divine machine camp, one of the most sensitive places in the current Great Zhou. Engaging here even for a moment's inattention could easily lead to grave misfortune. The tiger generals under Yang Cheng, who had previously been full of confidence, were now crying louder than ever. Amber also appeared. Then Yang Cheng was taken away. A quarter of an hour later at the Jinghua Palace, the future Grand Marshal of the world was caught off guard. Yun Liyue had always doted on Yang Cheng. Yet this time she couldn't help but become angry. Did you trample on Baiyan's sword pointed at Shilua? When the time comes, toasting to the heavens, will the world rejoice? The Grand Marshal of the world. Tell mother who taught you these things. Yun Liyue said angrily. Yang Cheng gazed at her dreamily, seemingly unable to look enough. The sight of his mother even when angry was so beautiful. Remembering the aging mother from his past life, Yang Cheng vowed to protect her forever, ensuring she remained so radiant. What are you looking at? Yun Liyue asked. Mother, you are truly beautiful, Yang Cheng replied sincerely. Yun Liyue couldn't help but smile, then hurriedly put on a stern face. Don't change the subject, thinking you can appease me with flattery. Do you know what you did today? The divine machine camp is a target for all, a big pit that others wish to avoid, yet here you are cheerfully approaching it. If you weren't the crown prince, you would have caused a great disaster today. And today nothing happened. It's thanks to your father as well as the elders of your companions helping to clear up the mess. Mother, a man must act when needed and refrain when necessary. I know what I am doing, but how can I avoid trouble by running away? You are just a little kid, what do you know about being a man? A true man should not be judged by age, Yang Cheng replied. Alright then, tell me why you want to go to the divine machine camp. Yun Liyue said. Firstly, the divine machine camp is where our Great Zhou studies great weapons. It must be taken seriously. Secondly, even though there are problems in the divine machine camp, that cannot erase its past contributions. The court has overlooked this. As the crown prince, I have the duty to rectify it. Thirdly, the interests involved in the divine machine camp are too great, and since my father cannot show his face, I being young will not be taken seriously by various forces, making me the most suitable person to go to the divine machine camp. Yang Chang spoke eloquently. Yun Liyue was taken aback. She had thought Yang Chang's actions were those of a child misbehaving, yet he had considered so much. Moreover, upon reflection, every point Yang Chang made was very reasonable. At that moment Yang Chang sighed. Common people say that when the sky falls a tall person will hold it up. When problems arise, everyone thinks of letting others bear the burden. But I am the crown prince, the tall person in everyone's eyes. Others may hide when faced with problems, but I cannot. My son has great responsibility. A deep voice resonated as Emperor Qianyuan walked in. Your Majesty, are you still indulging him here? Yun Liyue said crossly. Emperor Qianyuan smiled and said, I am merely speaking the truth, not indulging him. I feel ashamed to say that I as the emperor have neglected the affairs of the divine machine camp, which may have truly disappointed many valiant soldiers. Fortunately my son is clever and helps me address the gaps. Yun Liyue said, however, regarding the matter of the divine machine crossbow and the rebellion of Xiao Yurong, the waters behind it are very deep. I remember, Your Majesty, you originally intended to investigate secretly. Now with Chang'er like this, isn't it going to alert the snake by stirring the grass? Stirring the grass to scare the snake isn't necessarily a bad thing. This matter has passed for 3 years and to this day nothing has been uncovered indicating that those people are deeply hidden. If we can stir the grass to scare the snake and make those people move, perhaps it will instead expose their tracks. At this point he looked at Yang Chang. However, Chang'er, you are wrong about one thing. When faced with situations you can actually hide because your father is the tall person in front of you. When the sky falls, your father will help hold it up. At this moment Emperor Qianyuan still appeared very charismatic in Yang Chang's eyes. However, Yang Chang clearly would not fully trust Emperor Qianyuan. Emperor Qianyuan could be considered a responsible, good emperor. Yet Yang Chang understood more clearly that he was merely one of Emperor Qianyuan's sons. In comparison, Yun Liyue had only one son, him. If he truly had to choose between Yun Liyue and Emperor Qianyuan, Yang Chang would undoubtedly choose Yun Liyue. Late at night Yang Chang unusually felt nervous, his heart both eager and apprehensive. Supreme Heavy Eye merge. Buzz. In an instant Yang Chang's pupils began to undergo a transformation. Rumble. The crib shook, followed by a terrifying shockwave spreading outward. At a critical moment Yang Chang's system panel appeared. There were no words, but it emitted rippling waves. These rippling waves masked the shockwave that erupted from within Yang Chang. Even so, the celestial phenomena of the wasteland were still distorted. The entire wasteland was shrouded in dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Countless powerful beings were alarmed, looking at the sky in confusion, unaware of what had happened. Vaguely they sensed an extremely terrifying pressure but could not find the source of this pressure. The same was true for Emperor Qianyuan and Yun Liyue in the Great Zhou Palace. What is this? Yun Liyue asked. I am not sure, I can only sense vaguely that the heavenly mechanism seems to be distorted, Emperor Qianyuan said solemnly. They did not know that the source of all this was right on the crib not far from them. The celestial phenomenon lasted for half the night. Countless powerful beings in the wasteland were alarmed for half the night. After midnight the celestial phenomena dissipated and everything returned to tranquility as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile Yang Chang looked at the mirror under the moonlight. His pupils had changed, 2 pairs of black pupils were clearly visible. This was the Supreme Heavy Eye. The abilities of the Supreme Heavy Eye were monstrous. Now Yang Chang had just acquired the Supreme Heavy Eye, only gaining its first stage ability. This first stage ability granted him extraordinary insight. It allowed Yang Chang to see through illusions, directly perceiving the weaknesses of his opponents, capturing subtle movements and flaws in enemies, gaining the upper hand in battle. Next there was the second stage ability, capable of breaking down the opponent's techniques into primitive runes, also useful for treasure hunting or scanning ruins. Additionally, any high-speed attacks would be slowed down in the eyes of the Heavy Eye, giving him ample time to react. The third stage ability was the destructive divine light, which could be projected from the pupils containing the dual energies of Yin and Yang. The fourth stage ability was the Supreme Divine Armor, allowing the wielder to shape divine armor with their eye power for self-defense. The fifth stage ability was to return to chaos, capable of releasing pressure that could shake the opponent's soul and turning the world into chaos. The sixth stage ability was to open up heaven and earth, enabling the creation of a small world, effortlessly manipulating trapped enemies, even spending time refining them through sheer force. Moreover, Heavy Eye users possess extremely high talent in learning and analyzing martial arts techniques, capable of swiftly mastering and unleashing the powerful forces of various martial arts. The Heavy Eye itself is enough to rival top-tier Supreme Bones, capable of achieving an invincible path without external force. Though Great Zhou is strong in the eastern wasteland, in the grand scheme of the myriad realms it is insignificant. Yang Chang pondered, father can protect the divine dragon sword body, and the ancestral dragon sword body might barely suffice, but it absolutely cannot protect the Heavy Eye. Therefore, like the heavy eye and the Hunyuan devouring sword body, it cannot be exposed for now unless he finds a greater backing in the future. He subtly invoked his will, causing the heavy eye to conceal itself, making his eyes appear almost ordinary. This is also a capability of the heavy eye to self-hide. 3 days later, Cheng Junyi and Tang Xingyu returned. They were accompanied by a 10-year-old girl holding a guqin. Yuner, did the looming qin from your Yaoqin pavilion truly sense the destiny of the wasteland? Cheng Junyi asked. Of course. The 10-year-old girl Luyun smiled and said, the spirit of the looming qin is the ancient Lu Shu, capable of sensing destiny. Its judgment is absolutely correct. Moreover, the looming qin rang 6 times when it issued its omen. According to the calculations of my master and others, the child of destiny must be the 6th prince of the Great Zhou, Yangxiu. Could it be mistaken? Cheng Junyi said, the 6th prince of the Great Zhou Yangxiu is indeed outstanding, but he falls far short compared to the crown prince Yang Chang. It will not be mistaken. Luyun said, and Cheng, if you believe Yang Chang is more outstanding than Yang Xiu, it only shows that you have not seen how remarkable Yang Xiu truly is. An Cheng, could you help me invite the 6th prince Yang Xiu? Cheng Junyi said helplessly, all right. Although she did not like Yang Xiu, she would not purposely deny him opportunities. An Cheng, could you help me invite the 6th prince Yang Xiu? Cheng Junyi said helplessly, all right. Although she did not like Yang Xiu, she would not purposely deny him opportunities. Some of those materials were on Linglan Island. The Yaoqin pavilion was the dominant force on Linglan Island. The pavilion master was also her friend. However, she had not anticipated that the Yaoqin pavilion would calculate any destined child. This destined child was suspected to be the 6th prince of the Great Zhou, Yangxiu. Since she was in the Great Zhou, she could only bring Luyun back with her. Luyun comforted her, saying, Ancheng, the destined child of the wasteland, can draw the response of the looming qin, proving his extraordinary talent in the realm of qin. When the 6th prince Yang Xiu arrives, I will only need one test to determine his talent. Cheng Junyi nodded. Although Luyun was young, her talent from Qin Island was exceptional enough to test Yang Xiu's abilities. Soon concubine Zhuang brought Yang Xiu over. Upon learning Luyun's identity, concubine Zhuang was very enthusiastic about it. 6th prince, I will play a piece. You should carefully comprehend the meaning within my music and then attempt to play it yourself. Luyun said. Having a 2-year-old child play a piece was, in Cheng Junyi's view, putting someone in a difficult position. Yet Yang Xiu confidently replied, please this elder sister. Lin Xinglan was not only powerful in martial arts but had also attained remarkable achievements in many other fields, especially in the art of the qin. Although she did not acknowledge Yang Xiu openly, she had already begun training him as her successor. Thus she had not spared any effort in cultivating Yang Xiu in the art of qin as well. This was precisely why Yang Xiu was so confident. Lin Xinglan specifically created illusions with her powerful spiritual energy to facilitate his practice. In reality, he had only learned the qin for less than half a year, but in the illusions he had studied for decades. Soon after, Luyun finished her piece and stood up, saying, 6th prince, please. Yang Xiu sat down confidently. Then, to the astonished gazes of everyone, Yang Xiu perfectly replicated Luyun's piece. Not to mention others, even Cheng Junyi was left astounded. An Cheng, do you still think our Yaoqin pavilion's judgment is incorrect? Luyun laughed. As they spoke, the sound of a carriage approached from outside again. Cheng Junyi's expression changed. My disciple has arrived. At this moment it was time for the crown prince to come for his training. She had been away for several days and had just returned. The crown prince still came at this timely hour. Even if Yang Xiu were truly some destined child, just based on the crown prince's earnest pursuit of the path, she would still choose the crown prince over Yang Xiu. As soon as Yang Cheng entered Xiushui Garden, he was startled. Was that Luyun? At the same moment, the subtitles on the system panel floated up. The host encounters Luyun in Fengtian City, reminding the host of past events. 500 years ago, when the host first met Luyun, she favored Yang Xiu and viewed the host as useless. Over the next 500 years, Luyun was regarded as a fairy by countless people, and her favor for Yang Xiu indirectly elevated his prestige. What Luyun cares about most is the art of qin. The host is asked to astonish Luyun in this area and regain the lost face from before. Note, Luyun has reached divine status in the art of qin, while the host, despite having studied it, only matches the level of an ordinary qin expert. To astonish Luyun is extremely difficult. The host is advised to spend 10 years improving his qin skills before attempting this task. 10,000 Wondrous Loot Heart. This is the supreme innate talent coveted by all loot cultivators, a gift that renders loot cultivation as effortless as drinking water or eating rice. Master, what is this? Yang Cheng feigned ignorance. This is Luyun, a true disciple of the Yaojin Pavilion, technically your senior sister. She is assessing your 6th brother's loot talent, Cheng Junyi explained. And he reproduced Bamboo Grove Moon Chant after hearing it just once, an astonishing display of innate loot aptitude. Then Bamboo Grove Moon Chant must be quite simple, if my 6th brother could play it flawlessly after one hearing. Yang Chang remarked. At these words Lu Yun let out a derisive snort, a frog at the bottom of a well, you know neither heaven's height nor earth's breadth. Brother Crown Prince, if you don't understand please refrain from speaking rashly, Yang Xiu said, his small face stern. Chung Junyi quickly added, Chung Cheng Bamboo Grove Moon Chant is an exceptionally difficult composition, ordinary lute masters require months of diligent practice to master it. It is not the piece itself that is simple, but rather your sixth brother possesses extraordinary lute talent. Still there is no need for concern, everyone excels in their own domain and your martial cultivation aptitude is likewise exceptional. Truly. Yang Chang turned eagerly toward Tang Xingyu. Tong Tong, was that melody truly so difficult to learn? Tang Xingyu nodded solemnly, Chang Chang, I haven't grasped even a single note of it. Yang Xiu's eyes flickered faintly as he smiled, Brother Crown Prince, if you remain unconvinced I shall perform it once more, perhaps your lute talent is greater than we imagine. Without waiting for Yang Chang's reply he began playing immediately. Yang Chang did not even need to listen closely. In his past life Chang Junyi had long since departed and Lu Yun had gone straight to the imperial palace, where she tested both Yang Xiu and Yang Chang with this very composition. Deprived of the covert guidance of a master like Lin Xinglan, Yang Chang naturally failed to replicate the piece after a single hearing, and suffered humiliating ridicule at Yang Xiu's hands. That humiliation drove him to secretly practice Bamboo Grove Moon Chant with relentless dedication until he mastered it completely, his technique refined to perfection. Half a teacup's time later Yang Xiu finished playing and smirked, Brother Crown Prince, I have completed the piece. Might I ask whether you have learned it? Enough, we need not waste further time here, Lu Yun said impatiently. Your Imperial Highness Consort Xuan, let us proceed to your Jiayan Hall where I shall properly instruct the sixth prince in the way of the lute. Very well. Consort Xuan smiled, yet before she could finish Yang Chang interjected, this lute piece truly is simple. Instantly every gaze in the room snapped toward him. Lu Yun's eyes turned glacial, of all things I despise most those who boast without substance. Cheng Junyi frowned slightly, Lu Yun, must you take issue with a child of 2? She then turned to Yang Chang, her tone gentle yet earnest, Chung Chang, mastering the lute is not essential, there is no need to insist upon it. Yang Chang replied innocently, but it is truly simple. Yang Xiu chuckled, is that so? Then Brother Crown Prince, I yield my seat. Please do play it yourself. Lu Yun countered coolly, my lute is not for just anyone to touch. Cheng Chang, my lute is yours to play. Tang Xingyu chirped, dashing into the chamber and returning with a lute cradled in her arms. The others, aware of the piece's formidable difficulty, remained skeptical of Yang Chang's claim. Only Tang Xingyu, just 3 years old, unburdened by such notions, believed him unconditionally. Very well, Yang Chang smiled. He seated himself beside the instrument. Tang Xingyu's lute was utterly ordinary, a standard instrument for noble women cultivated not for mastery but for refinement of spirit, which also benefited martial cultivation. Thus Cheng Junyi taught Tang Xingyu only the fundamentals of lute art, never investing significant time or resources in acquiring a fine instrument. Yet in Yang Chang's hands even this humble lute seemed transformed, elevated into something rare and precious. Though his lute cultivation might not rival that of dedicated lute cultivators among ordinary mortals, his skill was undeniably outstanding. Indeed, he surpassed even Yang Xiu, at least in this domain. And Bamboo Grove Moon Chant was his most refined composition. In its execution his mastery rivaled that of 10-year-old Lu Yun. So beautiful. Tang Xingyu clapped gleefully. Master Chung Cheng's rendition sounds even lovelier than senior sister Lu's. Cheng Junyi stood speechless. She possessed modest lute proficiency herself and genuinely believed Yang Cheng's performance matched Lu Yun's. What made it more astonishing was that he played upon an ordinary lute. Could this disciple of hers truly be a prodigy beyond mortal reckoning? Yang Xiu's expression froze, rigid, stunned. Why? He had excelled in every discipline, yet now it seemed every triumph would be eclipsed by Yang Chang. Heaven having granted him existence, why then create Yang Chang as well? Lu Yun's countenance darkened most severely, her cheeks burned with shame. The contempt she had shown him moments earlier now struck back with crushing force. Ding! The host has performed Bamboo Grove Moon Chant. Though his technical skill appears unremarkable, the performance has profoundly astonished the lute sage Lu Yun. Perhaps the host's melody carries an ineffably profound artistic conception. The host has successfully completed the task. 10,000 wondrous lute heart has been granted, accept it now. Accept. Yang Chang chose without hesitation. Instantly his consciousness became crystalline, his insight into the lute path deepening beyond measure. Questions about lute cultivation that had long eluded him in his previous life dissolved into sudden luminous clarity. As Yang Chang integrated the 10,000 wondrous lute heart, Lu Yun's own lute trembled violently. Outside Qiushui courtyard several scholarly men alighted from their carriages and strode purposefully toward the gate. They were professors from the Guqin Academy of the Great Zhou Taoist Institute. At their head walked Chen Huqing, dean of the Guqin Academy. Having learned of Lu Yun's arrival at Zhou courtyard, they came to pay respects, exchange insights, and extend an invitation for her to guide their academy. Each carried his own lute. Yet no sooner had they reached the courtyard's entrance than their instruments began vibrating uncontrollably. What is happening? The academy professors stared in astonishment. Chen Huqing, however, seemed to divine the cause. He quickened his pace, then broke into a full sprint toward Zhou courtyard. There they beheld a 2-year-old child seated before an ordinary lute, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. That child was none other than Yang Chang. At that moment Yang Chang recalled a lute composition he had intuitively grasped in his past life, yet lacked the requisite talent to bring it into being. Now inspiration surged like an unstoppable tide. Without hesitation he began to play, and in that instant all present glimpsed a vision, a solitary boat battling towering waves upon an endless boundless sea. Just so. Vast seas merge with distant skies, a lone vessel cleaves the churning deep. Wild gales shatter cliffs and snow-white torrents soar as pierce mist-laden miles. Such transcendent imagery held them spellbound. When the final note faded, the audience remained entranced, while the academy professors erupted in spontaneous thunderous acclaim. What is this composition called? Chen Huqing asked, voice trembling with excitement. Cruise upon the vast sea, Yang Chang replied. Why have I never heard of this piece before? Chen Huqing pressed. After a pause Yang Chang answered quietly, I composed it myself. Impossible. Yang Xiu blurted instinctively. Utter arrogance, Lu Yun sneered. Even she had nearly succumbed to the overwhelming power of cruise upon the vast sea. How could such a child possibly have created it? Lu Yun's prior humiliation haunts the host like a waking nightmare. Only complete and utter abasement of her pride can restore harmony to his Tao heart. Complete this task, reduce Lu Yun to utter speechless shame in the host's presence. Reward lute intent. Before Yang Chang could speak, Tang Xingyu piped up, Senior Sister Lu, haven't you been humiliated enough by Cheng Cheng already? Lu Yun's face hardened. I underestimated his lute talent, but even I could not compose cruise upon the vast sea. It lies far beyond his capacity. You are mistaken, Miss Lu, Chen Huqing said calmly. Have you ever heard of the lute heart? Lu Yun's breath caught sharply. It seems you have heard of it, Chen Huqing continued. If my intuition serves me well, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince possesses precisely this rare talent. It is precisely for this reason that our lutes trembled upon entering, proof of the lute heart's resonance. You claim he possesses the Qin heart. That is impossible. Lu Yun's expression turned ashen. Even within the Yaojin Pavilion only one person bore the Qin heart, her senior sister Chu Xianyin. Yet Chu Xianyin was the Yaojin Pavilion's unparalleled genius in 1,000 years. If Yang Chang truly possessed the Qin heart, did that not mean he could rival her senior sister? Slap yourself. At that moment Yang Chang suddenly commanded Lu Yun. She erupted in fury and sneered a laughable notion. I am no subject of the Great Zhou dynasty, and your title as Crown Prince holds no authority over me. Her words trailed off unfinished. The ancient zither of everyone present trembled violently. In an instant every instrument surged with power, converging upon Lu Yun. Even Lu Yun's own zither joined the chorus. Then slowly, agonizingly, her right hand rose of its own accord. Her face contorted in grim resistance, yet she could not withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from the surrounding instruments. Had she not been a zither master, such oppressive force would never have held such dominion over her. But she was. Then before the stunned onlookers' very eyes Lu Yun struck her own cheek, a sharp resounding slap. The Qin heart. This is the power of the Qin heart. His Highness the Crown Prince truly possesses the Qin heart. The Zither Academy masters erupted in ecstatic delight. One who bore the Qin heart was without question the supreme prodigy of the Zither path. You wretch! Lu Yun cried out, both shocked and enraged. Dare you still show disrespect to this Crown Prince? Continue slapping yourself. Yang Chun commanded. Utterly beyond her control, Lu Yun raised her hand once more and struck herself again. Chang Junyi made no move to intervene. In her view Lu Yun had grown far too arrogant, it was only fitting she be taught a lesson. Stop, my apologies. Though humiliated beyond measure, Lu Yun could no longer endure the torment and submitted in disgrace. After all, she was nearly 10 years old, not yet the divine maiden who would one day gaze down upon all mortals. Only then did Yang Cheng withdraw his Qin heart, releasing Lu Yun from her suffering. Lu Yun had publicly apologized to the host, an utterly unprecedented event. From this day forth her past humiliations toward the host vanished entirely. Instead, the host would likely become her deepest, most inescapable nightmare. Accept. Instantly profound insights into the Zither path flooded Yang Cheng's mind, coalescing into a distinct Zither intent. Moonlight ocean waves, a solitary boat, and an ancient Zither, the Sunhai Zither intent. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chen Huqing declared fervently, I hereby invite you to join our Zither Academy. Henceforth you shall be its chief senior brother, and my personal disciple of the Qin River lineage. No, I lack the qualification to be your master. Instead I shall accept you as my junior brother acting on behalf of my own master. Had Chen Heching insisted on taking Yang Chang as his disciple, Yang Chang would certainly have refused. The title of master carried subtle constraints he wished to avoid. His acceptance of Cheng Junyi as mentor stemmed solely from knowing she would one day ascend as a divine spirit cultivator. It was a calculated alliance forged in advance. Chen Heching clearly lacked such stature. Yet if he offered to accept Yang Chang as his junior brother acting in his master's stead, that arrangement held merit. After all, the Zither Academy wielded considerable influence. Still, Yang Chang would not decide rashly. He turned to Cheng Junyi. She said, you possess innate talent for the Zither path, practicing it occasionally poses no harm. Yet remember, martial cultivation must remain your primary pursuit. At his tender age, Yang Chang could not sustain intense cultivation. 2 hours per day was his limit. With ample remaining time, Zither practice was indeed viable. Yang Chang then addressed Chen Heching. Director Chen, I will join the Zither Academy, but I shall not attend daily. When I come depends entirely on my will. Had anyone else spoken thus, Chen Heching would have kicked them out without hesitation. Yet this was the bearer of the Qin heart, so he hurriedly replied, absolutely no issue. Come whenever your heart desires. He then turned to Yang Xiu, 6th Prince. Your Zither aptitude is also exceptional. Why not join the academy? I would gladly accept you as my disciple. Hearing this, Yang Xiu felt profound humiliation. Chen Heching had accepted Yang Chang as his junior brother, yet offered him only discipleship. Should he accept, he would one day have to address Yang Chang as senior uncle. Yang Xiu whirled and bolted from the hall, desperate to flee the scene. Consort Zhuang hurried after him. Sure, wait for mother. Lu Yun declared, Crown Prince Yang Chang, the Great Zhou Zither Academy lacks the capacity to guide you. Joining it would only squander your extraordinary Zither talent. Join the Yaojin Pavilion instead, and I shall personally apologize for yesterday's incident. You vastly overestimate yourself. Your apology holds no value whatsoever for this Crown Prince. Yang Chang replied. Lu Yun's small face tightened, yet she restrained her fury. I know you are angry, but my sincerity is genuine. Tang Xingyu asked curiously, Senior Sister Lu, did you not declare 6th Prince the chosen one of destiny? Why now court Cheng Chang? The 6th Prince is indeed the chosen one, but that does not preclude the Crown Prince from joining the Yaojin Pavilion. Lu Yun added, I pledge should the Crown Prince join the Yaojin Pavilion, your resources shall rank second only to the 6th Prince's and equal my own. I regret to inform you, this Crown Prince has no interest. Yang Chang stated. My decision stands, I shall join the Zither Academy. You may depart. You will regret this. Lu Yun retorted. Yang Chang's gaze grew frostcold. It seems you have already forgotten yesterday's lesson. At those words, Lu Yun's heart lurched. She snatched up her zither and fled in haste. She feared he might compel her to strike herself again. Once Lu Yun departed, Cheng Junyi sighed, that girl bears no ill will at heart, only excessive pride and stubbornness. Teacher, regardless of her intentions, the moment she chose Yang Xiu, reconciliation between me and the Yaojin Pavilion became nearly impossible. Yang Chang said. Cheng Junyi fell silent, knowing full well how ruthless imperial succession struggles always were. Qingqing, though I maintain cordial ties with the Yaojin Pavilion, I shall forever stand as your unwavering support. Cheng Junyi spoke solemnly. So do I. Tang Xingyu chirped, waving her tiny fist. Yang Cheng smiled warmly at them. Teacher Tang Tang, I trust you both implicitly. Your Highness, do visit the Zither Academy soon. Chen Heching urged. This Crown Prince shall surely come, when opportunity permits, Yang Chang replied. Thereupon Chen Heching and his entourage took their leave. Yang Chang remained at Jiushui courtyard cultivating alongside Tang Xingyu. The next day, beyond Fengtian City, a purple gold imperial carriage rolled forward slowly. Upon its banner a bold character Wu was embroidered. What is that? The carriage of the Lord of the Southern Garrison. At once awe rippled across every face. From the carriage descended an 11-year-old boy. Wu Tsangming, the heir to the Lord of the Southern Garrison. Legends say that at his birth auspicious Qilin omens appeared in the heavens, and the torrential rains that had drenched Shan province for half a month ceased instantly. Indeed, the young lord fulfilled all expectations at 3. His Qilin's sacred body was confirmed now at 11. He has already attained the rank of martial master. All eyes upon Wu Tsangming brimmed with envy. By any standard his life read like the tale of a legendary protagonist spun in classical novels. Wu Tsangming gazed upon the towering city walls, ambition blazing in his eyes. One day perhaps even I, Wu Tsangming, shall rule this very city. Then his gaze hardened. Yuner sent word by homing pigeon, she was humiliated by the Crown Prince. My father has long betrothed me to her and she has already won my affection. Though still too young to comprehend love, he felt instinctive attraction toward graceful women. Lu Yun's peerless beauty and their preordained union made her in his eyes a treasured possession. To humiliate Yuner is to humiliate me. Though he is crown prince I cannot kill him, but a modest display of martial dominance to intimidate and shame him presents no difficulty. Wu Songming dismissed Yang Chang entirely. However exalted his title, Yang Chang was but 2 years old. To dwell upon such a child would tarnish his dignity. A minor rebuke would suffice. Moreover, his true objective in coming to the capital was not some infant prince. He meant to challenge the celestial geniuses of the Great Zhou Dao Academy. I hear the Academy's current brightest stars are Shin Mushuai and Lu Qingtian. Should I subdue them beneath my feet, my name, Wu Sangming, shall echo across the entire Great Zhou Empire. At this thought Wu Sangming's heart burned fiercely. Back at Jiushui courtyard, Lu Yun arrived once more. Senior sister Lu, why have you returned? Tang Xingyu asked, curious. Lu Yun gently stroked her head, then fixed Yang Chang with a piercing glare. Crown Prince, I have come today to show you just how gravely mistaken your choice was yesterday. Lu Yun had apologized to the host yesterday, yet today she returned unrelenting, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. As a man of great destiny, failure to respond with decisive strength would stain his path to late-blooming greatness. The host must counter Lu Yun with maximum force, subdue her utterly so that henceforth she shall never dare resist him again. Reward Sun High Dragon Roar Zither. Yang Chang had nearly resolved to ignore Lu Yun until this new task reignited his resolve. He had never heard of the Sun High Dragon Roar Zither. Yet any reward granted by the system was undoubtedly extraordinary, most likely a divine artifact. Yang Chang turned to Lu Yun. How precisely do you intend to make me see my error? Yesterday's humiliation proved fortuitous, it shattered me only to forge anew, allowing me to grasp the essence of Zither intent. Lu Yun declared proudly. Today we shall test our mastery of the Zither path once more. Let us see whether you can again disrupt my focus with your Qin heart. Zither intent. Yang Chang smiled faintly. Clearly Lu Yun's talent was extraordinary. Alas, for yesterday the system had bestowed upon him his own Zither intent as well. Yang Chang replied calmly, there is no need for such a contest. What does the Crown Prince fear defeat? Lu Yun mocked. Yang Chang met her gaze serenely. Before me you hold no right to play the Zither, unless I grant permission. His tone held no scorn, no arrogance, only the quiet certainty of immutable truth. Lu Yun frowned. Your Highness, do you intend to use martial force against me? You misunderstand. Yang Chang said. To subdue you requires no martial force. Tang Xingyu giggled. Senior sister Lu, how slow you are. Xingchang means you lack even the right to touch a Zither in his presence. Lu Yun bristled like a cat stepped upon, snapping utter arrogance. Watch me play, dare you stop me? She seated herself cross-legged upon the ground. This time, wary of being suppressed by Yang Chang's Qin heart, she activated her Zither intent first. A vast river-like aura radiated outward. Then with defiant flourish she glanced at Yang Chang and reached for the strings, just as he uttered 2 words, not permitted. The myriad marvels Qin heart and Zither intent surged simultaneously. In that instant an oceanic consciousness crashed down upon Lu Yun. Before this overwhelming tide her river-like intent crumbled into insignificance. Her fingers rested upon the strings, yet remained paralyzed. Or rather her own spirit forbade her hand to move. You too have awakened the essence of the Zither. Lu Yun's gaze froze instantly upon Yang Chang, brimming with disbelief. Awakening mere Zither essence, what is so arduous about that? Yang Chang remained unruffled, his expression serene as drifting clouds in gentle breezes. Yet your Zither essence, how could it be so overwhelming? Could it be the blessing of a Zither heart? Lu Yun still sensed something profoundly amiss. She strained with all her might to break free from the oppressive weight of Yang Chang's Zither essence, yet every struggle only sank her deeper as though mired in bottomless quicksand. In that instant Lu Yun fully grasped her defeat. Realizing resistance was futile, a fierce, unyielding conviction ignited within her. She could lose, but never in such bewildering obscurity, otherwise she would falter again should she ever challenge Yang Chang anew. Now while the opportunity presented itself she resolved to uncover his true depths, only then could she devise a strategy for the future. With that resolve Lu Yun instantly gathered her willpower, sharpening it into a blade-like force that surged fiercely toward the innermost recesses of Yang Chang's consciousness. She intended to pierce the ultimate mystery of his Zither essence, to fathom why it radiated such incomprehensible power. The deeper she probed the more she recoiled in dread. His Zither essence stretched like an infinite boundless ocean, vast and unfathomable. Yet had it been merely this she might still have dared to resist. But when she finally breached the innermost sanctum of his Zither essence her dread transmuted instantly into sheer terror, and all courage dissolved at once. What did she behold? At the heart of Yang Chang's Zither essence floated a void crystal mirror reflecting layer upon layer of spatial realms, each one a boundless sea of Zither essence. And there were 10,000 such realms. Thus his Zither essence was not one ocean, but 10,000 oceans. Lu Yun stood utterly stunned. It was unspeakably terrifying. A single ocean, though immense, was still perhaps within reach of her lifelong cultivation. But 10,000 oceans. How could she possibly aspire to match them? At that very moment a saying surfaced in her mind: to those who do not know me I am but a frog gazing up at the moon from the bottom of a well, to those who truly know me I am but a mayfly beholding the boundless azure sky. Now having glimpsed the truth of Yang Cheng's zither Dao, she felt precisely like that mayfly confronting the infinite sky. In that fleeting instant Yang Cheng ceased to be the crown prince of Great Zhou, or even a prodigy of the zither Dao. He was the azure sky of the zither Dao. Simultaneously an ancient legendary maxim echoed in her memory, the ultimate legend whispered across the zither Dao world. Zither hearts are rare, but across the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms several bearers do exist. Yet one stands supreme above all others, the 10,000 wonders zither heart. Legend holds that Qing Ditaiao, the primordial ancestor of the zither Dao, possessed precisely this heart and thus forged the very path of the zither Dao. Bang! Lu Yun abandoned her zither entirely and dropped to her knees before Yang Cheng. This unworthy maiden Lu Yun failed utterly to perceive your highness's true mastery of the zither Dao. In my arrogance I dared challenge you, now I bow deeply to beg your forgiveness. Bang! 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 Then she struck the ground with 9 solemn thunderous kowtows. Even Yang Cheng was momentarily flabbergasted, before hastily interjecting, there is no need for this. Only then did Lu Yun cease, leaving Yang Cheng to wonder whether she would have continued kneeling had he not spoken. Your Highness, though I have erred, my heart remains steadfastly devoted to the Dao. I beg your Highness to show mercy and grant me the honor of serving you. If your Highness grants me this chance, Lu Yun pleaded, I swear eternal fealty, never shall I betray you. Should I break this vow, may I suffer 10,000 eons of damnation, forever barred from rebirth. Even Chang Junyi, who had been quietly observing from within the pavilion, could no longer remain composed. She shot forth in a flash. She stared at Lu Yun, perplexed and unsettled. Yuner, what on earth is this? Clearly Chang Junyi could not fathom Lu Yun's abrupt transformation. Such stark contrast defied all logic. Had the crown prince not been so young, and had she not long known his character, she might have suspected he had cast some dark sorcery upon Lu Yun. Aunt Chun, you are right, I gravely underestimated his highness. My vision was narrow, my judgment shallow, Lu Yun replied. Yang Cheng's inner voice resonated. The host has just compelled Lu Yun to kneel publicly and plead to become his disciple, an act that shatters mortal understanding. To move the host she swore a dire oath of absolute loyalty, utterly inexplicable. The host's methods are truly heaven-shaking, ghost-weeping. Congratulations, the task has been successfully completed. Rewards have been issued, the host may claim them at any time of choice. A quiet thrill stirred within Yang Cheng's heart. Crown Prince, you dare strike at me instead. Bullying a frail young woman, what kind of valor is that? A furious voice erupted. At the gate of Xiao Shui Garden stood an 11-year-old boy. His eyes blazed crimson as he glared into the garden, fury surging like wildfire. Your Highness, Shenmu Shui said, this is Wu Tsangming, heir to the Lord of the Southern March, and Lu Yun is his betrothed. Earlier when Yang Cheng appointed Shenmu Shui as his personal attendant, he meant it in earnest. Lately, aside from occasional duties at Meng Academy, she spent most of her time beside him, serving tea, attending to his needs. So, it is him, Yang Cheng remarked coolly. In truth, he needed no introduction, he recognized Wu Tsangming instantly. Neither Wu Tsangming nor his father, the Lord of the Southern March, were men inclined toward peace. A century later in his past life, the Lord of the Southern March would rise in rebellion, yet fate dealt him ill fortune. He met Yang Xiu, the heaven-anointed sovereign, and was crushed within 3 years. Lu Yun's expression flickered with alarm. Your Highness, I did not summon the heir. She was still pleading for the chance to serve him. Wu Tsangming's sudden intrusion threatened to ruin everything. Though she had once held genuine affection for Wu Tsangming, today she felt only seething anger. I believe you, Yang Cheng said. Lu Yun froze, stunned that he would accept her word so effortlessly. You are proud yet truthful, your word is ironclad. You do not make excuses. Yang Cheng spoke calmly. By now Wu Tsangming had strode purposefully into the garden. He glared at Yang Cheng. Crown Prince, you overstep all bounds. You forced Yuner to kneel and made her strike her forehead until blood flowed. Who would have thought, so young yet so cruel-hearted? Where is your benevolence? Yang Cheng regarded him with detached calm. Silence. Lu Yun snapped. Wu Tsangming, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to his highness? Wu Tsangming hurriedly retorted, Yuner, fear him not, rise at once. So long as I stand here no one shall shame you. Who do you think you are? Must you persist in such arrogant delusion? Lu Yun's fury mounted. I knelt willingly, kowtowed willingly, solely to earn his highness's acceptance. Your insolence toward him, that is the true shame upon me. You. Wu Tsangming's eyes widened, disbelief paralyzing his tongue. After a pause he steadied his breath, panting heavily, Yuner, I know it. He must have threatened you with some vile, despicable coercion, am I right? I told you, be silent. Lu Yun roared. If you utter another insult against His Highness you become my enemy. You, my betrothed, how can you declare me your enemy for the sake of an outsider? Wu Sangming cried thunderstruck. You simply do not understand me. Had you understood you would never ask such a question? Lu Yun gazed at him with profound disappointment. In her heart the zither Dao reigned supreme. Her reverence for Yang Cheng arose from one singular truth within him: she had witnessed the ultimate essence of the zither Dao. Had Wu Sangming truly understood her he would have divined this without a word. His failure to grasp it revealed their fundamental incompatibility: no shared path, no shared purpose. This realization struck Wu Sangming with even greater force. His eyes flared crimson as he fixed Yang Cheng with a venomous stare. Crown Prince, what demon art have you cast upon Lu Yun, twisting her so utterly? Dare you speak thus to His Highness? Silence! Shen Mu Shui thundered. At that moment Lu Yun seemed to reach a final decision. Her voice rang clear and resolute. Wu Sangming, from this day forward I shall serve His Highness alone. Such devotion demands absolute singleness of purpose. Therefore as of this moment I am no longer your betrothed. Our engagement was but a verbal understanding between elders, not a binding covenant. From here on bridge belongs to bridge, road to road. Yang Cheng's expression turned wry. Possessing extraordinary innate talent, yet abandoned by his own fiancée. Truly Wu Sangming bore the unmistakable aura of a protagonist, no wonder he'd sustained rebellion for 3 years in his past life. Had Yang Xiu, the heaven-anointed sovereign, not been stronger, perhaps the Wu clan would have succeeded. Viewed thus was he himself, the crown prince, not the antagonist. Ha 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 ha. Wu Sangming's laughter cracked, wild, unhinged, raw with shock. Then his gaze locked onto Lu Yun, burning with bitter resentment. Lu Yun, you cloak your betrayal in noble words. Plainly put, you see only his crown while I am but a mere heir. To climb higher you discard your betrothed without hesitation. Slap. Lu Yun rose abruptly and struck Wu Sangming across the face. Is your mind so sullied? Shen Mu Shui frowned. His Highness is but 2 years old, and Lu Yun only 10. Yet you twist their purity into filth. How dark your heart must be. Hearing this, Lu Yun's aversion toward Wu Sangming deepened. You vulgar women understand nothing, Wu Sangming sneered coldly. Only Shen Mu Shui, the snow lotus goddess, truly comprehends me. I once believed you Yuna shared her crystalline purity, but you have disappointed me beyond measure. Elder sister Mu Shui Tang Xing, you blinked, her large eyes puzzled. Why does he call you vulgar, yet also call you pure as snow and lotus? Is he mad? Wu Sangming's face paled, his gaze darting wildly toward Shen Mu Shui. Shen Mu Shui replied with icy composure, I am Shen Mu Shui, and now I serve the crown prince. Wu Sangming trembled violently, on the verge of spitting blood. He could not fathom how the world had twisted so. Even Shen Mu Shui, the paragon of virtue in his eyes, and Lu Yun, both now appeared to him as vainglory-seeking women. Was there truly not a single woman in this realm worthy of trust? Brother Crown Prince, I must say you have gone too far. Stealing another man's betrothed, what manner of conduct is this? A voice drifted in. Yang Xiu entered the courtyard at a leisurely pace. What brings you here? Yang Cheng asked. His Majesty learned the heir had arrived, and sent me to receive him. Yang Xiu smiled. In my view resolving this is simple. We are all cultivators, let us settle it through the martial Dao. Resolve it through the martial Dao. You expect me to spar with a babe still dripping milk? Wu Sangming frowned. Forgive me, I Wu Sangming disdain victory won so dishonorably. Yang Xiu inwardly cursed Wu Sangming's folly, offering him a golden chance only to have him sabotage it. Yet outwardly he kept his smile intact. Indeed, if you fought at your full strength against His Highness it would be unseemly. But if you voluntarily suppress your cultivation to match His Highness's level, then fairness is restored. Wu Sangming's eyes lit up instantly. Today's humiliation burned fiercely within him. He craved nothing more than to humiliate the crown prince and vent his wrath. This heir has no objection, though I wonder does the crown prince dare accept my challenge? Your Highness pay him no heed, Shen Mu Shui said coldly. Wu Sangming, if you seek combat I shall oblige. His Highness is a master of the zither Dao, a figure of transcendent elegance. There is no need to waste breath on such a coarse, uncultivated brute. Lu Yun added. Crown Prince, you refuse. I understand. At 2 years old you belong behind women's skirts. Wu Sangming sneered. The host has encountered Wu Sangming, the elder of the abyssal prison demon sect, in the imperial capital. In times past Wu Sangming fell before Emperor Tianshou in Dezhou's rebellion, but his destiny remained unbroken and he was rescued by the abyssal prison demon sect. The host faces grave peril confronting Wu Sangming, take immediate measures to withstand him. This is an achievement quest. The greater the feats accomplished during the duel the higher the host faces grave peril confronting Wu Sangming, take immediate measures to withstand him. This is an achievement quest. The greater the feats accomplished during the duel the higher the achievement points earned. Quest reward Blood Shadow Guard 11,000 units. Blood Shadow Guard. Yang Cheng didn't know what it was, but he knew it must be something good. He decisively said to Wu Sangming, "You wish to spar with me? Then I shall grant your wish." With that he walked to the center of the autumn water courtyard with his hands behind his back. "Your Highness." Shen Muxue and Lu Yun both looked anxious. "No need to worry, this is but a trivial matter." Yang Chang waved his hand at them. Meanwhile, outside the autumn water courtyard, numerous carriages converged. Wu Kangming's status was extraordinary. Even the emperor had to send a prince to receive him, so naturally other factions wished to curry favor. Learning that Wu Sangming had come to the autumn water courtyard, these forces pursued him. When the representatives of the various forces stepped into the autumn water courtyard, they happened to see Yang Chang and Wu Sangming standing opposite each other in the central open space. What's this? Why is Prince Wu standing opposite the crown prince? From the looks of it, seems like they're about to spar in martial arts. Are you joking? Prince Wu is a martial arts prodigy and already 11 years old, while the crown prince is only 2. People were bewildered. Rest assured everyone, Prince Wu will suppress his cultivation to the same realm as the crown prince's elder brother. This is merely a friendly spar. Yang Xiu said. Having finally achieved this situation, he naturally would not tolerate others disrupting it. I see. The others felt relieved. At the center of the open space, Wu Sangming said to Yang Cheng, "Crown Prince, what is your current cultivation?" Yang Cheng smiled. "What do you think my cultivation is? It's only been half a year since you started martial arts. If my estimation is correct, you should be at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm," Wu Sangming said. For an ordinary child, reaching the postnatal realm in half a year would already be impressive. However, he knew the crown prince possessed the divine dragon sword body, so he did not underestimate him too much. Yang Cheng did not answer this question, but instead said, "When sparring with me, you don't need to suppress your cultivation. Go all out, or you won't even have the qualifications to fight me." Yang Xiu rejoiced upon hearing this. If that were truly the case, Yang Cheng would surely suffer greatly. Go all out. Ha, if I go all out, Your Highness, the crown prince will have no chance to make a move. Wu Sangming sneered. "Your Highness, let's not waste words. If you are unconvinced, then strike me with all your strength. If I retreat half a step, I will concede on the spot." He was quite cunning. If he made the first move and injured the crown prince, it would be hard to explain to the royal family. But if he remained motionless and Yang Cheng attacked him only to be injured by his true chi's countershock, then even the royal family would find it difficult to reproach him. Then as you wish. Yang Cheng didn't bother with further words. He directly wielded his wooden sword and slashed. Boom! The ancestral dragon sword body, innate divine strength and sword intent all activated simultaneously. Thus, even though Yang Cheng only used the power of the early innate realm, the sword might he unleashed was utterly terrifying. Wu Sangming felt as if a river-like sword-like carrying overwhelming power was bearing down on him. What? He was greatly shocked, no longer able to remain calm. However, he was no ordinary person and reacted swiftly. In the blink of an eye, his true chi erupted violently. Qilin Holy Fist. Wu Sangming dared not hide any of his strength. He threw a punch with all his might. In front of him, a faint phantom of a Qilin took shape. His fist was the Qilin's head. The power of this punch was truly terrifying. Yet before Yang Cheng's sword light, the momentum of his punch was far inferior. The moment the two forces collided, Wu Kangming's fist energy crumbled and collapsed. Boom! Wu Sangming was sent flying backwards, his clothes torn, revealing a silver scale soft armor beneath. The silver scale soft armor exuded a formidable aura. To be blunt, without the protection of this armor, he would have been severely injured. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd fell into dead silence. Clearly no one had expected this outcome. It seemed completely opposite to the scene they had imagined. Was it Prince Wu who was defeated, not the crown prince? After a long while, someone finally spoke. This person's words acted like a fuse, igniting a boiling discussion among the crowd. This is utterly astonishing. The crown prince actually sent Prince Wu flying with one sword stroke. Prince Wu is no commoner, he is a true prodigy, a martial master at 11 years old. Didn't you notice? The crown prince used true chi, he is an innate realm expert. A 2-year-old innate realm expert, what an unparalleled, heaven-defying genius. The crowd was utterly stunned by Yang Cheng. Lu Yun's eyes widened, her gaze toward Yang Cheng growing more adoring. Not only was his Qin talent unprecedented, but even his martial arts talent was so heaven-defying. Wu Sangming wasn't even worthy of polishing the crown prince's shoes. Shen Muxu's eyes also sparkled with brilliance. My disciple has been hiding his true capabilities quite deeply. Cheng Junyi let out an exclamation of wonder. Even she hadn't known before that Yang Cheng had already stepped into the innate realm. This showed that Yang Chang must possess some secret method to conceal his cultivation. She wasn't surprised. After all, as the Crown Prince of Great Zhou, having such means was not unusual. Yang Xiu, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. His own cultivation was actually extremely close to the innate realm he was expected to break through within a month. He had been secretly proud, thinking that once he reached innate he could crush the Crown Prince. But the Crown Prince had stepped into innate before him. Would he forever be overshadowed by the Crown Prince? The host actually defeated Wu Songming, a mighty Yang god. This is no longer a miracle, it's a divine marvel. Congratulations to the host for achieving a glorious feat. You may receive 100 blood shadow guards. Will the host claim the reward or continue the mission? Continue the mission. Yang Chang murmured. No, this is impossible. Wu Songming couldn't accept it. He had planned everything out before the fight. First trample the Crown Prince, then sweep through all the geniuses of the Great Zhou Dao Academy's Mingxue Yard, making himself shine in the capital. Then Lu Yun would surely realize her blindness and regret her choice. He actually still liked Lu Yun. Then if Lu Yun begged him, he would still be willing to give her another chance. But now everything had collapsed. As the foremost prodigy of Chan Prefecture, he came to the capital and couldn't even defeat a 2-year-old child. If he returned like this, he would surely become a laughingstock in Chan Prefecture. Is this all you've got? To be honest, I'm rather disappointed. Yang Chang shook his head. He truly hadn't expected Wu Songming to be so fragile. If he had known, he wouldn't have needed to use his real strength. Of course, Yang Chang knew it wasn't that Wu Songming was weak. It was that he in this life was too strong. At the innate realm, and without even using his trump cards, he had crushed Wu Songming, a martial master. His destiny was now completely different from his past life. Wu Kangming's face first turned pale, then he grew furious. Crown Prince, I merely underestimated you just now. Do you think that's all I've got? The next moment. The power of the Qilin Phantom on Wu Songming surged. Then, as if his cultivation had broken its shackles, it began to skyrocket. First stage of Martial Master. Second stage of Martial Master. Fourth stage of Martial Master. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared from the first stage to the fourth stage of Martial Master. The fourth stage of Martial Master belonged to the middle stage. The onlookers gasped. Jumping 3 minor stages in an instant, Wu Songming was truly terrifying. Chang Juni's eyes also showed surprise. This Prince Wu's accumulation is indeed profound. This is a case of thick accumulation and thin distribution. Yang Chang squinted. This scenario was not unfamiliar to him. It was a typical move by a child of destiny. In his past life, his main enemy was Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu often did this, and even more excessively than Wu Songming. Then let's see which is stronger, you with your overflowing luck or me with my system's blessing. Yang Chang sneered inwardly. Furthermore, even if Wu Songming hadn't acted first, Yang Chang wouldn't have let him off. Otherwise, how could he continue to raise his mission achievement points? Crown Prince, this is my true cultivation. Wu Kangming's aura was overwhelming. You repelled me with one strike just now, I'll defeat you with a single blow. Qilin Great Millstone. Rolling true chi surged from Wu Songming, coalescing into a palm-sized vortex. He pushed his palms forward and the vortex flew out, quickly transforming into a large millstone. The millstone grew larger as it approached Yang Chang, eventually becoming the size of a house. Crown Prince, how can you contend with me? Wu Songming pointed his finger and the house's-sized millstone crashed down heavily on Yang Chang. Merely this. Yang Chang's eyes were indifferent. Then, he casually slashed his sword. Sword Dao Beginner. A simple unadorned sword energy shot upward. To the system and Yang Chang, this was merely the beginning of the Sword Dao. Yet to everyone else present, this sword strike was breathtakingly exquisite. Wu Kangming's Qilin Great Millstone was sliced through like tofu, then shattered into countless fragments. No. Wu Kangming's eyes widened, but he couldn't change the outcome. The vast sword energy landed on him. The next moment, Wu Songming was sent flying, his body covered in blood and wounds except where the soft armor protected him. Even your true strength is nothing before me. Yang Chang looked at him like an ant. You. Put. Unable to bear the shock, Wu Songming spat blood. When he saw Lu Yun gazing at Yang Chang with adoration and casting glances of contempt at him, he staggered backward. Crack. The atmosphere among the surrounding crowd was explosive. Long live the Crown Prince. That sword strike was nothing short of divine inspiration. The Crown Prince can execute such swordsmanship. Though the realm contained within that sword strike was not high, it gives the impression of encompassing myriad things, flawless and perfect. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy of the sword. Many sword cultivators looked at Yang Chang with blazing eyes. Wu Songming, have you now recognized yourself? Before His Highness you are but the light of a firefly daring to vie with the radiant moon. Lu Yun looked coldly at Wu Songming, apologized to His Highness immediately. If you are sincere, I believe His Highness will not deign to argue with you. She was truly disappointed in Wu Songming. But after all they had been engaged, so she still wanted to give him a way out. Offending a heaven-defying prodigy like the Crown Prince would certainly not bode well for Wu Songming. She urged Wu Songming to apologize to the Crown Prince, which was undoubtedly for his own good. Yang Chang was speechless. He could tell that Lu Yun meant well. But Lu Yun didn't understand men. Her words would be an absolute humiliating insult to any. Sure enough, Wu Kangming's face instantly twisted with rage. Bitch. I Wu Songming am a man of iron backbone, you want me to grovel before him? Ha ha ha. I suffered this humiliation all because of you, and now you dare to insult me here. Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. Wu Songming, don't mistake kindness for ingratitude. She had been considering Wu Songming and yet he called her a bitch. Bitch, get lost. Wu Songming roared. Then sweeping his gaze across the crowd he finally looked at Yang Chung. Crown Prince, I will remember today's humiliation. But fortunes change, sooner or later I Wu Songming will come back to wash away this disgrace. With that he turned to leave. Are you threatening me? Yang Chang's slow deliberate voice rang out. Though the voice still carried a childish lilt, it struck the listeners' minds with immense pressure. The autumn water garden fell into sudden silence. Everyone present looked at Yang Chang with tense hearts. Despite being only 2 years old, his small body exuded a regal authority. At this age other children were still nestled in their nurses' arms. However, Yang Chang stood there already embodying the dignity of a royal family. You as a subject dare to threaten your ruler. It is a disgrace to me, and you hold a grudge seeking revenge. You as a subject dare to threaten your ruler. It is a disgrace to me, and you hold a grudge seeking revenge against me. Is this how the king of the southern town Wu Zhaoyan educates his offspring? Wu Songming felt a wave of panic and quickly turned around. Your Highness, that was just a moment of anger. My Wu family has guarded the southern border for the Great Zhou for many years, achieving countless merits. Do you intend to punish me for my rash words? Merit is merit and fault is fault. Yang Chang replied, if it were not for the Wu family's great contributions, what you have committed is a death penalty. For now the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty cannot be escaped. As he spoke, Yang Chang reached out with a palm towards Wu Songming. The most valuable possession on Wu Songming was the Qilin jade he was born with. Now that Wu Songming had actively delivered it to him, how could Yang Chang miss this opportunity? In an instant, Yang Chang's true energy transformed into a giant hand that pierced through Wu Kangming's chest. Beside his heart lay a piece of blood jade shaped like a qilin. This jade was directly seized by Yang Chang. Put. Wu Songming spat blood, his expression filled with despair and resentment as he stared at Yang Chang. You actually dug out my qilin jade. This jade shall serve as your apology to me. Yang Chang said lightly. He knew that treating Wu Songming this way would undoubtedly create significant future troubles. After all, Wu Songming was not an ordinary person. But for the system's rewards, even with future troubles, he had to proceed. Every reward from the system was of earth-shattering caliber. Moreover, Wu Songming and the king of the southern town were already plotting, and Yang Chang felt no psychological burden about this. Ding! The host has dug out Wu Kangming's qilin jade, equivalent to crippling him, completing a defiant act. Achievement points surpass brilliance, reaching legendary level and obtaining the highest level of reward. 1,000 blood shadow guards have been dispatched. Please choose a time to claim them. The system's message made Yang Chang's murderous intent subside. If digging out Wu Kangming's qilin jade did not yield the highest achievement points, Yang Chang would have truly killed Wu Songming. Now he could spare Wu Kangming's life. Yang Xiu was overjoyed but wore a face of shock and anger. Crown Prince brother Wushitsi has traveled a great distance from Changzhou to the capital as a guest. How can you treat him this way? What you are doing will surely make the king of the southern town feel cold. If any disturbances arise in Changzhou as a result, can you bear the consequences? That is my concern. Since you sixth brother have come to welcome Wushitsi, then he shall be entrusted to you. Yang Xiu, eager for this, commanded someone take Wushitsi away. Later he would surely speak ill of Yang Chang in front of Wu Songming, making Wu Songming hate Yang Chang to the core. Thus the king of the southern town's residents would clash with the Crown Prince faction, allowing him to reap the benefits. Your Highness. Lu Yun looked at Yang Chang eagerly. To this day Yang Chang had yet to say he would accept her. Yang Xiu is the fated child mentioned in your Yaoqin pavilion. Why are you not pursuing him and staying here to watch me? Yang Chang replied. Lu Yun hurriedly said, Yang Xiu is indeed the fated child, but what I pursue more is the true essence of the Qin Dao. In the realm of the Qin Dao, although Lu Yun had talent compared to the myriad worlds, it wasn't much. Relying solely on herself, she might never grasp the profound mysteries of the Qingdao. Only by following your highness does Lu Yun have hope, so I ask your highness to show mercy. Due to your previous performance you have yet to qualify to be my maid. For now you can only be considered a candidate maid. Yang Cheng pondered and said. Lu Yun's talent and background were not ordinary. To reject someone who wanted to ally with him was indeed inappropriate. However, he could not let just anyone become his maid. Thank you, your highness. Lu Yun's expression was filled with gratitude, feeling that the crown prince's willingness to give her a chance was a significant act of kindness. Everyone present felt their eyes widen at this. She was a true disciple of the Yaoqing Pavilion, and by right she should have been qualified to be the crown princess. Yet such a person could only be a candidate made for the crown prince. After dismissing everyone, Cheng Junyi said, Cheng Cheng, I have come to assess your swordsmanship. She used a branch as a sword and sparred with Yang Cheng. Soon Cheng Junyi was shocked to discover that Yang Cheng's mastery of the sword was truly remarkable. Yang Cheng did not possess any profound sword techniques. At such a young age, Yang Cheng could not possibly be proficient in these sword techniques. Cheng Junyi even felt that if she were in Yang Cheng's place she might not perform as well. Thus it was evident that Yang Cheng was a natural swordsmanship prodigy. That will be enough. Cheng Junyi sighed. Cheng Cheng, your future achievements in swordsmanship will surely be remarkable. In the afternoon, after leaving the autumn water garden, Yang Cheng contemplated the matter of the blood shadow guards. As expected, this group of 1,000 blood shadow guards was most likely 1,000 individuals. When claiming this reward, he needed to be cautious about the occasion. If he were to claim the reward in the palace, the sudden appearance of 1,000 people would likely lead Emperor Qianyuan to eliminate all of them. Therefore he had to find an opportunity to seek an empty space. However, as the crown prince he was always accompanied by others, making this task quite difficult. When Yang Cheng returned to the palace, he saw Yun Liyue, who wore both joy and worry. She was delighted that Yang Cheng's martial talent had shaken the capital. Yang Cheng was only 2 years old, yet he could defeat Wu Tsongming, a martial artist, which was truly astonishing. However, Yang Cheng was too young and did not know how to control his strength, resulting in Wu Tsongming being crippled. This situation was undoubtedly troublesome. The king of the southern town was one of the pillars of the country. Even Emperor Qianyuan had to treat the king of the southern town with caution. Now that Yang Cheng had crippled Wu Tsongming, the king of the southern town would surely not let it go. Cheng, you are usually quite wise, how could you act so ruthlessly this time? Yun Liyu's face was filled with worry. Does mother think I was wrong? Yang Cheng asked. You are not wrong, but in many matters we cannot simply look at right and wrong. Yun Liyu continued. Wu Tsongming is the heir of the king of the southern town. Even if he has committed a grave offense, you cannot treat him this way. It will offend the king of the southern town behind him. So what if I offend him? Yang Cheng replied. Mother, I am the ruler and he is the subject. If a ruler fears offending his subjects, then what is the point of being a ruler? He might as well hand over the throne. Yun Liyu was momentarily taken aback. Then she fell into deep thought. Your Highness, I believe what you said makes a lot of sense. Amber chimed in. Not only does it make sense. Yun Liyu smiled. I never expected that while mother has always been skilled in schemes and has overthought things, my son sees matters more purely. Cheng, you are absolutely right. You are the ruler. Even if you are not wrong, it should be the subjects who are anxious. Saying this, she stood up and said coldly, if the king of the southern town knows his place, then well and good. If not, I will make the king of the southern town understand that the country does not belong to him to dictate. In the deep of night. In the estate of the king of the southern town in the capital, Wu Kangming's gaze was cold and filled with hatred. Yang Cheng, do you think my Qilin Jade is so easy to take? The Qilin Jade was already connected to his consciousness and he could summon the Qilin Jade back at any moment. He did not do so during the day because he was filled with resentment. Since Yang Cheng had dug out his Qilin Jade, he would make Yang Cheng pay the price. Immediately Wu Tsongming closed his eyes and began meditating, and in a moment his consciousness connected with the Qilin Jade. Buzz. His consciousness entered the Qilin Jade, and then through the Qilin Jade he saw an infant. This infant was meditating, clearly practicing. Instantly a cold smile appeared on Wu Kangming's face. At this moment, if he used his consciousness to attack Yang Cheng, he might directly cause Yang Cheng to go mad and cripple him. Jinghua Palace. Yang Cheng sat cross-legged on the baby bed. The Qilin Jade was actually a piece of ancient Qilin bone. It possessed powerful self-healing and repairing abilities while also harboring a set of inheritance. In addition, the Qilin Jade also contained a remnant thought of the ancient Qilin. This remnant could guide Wu Tsongming in his cultivation. The reason Wu Tsongming was so extraordinary lay in this Qilin Jade. In Yang Chang's eyes, Wu Sangming was merely a weakened version of Yang Xiu. However, Yang Chang was not interested in the inherent functions of the Qilin Jade. The Black Dragon Ring was no less than the Qilin Jade. The function of the Supreme Heavy Eye could easily surpass that of the Qilin Jade. The abilities of this jade held little attraction for him. He sought it for another purpose. Refine it. Yang Chang began to refine the jade. It was at this moment that a faint blood light emitted from the Qilin Jade and a spiritual force shot out like a sharp sword violently piercing towards Yang Chang's head. Yang Chang was not surprised. Wu Sangming, you have indeed come. He possessed 500 years of memories from his past life. How could he not know that the consciousness of the Qilin Jade was almost fused with Wu Sangming? Thus he had been waiting for this moment. If Wu Sangming was obedient, it would be fine. If he was not, he would only pay a heavier price. Yang Chang's spiritual power had reached the martial sect level. How could he fear Wu Kangming's martial master level spiritual force? In an instant, Wu Kangming's spiritual force collided with Yang Chang's spiritual power. In the southern prince's mansion of the imperial capital, Wu Sangming wore a satisfied and sinister smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Chang being severely injured spiritually. It would be best to turn Yang Chang into a complete fool. Then Wu Sangming sensed that his spiritual force felt like an egg colliding against a stone. It was truly a case of using an egg to hit a stone. Yang Chang's spiritual force was far stronger than Wu Kangming's. Ah! Wu Sangming shrieked in agony, his head pounding and blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Sensing the impending doom, he dared not think of harming Yang Chang any longer and hurriedly tried to control the Qilin Jade to escape. Yang Chang's mind stirred and the Qian Kuan space opened. The Qilin Jade was instantly drawn into the Qian Kuan space. In an instant, the connection between Wu Sangming and the Qilin Jade was severed. Already suffering a spiritual injury, Wu Sangming was hit by an even stronger backlash. He opened his mouth to spit blood and then fell back onto the bed. The servants outside the mansion sensed something was wrong and rushed into the room. They were shocked, young master. They saw Wu Sangming on the bed covered in blood and his consciousness had fallen into a coma. No matter how they called out, Wu Sangming did not awaken. By the middle of the night, Wu Sangming finally woke up but appeared dazed, mumbling some nonsensical words. Am I the young master of the southern prince? No, I am an elder of the ghost prison demon palace. Heavenly Emperor, wait for me, it won't be so easy to defeat me, Wu Sangming. It's a rebellion, a rebellion. My southern prince's mansion has finally rebelled. These words terrified the servants of the mansion, making them shiver and no longer daring to let Wu Sangming go outside. That night, news of Wu Sangming going mad spread wildly throughout the imperial capital. At this time, Yang Chang was unaware of the happenings in the southern prince's mansion. His consciousness was immersed in the Qian Kuan space. The Qian Kuan space was quite vast, but it was overly monotonous, consisting only of emptiness. Without Wu Sangming as its master, the Qilin Jade could no longer resist Yang Chang's refinement. Roar! Within the Qilin Jade, a massive phantom of a Qilin emerged. It was the remnant thought of the ancient Qilin. Junior, I can guide you in your cultivation from now on. It spoke with a dignified expression. What greeted it was a black dragon. The black dragon lunged forward and began to fight fiercely with the remnant thought of the ancient Qilin. The remnant thought could not withstand it at all and was torn apart after just a few exchanges. Then the Qilin Jade transformed into a floating island with a diameter of 1,000 zhang in the center of the Qian Kuan space. This floating island might not be useful now, but it would surely be useful in the future. The next day arrived. The efficiency of the southern prince's mansion was faster than Yang Chang had imagined. General Wu Zhaoyue, the southern prince's brother, rode hard through the night to reach the imperial capital. As soon as dawn broke, a eunuch came to Jinghua Palace and reported, Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you. In the imperial study. A strong middle-aged man said with grief and indignation, Your Majesty, the soldiers of my southern prince's mansion are fighting enemies at the border to defend the nation, yet the young master of the southern prince's mansion has been disgraced in the capital and went mad last night because of it. Please, Your Majesty, take charge for my southern prince's mansion and do not let our soldiers at the border feel disheartened. General Wu, you may speak your mind directly, replied Emperor Chen Yuan. Just then the eunuch's voice came from outside, Your Majesty, Your Highness has arrived. Yun Liu entered holding Yang Chang's hand. Wu Zhaoyue immediately turned and glared at Yang Chang. Your Majesty, I impeach the prince. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, princes who commit crimes are guilty like commoners. The crown prince has deposed the young master of the southern prince's mansion, causing him to go mad, which surely demands a price. As far as I know, it was young master Wu who challenged the prince first, replied Yun Liu coldly. Moreover, in a fight one cannot blame anyone regardless of whether young master Wu was deposed or even killed. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, is this the court's stance on the matter? Wu Zhaoyue laughed in anger. Emperor Chen Yuan maintained a serious expression, his thick brows furrowed. This matter was undoubtedly very tricky for him. If not handled well, it could really lead to turmoil in the southern border of the empire. What if it is the court stance? Suddenly a cold and disdainful voice rang out. Yunli Yu and Yang Chang both trembled and quickly turned to look outside the imperial study. They saw a tall figure striding towards them from the end of the corridor outside the imperial study. He wore a dark blue long robe with a wide black gold belt around his waist adorned with several smooth jade stones, adding a touch of nobility to his entire outfit. Uncle! Yang Chang couldn't help but redden his eyes. The man before him was none other than the Great Zhou's escort general, his uncle Yun Jinghuai. Not long after his past life, his uncle would fall on the battlefield. Counting it up, he hadn't seen his uncle for 500 years. And in this life at this moment his uncle appeared alive before him. Ding! The host has encountered the corpse of Uncle Yun Jinghuai, which seems to have awakened the host's sorrowful heart. Yun Jinghuai's death is an indelible knot in the host's heart. Please reverse the laws of yin and yang, change life and death, and resurrect Yun Jinghuai. This task is extremely difficult, granting the host a 7-year time limit. Task reward: Divine Arrow of the Sun. Yun Jinghuai's expression was stern, with sword-like brows slanting into his temples. He emanated the iron-blooded aura of a seasoned warrior coupled with the youthful vigor of a heroic figure. He approached the door of the imperial study, paused slightly, raised his hand to adjust his attire, ensuring his posture was impeccable before stepping into the imperial study. Crossing the threshold, he walked to the center of the room, knelt on one knee and performed a standard bow. This subordinate Yun Jinghuai pays respects to His Majesty the Emperor, to Her Majesty the Empress, and to His Highness the Crown Prince. Emperor Qianyuan also stood up quickly, personally helping Yun Jinghuai to his feet. Then he scrutinized Yun Jinghuai from head to toe, patting his shoulder heavily. Good, worthy of being my escort general. Yun Jinghuai grinned, standing tall after rising like a pine tree, deeply rooted, exuding an air of heroism. He then looked at Yunli Yu. Your Majesty, it has been 9 months since we last met, and I am longing for the osmanthus cake you make with your own hands. You mischievous one, why didn't you say anything before returning? Yunli Yu pretended to be angry. I was just thinking of giving you a surprise. Yun Jinghuai scratched his head, then his gaze fell on Yang Chang, his eyes sparkling. Your Majesty, before entering the palace I heard many rumors about His Highness the Crown Prince. When I left, the Crown Prince was only 10 months old, and now you have become as fierce as a dragon or tiger, truly worthy of being the offspring of Your Majesty and Your Majesty. And he is indeed your nephew. Yang Chang added. Ha ha ha. The family of 4 laughed together. Ding. The Yun Jinghuai before you is full of vitality and clarity, seemingly resurrected by the host through extraordinary means. The host's methods are becoming increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued, please choose a time to receive it. This made Yang Chang even more delighted. Beside them, Wu Zhaoyu's face turned extremely ugly. Your Majesty, we are discussing serious matters. Emperor Qianyuan sighed. Yun Jinghuai, however, narrowed his eyes. Wu Zhaoyu, you're just in time. I was just about to settle the score with you. You, the young master of the Southern Prince's mansion, dared to publicly offend His Highness the Crown Prince, simply unforgivable and deserving of death. Wu Zhaoyu's eyes widened. Emperor Qianyuan was also slightly taken aback. Yun Jinghuai observed this and thoughtfully said, Your Majesty, judging by your expression, could it be that General Wu is here to plead for forgiveness? Moreover, I see that the Southern Prince's mansion has made contributions in defending the border, so you cannot be too angry. It is unnecessary to punish the entire Southern Prince's mansion for the actions of young Master Wu. Yun Jinghuai. Wu Zhaoyu could no longer hold back, his eyes blazing. How dare you insult my Southern Prince's mansion? Before he could finish, Yun Jinghuai's smiling eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp like a frozen pond. Wu Zhaoyu's words choked in his throat as he felt a bone-chilling pressure. Wu Zhaoyu. Yun Jinghuai walked up to him and directly patted Wu Zhaoyu's face. If it were Wu Zhaoyan it would be fine, but who do you think you are to dare to shout in front of this general? Wu Zhaoyu's face turned pale. If it were anyone else they might not fear Yun Jinghuai. But he was different. He was a soldier. Wu Zhaoyu. Yun Jinghuai walked up to him and directly patted Wu Zhaoyu's face. If it were Wu Zhaoyan it would be fine, but who do you think you are to dare to shout in front of? In every battle he was invincible and undefeated. At just 17 years old he had led troops into battle 13 times without a single defeat. His most glorious battle was when he entered the heartland of Beiyan with 3,000 cavalry, returning 7 times, killing over 100,000 enemies. Afterward he calmly returned to the Great Zhou with over 2,000 cavalry. The once marauding Beiyan had been tamed mostly because Yun Jinghuai was stationed in the northern border. The military valued achievements above all, and Wu Zhaoyu's meager accomplishments were not worthy of boasting in front of Yun Jinghuai. It was important to note that even within the Chan State Army there were numerous soldiers who admired Yun Jinghuai. Yang Chang also felt his eyes open wide. In his past life his uncle's early death had prevented him from experiencing his uncle's might. Now witnessing Wu Zhaoyu's reaction in front of his uncle like a mouse encountering a cat, he finally gained a deeper understanding of his uncle's prestige. Wu Zhaoyue, your young master is merely an 11-year-old boy, still a martial master. Challenging a 2-year-old child is shameful, and losing is even more disgraceful. If it were me, I would have tried my best to conceal this news. Yet you, instead of hiding it, made a grand display, coming before the court to complain, causing a stir in the entire city. Now everyone knows that the young master of the Southern Prince's Mansion is a waste, turning your Southern Prince's Mansion into a laughingstock for all. Wu Zhaoyu's body tensed, the veins on his forehead bulging. Get out of here quickly, don't embarrass yourself any further. You have tarnished the reputation of the Great Zhou military. Yun Jinghuai scolded. Wu Zhaoyu's lips trembled, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end he could not say anything at all. He could only say to Emperor Chen Yuan, "Your Majesty, I take my leave." Then he left in disgrace. Well said. Yun Liu praised. Jinghuai, I am grateful to you today. Emperor Chen Yuan also smiled. Yun Jinghuai replied nonchalantly that Wu Zhaoyue placed in my army wouldn't even qualify to be my deputy commander. Only in front of your Majesty would I need to restrain myself a bit, otherwise I would have kicked him a few times outside. Ha ha ha. Emperor Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Empress Jinghuai has just returned with great difficulty. You two siblings should go to Jinghua Palace to catch up. During the evening banquet I will properly welcome Jinghuai. Yes, your Majesty. Yun Liu led Yun Jinghuai and Yang Cheng to take their leave. Jinghua Palace. Jinghuai, tell me honestly, why did you return so suddenly? Yun Liu asked. Clearly she was not so easily fooled. Yun Jinghuai was a military commander and would not return to the imperial capital just to surprise her. Ah, elder sister, your insight is as luminous as a beacon. Yun Jinghuai casually took a seat. Clearly he felt far more at ease in the Jinghua Hall than he ever did in the imperial study. Then Yun Jinghuai said, elder sister, over these past 9 months I have been carrying out a monumental undertaking. No one could have imagined it, secretly carving a military passage through the Beiyan Mountains. The Beiyan Mountains. Yun Liu recoiled sharply. That is a forbidden zone, teeming with monstrous beasts, perilous beyond reckoning. In the ancient Great Wilderness era it was known as the Salt Mountains, where a taboo sovereign once arose. For 10,000 years thereafter it remained humanity's absolute no-go territory. Elder sister, we dispatched scouts deep into the Beiyan Mountains long ago. Yes, it is treacherous, but not nearly as dreadful as rumors claim. How many soldiers perished? Yun Liu asked. Yun Jinghuai fell silent for a moment before replying, 4,830. To prevent the Northern Yan from learning of this, the news remains under strict lockdown. Yet such sacrifice was necessary. The threat posed by Northern Yan to our Great Zhou is immense. Each year thousands upon thousands of our people perish in their raids. Northern Yan maintains ironclad defenses against us from any conventional route. Delivering a decisive blow is impossible. Only by striking directly into their heartland, through a path they would never foresee, can we achieve total victory in a single stroke. So you chose the Beiyan Mountains as your breakthrough point? Yun Liu said. Precisely, the Beiyan Mountains are forbidden territory. Northern Yan will never suspect we would breach their realm from there. I returned to the imperial capital precisely to lull Northern Yan into complacency. The final phase of tunneling through the Beiyan Mountains is now underway. The day the pass is fully opened I shall race back to the northern marches and lead my troops into battle. Yang Chang stood nearby listening intently to the exchange between his mother and uncle. Fragments of memories from his past life surged forth. The Beiyan Mountains, a place etched in anguish for him, had been the site of his uncle's demise. In that former life, to secure his position as crown prince, his uncle had been forced to march prematurely, without adequate preparation, just 1 month prior. Though he claimed victory, his army paid a horrific price, and he himself perished. Fortunately, fate has shifted in this life. His uncle's preparations this time are meticulous, thorough, flawless. Given his uncle's legendary battlefield record, triumph is all but certain. Yang Cheng's task then was to elevate the triumph into legend. Uncle, take me out to play, he declared without hesitation. Since Yun Jinghuai had returned, Yun Liu had already sent word to Qiushui Garden to grant Yang Cheng a day's leave. This rare opportunity allowed him to discuss vital matters with his uncle. That depends on whether your uncle finds you bothersome. Yun Liu smiled. Ha! How could I possibly disdain my dearest little nephew? Then off you go, just be back before the evening banquet. Yun Liu added. With Yun Jinghuai escorting him, she felt no cause for concern. Though only 17, Yun Jinghuai possessed martial talents surpassing even Yun Liu's, and his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of martial sainthood. Were it not for her fortuitous encounter with the celestial blackbird last time, Yun Liu's strength would still lag behind his. This stark contrast laid bare just how utterly mediocre Yang Cheng had been in his past life. His innate constitution had been irreparably shattered in infancy by the 10,000 extinction divine water, an injury whose consequences haunted him forever. Even after cultivating the Asura demon body, he remained vastly inferior to those celestial prodigies who shone like sun and moon. Take Yun Jinghuai for instance, born with the Dozhan sacred body. In sheer combat prowess, this sacred body surpassed even the divine dragon sword body and the heaven sword sacred body. Had Yun Jinghuai not fallen so early in his past life, he might well have ranked among the upper echelons of the myriad world geniuses. Unlike Yang Cheng, who languished merely in the mid to lower ranks among those same geniuses. Crown Prince, where would you like to go? Yun Jinghuai asked with a smile. Let's hunt in the Tianyun Mountains outside the capital city, Yang Cheng replied, eyes alight with enthusiasm. Yun Jinghuai hesitated. After all, the place was rather remote. Moreover, what could a 2-year-old toddler possibly understand about hunting? Uncle, come with me, Yang Cheng said, knowing full well that action spoke louder than words. He strode into the small courtyard outside the Jinghua Hall, ordering targets erected, and a 10-stone bow brought forth. Yun Jinghuai was taken aback. Drawing such a heavy bow would mark one as an elite archer even within the imperial army. Yet recalling the rumors surrounding the crown prince, he paused, then chose not to intervene. When the bow arrived, Yang Cheng drew it effortlessly. Divine arrow of sunslaying, deploy. A resonant hum filled the air, then the arrow pierced the bullseye with unerring precision. Yun Jinghuai's expression lit up with genuine astonishment. His nephew, the crown prince, possessed extraordinary talent in archery. Next, Yang Cheng loosed 10 arrows in succession, each striking dead center. He turned to Yun Jinghuai. Uncle, what say you? Excellent. I'll take you. Without further hesitation, Yun Jinghuai agreed. Mo Jue, let's go. Mounting his warhorse beside Yang Cheng, he spurred the steed forward. Mo Jue's coat was jet black, its gallop swift as a bolt of midnight lightning. Within half an hour they stood at the foot of the Tianyun Mountains. Uncle, I have a surprise for you, Yang Cheng said. Silently he invoked blood shadow guards, deploy. What surprise? Yun Jinghuai's curiosity flickered, then vanished as his gaze sharpened, locking onto the forest ahead. Who goes there? He bellowed. Uncle, no need to worry, that is precisely the surprise I've prepared for you. Yang Cheng replied. Yun Jinghuai stared stunned. He had sensed it clearly, the dense murderous aura emanating from the woods ahead. It unmistakably signaled a legion of ruthless slayers. With no bystanders nearby, Yang Cheng held nothing back. With a subtle shift of intent, 1,000 blood shadow guards emerged silently from the mist-shrouded trees. Yang Cheng's eyes gleamed. Truly worthy of the system's reward, each wore black robes, wielded crimson blades, and stood at the peak of the nascent realm's pre-heaven stage. Whenever the system granted rewards, Yang Cheng received full knowledge of their nature. The blood shadow guard's initial cultivation level scaled directly with his own. Thereafter they cultivated autonomously, and excelled in slaughter, growing stronger with every battle and every kill. Magnificent troops! Yun Jinghuai exclaimed in awe. Though individually their cultivation was unremarkable, each radiated the indomitable spirit of elite warriors, surpassing even his most battle-hardened veterans. Yang Cheng said, Uncle, when you next march to war, take them all with you. War was the swiftest path for the blood shadow guards to ascend. Thus placing them under Yun Jinghuai's command was unquestionably optimal. I won't ask where these soldiers came from, but are you truly willing to give them to me? Yun Jinghuai smiled. Yang Cheng replied, Uncle, your soldiers are my soldiers, and my soldiers placed under your command remain mine. What is there to hesitate over? Yun Jinghuai blinked, then burst into hearty, unrestrained laughter. He loved how his nephew spoke to him. This was proof the crown prince regarded him not as an outsider but as family. Yun Jinghuai blinked, then burst into hearty, unrestrained laughter. He loved how his nephew spoke to him. This was proof the crown prince regarded him not as an outsider but as family. Uncle, I have another top-secret intelligence for you, Yang Cheng said. The Yuanlei Bell, the Northern Yan Empire's capital relic, remains inert for 6 hours each year. This year it falls on the hour of Mao to the hour of C 7 days from now. Both the Great Zhou and the Great Yan Empires possess national treasures, foundational artifacts safeguarding their sovereignty. Zhou's was the ancestral dragon cauldron, Yan's the Yuanlei Bell. If the Yuanlei Bell were active, Zhou's armies would never dare assault Yan's capital. Yun Jinghuai gasped in shock. Crown Prince, is this true? Utterly true. Yang Cheng affirmed. This intelligence originated from Yang Shou's reconnaissance in his past life, information later used to cripple Northern Yan and pave the way for his ascension as Lord of the Eastern Wastelands. Without the 1,000 blood shadow guards, Yun Jinghuai might well have doubted Yang Cheng, such stakes were too immense. Should the information prove false and he launch an assault on Yan's capital, his entire army would be annihilated. Yet the blood shadow guards confirmed Yang Cheng's exceptional nature, proving him a peer worthy of strategic discourse. His words now carried undeniable credibility. At that moment Yun Jinghuai's breath quickened. He beheld, not a campaign but a legacy-defining triumph. That very night, Emperor Qian Yuan hosted a grand welcome banquet for Yun Jinghuai, broadcasting his return across the capital. Yet, before dawn the next day, Yun Jinghuai departed in utter silence, racing back to the northern marches with lightning speed. 2 days later, jubilation erupted in the imperial court. Your Majesty, momentous tidings. Envoy Zhuang Zhonglong has successfully negotiated with Northern Yan, securing a 10-year non-aggression pact between our two empires. Henceforth the northern marches shall know no war. Zhuang Zhonglong has achieved a feat unparalleled in history. For this extraordinary service the court must infeff him as a marquis. Ministers aligned with the Zhuang clan exulted. Zhuang Zhonglong, also known as Zhuang Yi, was the elder brother of noble consort Zhuang and a pillar of the Zhuang clan's power. Zhuang Zhonglong has rendered great service. His honors shall be deliberated by the Grand Secretariat and submitted to this emperor for final approval. Emperor Qian Yuan too rejoiced. For a millennium Zhou and Yan had waged relentless war. Never before had they signed a peace treaty lasting 10 years. Within the inner palace, noble consort Zhuang instantly assumed an air of haughty triumph. Her brother's monumental achievement elevated her own status immeasurably. Yet the court's jubilation proved fleeting. Soon a shocking report left ministers reeling. Scarcely had Zhuang Yi secured the peace treaty when the northern marches garrison launched a sudden massive offensive against northern Yan. Instantly fury erupted, not only among Zhuang-aligned officials but even among many neutral ministers. Preposterous. What is Yun Jinghuai thinking? Outrageous. Yun Jinghuai recklessly jeopardizes the nation's security for a fleeting personal triumph. It seemed the entire imperial bureaucracy stood united in righteous indignation. That very afternoon over 1,000 students from the Great Zhou Daoist Academy gathered before the palace gates, demanding Emperor Qian Yuan immediately revoke Yun Jinghuai's command of the northern marches and summon him back for trial. Zhuang Zhonglong had barely secured a decade-long peace treaty with Northern Yan, earning 10 years of tranquility for our great Yan's northern border, when Yun Jinghuai proceeded to sabotage it. Yun Jinghuai is guilty of heinous crimes. Thousands of scholars knelt before the palace gates. This was only the beginning. As time passed, the gathering crowd swelled and their numbers gradually reached tens of thousands. When news spread that Zhuang Zhonglong had convinced Northern Yan to agree to a 10-year non-aggression pact, the entire Great Zhou erupted in jubilation. One could say that the people of Great Zhou were as furious now as they had been ecstatic before. No matter how great Yun Jinghuai's past merits were, they could not withstand such public outrage. Within the Zhaoyang Hall, several ministers from the Zhuang clan's faction came to pay their respects to imperial consort Zhuang. Leading them was the second Grand Secretary Yin Changgu. Yun Jinghuai has truly gone mad. He is the war god, but Northern Yan has fortified their borders impregnably. No matter how formidable he is, he can inflict little harm on Northern Yan. For these 3 years he has managed to hold off Northern Yan, but merely held them off. Every counterattack he launched was ultimately repelled. Yun Jinghuai's actions are aimed at breaking the peace treaty and dragging our Great Zhou back into a prolonged war. The assembled ministers were all indignant. Second Grand Secretary, what do you think Yun Jinghuai's true intentions are? This seems to hold no benefit for him. Imperial consort Zhuang said, there is no benefit, but it serves a great purpose. Yan Changgu said, if Zhuang Zhonglong truly signs this treaty with Northern Yan, he will achieve monumental merit. At that time both the Zhuang clan and your highness will see a great surge in prestige. That would certainly not be a good thing for the empress and the Yun clan. Thus Yun Jinghuai's actions are deliberately intended to sabotage Zhuang Zhonglong's endeavors. What a treacherous Yun Jinghuai, so insidious. Imperial consort Zhuang's expression darkened. Your highness, I believe there is no need for concern. Yan Changgu said Yun Jinghuai cannot breach Northern Yan's defenses. Even if he incites brief fury from Northern Yan with Zhuang Zhonglong's capability, he will surely manage to appease the high-ranking officials of Northern Yan. Moreover, in my view, this might actually be a blessing. A blessing. Imperial consort Zhuang looked puzzled. Others may not know, but we are all aware that Zhuang Zhonglong was able to convince Northern Yan by promising them many benefits. This information has not yet been disclosed to the public. Yan Changgu said. A flicker of understanding crossed Imperial consort Zhuang's eyes. Clearly she was aware of this matter. Now with Yun Jinghuai causing such a commotion, we can later shift all the blame onto him. Yan Changgu spoke as if he had everything figured out. We can claim that originally there was no need to cede so many interests, but because of Yun Jinghuai's antics, Zhuang Zhonglong was at a disadvantage in the negotiations and was forced into this. Ensuring the smooth progress of the negotiations is equally simple. We merely cede a few more interests to Northern Yan. After all, when the time comes, every mistake can be pinned on Yun Jinghuai. Imperial consort Zhuang smiled. So you're saying that Yun Jinghuai's outburst is actually a good thing for us? Indeed. Yan Chengdu and the other ministers present also broke into smiles. Subsequently, Yan Chengdu covertly spread the rumors far and wide. As expected, no one blamed Zhuangyi. Everyone believed it was Yun Jinghuai's fault. The entire nation railed against Yun Jinghuai, denouncing him for bringing calamity to the state. Sangzhou. This was the northernmost prefecture of Great Zhou. At this moment, within Wangbei city of Sangzhou, a woman walked along the streets. This woman was none other than Xia Wanin. No one has ever insulted Xia Wanin and gotten away scot-free. That useless third prince dares not contend with the crown prince. So I must find someone else who fears not the crown prince. Xia Wanyan's eyes blazed with resentment as she lifted her gaze to the tallest pavilion ahead. That was the star-plucking tower of Wangbei city, a full 14 stories high. She had made inquiries and learned that Tuoba Xiao, the fourth prince of Northern Yan, a renowned prodigy of the realm, was currently within the star-plucking tower. Northern Yan was a powerful state, but most of its territory lay in bitter cold lands. Hence the scions of Northern Yan's nobility often journeyed south to Great Zhou in search of pleasure. Tuoba Xiao possessed a crimson flood dragon's sacred body with intense desires. Though only 12 years old, he stood 8 feet tall and had extensive experience in carnal affairs. The star-plucking tower gathered beauties from every prefecture and even from Shilua. Every time Tuoba Xiao traveled south to Great Zhou, the star-plucking tower was a mandatory stop. At this moment, at the top floor of the star-plucking tower, cups clinked and beauties thronged. A group of noble offspring had gathered, including both the scions of Northern Yan's nobility and local nobles from Sangzhou. At the center, the most conspicuous figure was a broad-shouldered red-haired youth 8 feet tall. He was Tuoba Xiao. Brother Tuoba, do you still remember Wu Sangming? Someone inquired. Wu Sangming. I have some recollection. He seems to be the heir of your Great Zhou's Jinnan Prince's mansion. Tuoba Xiao replied nonchalantly. I recall that individual as well, said another Northern Yan noble scion. He became a martial master at 11. He was quite the martial prodigy. But not long ago Wu Sangming was defeated by our Great Zhou's crown prince. It is said that the loss crushed him so badly that he went mad, said a citizen of Great Zhou. How old is your crown prince? Asked a Northern Yan noble. 2 years old this year, replied the Great Zhou man. Our Great Zhou's crown prince possesses a divine dragon sword body, innate divine strength, the true peerless prodigy. Upon hearing this, the Northern Yan nobles were visibly shaken. Even Tuoba Xiao furrowed his brow. But then a Northern Yan noble declared, peerless prodigy. With our Great Yan's fourth prince present, no one can claim that title. The fourth prince is only 12, yet his cultivation has reached the 9th level of martial master. Who in the wilderness realm can compare? Tuoba Xiao also said arrogantly, one must not be too proud. If the rumors are true, the Great Zhou crown prince is indeed extraordinary. However, he and I belong to different eras. For me, he is far too young. Perhaps in a decade he might rival me, but for now he is far from it. Fourth prince, there is someone outside requesting an audience. A report came. Can't you see him enjoying myself? I have no time to see anyone. Tuoba Xiao said irritably. Your Highness, the one seeking an audience is a woman of exceptional beauty. The reporter added, but she is quite young, only 10 years old. A 10-year-old girl. Tuoba Xiao laughed. Interesting. Bring her here. Soon Tuoba Xiao came face to face with Xia Wanin. Xia Wanyan's appearance made Tuoba Xiao's eyes light up. Miss, what business do you have with me? Tuoba Xiao smiled. Disciple of Great Zhou's Dao Academy, Xia Wanin pays respects to the fourth prince of Great Yan. Xia Wanin curtsied. I have come to inform your Highness of matters concerning the Great Zhou crown prince. Oh. Tuoba Xiao narrowed his eyes, shedding his earlier indifference. The tales circulating about Great Zhou's crown prince Yang Chang are not exaggerated. Xia Wanin said though crown prince Yang Chang is only 2 years old, his cultivation has indeed reached the Xiantian realm. He has also mastered sword intent and possesses innate divine strength. At that time he defeated Wu Sangming in an utterly overwhelming fashion. At these words the expressions of the Northern Yan nobles turned grave. Such excellence of the Great Zhou crown prince was hardly good news for them. How intriguing, said Tuoba Xiao. I was planning to visit the Great Zhou capital anyway. I might as well meet this crown prince of theirs. At present Great Zhou was begging Great Yan to sign a peace treaty. Thus he had no fear that Great Zhou would dare to trouble him, he could roam freely within Great Zhou. Hearing this, a cold sinister smile flickered in Xia Wanyan's eyes. Fourth prince. The others all looked at Tuoba Xiao. Gentlemen, what pleasure is there in daily indulgence in women? Let us seek something more thrilling. Tuoba Xiao swept his gaze around. The Great Zhou crown prince dared to say that the men of Great Yan are nothing special. Don't you think we should teach him a lesson? Did the Great Zhou Crown Prince say that? Someone asked doubtfully. Tuoba Xiao smiled faintly. I say he said it, so he said it. The others immediately understood. Tuoba Xiao clearly had no excuse and was simply fabricating one to pick a fight with the Great Zhou Crown Prince. He acted with great efficiency, setting off that very day on a swift horse toward Fengtian City. The next day, Yang Chang as usual rode in his carriage heading to Qiushui Garden. Suddenly a figure fell from a nearby tavern, crashing right in front of Yang Chang's carriage. That seems to be Zhang Guanshui of the Zhang family. Zhang Guanshui is 12 years old and has reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. He is a genius disciple of Great Zhou's Dao Academy. Who beat Zhang Guanshui so badly? A commotion arose among the crowds lining the streets. Brother, what's wrong? A 3-year-old little bean sprout ran over in panic. So much for the so-called disciples of Great Zhou. A haughty voice rang out as a red-haired man leaped down from the upper floor of the tavern. Immediately several other figures descended and stood behind the red-haired man. How dare you? You blocked the Crown Prince's carriage, a guard shouted coldly. Stand down. Shun Mushue waved a hand. She could tell that the man opposite was of no ordinary status, otherwise he would not dare to openly obstruct the Crown Prince's carriage. Who might you be? She stared at the red-haired man opposite. This red-haired man was not much older than her, yet he exuded a terrifying pressure that she could feel. Shen Mushue, this is the 4th Prince of Great Yin Tuoba Xiao. Xia Wanin stepped forward, staring at Shen Mushue with a mixture of vindication and resentment. Shen Mushue's expression instantly turned grave. Although Tuoba Xiao was a top prodigy of Great Yin, his reputation was so far-reaching that even she far away in Great Zhou had heard of him. But before Yang Chang could speak or even Shen Mushue could say anything, a figure approached. Xia Wanin. It was the 3rd Prince of Great Zhou, Yang Yi. He stared at Xia Wanin, his expression dark. How can you be with him? Xia Wanin sneered coldly. 3rd Prince, I will be with whomever I please. From the moment I begged you to stand up for me and you slapped me, you lost any right to dictate my actions. Ha ha ha, interesting. Tuoba Xiao abruptly reached out and pulled Xia Wanin into his embrace. From now on you are my maidservant, Tuoba Xiao's. Xia Wanin's pretty face flushed. Rest assured, you are still young. I won't develop you prematurely. Once you grow a little older, I will teach you the most exquisite pleasures of the mortal world. Tuoba Xiao said. Yang Ye's furious eyes nearly shot flames. 3rd brother, do not lose your composure. The more you do, the more you please Xia Wanin and Tuoba Xiao. A voice reached Yang Ye's ears. Crown Prince. Yang Ye's anger subsided. Show your dignity. Yang Chang said. Why help me? Yang Yi asked, puzzled. You must know that we are actually rivals. If I make a fool of myself, shouldn't you be delighted? You are wrong, Yang Chang said. No matter how we compete, it is a rivalry between brothers. But if you embarrass yourself in public, it is not just your shame, it is the shame of the entire Great Zhou royal house, and I too would lose face. Hearing this, Yang Yi fell silent for a moment. Then looking at Tuoba Xiao, he put on a taunting smile. Tuoba Xiao, for a 4th Prince of Great Yin, you sure have a fondness for picking up other people's leftovers. And after picking up a leftover, you even strut about proudly. Could it be that you have a particular hobby? Tuoba Xiao's smug and arrogant smile suddenly stiffened. You lie. I am still a virgin. Xia Wanin exclaimed in shock and anger. Yang Yi smiled but did not argue. Tuoba Xiao, however, shoved Xia Wanin away. Being a virgin did not necessarily mean she was pure and chaste. He knew many methods that could have a woman thoroughly enjoyed without compromising her maidenhead. Had Xia Wanin, who had been with the 3rd Prince for so long, never been played with? At that thought, Tuoba Xiao felt a strong aversion towards Xia Wanin. Then Tuoba Xiao fixed his gaze on Yang Chang's carriage. Since entering Great Zhou, I have long heard of the Crown Prince's reputation. But over the years I have crossed swords with many so-called geniuses of Great Zhou, only to find them all pathetically weak. Could the Great Zhou Crown Prince's reputation as a genius be nothing but a hollow name? A century ago, the host was defeated by the Northern Yan Emperor Tuoba Xiao with a single palm strike from afar, a shameful moment for the host. Now as the host encounters Tuoba Xiao again, they must find a way to redeem this disgrace and retaliate against Tuoba Xiao. This is an achievement task. The stronger the host's battle achievements, the higher the achievement value. Note: Tuoba Xiao is a peak expert of the Yin God, granting the host a grace period of 7 years. Task reward: Red Flood Dragon Divine Fist, from beginner to perfection. Inside the carriage, Yang Chang's mind stirred. The Red Flood Dragon Divine Fist is indeed Tuoba Xiao's renowned martial art, a divine technique of the Great Yin Imperial family. At that moment, before Yang Chang could speak, Yang Yi revealed a cold smile. Is the genius of Great Zhou really so weak? I believe you, as a prince of Great Yin, may be the one who is overrated. Tuoba Xiao's gaze turned icy. Do not provoke me or I will not hesitate to crush you. I have seen many like you. Yang Yi replied, you all talk big but in the end you can only be trampled beneath my feet. He still held great regard for Xiao Wanan. Tuoba Xiao took Xiao Wanan away, although he did not show it for the sake of his pride. He harbored immense disdain and anger towards Tuoba Xiao. Well then I shall crush you first, it won't take much time. Tuoba Xiao completely lost his patience. In the next moment, he boldly unleashed a palm strike. Hand of the Red Flood. Boom! A torrent of blazing true chi surged, transforming into countless scales of the Red Flood that enveloped Tuoba Xiao's right hand. Once he struck out, the rolling waves of fire transformed into a flaming palm imprint that shot forth. Yang Yi remained unperturbed. As one of the top 3 geniuses of the Great Zhou Dao Academy, he was certainly not an ordinary character. He appeared calm, gently raising his right hand with the palm facing up. In an instant, billowing steam surged above his palm. With a push forward, the steam coalesced into a crystal-clear water shield firmly positioned in front of him. Tuoba Xiao's flaming palm imprint crashed heavily against the water shield. With a thunderous roar, it sounded like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. The flames and steam clashed, erupting into a powerful shockwave. Yang Yi staggered back 6 or 7 steps but managed to block Tuoba Xiao's attack. You do possess some skill, but that is all there is to it. Tuoba Xiao's expression was haughty and the force of the Red Flood's sacred body surged within him. Behind him, a massive phantom of the Red Flood suddenly materialized. The Red Flood roared with bared fangs and claws, surrounded by raging flames emitting deep growls that were terrifying. In the next moment, Tuoba Xiao vanished like a red lightning bolt shooting towards Yang Yi. As he approached, he suddenly unleashed a punch, his fist enveloped in blazing flames hurtling towards Yang Yi's face with earth-shattering force. Many around could not help but change their expressions, truly feeling the ferocity of Tuoba Xiao. This Northern Yan genius was indeed living up to his reputation. Yang Yi's expression also turned solemn. The flames surged ferociously ahead as if the head of the Red Flood was lunging at him. Yang Yi did not dare to be the least bit careless. White Carp Technique. He let out a low shout, unleashing all his true chi. The true chi of water coalesced into streams of energy resembling white carps. Yang Yi thrust both palms forward and the torrents of white carp energy crashed towards the head of the Red Flood. However, he clearly underestimated Tuoba Xiao's strength. This clash brutally tore apart the white carp energy. The immense impact immediately forced Yang Yi back over 10 steps, carving deep ruts into the ground beneath his feet. The so-called genius of the Great Zhou Dao Academy is just this much. Tuoba Xiao laughed heartily, causing the Great Zhou warriors around to feel a burning shame. Yang Yi was equally enraged. He threw his head back and let out a long howl as torrents of steam surged madly towards him. In a brief moment, these vapors transformed into one white carp after another. Then the dense swarm of white carps surged wildly towards Tuoba Xiao. Tuoba Xiao snorted coldly. Facing the hundreds of white carps, he showed no fear. He stomped his foot on the ground and the flames on his body grew even more intense. The phantom of the Red Flood re-emerged, merging with him. At that moment, Tuoba Xiao resembled a Red Flood, becoming incredibly domineering. Then Tuoba Xiao charged forward. Bang bang bang. Along the way, the seemingly endless white carp energy could not stop Tuoba Xiao at all. After a dozen breaths, Tuoba Xiao reached Yang Yi's front. Kneel before me. Tuoba Xiao thundered and the flames in front transformed into a fiery spear, stabbing directly at Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. With no time to evade, he could only summon his true chi to the maximum, coalescing a massive true chi white carp to protect himself. Boom! The fiery spear crashed into the true chi white carp. With a tremendous thunderous sound, an even more terrifying destructive storm swept outward. The stalls on both sides of the street were reduced to powder. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared away, Yang Yi was seen kneeling on one knee, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. In front of him, Tuoba Xiao remained upright with only slight damage to his clothing. The disparity between the two was evident. Is this your strength? Tuoba Xiao looked down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face flushed red. Third brother, if I am not mistaken, you were already injured before fighting Tuoba Xiao, right? Yang Cheng's voice echoed. So the third prince was injured beforehand. If so, it is understandable that the third prince could not contend with Tuoba Xiao. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd rose and fell. Yang Cheng's words undoubtedly salvaged a significant amount of face for Yang Yi. Crown Prince. Yang Yi's mind was shaken. He indeed had been injured earlier. Yet he understood clearly that even without injuries he would still not be Tuoba Xiao's opponent. Yang Cheng was clearly trying to protect him. To fail and only seek excuses for oneself, is this the demeanor of the Great Zhou royal family? Tuoba Xiao sneered. In my opinion, what Great Zhou's third prince and crown prince are not even worthy to carry Tuoba's shoes. Xiao Wanan hurriedly added, now that I have offended Yang Yi and Yang Chang I can only walk the dark path and fully rely on Tuoba Xiao. Having sensed Tuoba Xiao's interest in her diminishing, she naturally needed to elevate her standing in Tuoba Xiao's eyes. Hence she was so proactive. Haha, you do have some insight. Tuoba Xiao was indeed pleased. You like a fly, I did not hold it against you last time, but you dare to buzz in front of me now. Yang Chang remained expressionless. To him Xiao Wanan was indeed just a fly. He had no interest in dealing with a fly, which was why he had not killed Xiao Wanan last time. But that does not mean a fly could constantly buzz in front of him. Now that the other party had annoyed him, he would not mind swatting her away. In the next moment Yang Chang raised his right hand, pointing at Xiao Wanan with his finger like a sword. Xiao Wanan was startled, her face turning pale. She is already mine, it is not your turn to kill her. Tuoba Xiao said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanan's face instantly regained some color. Tuoba Xiao was not just talking, he directly struck towards Yang Chang. The force transformed into a fiery palm imprint in an instant, its might astonishing. With just you do you even qualify to block me? Yang Chang's eyes showed no joy or anger. He concentrated and a sword-shaped chi condensed at his fingertips, shooting out with a long ripple in the void. Sword chi. Tuoba Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. To be able to condense sword chi indicates exceptional swordsmanship. This young crown prince of Great Zhou had unexpectedly reached such a level in the sword path. In an instant Yang Chang's sword chi pierced through Tuoba Xiao's flaming palm imprint, reaching in front of Xiao Wanan. Xiao Wanan was horrified. Fourth prince, save me. Before she could finish. Put. Blood sprayed as Yang Chang's sword chi directly penetrated Xiao Wanan's forehead. She stood there stiff and seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. It seems the one you placed your hopes on cannot save you. Yang Chang said indifferently as a torrent of blood gushed from Xiao Wanan's brow. Her body slowly began to fall backward. Bang! Moments later Xiao Wanan collapsed to the ground. As she lay on the ground, her eyes were still wide open, filled with lingering fear and unwillingness. On the street the crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Domineering. Majestic. Although the crown prince's body was still so young, his decisiveness in killing was astonishing, unmatched in might. Xiao Wanan was also considered a prominent figure in the imperial capital, a somewhat famous genius female martial artist. Yet such a person was mercilessly killed with a single point by the crown prince. Especially during this process Tuoba Xiao had tried to intervene, but it was utterly ineffective. People felt no sorrow at Xiao Wanan's death, instead they found it quite refreshing. After all, Xiao Wanan's previous actions were entirely aimed at diminishing Great Zhou's spirit while elevating Great Yan's reputation. Detracting from the Great Zhou princes and the crown prince while praising Tuoba Xiao the Great Yan prince was nothing short of treason. Such a person deserved to die. What people cared about more was the might and power displayed by the crown prince. Unexpectedly, although the crown prince is young, his methods are so ruthless it truly elevates the dignity of Great Zhou. This Xiao Wanan thought that being a woman meant she could do as she pleased bouncing around here, but did not expect the crown prince to show her no leniency at all. Ha ha, the crown prince's actions are indeed a delight to the heart of the people. If Yang Chang had killed someone else, perhaps people would feel that his cruelty was too cold for someone so young. But Xiao Wanan's previous actions were too off-putting, causing people to rally even more around Yang Chang. Of course there were still some who were filled with worry, fearing Yang Chang's future temperament would be too violent. However, this portion of people could not stir up any waves in the current atmosphere. Bastard! Tuoba Xiao was furious. Yet upon closer inspection one could see clear apprehension deep within his pupils. A master knows the score as soon as they make a move. Although he and the Great Zhou crown prince had not formally clashed yet, their earlier exchange had already made him feel that the opponent was not easy to deal with. It seems Xiao Wanan was right, the rumors about the Great Zhou crown prince are all true. His gaze turned cold. Great Zhou crown prince, you dare to kill the 1/4 prince wants to protect. It is simply outrageous. A genius of Great Yan behind Tuoba Xiao said today, let me Huyan Xiang test your strength and see if you truly have the audacity to be arrogant. Huyan Xiang, this is also a well-known genius of Great Yan. He possesses the bloodline of the celestial dog and his combat strength is indeed remarkable. Seeing his age, he is only 12 or 13, yet he has already achieved the rank of a martial master, truly deserving of his name. Many warriors of Great Yan had heard of Huyan Xiang's name. This caused Huyan Xiang to show a proud expression. With just you do you even qualify to challenge the crown prince? Shen Muxue sneered. On the street. Shen Muxue flicked her delicate hand and the horsewhip struck directly at Huyan Xiang. Huyan Xiang was furious. In his eyes Shen Muxue was serving as a groom for Yang Chang, which meant she was undoubtedly Yang Chang's maid. How dare a maid show him such disdain? Huyan Xiang truly felt humiliated. Vile servant. He did not dodge but instead reached out to grab the oncoming horsewhip. The martial artists of the Great Zhou present looked astonished. Although Shen Much's cultivation was inferior to that of Hu Yanxiang, her saint spirit body undoubtedly surpassed Hu Yanxiang in terms of talent and foundation. This meant that Shen Much's strength may not be much weaker than Hu Yanxiang's. Now Hu Yanxiang was actually trying to catch Shen Much's horsewhip barehanded, wasn't he just seeking punishment? In this case, even if Hu Yanxiang was originally stronger than Shen Mushui, he might end up suffering greatly and falling into a disadvantage. In the next moment, a cry of pain suddenly rang out. Hu Yanxiang's right hand was now a bloody mess. He had underestimated Shen Mushui to the point that he hadn't even used his true chi to protect his hand. As a result, his right hand was nearly crippled. Who exactly are you? Hu Yanxiang stared at Shen Mushui in shock and anger. The princess maid Shen Mushui replied. Hu Yanxiang felt that Shen Mushui was mocking him and his eyes turned red with anger. Damn servant, is it amusing to toy with me? Die! He erupted in fury, charging at Shen Mushui like a mad dog. In the blink of an eye, Hu Yanxiang was in front of Shen Mushui. His right hand extended true chi, condensing into claws on his fingers. The claws viciously clawed at Shen Much's delicate face. Shen Mushui remained unperturbed. Hu Yanxiang appeared fierce, but in reality he was in complete disarray and could not possibly be her opponent. She flicked the horsewhip, striking at Hu Yanxiang. Hu Yanxiang, however, revealed a hint of madness in his eyes. He actually ignored Shen Much's attack and continued to maintain his assault. Clearly he intended to exchange injuries for injuries. He would rather be hurt than let Shen Mushui escape unscathed. He only overlooked that during this brief moment his vision was blocked by Shen Much's horsewhip. This was precisely Shen Much's intention. In that instant that obscured Hu Yanxiang's line of sight, Shen Much's figure suddenly flickered and transformed into an afterimage. By the time the horsewhip hit Hu Yanxiang's face and he regained his sight, Shen Mushui had already arrived beside him. Hu Yanxiang's 5 fingers grasped at nothing. He sensed that something was amiss, but it was already too late. Shen Mushui lifted her foot and delivered a fierce kick to Hu Yanxiang's right waist. A heart-wrenching pain instantly radiated throughout Hu Yanxiang's body. He screamed as he was sent flying. Shen Mushui did not give him a chance to react and swung her horsewhip again. The whip aimed directly at Hu Yanxiang's neck. No! Hu Yanxiang's face showed fear. If Shen Much's horsewhip wrapped around his neck, he would surely be doomed. Just then a burst of flame rushed in from the side. Bang! Shen Much's horsewhip was instantly blasted away. The attacker was none other than Tuoba Xiao. His eyes were filled with rage, clearly having been truly provoked. After repelling Shen Much's horsewhip, Tuoba Xiao did not relent and unleashed the red dragon's hand towards Shen Mushui. This strike was immensely powerful. Shen Mushui maintained a cold expression to defend. A white lotus of true chi blossomed before her, attempting to block the red dragon's hand. Boo! In the next moment the white lotus of true chi was shattered by the red dragon's hand. A terrifying wave of energy surged back and Shen Mushui was immediately sent flying. Just as it seemed she was about to suffer a great loss, a figure appeared behind her. Shen Much's body was caught. Everyone looked over and saw a small figure standing beside her. This small figure was none other than Yang Chang. You finally showed up. Tuoba Xiao's attack had not ceased. The red dragon's hand continued to reach for Shen Mushui. This time the target of the red dragon's hand was not Shen Mushui but Yang Chang. Your Highness! Many people from the Great Zhou around were shocked. They knew the Crown Prince was exceptionally talented, but he was still too young. Few believed the Crown Prince could contend against a 9th-layer martial master like Tuoba Xiao. After all, even the 3rd Prince Yan Yi could not withstand Tuoba Xiao. Your Highness! Shen Much's face turned pale. She had faith in the Crown Prince, believing that as long as he was given time he would certainly crush all the elites. The premise, however, was that the Crown Prince needed time. The current Crown Prince was still too young. Moreover, he had been forced to step forward to save her. If anything were to happen to him because of that, she would be irredeemably guilty. Some forces lurking in the shadows all had different thoughts at this moment. Could it be that something is truly going to happen to the Crown Prince? Tuoba Xiao probably wouldn't dare to kill the Crown Prince, but if he severely injures him and tarnishes his Dao heart, it would leave him half crippled. Some were anxious while others were hopeful. Yang Chang remained calm, clearly unfazed by the reactions of those around him. His gaze was tranquil and he calmly swung the wooden sword in his hand. An even more powerful sword chi burst forth. Boo! The sword chi collided violently with the red dragon's hand. The terrifying sound of the clash stunned countless onlookers, causing their eardrums to ache and their blood to surge. In the next moment they witnessed the soaring sword chi shatter the red dragon's hand. The Crown Prince Yang Cheng held a wooden sword in his right hand, his left hand behind his back, standing firm and motionless. In contrast, Tuo Xiao was pushed back more than 10 steps by the storm created after the red dragon's hand was destroyed. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene. Yang Cheng looked at Tuo Xiao indifferently. You once looked down on others from a position of superiority, but it seems you are nothing special after all. Your cultivation is at the late stage of innate. Tuo Xiao glared at Yang Cheng, veins bulging on his forehead. The late stage of innate isn't considered much, but a 20-year-old innate martial artist is undoubtedly terrifying. What? The Crown Prince's cultivation is already at the late stage of innate. The other martial artists around were dumbfounded. They could not comprehend how the Crown Prince possessed such cultivation. If it were them, even if they started cultivating from the womb, there would be no way to reach this level in just a year and a half. It could only be said that in a world of prodigies, ordinary people simply could not understand. No, even if you are at the late stage of innate, it shouldn't be possible to have such strength. Tuo Xiao said, could it be that you used some secret method that overdrew your potential? You are too ignorant and ill-informed. Yang Cheng drew his sword again. The first move of the Northern Underworld sword cannon. Northern Underworld has fish. Boom. His true chi surged violently. In an instant an overwhelming sword chi erupted. It was as if this sword chi resembled a kunping breaking through the water, grand and boundless. Red Dragon Flame Spear. Tuo Xiao's face twisted with rage as blazing flames surged, transforming into a red dragon flame spear in his hand. Under the gaze of many eyes, Yang Cheng's sword chi and Tuo Xiao's red dragon spear collided fiercely. Then an unbelievable scene occurred. Tuo Xiao's red dragon spear shattered in an instant. Realizing the danger, Tuo Xiao retreated, but he was still pierced by several strands of sword chi. In an instant several bloody holes appeared on his body. Retreating to a distance, Tuo Xiao was astonished and enraged while also feeling a lingering fear. Just now it was truly dangerous. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have actually been killed by Yang Cheng. The onlookers on the street fell silent. They only felt the impact growing stronger. If the Crown Prince Yang Cheng had managed to repel Tuo Xiao by chance the first time, that could still be explained as luck. But this second time it was certainly not luck. Yang Cheng clearly had the strength to battle Tuo Xiao. What is going on? Many were unable to comprehend. It's his swordsmanship. The swordsmanship employed by Crown Prince Yang Cheng is terrifying. No, it's not just because of his swordsmanship. This swordsmanship is extremely profound, and an ordinary person would be unable to execute it even if they acquired it. This means that Yang Cheng's attainments in swordsmanship have reached an incredibly frightening level, said some martial artists with extraordinary insight. Could it be that the divine dragon sword body is this monstrous? Someone asked. I'm not sure, but when Xian Yuan the Emperor was young, he was nowhere near this terrifying. Your Highness, Shen Muxue was nearly in tears of joy. Yang Cheng's ability to withstand Tuo Xiao undoubtedly alleviated her guilt. There is no need to be so tense when dealing with a frog at the bottom of a well, Yang Chengfeng said lightly. The host not only blocked 2 attacks from Tuo Xiao but also managed to injure him, creating a miracle in battle. Would the host like to accept the reward or continue the task? Continue the task, Yang Cheng thought to himself. Shen Muxue felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, her demeanor completely relaxing. Crown Prince of the Great Zhou, I indeed have to look at you with new eyes, he said, his gaze icy and sinister. But if you think this is all I can do, you are gravely mistaken. If I do not defeat you today, I Tuo Xiao am not worthy to be a man of the Great Yin. Tuo Xiao's eyes blazed with fury. In the next moment a shocking aura radiated from his body, spreading outwards. Rolling flames surged forth, transforming into a fiery dragon with Tuo Xiao as its head. Crown Prince Yang Cheng, my Great Yin royal family possesses a martial art known as Qi Jiao Shen Quan. Tuo Xiao's voice thundered, now please teach me, your highness. Qi Jiao Shen Quan. This is indeed a divine-level martial art. Tuo Xiao's fist struck fiercely. As he made his move, it was as though a dragon was pouncing towards Yang Cheng, causing the air several miles of the street to reverberate. At that moment everyone felt a pressure like a mountain and a tsunami. Is this the divine-level martial art? Truly terrifying. Countless people turned pale with fear, their gazes towards Tuo Xiao filled with awe. Even the warriors of the Great Zhou, though they opposed Tuo Xiao, had to admit his terrifying prowess. Is that all? Yang Cheng remained expressionless. It seemed he also needed to reveal some true skills. If Tuo Xiao was being arrogant, then today he would make sure Tuo Xiao could not remain so. The future emperor of the Northern Yin. Today he would step over him. Then, Yang Cheng's wooden sword softly hummed. The second form of the binding sword classic, great fish leaping from water. An unimaginable wave of sword energy erupted. The vast sword energy transformed into a kunping exuding a sense of immense pressure. What kind of sword technique is this? It is of the same lineage as the previous form, truly terrifying. Why have I never heard of such a sword technique? Countless people along the street felt their hearts racing as if they were facing a real kunping. They did not know that in his past life Yang Cheng had seen the true kunping in the Binding Sea, which inspired the creation of the Binding Sword Classic. In this life, with the comprehension brought by the Xian bird domain, he transformed that inspiration into a true sword technique, completely creating the Binding Sword Classic. When the Kuan swam through the ocean, the might of the Binding Sword Classic truly began to manifest. The sword shot into the clouds. Just a moment ago people still found the Qi Jiao Shen Quan frightening. However, in this next moment, in comparison to the might of Yang Cheng's sword, the Qi Jiao Shen Quan appeared dim. Boom! Then the two collided. In a fleeting moment it felt as though two ancient fierce beasts were crashing into each other. The destructive shockwave rampaged in all directions. Powerful individuals quickly intervened to seal off the battlefield, otherwise this street would be destroyed. Immediately after, a figure flew out like a cannonball. Bang! This figure crashed down onto the street. Many people's breaths hitched at once, for this figure was actually Tuo Bashao. At this moment he had lost all of his previous demeanor, his clothes in tatters covered in blood. He looked as miserable as one could be. Even his right arm hung limply, clearly broken. In contrast stood Yang Cheng, calm and collected as the dust settled. Though his body was small, it exuded an extraordinary aura. Your Highness, you are simply a celestial youth descended to the mortal realm. If I could kiss him I would have no regrets in dying. Countless women gazed at him, their eyes shining with admiration. Shocking, the host has actually severely injured Tuo Bashao. This is simply unbelievable. Congratulations to the host for achieving a legendary accomplishment, rewarding the full-level Qi Jiao Shen Quan. Would the host like to accept the reward? Accept. Yang Cheng was indeed quite interested in this divine-level martial art of the Great Yen. On the other side, Tuo Bashao resembled a defeated rooster, no longer possessing his prior arrogance. His expression was extremely grim. Before arriving in the imperial capital he hadn't regarded Yang Cheng at all. His plan was to sweep through the renowned talents of the Great Zhou Academy. He thought of Yang Cheng as merely someone to be dealt with effortlessly. Little did he expect that such a small child would become his nightmare. I cannot afford to lose. Tuo Bashao's face revealed a manic expression. If this got out, being defeated by a child would surely become a laughingstock. In that case the throne of the Great Yen would be utterly out of reach for him. This was something he could never accept, no matter what. Buzz. Suddenly a more terrifying aura erupted from within Tuo Bashao. Crack! It was as if chains were breaking. Tuo Bashao forcefully burned his own blood, transforming it into true energy, elevating his cultivation to the peak of martial master. This was not good for a martial artist, as it would affect their foundation and overdraw their potential. But Tuo Bashao could not care less. A shaky foundation could be slowly remedied later. If he could not turn the tide today, he would be utterly finished. This was a choice made in desperation. Yang Cheng, I originally planned to accumulate for half a year before advancing, but you forced me into this. Tuo Bashao harbored a deep hatred for Yang Cheng. At the same time, the burning of his blood stimulated his comprehension, allowing him to elevate the entry-level Qi Jiao Shen Quan to minor success. Minor success. Qi Jiao Shen Quan. Yang Cheng, fate is trying to take you down. Tuo Bashao became even more confident. If before he had an 80% certainty of defeating Yang Cheng, now he was 100% sure. Not good. Tuo Bashao is too ruthless, burning his blood to elevate his cultivation, and it seems even heaven is helping him, allowing him to comprehend minor success. Qi Jiao Shen Quan. Your Highness is in danger. Many warriors of the Great Zhou sensed the impending crisis. Should we intervene? Some powerful individuals asked. No, Tuo Bashao and the Crown Prince are in a fair duel. If we intervene, it would violate the rules of the martial world. Furthermore, our Great Zhou is currently negotiating with the Great Yen. If we interfere and provoke the Great Yen, it will undoubtedly complicate the negotiations. The royal family's strongmen have not intervened. Why should we be anxious? Many powerful individuals communicated their thoughts in secret. Roar! The waves of energy rolled through the streets. The phantom dragon surrounding Tuo Bashao was noticeably more solid than before, and its might was even more domineering. Yang Cheng, kneel before me. He struck with overwhelming might, his fist shooting out. Boom! It was like a cannonball roaring with the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. Before the punch arrived, a violent storm rushed towards Yang Cheng, causing his clothes to flutter. Yang Cheng placed his left hand behind his back. Qi Jiao Shen Quan. As the national martial art of the Great Yan, to have it reduced to this state is truly disgraceful. The crowd was momentarily stunned, not understanding Yang Cheng's meaning. At such a time did Yang Cheng still have the mood to mock Tuoba Xiao. Then people saw flames surging from Yang Cheng. Even more incredibly, behind Yang Cheng a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a red dragon. Unlike Tuoba Xiao's phantom, Yang Cheng's dragon was almost solid. If not for a close inspection, people would have suspected this was a real dragon. Is that the Qi Jiao Shen Quan? Your Highness, how can you also possess the Qi Jiao Shen Quan? Moreover, I feel that your Highness Qi Jiao Shen Quan seems to be far more terrifying than Tuoba Xiao's. The surrounding martial artists were utterly astonished. At this moment Tuoba Xiao had rushed to Yang Cheng's side. When he saw the red dragon appear before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. No, this is impossible. There is nothing impossible. If you think it's impossible, it only proves you are a frog at the bottom of the well. Yang Cheng quickly demonstrated to Tuoba Xiao what true surprise was. Boom! Yang Cheng unleashed a punch. To Yang Cheng, the Qi Jiao Shen Quan was merely a martial art not involving any fundamental secrets. Thus he did not bother to hold back, directly unleashing all his strength. The full-level Qi Jiao Shen Quan erupted in an instant. Its might was absolutely terrifying. In comparison, Tuoba Xiao's Qi Jiao Shen Quan appeared trivial. The full-level Qi Jiao Shen Quan, a strong man exclaimed in shock. Your Highness not only knows the Qi Jiao Shen Quan but has also reached full level. Others felt their worldview was completely overturned. I have a terrifying guess. Could it be that your Highness observed Tuoba Xiao's Qi Jiao Shen Quan and learned it on the spot, directly comprehending it to full level? Some made even bolder guesses. Other strong men gasped. This speculation was indeed too far-fetched, but upon closer examination it seemed quite plausible. After all, the Qi Jiao Shen Quan was a secret of the Great Yan and could never be learned by the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou. It seemed the Crown Prince could only learn it through Tuoba Xiao. But if that were the case, how terrifying must the Crown Prince's comprehension of martial arts be? Just as everyone was in shock, the almost solid red dragon collided violently with the phantasmal red dragon. The outcome was undoubted. The phantom red dragon was instantly torn to shreds. Yang Cheng's Qi Jiao Shen Quan completely crushed Tuoba Xiao. That terrifying solid red dragon slammed heavily into Tuoba Xiao. Bang! Tuoba Xiao was actually sent flying half a street away. His body crashed heavily onto the street. His right hand that threw the punch was completely shattered and several of his ribs were broken. When he fell to the ground, he still tried to get up. However, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, causing him to collapse once more. The entire street fell into sudden silence. All were incredulously watching this scene. Your Highness, truly a divine being, Zheng Guanshui exclaimed in amazement. Beside him, Zheng Guanfeng was extremely excited and proud, saying, "Big brother, I am a fierce general under the Crown Prince." Yang Cheng walked step by step towards Tuoba Xiao amidst the crowd's attention. How can you possess the full-level Qi Jiao Shen Quan? Tuoba Xiao looked at Yang Cheng in fear. This isn't something that can be learned just by having hands, is it? Yang Cheng replied indifferently. Tuoba Xiao felt as if struck by lightning. Impossible, I don't believe it. What does it matter if you believe it or not? Yang Cheng said, thoughts of the dead, who cares about them? Do you want to kill me? Tuoba Xiao instead laughed, saying, even if you had 10 times the courage you wouldn't dare kill me. Right now your Great Zhou is the one seeking negotiations with my Great Yan. If the negotiations were disrupted, even if you are the Crown Prince, you will face dire consequences. Your Highness, do not act rashly. Yang Yi said hurriedly. He genuinely feared that Yang Cheng, being young and impulsive, might kill Tuoba Xiao without considering the consequences. If that happened, even the Crown Prince would suffer severe repercussions, potentially leading to his deposition. Yang Cheng glanced at him. Third brother, at a time like this, shouldn't you be hoping I kill him so that I lose my position as heir? Yang Yi was momentarily stunned. Logically that should be the case, yet instinctively he had worried about Yang Cheng and urged him to stop. Yang Cheng smiled and said no more to Yang Yi. He turned back to Tuoba Xiao. If this prince wishes to kill, no reason can stop me. Anyone can boast. I'm right here, kill me if you dare. Tuoba Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, his expression savage and frenzied. Yang Cheng without a word threw a punch at him. Tuoba Xiao was an undeniable hegemon. Letting such a figure return to Great Yan would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Now that he had actively come to Great Zhou and provoked him, Yang Cheng would be failing himself if he didn't kill him. Tuoba Xiao was greatly alarmed, never expecting Yang Cheng to actually make a move. Instinctively he grabbed a prodigy from Great Yan nearby to use as a shield. Boom! The body of that Great Yan prodigy was instantly shattered by Yang Cheng's punch, exploding into countless fragments of blood and flesh. Although Tuoba Xiao escaped death, half his body was also crushed, leaving a gruesome sight. Yang Yi was shocked. Your Highness, how could you be so reckless? Your Highness, you are out of line. Grand Secretary Yan Chenggu appeared from somewhere and roared in anger. Beside him stood the 6th Prince Yang Xiu. Elder brother, why are you so rash and impulsive? Yang Xiu spoke with grievous concern to Oba Xiao as a prince of Great Yan. If you kill him, how can our Great Zhou negotiate peace with Great Yan? If the peace talks collapse because of this, you will be the eternal sinner of Great Zhou. Yang Cheng looked at him indifferently. 6th brother, inside your heart you must be laughing joyfully right now, aren't you? Yang Xiu barely contained his expression, quickly putting on a stern face. Nonsense. I am simply disappointed in your lack of restraint. You are the Crown Prince of Great Zhou, how can you be so devoid of composure and self-control? Your Highness, although you possess extraordinary martial talent, your actions are so impulsive, how can you be fit to be the nation's heir? Yan Chenggu admonished. Ha, Yang Cheng, I told you long ago if you dared to kill me the consequences would be something you cannot bear. Tuoba Xiao let out a hoarse laugh. Enough noise. Yang Cheng tossed the wooden sword in his hand, piercing straight through Tuoba Xiao's body. Tuoba Xiao's body shuddered violently, then his breath faded completely. This prodigy of Great Yan, the current 4th Prince of Great Yan, the future Emperor of Great Yan, was thus slain by Yang Cheng. The surrounding crowd was astounded. Clearly no one expected that under such circumstances the Crown Prince would still choose to kill Tuoba Xiao. Stubborn delusion. Stubborn delusion. Yan Chenggu was both shocked and furious. Even if I must forfeit my official post today, I will impeach you and drag you down from the position of Crown Prince. Otherwise, if someone like you were to become emperor in the future, you would surely bring calamity to the nation and the people. Yang Cheng calmly looked at Yan Chenggu and said coolly, Grand Secretary Yan, this prince remembers your words. I hope you will live up to them. A large retinue of imperial guards appeared. The street became empty. A golden imperial carriage slowly emerged. Behind it followed many high-ranking ministers of Great Zhou. After a moment, the golden carriage stopped at the edge of the battlefield. His Majesty has arrived. Chief Eunuch Su Jin announced. Swish. The citizens of Great Zhou around all knelt in obeisance. Long live the Emperor. Yan Chenggu bowed deeply. Greetings, Imperial Father. Yang Xiu, Yang Yi and Yang Cheng also performed their salutations. The golden curtain of the carriage parted and Emperor Qian Yuan stepped out. Your Majesty, this old minister wishes to impeach the Crown Prince. Yan Chenggu immediately stepped forward. Crown Prince Yang Cheng, disregarding the safety of the nation, has slain the Yan Prince Tuoba Xiao. This act will surely severely damage the peace negotiations between the two countries. Your Majesty, the peace talks are a matter of national destiny and must not be disrupted by anyone. The Crown Prince acted on impulse, likely sabotaging the negotiations. Great Zhou must give an account to Great Yan to appease their wrath. Many ministers spoke in turn. Emperor Qian Yuan's expression was unreadable. Then what do my beloved ministers suggest Great Zhou should do? Please have the Crown Prince immediately arrested and held pending disposition. The Crown Prince has disgraced the nation's dignity. He should be deposed. Otherwise it will be insufficient to pacify Great Yan's anger. At this moment many ministers seemed united in their indignation. The envoy of Great Yan stationed in Great Zhou also strode over in haste. The Yan envoy, face full of fury, Emperor of Great Zhou, since time immemorial a life for a life is a natural principle. Your Crown Prince has murdered our Yan Prince. It is only right that he pays with his own life. I request the Great Zhou Emperor to order the execution of your Crown Prince. Otherwise not only will your country forget about achieving peace with Great Yan, but Great Yan will soon send troops against Great Zhou and make you feel the wrath of our Great Yan. Emperor Qian Yuan's face darkened. He turned to Su Yan, Prime Minister, what is your opinion? Su Yan replied solemnly, Your Majesty, Great Zhou naturally cannot execute the Crown Prince, but he should first be deposed, otherwise there is no way to give an account to Great Yan. This matter is no one's fault but the Crown Prince's own doing. He should bear the consequences. Please depose the Crown Prince. More than half of the ministers present spoke in unison. They knew well that it was impossible to make Emperor Qian Yuan kill or depose the Crown Prince. So they settled for the next best thing, depose him first. They had wanted to do so last time, but the Crown Prince was too capable and escaped that calamity. Now that the Crown Prince had brought disaster upon himself, how could they let this golden opportunity slip? Emperor Qian Yuan stared intently at Su Yan. He was well aware that the recent turmoil surrounding the Crown Prince was in essence a struggle between imperial power and the aristocratic families. These ministers sought to depose the Crown Prince, but in reality they aimed to undermine imperial authority. If they succeeded, his authority would be diminished and the power of the aristocratic families would surge. Dispatch. Urgent express from 10,000 li away. Suddenly a messenger bearing the Great Zhou dragon banner riding a blood-red stallion galloped like lightning from afar. People along the way quickly cleared the path. In moments the rider reached Emperor Qian Yuan leaping off his horse and kneeling. Your Majesty, urgent dispatch from the border. General Yun Jinghui of the Standard Flag Army has led 100,000 troops into Great Yin, conquering 7 cities in 3 days, and has now reached the southern bank of the Yu River. The messenger's voice carried the fatigue of a long journey yet brimmed with barely suppressed excitement. At these words the surrounding crowd seemed to freeze. Voices, expressions and movements all abruptly halted. Emperor Qian Yuan's breath caught, then joy spread across his face. Quick, bring the letter to me. Su Jin immediately stepped forward, took the letter from the messenger and presented it to Emperor Qian Yuan. Emperor Qian Yuan eagerly unfolded the sweat-stained missive. As his eyes reached the opening lines, his hand holding the letter began to tremble slightly. Soon he read the last line of the letter. The Great Zhou army waters their horses at the Yu River. Emperor Qian Yuan murmured, his voice at first low as though in disbelief. Then his face flushed with excitement, his voice rising sharply. Our Great Zhou army has actually reached the southern bank of the Yu River. Ha ha ha. Towards the end he could no longer contain his emotions and burst into laughter. Your Majesty. The ministers looked at Emperor Qian Yuan in astonishment. Even at this moment they were still stunned, finding it hard to believe the news. The news came too suddenly without any warning and was too incredible. My beloved ministers. Emperor Qian Yuan looked at the ministers holding up the dispatch, his voice impassioned. General Yun Jinghui leading 100,000 troops has crushed Great Yin, conquering 7 cities in just 3 days, and now waters his horses at the Yu River, proclaiming the might of Great Zhou. This is the fortune of Great Zhou, the blessing of the nation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Yen envoy exclaimed loudly. Our Great Yen has stationed heavy forces at the border to guard against Great Zhou. Even if you had 1,000,000 troops, let alone 100,000, you could never invade our territory. Not even the ministers of Great Zhou believed it. Your Majesty, could this battle report be false? Though the Yen envoy's words are harsh, they speak the truth. The ministers of Great Zhou said. By now Emperor Qian Yuan's emotions had calmed somewhat. He looked at the ministers calmly and said, before the campaign began, General Yun had spent 9 months and sacrificed nearly 5,000 soldiers to carve a passage directly into Great Yin through the Beiyan Mountains. Our Great Zhou army entered Great Yin through this passage and achieved this unprecedented feat. The ministers were momentarily stunned, then understood. From the emperor's expression it was clear he had known about this beforehand. Therefore this could not possibly be a false report fabricated by the border troops. Your Majesty is sagacious. General Yun is valiant. Great Zhou is mighty. Prime Minister Su Yan was the first to change his stance. The other ministers also knelt and shouted, Your Majesty is sagacious. General Yun is valiant. Great Zhou is mighty. The shouts were deafening, reverberating through the streets. The Yen envoy's face turned deathly pale as though mourning a bereavement. Emperor Qian Yuan listened to the surrounding cheers, his heart swelling with pride and ambition. This battle by Yun Jinghui not only eliminated the northern border threat for Great Zhou but also made the name of Great Zhou resound across the land. His struggle against the aristocratic families had also gained the upper hand because of this victory. Convey my decree, spread the merits of Yun Jinghui and his soldiers throughout the nation. Emperor Qian Yuan's voice was firm and resolute. General Yun and all meritorious officers shall be rewarded after they return triumphantly. Your Majesty is sagacious. The ministers knelt and bowed. Now regarding the Crown Prince's slaying of the Yen Prince, what do my beloved ministers think? Emperor Qian Yuan suddenly changed the subject. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances. Those who had been shouting the loudest earlier felt their faces burning with shame. Yun Jinghui was one of the Crown Prince's greatest backers. Now that Yun Jinghui had achieved such unparalleled military glory, even if the Crown Prince had killed every single Yen Prince, the ministers would have to feign ignorance. Moreover, now that Great Zhou had overwhelmingly defeated Great Yen, how could Great Yen still have the audacity to threaten Great Zhou? The Yen Prince's death was in vain. The Yen Prince and his highness were engaged in a normal martial arts duel. Now that he was slain, it proves his inferior skill. No one else is to blame. A minister immediately spoke. Indeed. Haha, the Crown Prince slaying a Yen Prince in the capital and General Yun defeating Great Yen at the front both demonstrate the glory of Great Zhou. The other ministers changed their tune entirely. A hint of amusement flickered in Emperor Qian Yuan's eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Prime Minister, what is your view? Su Yan bowed his head slightly. With General Yun achieving such a great victory, Great Zhou no longer needs to negotiate peace with Great Yen. Therefore His Highness the Crown Prince's killing of the Yen Prince is not only faultless but meritorious. Excellent. Then I will reward the Crown Prince with 10,000 taels of gold to commend his merit. Emperor Qian Yuan indeed took Su Yan's words and bestowed a reward upon Yang Chang. At that moment a voice rang out, Grand Secretary Yen. Yen Chong's expression instantly became unnatural. He forced a smile. What instructions does your highness have? Yang Cheng said mockingly, I recall that you said earlier even if you had to forfeit your official post you would impeach me and drag me down from the position of crown prince. Now that my position as crown prince is firmly secure, shouldn't you resign from office? Yan Chengda's complexion had gone dark and sullen. Your highness, the crown prince, spare him where mercy may be had. One of Yan Chengda's attendants pleaded. Yang Cheng regarded him with a cold indifferent gaze. Before the man could protest, Yang Yi snorted coldly when Yan Sifu swore before all to unhorse the crown prince. Why did you not call in for mercy? A chill ran through the official's heart and he fell dumbfounded, daring not to speak another word. Yan Sifu, do you so bitterly hate the crown prince, or are you in truth speaking for Yan? The Qianyuan emperor suddenly spoke. At his words even Yan Sifu's face altered wildly as if plunged into an ice cavern. He did not mind others believing he hated the crown prince, he could always claim it was outrage at wasted talent, a bitter admonition. Yet the most dangerous part of the emperor's remark lay in its latter half. He already understood the implied meaning. At this juncture, if he failed to show discretion, the emperor might well accuse him of colluding with De Yen. These peace talks between De Yen and De Zhou had been pushed vigorously by the Zhuang clan. He was their mouthpiece, the advocate who had steered the matter forward. Precisely for that reason he had been actively running about to secure the negotiations. In earlier times such efforts would have been harmless. Now circumstances had shifted. De Zhou had defeated De Yen and those who had championed peace here were ridiculed. Their past deeds could easily be read as secret collusion with De Yen. If that accusation were proven, they would be branded traitors and even their families would be implicated. No wonder Yan Changgu was genuinely frightened. Your Majesty, I of late feel my years weigh heavy and my strength insufficient. I now present my resignation and beg leave to return to my native home. Yan Changgu ground his teeth as he spoke. My minister, you have served with great merit these many years. I would not burden you further. Your resignation is granted, the Qianyuan emperor said. Yan Changgu trembled, seeming to have aged a dozen years in an instant. The officials who had earlier cried for the crown prince's removal bowed their heads in haste, fearful of being swept up. Return to the palace, the emperor ordered. The other ministers breathed a collective sigh of relief and hurried away to deliberate over the day's affairs. The De Yen envoys and several De Yen talents bore Tuo Bashao's corpse back to the relay house. Long live the banner general, long live De Zhou. Soon the streets thrummed with jubilant cries. The common folk cared little for the court's intrigues. When the crown prince had slain Tuo Bashao and rumors spread that it might jeopardize the talks, there had indeed been resentment among the populace. Yet in that moment another sentiment overwhelmed them. It was a nation's pride. Banner General Yin Jinghuai's campaign against Yan had produced a triumph of epic scale, news that electrified ordinary hearts. Yin Jinghuai was instantly hailed as a national hero worshipped by countless people. Zhuang Yi was cast aside and forgotten. What peace could possibly compare to such a sweeping victory over De Yen? Long live the crown prince, cried Zhang Guanbao and other followers of the crown prince cheering for Yang Cheng. Amid that tide of praise a harsh voice pierced Yang Cheng. How can you be so powerful? The speaker was none other than Yang Xiu. He stared at Yang Cheng in disbelief. Even with Lin Xinglan's tutelage he could not imagine being capable of slaying Tuo Bashao. He could not fathom how Yang Cheng had achieved it. Yang Cheng met him with a cool, measured look. Is that a name you are entitled to call? He felt it was time to give this younger brother, the once ordained emperor of his past life, a lesson. He also wished to probe how far Lin Xinglan would go for Yang Xiu. At once a vast oppressive spiritual presence erupted from Yang Cheng, bearing down upon Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu's soul trembled, violently seized by a terror as if the heavens were falling and the mountains sundered. The next instant his knees buckled and he dropped to the ground in obeisance. Yang Xiu went pale, staring at Yang Cheng in horror. Only then did he truly grasp the depth of Yang Cheng's dreadfulness. Throughout the ordeal there had been no reaction from Lin Xinglan within Yang Xiu's spirit sea. Yang Cheng observed this with a thoughtful expression. It seemed Lin Xinglan would not intervene unless Yang Xiu's life were in mortal peril. Remember, from now on you will address me as Brother Crown Prince, Yang Cheng said lightly. With that he boarded the carriage. The procession resumed, slowly making its way toward Qiushui Yuan. Yang Cheng did not allow the whirlwind of events to disrupt his daily regimen. He continued his cultivation as scheduled. When he arrived at Qiushui Yuan, Cheng Juni's gaze upon him was that of one beholding an oddity. Obviously she had learned of what had happened in the streets. Yan. Beyond Yan's capital on Daxing Mountain 100,000 cavalry had crept under the cover of night to this very ridge. Yin Jinghuai stood atop the mountain and surveyed Yan's capital in the distance. After taking 7 cities in succession, Yan had placed its forces on high alert against his riding legions. If he lingered within Yan borders now he risked being encircled and annihilated by Yan's converging armies. General Yan will surely assume that after such great deeds we must withdraw, for it would be perilous to remain. His deputy observed. Yun Jinghuai smiled faintly. Exactly, they would never dream that instead of retreating we have come to Daxing Mountain to look down upon their capital. The deputy hesitated. General, in an hour's time will the Yin capital's Yuan Legion truly be unable to be activated for 6 hours? I only obtained that report by chance, so I cannot guarantee its accuracy, Yun Jinghuai replied, omitting that the intelligence had come from Yang Chang. Thus should the news prove false it would not implicate Yang Chang. Had any other commander spoken so the troops might have been thrown into panic. But Yun Jinghuai's men remained solemn. He then said, if this intelligence is true we may yet create an unprecedented miraculous campaign. He scanned their faces. Who among you does not feel his heart stir? If you do not, if you are only afraid of death, then leave now. None turned to go, every eye shone bright and fevered. Yun Jinghuai smiled and ordered, rest here for half an hour, thereafter we will strike Yan's capital like lightning. The 100,000 riders dismounted in silence and entered a meditative recovery. Yun Jinghuai's cavalry wore black armor. At their fringes stood 1,000 figures clad entirely in black, incongruous amid the ranks. General, where did you recruit these 1,000 strange warriors? The deputy demanded. Each seems fearless and masters of assassination, like 1,000 elite killers. They have been indispensable to our campaign. Without them it would not have gone so smoothly. The deputy guessed aloud, if they came from the crown prince then they must be the Empress Dowager's hidden card. No, they answer to the crown prince himself, Yun Jinghuai replied earnestly. The deputy was astonished. He knew Yun Jinghuai never lied to his men. Very well. Let us also conserve our strength. Yun Jinghuai closed his eyes. Half an hour passed, the deep night yielding to a dimming dawn. The 100,000 cavalry descended like a legion of beasts. At first they moved without sound. As they neared Yendadu they could no longer conceal their presence. At the gates of Yendadu the day was just breaking and the gates stood open. Many were already entering the city. What is happening? Those at the gate felt the earth itself tremble. The first to realize the truth were the guards on the ramparts. Look outside the walls. A guard's face went white with fear. What is that? Good heavens, it's an army, de Zhou's army. No, it must be Yun Jinghuai, it is Yun Jinghuai. The other sentries likewise showed terror. Now the name Yun Jinghuai struck Yan's warriors like a demon's. Yendada had enjoyed 1,000 years of peace. Its soldiers had never truly known war. For a time the guards on the walls became flurried and forgot to fire signal flares, even neglecting to close the gates. Break the line. At the city gate Yun Jinghuai rode at the fore. How dreadful is the force of 100,000 riders united. They can form a killing formation and fuse their strength as one. Thus the 100,000 cavalry became a single spear of destruction. Yun Jinghuai the very spearhead charging lightning fast toward the city gate of Yendadu. Only then did the wall guards remember to shut the gates, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar Yun Jinghuai and his host smashed open the remaining crack in the gate. The 100,000 soldiers poured into Yendadu. Before long exhilaration swept through them. We were not struck down by the Yuan Legion. The Yuan Legion truly cannot be used for the time being. Forward. The cavalry spurred onward without further fear. And de Zhou knew nothing of this yet. Not until the next day did the urgent border dispatches reach Fengtian City once more. In Yanda capital the war progressed so smoothly that even the 100,000 cavalry were surprised. After a millennium of peace a group of good-for-nothings had already grown in Yanda capital. The troops in the capital were nothing but useless. Faced with 100,000 cavalry they collapsed without a fight. Some even heard from afar that Yun Jinghuai was coming and fled in terror. As Yanda capital there were undoubtedly many martial arts experts here. Yet none dared to confront the 100,000 cavalry heathen. Empowered by the strength of the 100,000 cavalry Yun Jinghuai could instantly unleash the true power of a martial deity. Even a peak martial emperor would be of no use. To deal with these 100,000 cavalry only a large army could suffice. Unfortunately the soldiers in Yanda capital were too useless and could not withstand Yun Jinghuai's 100,000 cavalry. Thus the 100,000 cavalry slaughtered their way into the great Yin imperial palace. General, does that resemble the Yin emperor Tuoba Dang? The deputy general exclaimed excitedly. Tuoba Dang was a martial emperor, but unfortunately he had long since weakened and his strength was likely inferior to many martial saints. It seems to really be him. Capture him. Yun Jinghuai said, and those beside him are certainly royal family members. Capture everyone you can. The Yuan Lei Bell could only be used for 6 hours. 3 hours needed to be deducted from that. They required 3 hours to flee, otherwise the Yuan Lei Bell, a national treasure, would definitely pursue them. Thus they had little time and plundered the palace before departing. The 100,000 cavalry entered Yanda capital like lightning and left without a trace. After they left, the dignitaries of Yanda capital breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. But soon after they discovered that the Yan Emperor had been captured. Instantly Yanda capital fell into chaos once again. Fengtian City. Evening. Emperor Qian Yuan was in the imperial study discussing how to deal with Great Yan with several important ministers. Next, Great Zhou would definitely negotiate peace with Great Yan. But this time the initiative was in Great Zhou's hands. Without paying a huge price, Great Yan could forget about peace. Unexpectedly, urgent border intelligence arrived once again. This left the attending ministers in confusion. Just yesterday there was urgent news from 1,000 miles, and how could there be more today? Next, they felt as if heaven was playing a joke on them. Your Majesty. The messenger knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. General Yan led 100,000 cavalry and broke into Yanda capital at dawn today, capturing the Yan Emperor Tuoba Dang, Crown Prince Tuoba Hui, and 3 royal princes and 2 princesses of Great Yan. Absurd, a minister instinctively replied. I know General Yun's prowess, but Yanda capital is guarded by the Yuan label. How could General Yun possibly break in? I do not know the reason, the messenger replied, but the facts are as such. General Yun and his 100,000 army are already on their way back to Great Zhou. In no time they would escort the Yan Emperor Tuoba Dang and others into the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, the rebutting minister was momentarily rendered speechless. This battle report indeed sounded like a tale from fantasy. However, since the messenger had stated it so, even if they did not believe it, they had to. Because if this were a lie, it would be too easy to expose. At most the army would return within 2 days. By then, if the citizens of the imperial capital did not see the Yan Emperor Tuoba Dang and other captives, Yun Jinghuai would face a catastrophic backlash. Even the great achievements Yun Jinghuai had previously created would be washed away. Is it true? Emperor Qian Yuan found it hard to believe. Before Yun Jinghuai left, he had discussed many matters regarding this battle with him. Thus he had speculated that Yun Jinghuai would achieve great success. Yet he had not expected Yun Jinghuai to accomplish this. In fact, that Yun Jinghuai had conquered 7 cities already exceeded his expectations, bringing him great delight. Little did he know that an even greater surprise awaited him. The messenger did not respond to this, directly presenting the letter. This time Emperor Qian Yuan's reaction was not as great as last time. But that did not mean he was more at peace internally than last time. On the contrary, the surprise this time was far too intense. He could not react too much or he felt he would lose composure. My loyal ministers, today's discussion ends here. Emperor Qian Yuan stated the situation in the war has undergone significant changes. How to deal with Great Yan will be discussed when General Yan returns. Several important ministers left in shock. The news soon reached the harem. In Zhaoyang Palace, noble consort Zhuan was already in a fit of rage. Not long ago news of the peace talks had arrived and she was filled with enthusiasm. Who would have thought that just 3 days later everything would take a sharp turn? Why was that wretched Yun Liyue so fortunate? Clearly she was about to gain the upper hand this time. Yet Yun Liyue had such an extraordinary brother, achieving miraculous results in battle. At the same time she felt a sense of despair. It seemed that fate was playing tricks on her. She was destined not to outdo Yun Liyue. Yang Xiu felt equally disheartened. Senior, why is this? He shared everything he knew about Yang Chang with Lin Xinglan. Clearly I have your assistance and I have never slackened. Why am I still being crushed by him? I do not know the reason, the messenger replied, but the facts are as such. General Yun and his 100,000 army are already on their way back to Great Zhou. Now even she had to admit that this Yang Chang was indeed somewhat monstrous. But so what? Lin Xinglan quickly regained her composure, saying, genius prodigy. Do you know how many geniuses and prodigies I have seen? Like grains of sand in the Ganges, countless. The so-called genius is as plentiful as fish crossing a river, yet only a few can leave a mark in history books. No matter how brilliant a genius is, if they cannot withstand the test of time, they will eventually become dust. So would you rather pursue becoming a so-called dazzling genius or strive to be one who can withstand the erosion of time? Yang Xiu, anxious as ever, replied, Senior, I wish to be the latter. Lin Xinglan replied, you see, you are becoming anxious again. If you wish to become the latter, you must first change this impatient habit and not be overly concerned with each setback. Broaden your perspective. Do not focus on the short-term changes of mere months or years, but look at it in terms of centuries. Calm your heart and become a rock, accumulating slowly. Many geniuses will fall on their own without needing your intervention. Yang Xiu felt enlightened, calming down to say, Senior, I understand. He then sat down to meditate. In less than a quarter of an hour a breakthrough aura emanated from his physical body. In reality, he successfully broke through to the post-heaven realm and advanced to the innate realm. Even so, he remained humble and resolute, stating, Yang Chang, one day I will surpass you. In stark contrast, Jinghua Palace was filled with joy. The greatest beneficiary of Yun Jinghuai's great achievement was undoubtedly the Jinghua Palace. From now on, as long as there are no major changes, no one in the palace can threaten Yun Liu's position as empress. 2 days later, Yun Jinghuai returned to the capital. Emperor Qian Yuan led the entire court to welcome the army 10 miles outside the city. Upon seeing the Yan Emperor Tuoba Dang in the prisoner cart, Emperor Qian Yuan and the entire court were visibly excited. Great Yan had been Great Zhou's enemy for 2,000 years. Capturing the Great Yan Emperor and bringing him to Great Zhou was something that past emperors of Great Zhou had never dared to even imagine. But now Yun Jinghuai had actually accomplished this. Just this alone ensured that Emperor Qian Yuan's accomplishments overshadowed those of past emperors. Then Emperor Qian Yuan personally took the reins of Yun Jinghuai's horse. Yun Jinghuai exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you mustn't. There is nothing that must not be done." Emperor Qian Yuan laughed. "Here today there are no emperor and subjects, only brother-in-law and brother-in-law. What is wrong with a brother-in-law leading the horse for his brother-in-law?" Yun Jinghuai's expression was still hesitant. "But Jinghuai, I can say that I benefited from this battle. You must let me do something to soothe my heart, right?" Upon hearing this, Yun Jinghuai no longer refused. Other ministers observed the scene, each with different expressions. From this situation one could tell how high Yun Jinghuai's status was now. The army entered Fengtian city. On both sides of the street, crowds surged. Countless people cheered, also coming to watch the Yan Emperor and his princes and princesses. The royal princes and princesses of Great Yan felt an unprecedented humiliation. On that day, Yun Jinghuai was conferred the title of the Champion Marquis, awarded a fief of 10,000 households, and appointed as the Grand Marshal General. His subordinates also received titles and rewards, with both of his deputy generals being conferred Marquis. At the same time, Emperor Qian Yuan ordered a nationwide celebration for 3 days. While the outside world celebrated Yun Jinghuai, he brought a little one to his army camp. The little one was undoubtedly Yang Chang. This time he followed Yun Jinghuai to check on his 1,000 blood shadow guards. Upon arriving at the camp, Yang Chang's eyes instantly lit up. The cultivation aura of the 1,000 blood shadow guards had changed dramatically compared to before the expedition. Before they were merely in the post-heaven realm, now they had all reached the martial master realm. The blood shadow guards can enhance their strength through slaughter. This is truly monstrous. Yang Chang was extraordinarily delighted. Undoubtedly these 1,000 blood shadow guards would become one of his important trump cards in the future. Uncle did not ask where you got these people, but they are all very promising. As long as you can keep them under control, you can cultivate them to the fullest in the future. Yun Jinghuai said. Upon saying this, he suddenly sighed. "Uncle, why do you sigh?" Yang Chang asked. "Now that I have returned to the court to avoid overshadowing my master with my merits, the 100,000 elite troops I will receive next will surely be dispersed," Yun Jinghuai said. "Though I have no intention of threatening the imperial power, I can't help but feel a bit reluctant." Yang Chang fell silent for a moment. This was something he could do little to change. After a while he said, "Uncle, when I take power in the future, I will ensure that you can set aside your concerns and command the army with peace of mind. Are you not afraid of me threatening you?" Yun Jinghuai chuckled at these words. Yang Chang looked up at the sky, saying, "If my vision were limited to the eastern wilderness, I would indeed worry. However, I know that the world outside is still vast." "Who told you this?" Yun Jinghuai asked in surprise. Before Yang Chang could answer, he continued, "I remember now, your teacher is Lady Chung, who has a very mysterious background and seems to come from the outer world." "Uncle, just wait," Yang Chang said. "To trample Great Yan is nothing. One day the two of us, uncle and nephew, will surely join forces and point our swords at the heavens." "Ha ha ha, I await that day." Yun Jinghuai laughed heartily. At this moment he clearly did not take Yang Chang's words seriously. After all, he had boasted even more outrageous things in his childhood. "By the way, uncle, I have a gift for you." Yun Jinghuai clapped his hands, and immediately someone brought out a horse-drawn carriage. The horse pulling the carriage was quite ordinary, but the material of the carriage itself was actually dragon bone. He recognized the dragon bone at a glance because he had seen it in his past life. Most of the dragon bone's exterior was covered with a layer of metal resembling gold. However, it was not gold but star divine iron. "This carriage was seized by uncle from the Great Yan Imperial Palace," Yun Jinghuai said. "If I am not mistaken, this should be the legendary Golden Dragon Carriage of Great Yan." Initially uncle thought that the so-called Golden Dragon Carriage was merely a title, but upon truly seeing this Golden Dragon Carriage he felt a trace of dragon might emanating from it. Thus this carriage was likely made from dragon bone, and uncle decided to gift it to you. Yang Chang was quite moved. The Golden Dragon Carriage. This was the carriage of Tuoba Shao from his past life, renowned throughout the world alongside Tuoba Shao. This carriage was an invaluable treasure, and Yun Jinghuai, fully aware of its worth, actually gifted it to him. The host encountered the Golden Dragon Car in Fengtian City, a national treasure of the Dian Empire. Although he did not know why the Golden Dragon Car appeared in Fengtian City, it was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to seize this vehicle. The host is advised to seize the Golden Dragon Car, as doing so will greatly enhance his reputation. The Golden Dragon Car is a treasure of the Dayan Empire and there are bound to be many powerful experts nearby, making this task extremely difficult. The host should proceed with caution. Task reward: Dragon Spirit. Uncle, why are you giving this car to me? Yang Chang asked. You are my nephew and the prince, you are likely to encounter danger. If I do not give this car to you, who should I give it to? Uncle is looking forward to it, Yun Jinghuai said naturally. Well, I will definitely return a better gift to you in the future, Yang Chang replied. This gift was related to his task and he would certainly not refuse. Uncle is very much looking forward to it, Yun Jinghuai smiled. Ding! The host unexpectedly collaborated with Yun Jinghuai to seize the Golden Dragon Car and the Dayan National Treasure changed hands from then on. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. With the Golden Dragon Car you will surely travel with great prestige in the future. The Dragon Spirit has been distributed, please choose a time to receive it. This task was completed effortlessly. Yang Chang did nothing and the task was accomplished on its own, which left him somewhat amused. Uncle, I want to choose a horse, Yang Chang suddenly said. He thought of his old horse Lao Huang from his past. Lao Huang had carried him for thousands of miles, 15 years later escaping from relentless pursuers. However, it was just an ordinary yellow horse and thus it literally worked itself to death. At this moment Lao Huang should only be 2 years old, still in its youth. Subsequently, Yang Chang asked Yun Jinghuai to take him to the royal stables. With just one glance he found Lao Huang. It was full of vitality now. Unfortunately, most of the horses in the royal stables were spirit horses. Lao Huang was an ordinary horse and no other horses were willing to play with it. It was precisely because it was so ordinary that the previously useless Yan Chang had the chance to obtain it. For some unknown reason the host is seeking Lao Huang's corpse. Does the host wish to resurrect Lao Huang? Lao Huang was an ordinary horse and had died 484 years ago. Reviving it would be more difficult than reviving Yun Jinghuai. A task to resurrect Lao Huang has been issued with a deadline of 10 years. The host can choose whether to accept it. Task reward: Dragon Whip. Yang Chang was slightly taken aback. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince. Greetings, General of the Grand Marshal. The stable manager greeted him with a smile. I have come to select a horse, Yang Chang said. Select a horse. The stable manager replied enthusiastically, Your Highness, let me introduce you to a batch of Qilin horses with Qilin bloodlines. No need. Upon noticing Yang Chang and the others, it lifted its head in confusion, displaying a foolish and innocent expression. Bring it out for me, Yang Chang commanded. The stable manager hurriedly said, Your Highness, this horse is not suitable for you, it is just an ordinary horse. Lao Huang lowered its head. It held no hope of being selected. It naturally understood the significant benefits of being chosen. In the stables it could only eat ordinary fodder. However, if selected by a royal noble it would enjoy better resources. Many royal nobles had come before but no one had ever looked at it properly. From the attitudes of other spirit horses and the stable staff towards it, it knew its bloodline was mediocre and inferior. The little human in front of it, judging by its attire and the stable staff's attitude, clearly held a more esteemed position than those previous nobles. It was even less likely to be chosen. Yun Jinghuai looked on with intrigue. Previously he had been puzzled as to why the prince would take an interest in such a poor horse. But he was extremely observant and at this moment he actually saw extraordinary intelligence in the eyes of this inferior horse. This discovery left Yun Jinghuai speechless. No need for further discussion, I choose it, Yang Chang declared. Lao Huang suddenly lifted its head, looking at Yang Chang in surprise. Seeing its incredibly foolish expression, Yang Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Chang knew his horse from his past life better than anyone. Despite its seemingly foolish exterior, it was actually quite cunning. Otherwise it wouldn't have helped him escape from danger in his past life. The stable manager did not dare to defy the prince's words and could only lead the horse out. He did not take it seriously, thinking the prince was just being childishly capricious. He believed that once the prince discovered the horse's shortcomings he would soon return it. Yang Chang was still too young to ride it comfortably. Yun Jinghuai smiled slightly and lifted Yang Chang up. Sitting on Lao Huang's back, Yang Chang immediately felt a deep sense of familiarity. He patted Lao Huang's back and said, Lao Huang, let's take a stroll. In front of the stables was a vast open field. The stable manager felt nervous, worried that this inferior horse might harm the prince. Yun Jinghuai waved his hand, signaling him not to interfere. The prince could kill even martial masters, how could he be harmed by an ordinary horse? Lao Huang was very perceptive. Although it did not know Yang Chang, it sensed that this was its future master. Therefore it would never harm Yang Chang and obediently took him for a walk. Lao Huang, in our last life we were both useless, Yang Chang said softly as they reached a distance. In this life I have changed my fate, so I will help you change yours as well. The host touched Lao Huang, feeling its vibrant life force, confirming that the host had successfully revived Lao Huang. What an extraordinary means this is! The host has become increasingly inscrutable. The reward has been distributed, please choose a time to receive it. System, accept the dragon spirit and inject it into Lao Huang's body. Yang Cheng commanded. He instructed the system to directly inject the soul into Lao Huang's body to use the system's ability to shield the energy signature and prevent detection. Indeed, Yang Cheng's choice was normal. The system unleashed mysterious power, completely isolating Lao Huang's energy signature. Although Lao Huang's body was merging with the dragon spirit and undergoing earth-shattering changes, there was no visible anomaly outside. After a quarter of an hour, Lao Huang successfully integrated the dragon spirit. Its soul had clearly transformed, with its pupils changing to a dark golden color. Its fur also subtly carried a golden hue. The dragon spirit primarily alters the soul with minimal impact on the physical body, only a slight influence was observed. Yet even this slight influence granted Lao Huang a trace of the dragon bloodline. Let's go back. Yang Cheng instructed Lao Huang to take him back to the stables. Ha! Yun Jinghuai instantly noticed Lao Huang's unusualness. It actually has the aura of the dragon bloodline. It seems I misjudged it before. Or perhaps this horse actually had a hidden dragon bloodline that just hadn't been activated before. The prince truly has an eye for talent and skill. He believed that the horse awakening its bloodline was likely due to the prince's influence. Yun Jinghuai had no intention of probing further. He only needed to know that the prince was his nephew and was getting better. Lao Huang, this is the golden dragon car. It will be our war chariot from now on. Subsequently, Yang Cheng brought Lao Huang to stand before the golden dragon car. In his past life, he and Lao Huang had never received such treatment. Even if they obtained a cart frame, it was the most ordinary wooden cart. However, Lao Huang's eyes revealed anxiety and resistance. The cart was equipped with harnesses which felt like a restraint for the horse. You fool! Yang Cheng scolded with a laugh. All beings in heaven and earth must endure trials to cultivate and improve. This golden dragon car is made from dragon bones. If you pull it every day, not only will you receive training, but you will also benefit from the power of the dragon bones. Such an opportunity is something other horses could only dream of. Hearing Yang Cheng's words, the resistance in Lao Huang's eyes immediately dissipated, replaced by anticipation. This made Yun Jinghuai even more astonished, feeling that this horse had truly become intelligent. He then had someone put the harness on Lao Huang. Lao Huang immediately felt the heavy weight. But at the same time it sensed an invisible power emanating from the cart, spreading towards it. This power resonated with its dragon bloodline, causing its entire body to tremble with vigor. It immediately realized that Yang Cheng was not deceiving it. Pulling this cart was indeed the best way for it to enhance its strength. Half an hour later, Yun Jinghuai returned Yang Cheng to the palace. Yang Cheng also brought back the new cart. Yin Liyue glanced at the cart and smiled, praising good horse, good. She was unaware that Lao Huang was originally a poor horse transformed by Yang Cheng using the dragon spirit, and assumed that Lao Huang naturally possessed the dragon bloodline. As for the cart, she already knew it was a gift from Yun Jinghuai to Yang Cheng. The next day, Yang Cheng went to Qiushui Garden as usual. 500 years ago, Cheng Junyi left the Wild Realm and chose to join the Dian Dao Palace because she had lost all hope in the Wild Realm. If Cheng Junyi had remained in the Wild Realm, it would have significantly strengthened the Wild Realm's power. Now, for some unknown reason, Cheng Junyi had returned to the Wild Realm. The host should take this opportunity to resolve Cheng Junyi's worries and keep her there. Task reward: mastery of swordsmanship. The system's prompt made Yang Cheng ponder. In his past life at this time, Cheng Junyi was indeed about to leave the Wild Realm. Not long after Cheng Junyi went to the Dian Dao Palace. 500 years later, she had become an elder of the Dian Dao Palace and harbored a subtle hostility towards the Wild Realm. Cheng Junyi is a powerful alchemist. Such a being is far removed from Yang Chengtai of his past life. Thus he has limited understanding of Cheng Junyi and truly does not know what binds her to the wasteland. This emotional knot has led Cheng Junyi to harbor animosity towards the wasteland. However, this does not pose a challenge for Yang Cheng. He had already noticed that Cheng Junyi has been unsettled these past few days. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now he thinks it likely relates to Cheng Junyi's emotional knot. After all, in his past life, Cheng Junyi had left the wasteland during these very days. Tang Tang, does it seem like the teacher is in a bad mood? Yang Cheng asked Tang Xingyu. Having spent day and night with Cheng Junyi, Tang Xingyu certainly knows her better than he does. It's still because of that man, Tang Xingyu replied in a tone of a little adult. That man? Yang Cheng asked with keen interest. Cheng Cheng, this is the teacher's secret, I will tell you quietly. Tang Xingyu leaned into Yang Cheng's ear. The reason the teacher brought me to the wasteland is that it is the hometown of her master and uncle. The teacher and her uncle have known each other since childhood and she trusts him immensely. However, the teacher recently discovered that her uncle seems to have deceived her. How could the uncle deceive the teacher? Yang Cheng pondered. By clarifying these matters he might know how to complete his task. He must say Tang Tang truly is his thoughtful little helper. The Tai Sui breathing technique actually has a forbidden door, and once the door is opened the speed of cultivation will dramatically increase. However, the teacher has said that this forbidden door is a method of evil and her uncle have both promised their master never to open it. Yet the teacher has recently discovered secretly that some people's vitality has been drained, which is precisely the method of cultivation after the forbidden door of the Tai Sui breathing technique is opened. The most likely culprit is her uncle. Yang Cheng's expression changed with surprise, not expecting the Tai Sui breathing technique to hold such a secret. Upon reflection, considering Cheng Juni's cultivation, although she is not the alchemist of 500 years later, she is already a martial emperor. Tang Xingyi's words could not possibly escape Cheng Juni's hearing. Therefore these words were actually an unspoken permission from Cheng Junyi for Tang Xingyu to tell him. Time passed and afternoon arrived. Before leaving, Yang Cheng said to Cheng Junyi, "Teacher, why did you let Tang Tang tell me the secret of the Tai Sui breathing technique? You are also a part of the sect, so the secret cannot be hidden from you." Cheng Junyi replied. "Does the teacher not worry that I will fall into the same evil path as my uncle?" Yang Cheng asked. "Will you?" Cheng Junyi gazed at him. Yang Cheng smiled. "Of course not, because the disciple looks down upon it. He possesses a system that allows him to rapidly improve his cultivation with minimal effort. The secret method of the Tai Sui breathing technique, on the other hand, requires painstakingly absorbing others' vitality." Yang Cheng feels that truly practicing it would be rather unwise. Upon hearing this, Cheng Junyi could not help but reveal a slight smile. "I have complete trust in you and Tang Tang." After returning to the palace, Yang Cheng continued to ponder the matter. It seems that the key to resolving the teacher's emotional knot lies with that uncle. Yang Cheng frowned. "Unfortunately, I paid too little attention to the teacher in my past life and do not know any information about this uncle. Fortunately, this issue is not too significant. Since the teacher left during these days in my past life, it is evident that her uncle will appear in the coming days. There is no need for him to search deliberately, he can simply wait for the rabbit by the tree." In Zhaoyang Palace, the previously silent consort Zhuang regained her excitement. "Mother, what is going on with you?" Yang Xiao asked in confusion. Consort Zhuang said excitedly, "My child, our hope has appeared once again." Yang Xiao was even more puzzled upon hearing this. Consort Zhuang said, "A noble person has arrived in Fengtian and he has a good relationship with the Zhuang family. With his support for us, mother and son, we will definitely be able to compete with the Empress." Yang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, "Mother, the Empress and the Crown Prince are backed by the champion Marquis, whose influence can rival that of the champion team. It is Master Su." Consort Zhuang replied. Yang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed. "Mother, are you referring to Mr. Mingxin, who advocates education without class distinctions and universal love, and the people are the foundation of the nation? The stability of the nation depends on the people." "Indeed, that is him," Consort Zhuang affirmed. 30 years ago Mr. Mingxin began to travel between nations, and over the years his footprints have spread across many countries. The rulers of these nations have been influenced by his thoughts and regard him as an esteemed guest. Even the emperor of the Western Luo treats him with great respect, wanting to invite him as the national teacher. Yet Mr. Mingxin has not been tempted and has chosen to return to the Great Zhou. Mr. Mingxin has a good personal relationship with our Zhuang family, and after hearing about your situation he is very interested in you and intends to take you as his disciple." Yang Xiao said, "Will Mr. Mingxin really take me as his disciple?" "You can rest assured about this, Mr. Mingxin owes a huge favor to our Zhuang family." Consort Zhuang said confidently. "Moreover, Mrs. Cheng is Mr. Mingxin's junior sister and holds him in great reverence. By that time perhaps Mr. Mingxin can also bring Mrs. Cheng to our side. I will rely on you for this matter, mother." Yang Xiao said earnestly. The champion Marquis is currently at the peak of his power, but his influence mainly lies within the military. Once this wave passes, the common people will soon forget him. In the court the champion Marquis has little say. Mr. Mingxin, however, is different. He possesses immense influence within the scholar community. If he can become Mr. Mingxin's disciple, he will inherit this influence in the future. Late at night in Xiaoshui Garden, a middle-aged scholar with a refined demeanor and elegant bearing appeared before Cheng Junyi. "Junior sister, it has been 3 years since we last met. I hope you have been well." The middle-aged scholar said. "You still dare to come see me?" Cheng Junyi glared coldly at the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar sighed. "Junior sister, we are the closest of kin in this world. Why would I not dare to see you?" Cheng Junyi laughed. "Closest of kin? The moment you defied the master's orders and opened the forbidden door, we are no longer kin but mortal enemies instead." The middle-aged scholar shook his head. "Junior sister, our master has fallen. Why must we stick to the old ways? If our master had not been so stubborn and had opened the forbidden door early when that battle occurred, his cultivation would have been higher and he would not have fallen. Even though our master has fallen, I only admire him more. Cheng Junyi responded, someone like you who on the surface appears to be the compassionate Mr. Mingxin is actually a demon that feeds on the vitality of others. No matter how strong you are, I can only feel disgust. This middle-aged scholar is none other than the renowned Su Yan. Su Yan frowned slightly, then said, Junior sister, do not speak such provoking words. I have come this time to help you fulfill your greatest wish. My wish? Cheng Junyi replied with a cold smile. I know your greatest wish is to find the lost sect treasure Tai Sui sword from the time of our master's fall. Su Yan said, and I know the whereabouts of the Tai Sui sword. As long as you agree to reconcile with me and assist the Zhuang family, I will work together with you to find the Tai Sui sword. Cheng Junyi's expression darkened instantly, but she remained silent for a moment. The forces behind the Zhuang family are more immense than you can imagine, far beyond what the Yun family and the Chen Yuan emperor can contend with. Su Yan said, it is the wisest choice for you to follow me, and you can also fulfill your wish. Why not do so? Su Yan. Cheng Junyi spoke again, today I will not take action against you just to honor the bond between us as siblings. Next time we meet we shall be mortal enemies. Su Yan's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. He did not expect to receive such a reply after saying so much. Leave within 10 breaths or I will take action. Cheng Junyi said. Su Yan stared at her for several breaths but ultimately turned and left. He was not afraid of Cheng Junyi but did not want to battle her lest it push their relationship into an irreparable state. Not long after, Su Yan returned to the elegant courtyard arranged for him by the Zhuang family. Junior sister, what exactly makes you so resolute against me? He thought to himself, not believing that Cheng Junyi truly wanted to confront him to the death merely for opening the forbidden door. Is it you? His gaze then fell upon a piece of intelligence. Before meeting Cheng Junyi, he had naturally collected intelligence on her in advance. Currently the two people Cheng Junyi cares most about are Tang Xingyu and Yang Cheng. Tang Xingyi's allegiance to the Zhuang family does not pose an obstacle. This factor can be disregarded. Therefore the only possibility is Yang Cheng. The Yin family behind Yang Cheng is virtually an enemy of the Zhuang family. And the junior sister has always been sentimental. Very well. Su Yan's eyes revealed a glint of ferocity. Junior sister, since you cannot make the decision, then let your elder brother help you and sever your ties with the Yin family. While saying this, his gaze focused on two characters in the information, Yang Cheng. He is not an impulsive person but a true wise man who sees through the illusions. Thus he understands better than anyone that the most direct and effective way to resolve matters is to eliminate obstacles. By killing Yang Cheng, all the problems he currently faces will be resolved. With his strength, killing Yang Cheng would be effortless. However, Yang Cheng's identity is too sensitive. If he recklessly kills Yang Cheng, he will face terrifying retaliation, which is something he is unwilling to confront. Thinking of this, Su Yan smiled. He flipped his palm and took out a human skin mask from his spatial ring. This mask is a divine artifact known as the Jade Face. Since Mr. Mingxin Su Yan cannot kill you, let Madame Jade Face do it. He pressed the human skin mask against his face and at once his features transformed into those of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. This change was not just about appearance, even his aura transformed. Even if other martial emperors saw him, they would not be able to recognize him and would regard him as a genuine woman. At that time no one would be able to connect him with Mr. Mingxin. Over the years he has been secretly feeding on human blood in this identity. The next day Yang Cheng rode the golden dragon carriage towards Jiushui courtyard. A commotion erupted among the crowd by the street ahead. Suddenly a frail woman collapsed onto the road, blocking Yang Cheng's path. Leave quickly, a guard barked. Your Highness, the common woman has a grievance and I hope your Highness can seek justice for her. The frail woman cried out, her delicate features evoking pity. Many onlookers felt a surge of compassion upon seeing her plight. Even the guard, who had initially been stern, began to hesitate. Could it be that this woman truly had a grievance? Yang Cheng peered through the gap in the carriage curtain, looking at the woman outside. Upon seeing her, his pupils constricted sharply. Madame Yu, he thought, his heart racing. At this moment Madame Yu was still a nameless figure. However, in the following century the number of people who fed on human blood increased. It was only 100 years later that Madame Yu was discovered while feeding, exposing her true nature. After that Madame Yu no longer hid and her infamous reputation quickly spread across the world. Thus she became a feared demon hunted by all. Yet that was not the most shocking revelation. 300 years later, during a battle, Madame Yu's mask was knocked off, revealing the face of Master Mingxin. It was at that moment that the people of the wasteland realized that Madame Yu was actually disguised by Master Mingxin. The impact of this revelation was immense. During that time in the previous life there was hardly any martial artist in the wasteland who was unaware of this. Therefore the instant Yang Chang recognized Madame Yu he felt a wave of understanding. He also remembered that before Master Mingxin's notorious reputation he had always been a staunch supporter of Yang Xiu. Why is Su Yan disguised as Madame Yu feigning weakness to seek justice for me? Surely he harbors ill intentions against me. Yang Chang thought, uncertain of Su Yan's motives. However, it was clear that Su Yan had no good intentions. The host encounters an extremely dangerous situation. Master Mingxin Su Yan disguises as Madame Yu to intercept the host. When Su Yan transforms into Madame Yu it signifies his release of demonic nature, the most vicious moment. Su Yan is already a formidable alchemist and one of Yang Xiu's greatest supporters. He must harbor murderous intent towards the host. The host must escape from Su Yan. Additionally, upon completing the task the host will gain rewards if able to counterattack Su Yan. Even greater rewards await. Task reward star tier from 1 tribulation to 9 tribulations. Star tier, a legendary substance also known as star tribulation gold. It is a metallic substance left behind after stars encounter tribulations and are destroyed, possessing terrifying power. This material is most suitable for forging weapons capable of transforming an ordinary weapon into a supreme artifact. In his previous life Yang Chang once saw a drop of 5 tribulation star tier at a high-profile auction. Even a single drop of 5 tribulation star tier fetched an astronomical price, leading to a bloody aftermath where several true gods perished. Now the system rewards him with 9 tribulation star tier. Under normal circumstances the system would not issue another task until he completed the current one. This time however the system made an exception. This indicates that according to the system's assessment his situation is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Without hesitation Yang Cheng declared, Amber, kill her. If it were 500 years later in his previous life he would have undoubtedly met his demise at Su Yan's hands. But now Su Yan is merely a martial emperor with powerful allies at his side. Yang Chang had no fear of him. Amber was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Yang Cheng had issued such a command. However, she did not hesitate and quickly turned to attack Madame Yu. Amber was no ordinary person, she possessed the strength of a martial saint. With a whoosh she unleashed a palm strike, her true chi transforming into a green phoenix engulfed in roaring azure flames rushing towards Madame Yu. What is happening? Why did His Highness order his men to kill without distinction? Could it be that His Highness is angry and wants to kill this pitiful woman just because she blocked his path? I cannot believe His Highness is such a person. It is truly disappointing. This is to be expected. Someone of His Highness status would hardly sympathize with us lower class individuals. The crowd on both sides of the street was filled with righteous indignation. Amid their discussions Madame Yu's expression changed dramatically. At this moment if she resisted she would undoubtedly expose herself. But she had no choice. She could sense that Amber was not merely testing her, she truly intended to kill her. If she continued to feign weakness she would only be struck down by Amber. For a moment Madame Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She did not understand where things had gone wrong. This was completely different from the scenario she had predicted in her plans. In her plans, using the guise of a wronged woman, she should have easily approached the prince and then struck him down in one blow, leaving without a trace. Who would have thought that before she could get close to the prince he would order someone to kill her? How could this prince be so brutal to the extent of wanting to kill a woman seeking justice just because she slightly obstructed his path? At that moment Madame Yu swiftly dodged Amber's attack like a drifting willow. With her strength she naturally did not fear Amber. However, she could not reveal her identity, which limited her use of many techniques and restricted her power significantly. Moreover, entangling with Amber was pointless and would only delay her. This was the capital where experts were abundant. Every moment wasted could attract other powerful individuals. After evading Amber's attack, Madame Yu decisively surged towards the prince's carriage. If cunning would not work, then she would resort to brute force to kill the prince. In an instant Madame Yu arrived before the golden dragon carriage and unleashed a powerful palm strike. In her imagination she should have easily shattered the carriage and turned both the carriage and the prince into dust. After all, even if she restrained her power she still possessed the strength of a martial saint. Boom! However, her palm struck the golden dragon carriage, causing it to shake violently, yet it did not budge an inch. How is this possible? Madame Yu exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of carriage is this with such monstrous defenses? At that moment Yang Chang was equally astonished and furious. Fortunately he was riding the golden dragon carriage today, otherwise he would have truly suffered. Of course, it was precisely because he had confidence in the golden dragon carriage that he remained calm. Otherwise he would have definitely been hiding tightly behind Amber. At this moment Madame Yu realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee. But at that moment Amber charged forward in anger. Madame Yu was immediately blocked by Amber and angrily shouted, "Get out of my way!" Amber would not yield, launching an even fiercer attack. The queen and the prince were not only her masters but also her lifeline. If anything happened to the prince, she would wish to accompany him in death. Thus she naturally harbored a deep hatred for anyone attempting to harm the prince. Even if it meant dying today, she would not let the assailant escape. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Amber and Madame Yu exchanged blows over a dozen times. The crowd around them was now dumbfounded. Once they regained their senses, they were filled with indescribable anger. At this moment, even the dullest among them realized they had been played for fools. This woman possessed such terrifying strength, how could she be the wronged lady? Instead, she had feigned helplessness to deceive their compassion. Moreover, from her actions it was clear she intended to assassinate the prince. Fortunately, His Highness was astute and recognized her at first glance, otherwise she would have succeeded in her scheme. Damn it! This woman is an assassin, a martial saint-level assassin. We have been deceived by her. Enraged martial artists with some strength in the crowd began to attack Madame Yu. Madame Yu was immediately besieged. Amber felt a significant reduction in pressure. You are seeking death. Madame Yu was completely enraged, realizing that if this dragged on she would truly be unable to escape. Boom! In an instant the aura of a martial emperor erupted. The martial artists surrounding Madame Yu were all sent flying. Immediately after, she stomped her foot on the ground, her body shooting into the sky as she fled into the distance. At that moment a purple rainbow light streaked through the air from afar. In the next moment Madame Yu was struck down to the ground. Looking up, the spear had fallen into the hands of a strikingly handsome young man. Lord Champion. Lord Champion has arrived. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. The newcomer was none other than Yun Jinghuai. After attempting to assassinate my nephew, you still wish to flee. Yun Jinghuai launched a furious assault on Madame Yu. Despite being a martial saint himself, he pressed down on Madame Yu, a martial emperor with overwhelming strength. This showcased Yun Jinghuai's formidable combat prowess. Inside the carriage, Yang Cheng quietly recited, "Dragon Roar, Divine Whip, claim it." Then a golden long whip fell into his hands. "This whip is actually made from dragon tendons," Yang Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. However, remembering that this was a reward from the system, it seemed less surprising. He then shouted outside, "Amber, catch it." He tossed the Dragon Roar Divine Whip to Amber. Upon receiving it, Amber's eyes lit up clearly, sensing the whip's extraordinary nature. Without hesitation, she wielded the Dragon Roar Divine Whip against Madame Yu. Madame Yu, already suppressed by Yun Jinghuai, could hardly fend off Amber and was immediately ensnared by the whip. Puff! The next instant, Yun Jinghuai pierced through Madame Yu's body with his spear. "No, you cannot kill me!" Madame Yu cried in terror. Yang Cheng frowned. At this moment, Madame Yu's evil deeds had not yet been exposed. If she revealed her identity as Master Mingxin, it would be difficult for Yang Cheng to allow her to be killed. After all, Master Mingxin's reputation among the people and scholars was too high. Moreover, she might even claim that her disguise as Madame Yu was a test for him as the prince. "Uncle, quickly kill her, do not let her speak again." Yang Cheng immediately transmitted this message to Yun Jinghuai. Although Yun Jinghuai did not understand the reason, he chose to heed Yang Cheng's words. Moreover, regardless of her identity, since she attempted to assassinate Yang Cheng, she deserved to die. Without giving Madame Yu a chance to speak, Yun Jinghuai unleashed his true qi. Boom! The surging true qi immediately shattered Madame Yu's internal organs through his spear. "I am." Madame Yu widened her eyes, seemingly wanting to say something. At this moment, Yun Jinghuai also sensed something amiss and struck her throat with his hand. With a crack, Madame Yu's throat was crushed. Then she completely lost her life. The jade-faced lady collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Did the host kill Su Yin? Hard to believe, but it is true, the host truly teamed up with Yun Jinghuai and Amber to eliminate Su Yin. With the cultivation of a martial sage teaming up with a newly resurrected person and a down-and-out old hag to kill a powerful deity of alchemy is an absolutely miraculous feat. The host is indeed a person who defies the heavens. Task completed with an epic achievement, earning 1 drop of 9 calamities star tears. Rewards have been issued, please choose a time to receive them. Uncle, drag her away and bury her. Yang Cheng continued to transmit his voice. If there are any abnormalities, do not make it known, just inform the Emperor and Empress discreetly. He did not intend to unveil the mask of the jade-faced lady. Mr. Mingxin is considered a literary figure of great importance to the Great Zhou. If it were known that Mr. Mingxin was secretly a demon and enjoyed disguising himself as a woman, this would undoubtedly damage the prestige of the Great Zhou. Moreover, didn't Mr. Mingxin enjoy disguising himself as the jade-faced lady, then Yang Cheng would let him die in the identity of the jade-faced lady. As for Mr. Mingxin, he would silently vanish, becoming a mysterious legend. Good. Yun Jinghuai was very cooperative. However, no one noticed that just before the jade-faced lady died, a flash of black light flickered in her eyes. Quietly, this black light shot towards Yang Cheng's carriage. Inside the carriage. Warning, severe warning, the host is under attack by the ancient demon, the powerful deity Duanmucheng. 500 years ago, Duanmucheng's remnant soul was found and unsealed by Su Yan from ancient ruins. At the time of unsealing, Duanmucheng's remnant soul only had the spiritual power of a martial sect. But after 500 years of recuperation, Duanmucheng's spiritual power has restored to the level of a deity. This is undoubtedly the greatest crisis the host has faced since his counterattack. Please find a way for the host to survive this crisis. Task reward: Absolute God Sword Technique from 1st to 9th level. What? Attacked. Yang Cheng was taken aback. He truly did not know that Su Yan was harboring an ancient monster within him. This ancient monster was the ancient demon, the powerful deity. Apart from Lin Xinglan, this was the most terrifying existence Yang Cheng knew. He finally understood why the once fine Mr. Mingxin would transform into a blood-drinking demon. But then Yang Cheng's mind sharpened. 500 years ago, Duanmucheng's spiritual power was still only at the martial sect level. Now he is 500 years ago. Thus he seemed to have nothing to fear. In the next moment, Yang Cheng sensed an old man in a black robe appearing in his sea of consciousness. He, little brat, your talent is truly remarkable. Compared to Su Yan, he is simply worthless. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed with a glimmer of greed. Not only that, but you are only 2 years old, possessing an extremely high potential for development. This truly is divine assistance. Who are you? Yang Cheng feigned panic. Little brat, you need not be afraid. I am the ancient powerful deity Duanmucheng. The black-robed old man said. What is an ancient powerful deity? Yang Cheng looked confused. Duanmucheng's voice stuttered slightly before he said, I almost forgot you were just a little brat, not a martial sage like Su Yan. You do not need to know what a powerful deity is, just know that as long as I wish, I can crush the strongest of your Great Zhou with a single. I have no malice towards you. I am merely an old senior who sees potential and feels nothing but joy. Meeting me is your greatest opportunity in life. As long as you take me as your master under my tutelage, you will surely become a powerhouse capable of challenging the heavens. His words were cut short. Yang Cheng unleashed the spiritual power he had been brewing in secret. In an instant, his spiritual power condensed into a sort of spiritual energy which merged with Yang Cheng's sword intent and fiercely struck towards Duanmucheng. Duanmucheng was caught off guard, pierced through his soul body by the sword. Yang Cheng's spiritual power was not much weaker than his, and this strike undoubtedly inflicted real damage on Duanmucheng. Damn it! Duanmucheng instantly became furious. Little brat, what are you doing? Yang Cheng no longer indulged him, continuing to thrust the spiritual sword. Duanmucheng immediately realized that this little brat for some reason was even harder to deceive than Su Yan. Su Yan had been tricked step by step into the path of demons. Even after Su Yan realized, it was already too late. I originally wanted to slowly cultivate you, waiting until you grew up before reaping the rewards. Then Duanmucheng became enraged, saying, at this point I can only seize your body ahead of time. He knew that seizing the body now would not allow for a perfect fusion, leaving significant future troubles. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Dao Demon Seed Mind. In an instant, a mysterious black mist was released from Duanmucheng's remnant soul. As soon as this mysterious black mist appeared, Yang Cheng immediately felt dizzy. If this were a true infant, they would likely fall prey to Duanmucheng immediately. However, Yang Cheng had cultivated for 500 years in his past life, and his will was far more resolute than that of an infant. This allowed him to maintain a sliver of clarity. At the same time, he sensed a stream of cool power flowing into his spiritual power. This is the Great Qi breathing method. Yang Cheng did not hesitate to operate the Great Qi breathing method with all his might. As the Great Qi breathing method operated, a phantom of an ancient ginkgo tree appeared in Yang Cheng's sea of consciousness. The mysterious black mist released by Duanmucheng instantly collided with the phantom of the ancient ginkgo tree. Ah! He screamed in agony, then looked in horror at the phantom of the ancient ginkgo tree. Mist Monarch Primordial Divine Tree, Great Qi Dao Ancestor. This is the Great Qi Ancient Seal. Only by practicing the Great Qi breathing method can one condense it. Impossible. The Great Qi breathing method has long been lost. How could you master it? As he screamed, the mysterious black mist rapidly dissipated and his remnant soul quickly disintegrated in the process. In a moment, Duanmucheng's remnant soul completely disappeared. The phantom of the ancient ginkgo tree also faded away as if it had never existed. Yang Cheng contemplated. It seemed that the origins of the Great Qi breathing method were even greater than he had imagined. Ding! How did the host achieve this? Unable to comprehend, completely unable to comprehend. The host actually killed Duanmucheng, who possessed deity-level spiritual power. This is simply illogical. Congratulations to the host for once again achieving an epic accomplishment. The Absolute God Sword Technique at the 9th level has been issued. Please choose a time to receive it. Receive the Absolute God Sword Technique. Yang Cheng thought to himself. Instantly a torrent of sword technique information flooded into his mind. Half an hour later. Yun Jinghuai had the corpse of the jade-faced lady brought to the military camp. He dismissed those around him and revealed the face beneath the mask of the jade-faced lady, indeed tearing off a human skin mask. Immediately afterward Yun Jinghuai turned pale with shock. The face beneath the human skin mask was one he was all too familiar with. Mr. Mingxin. He suddenly understood why the Crown Prince had specially sent a voice transmission to instruct him not to make it known upon discovering abnormalities. The literary figure of the Great Zhou had actually disguised himself as a woman to assassinate the Crown Prince. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the reputation of the Great Zhou. I pay my respects to your majesty, to the Empress. At that moment voices from the soldiers outside could be heard. Soon Emperor Qian Yuan and Yun Liyue walked in. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, both the Emperor and Empress changed their expressions. Seal the news strictly and have someone inform Lady Cheng to come here. Emperor Qian Yuan said. Xiao Shui Courtyard. Shun Cheng, why are you late today? Cheng Juni asked curiously. Yang Chang replied, teacher, I encountered a woman seeking justice on the way and she blocked my path. Upon hearing this, Cheng Juni seemed to think of something and exclaimed, Cheng Cheng, do not pay attention to that woman. Yesterday when Su Yan left, she had already felt a sense of unease, as if she had overlooked something. Hearing Yang Cheng's words now, she immediately realized that she had overlooked the possibility that Su Yan might attack Yang Cheng. Teacher, rest assured, I am standing right here before you. Naturally I am fine. Yang Cheng said, you do not know that woman pretended to be pitiful, yet she was unaware that I had seen her scale walls days prior. She likely did not expect that I had merely caught a glimpse of her from afar, and thus I remembered her. Therefore I immediately deduced that she was suspicious and had Amber take action against her, resulting in her direct exposure. He explained the general process. After listening, Cheng Juni was utterly convinced that the woman must be Su Yan in disguise. Her expression instantly became more tense. Cheng Cheng, that person is not simple, he likely conceals an evil spirit within him. Did you feel any anomalies in your sea of consciousness? As she spoke, she hurriedly checked Yang Cheng's body. Yang Cheng shook his head. Teacher, I have not noticed anything unusual. Cheng Juni breathed a sigh of relief but decided that she must keep a close eye on Yang Cheng in the future. In the beginning Su Yan also did not show many abnormalities, but later he gradually changed. Lady Cheng. At this moment the head eunuch Su Jin appeared outside. Your Majesty is currently in the military camp in the capital, please come over. Cheng Juni's heart stirred and she had already guessed something. Cheng Cheng, Tang Tang, you continue your training here, I will be back soon. She was not worried about Yang Cheng and Tang Xingyu. Both children were very sensible. Moreover, there were many palace servants in this courtyard. Before long Cheng Juni followed Su Jin to Yun Jinghuai's tent. When she saw the corpse on the ground, her expression froze. Lady Cheng. Yun Liyue said, Mr. Mingxin had been wearing a mask before his death, so Cheng Cheng did not know he was Mr. Mingxin. He only regarded her as a common assassin, which is why he allowed people to kill him. Cheng Juni sighed. Indeed, this could not be blamed on anyone. It was Su Yan's fate to perish, and he insisted on disguising himself as a woman to assassinate the Crown Prince. No one could guess his true identity, and it was very normal to treat him as an ordinary assassin. Your Majesty, you are overthinking it. Cheng Juni said, do not say that the Crown Prince did not know his identity. Even if he did, I would have no complaints. He attempted to assassinate the Crown Prince, so it is only natural for the Crown Prince to have him killed. Moreover, if he had not died knowing that he had attempted to assassinate the Crown Prince, I would not let him go myself, even without anyone else intervening. Upon hearing this, Yun Liyue, Yun Jinghuai and Emperor Qian Yuan were all taken aback. Then they felt very gratified. This was enough to prove that the teacher Yang Cheng had found was quite remarkable. Lady Cheng, we called you here to secretly burn his corpse to prevent the news from leaking out and damaging Mr. Mingxin's reputation. Emperor Qian Yuan said. Cheng Juni thought for a moment and said, this is very good. She felt that Emperor Qian Yuan's suggestion was indeed the best way to handle it. In this way she could still keep her elder brother in her heart alive. The one who died was merely the jade-faced lady, and the one who committed evil acts was also the jade-faced lady. To avoid prolonged nightmarish dreams, Emperor Qian Yuan directly commanded Yun Jinghuai to have the soldiers drag Su Yan's corpse out to burn it. Watching Su Yan's corpse being burned, Cheng Juni breathed a long sigh. Her heart, though somewhat saddened, felt more relieved. After all, in her heart Su Yan had already died long ago. Half an hour later Cheng Juni returned to Qiushui Courtyard. Teacher, you seem much more relaxed. Yang Cheng looked at her and said. Cheng Juni's thoughts were indeed related to his task. In the autumn water garden, Cheng Junyi smiled slightly as she picked up Yang Chang. The familiar fragrance once again surrounded Yang Chang. Originally the teacher had a mental knot, but now that it has been resolved I do feel a bit more at ease. Teacher, will you still leave the wasteland? Yang Chang asked. Cheng Junyi was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed intended to leave the wasteland, but she did not expect Yang Chang to perceive this thought. You little rascal, you are truly wise beyond your years. Cheng Junyi's face was close to Yang Chang's small face. The teacher will not leave and will always accompany Cheng Chang as he grows up. In the future, even if one day she must leave the wasteland, it will only be for a short trip and she will return quickly. Ding! Cheng Junyi's mental knot has been resolved and she promises the host will not leave again. The host's actions have greatly increased the stakes for both himself and the future of the wasteland. The mastery of the sword path has been granted, please integrate it at your convenience. And Tang Tang too. Tang Xingyu came over. Tang Tang will also always accompany Cheng Chang. You are quite the clever little one. Cheng Junyi chuckled lightly. During the hour of the rabbit, the sky darkened gradually. The Jinghua Palace was hosting a banquet once again. Yun Liyue was the empress. It was one of the empress' duties to summon many court ladies from time to time. This helps the royal family win the hearts of the people. Yang Chang was also able to see his 18 generals again. Just like last time, Yang Chang played with his generals in the side palace. Of course, the so-called play was merely the adult's perspective. The little ones felt that they were holding a meeting to discuss significant matters. As Yang Chang's #1 supporter, Zhang Guobao took on the duty of boasting for Yang Chang. Jinghua Palace Side Hall. Those who achieve greatness late must possess both fame and power. The host has created numerous miracles and his fame is growing louder, but the power under his command still lacks in strength. Please further win the hearts of the generals under your command, making them truly devoted and enthusiastic for the host. Task reward: innate fist intent. Yang Chang looked at the little ones below. Without him needing to do anything, Zhang Guobao was already helping him complete the task. A few days ago the Prince of Dian humiliated my brother, but as a result of my pleading the Crown Prince directly stood up for me and killed the Dian Prince. Zhang Guobao said excitedly. The Dian Prince was a 9th-tier martial master, yet he had no power to retaliate against the Crown Prince. Moreover, this incident shows the Crown Prince's importance and protection of U.S. Tiger generals. The Crown Prince is mighty. The other little ones looked at Yang Chang with admiration. That's not all there is to it. Zhang Guobao continued. Today the Crown Prince accomplished something remarkable. An assassin from the Martial Emperor disguised herself as a woman seeking justice to intercept the Crown Prince's carriage. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong target and was seen through by the cunning and perceptive Crown Prince. Ultimately, this Martial Emperor was killed by the champion Marquis and Lord Amber. The little ones listened intently, their eyes wide and absorbed in the tale. They had heard this news before, but hearing Zhang Guobao narrate it made their blood boil with excitement and a strong sense of immersion. It felt as if they were right beside the Crown Prince, witnessing the scene firsthand. Crown Prince, it is said that the female Martial Emperor disguised herself exceptionally well, deceiving everyone around her. A 5-year-old asked. When you had Lord Amber take action, there was a wave of scolding and condemnation. How did you figure out that the female Martial Emperor had issues? Zhang Guobao scratched his head. He couldn't answer that question either. He looked at Yang Chang just like the other. Yang Chang placed his hands behind his back and stood up, saying, in this world there is no such thing as perfection. If you think there is, it only means your perception is not strong enough. The female Martial Emperor assassin believed herself well disguised, yet she did not know that days ago I had caught a glimpse of her from afar as she was scaling walls and roofs, not resembling a weak woman at all. Anyone who has been seen by my eyes will be permanently remembered by me, which is why I easily saw through her. After he finished speaking, the little ones admired him even more, looking at Yang Chang as if he were a deity. The Crown Prince is truly wise and courageous. Zhang Guobao praised again. Even the Martial Emperor fell victim to the Crown Prince's schemes, losing her head in an instant. Who in this world can rival the Crown Prince? It is said that without the Crown Prince the wasteland would remain in eternal darkness. Given time, the Crown Prince will surely lead us to unify the wasteland and conquer the heavens. Unifying the wasteland and conquering the heavens. The other little ones cheered excitedly. Calm down, calm down. Yang Chang waved his hand nonchalantly. Ding! Shin Mushui and the 18 Tiger generals are exceedingly in awe of the host, feeling fervent and excited for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Yang Chang smiled faintly. Late at night, mastery of the sword path, claim it. Innate fist intent, claim it. Yang Chang closed his eyes and his mind was flooded with vast sword knowledge like the Milky Way. He felt that his accumulation in the sword path had surpassed his previous life in every aspect. This was undoubtedly terrifying. After all, he was only 2 years old. Next came the innate fist intent. Instantly Yang Cheng's understanding of the fist path reached an astonishing level. Now if I were to demonstrate the Red Flood Dragon Divine Fist, its power would be at least 2 or 3 times greater than before. Yang Cheng pondered. In Zhaoyang Palace, where is Master Mingxin? Consort Zhuang was taken aback. The Zhuang family had clearly negotiated with Su Yan to have him teach Yang Xiu. Yet Su Yan suddenly went missing. She couldn't help but urge the Zhuang family to find Su Yan. However, it was as if he had evaporated from the world and they could not find a trace of him. Perhaps Master Mingxin has temporarily something else to attend to. Mother believes he will show up sooner or later. Consort Zhuang could only comfort Yang Xiu. But as time passed, Su Yan still had no news. This made the Zhuang family and Consort Zhuang feel as if they had been played by Su Yan. Yang Cheng did not pay attention to the movements in Zhaoyang Palace. His attention was drawn to the system's new task. The host has initially stabilized his footing in the Great Zhou, and the Tianzhou Emperor seems unable to do anything about the host for the time being. However, for the host to make a comeback, merely remaining in the Great Zhou is far from enough. The Tianzhou Emperor is the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland, and the host must expand his influence throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland to truly shake the Tianzhou Emperor's position. Next, please intimidate the nations of the Eastern Wasteland, allowing their formidable beings to feel the host's powerful presence. Note, this task is extremely difficult and the host is granted a grace period of 30 years. Task reward: innate gourd. Yang Cheng frowned slightly. The task reward was undoubtedly highly tempting. The innate gourd can condense innate true liquid, which is immensely beneficial for both cultivation and root bones. It can also heal injuries, and not only he can use it but those around him can as well. However, this task: intimidate the nations of the Eastern Wasteland. For the first time, Yang Cheng felt the system was a bit of a trap. How could a 2-year-old child like him intimidate the nations of the Eastern Wasteland? But after a moment's thought, Yang Cheng felt there was a loophole in this task. The loophole lay in the latter half of the system's requirement: making the formidable beings of the Eastern Wasteland feel the host's powerful presence. It seemed that those who would later become renowned figures in the Eastern Wasteland would mostly still be little children now. This made Yang Cheng's eyes flicker. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in 3 years. In 3 years the ancient tower of the wasteland will open. At the junction of the southern Great Zhou and the Great Zhou lies the ancient mountain range. Within the ancient mountain range there is an ancient tower. This tower opens once every 100 years. The opportunities within the tower drive the various nations mad. However, there is a mysterious mechanism inside that only allows beings under the age of 14 to enter. Thus, every time the ancient tower opens, the nations of the Eastern Wasteland send their geniuses under 14 into the tower. In his past life, Yang Xiu became even more extraordinary after a visit to the ancient tower. As he had to wait for 3 years, the following years became rather mundane. Yang Cheng was in no hurry at all. He could enjoy this peaceful time. During the day he practiced accompanying Cheng Junyi and Tang Xingyu. Occasionally he would follow Yan Jinghuai to the military camp for fun, or take his 18 generals to the Divine Machine camp to find Xiao Jingchuan. In the evenings he would accompany his mother and occasionally play tricks on Emperor Chen Yuan. Every few days he would also receive some less important tasks. Unknowingly, nearly 3 years passed. Yang Cheng had turned 5 years old. During these 3 years he diligently practiced every day. With his current terrifying talent, his cultivation speed was naturally rapid. In just 3 short years his cultivation had risen from the late innate stage to the 6th tier of martial masters. This was a result of his deliberate suppression. Otherwise his cultivation would have likely soared even higher. The benefit of such suppression was that his foundation had become extraordinarily solid. At the same time, in these 3 years Yang Xiu had progressed by leaps and bounds, just as he had in his past life. Yang Xiu's cultivation had risen from the early innate stage to half a martial master. It must be said that having a half-step martial ancestor as a backing made Yang Xiu indeed formidable. Unfortunately, compared to Yang Cheng, who possessed the system, he was still slightly inferior. Outsiders did not know this. Overall, Yang Cheng had remained quite low-key during these 3 years. In fact, he would occasionally be high-profile purely to complete tasks. Without any benefits, Yang Cheng really didn't want to show his face. With that time he would rather spend more time with his mother. Both his mother and teacher had a general understanding of Yang Cheng's progress in cultivation. However, they were not the kind of people who liked to use their child as a tool for boasting. This led to Yang Xiu's rising reputation, which was subtly beginning to rival Yang Cheng's. The leisurely days are about to end. Yang Cheng's sighed. 3 days later the ancient tower would open. Meanwhile, in Yang Xiu's mind, see, this day has finally come. Lin Xinglan suddenly opened his eyes. Senior. Yang Xiu's face was filled with anticipation, as Lin Xinglan had long since told him about the ancient tower. Yang Xiu, there are 5 sword symbols within the ancient tower. Lin Xinglan said, these 5 sword symbols are the Tai sword symbol, the Taichu sword symbol, the Taishu sword symbol, the Taisu sword symbol, and the Taiji sword symbol. Each sword symbol contains a strand of innate sword path essence. Among them the most powerful is the Tai sword symbol. My requirement for you is to seize this Tai sword symbol or at the very least obtain the Taichu sword symbol. As long as you can succeed, I will officially accept you as my disciple. Yang Xiu exclaimed in delight. Senior, I will definitely obtain the Taichu sword symbol or the Tai sword symbol. Obtaining these 5 sword symbols is extremely difficult, Lin Xinglan said. To acquire them one must possess an extraordinary comprehension of the sword path and a strong will. For the past 4 years I have been training you with the river of sword chi to prepare you for this. Senior's kind intentions I will remember deeply in my heart. Yang Xiu said, however, the ancient tower has existed for a long time. Why has no one seized these 5 sword symbols before? Their existence is very concealed and they have not awakened until now, so others cannot discover them and naturally cannot seize them, Lin Xinglan explained. Of course you need not be too anxious. With my 4 years of training, your sword path talent is unparalleled in the wasteland, so that should not be a problem. As long as your will can withstand it, when the time comes, obtaining one of the first 2 sword symbols should not be difficult. Once you acquire one of the 2 sword symbols, a new path of rebirth will open, and at that time Yang Chang will no longer be qualified to compare with you. The Great Zhou Empire. This is a kingdom that exists in the same era as the Great Ing Empire, older than the Great Zhou. At this moment in the capital city of the Great Zhou, Taiha City. On a misty mountain peak, numerous noble youths of the Great Zhou have gathered here. Among them is a 13-year-old boy wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold crown. This boy is Nangong Yi, the son of the Bianxian sect of the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou is a theocratic state. Although there is a royal family, they are merely puppets with the true power resting in the Bianxian sect. The Bianxian sect has 7 great sons. Nangong Yi is the youngest among them. Opposite Nangong Yi sits a 12-year-old girl. Though the girl is young, no one underestimates her, and even Nangong Yi pays her considerable respect. Miss Lu, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Nangong Yi said, according to Miss Lu's guidance, I actually found a piece of water cloud illusion crystal in the Mang River which greatly aids my cultivation of the Ba Xia divine art. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the other noble youths turned fervent as they looked at the 12-year-old girl. In their eyes this girl was nothing short of a prophet. And this 12-year-old girl is Princess Lu Jingshu of Chang'e. 3.5 years ago, after escaping from the Great Zhou, she quietly arrived in the Great Zhou Empire. She possesses knowledge of the developments for the next 500 years. Utilizing this prophetic insight, she quickly established herself in the Great Zhou Empire, garnering the admiration of many noble youths. Among them is Nangong Yi. Lu Jingshu places great importance on Nangong Yi. He is the future leader of the Bianxian sect and one of the few who can slightly contend with Yang Xiu in the eastern wilderness. Of course, no matter how extraordinary Nangong Yi is, he ultimately cannot rival the son of destiny Yang Xiu, and must respect Yang Xiu as the leader of the eastern wilderness. If the conditions allowed, Lu Jingshu would certainly prefer to support Yang Xiu. But now she cannot go to the Great Zhou and can only settle for assisting Nangong Yi. Your Highness, the water cloud illusion crystal is of little significance. Lu Jingshu said, the true opportunity lies within the ancient tower. There are many opportunities in the ancient tower, and I know this, but what exactly do you mean by a heavenly opportunity, Miss Lu? Nangong Yi asked curiously. In this trip to the ancient tower there are 5 innate sword symbols that will awaken. Lu Jingshu said, as long as your highness can obtain one of them, you will grasp a strand of the essence of the sword path, becoming a rare swordsman in the eyes of the heavens. Nangong Yi was taken aback. Really? In the past 3 years everything I have said has been verified, hasn't it? Lu Jingshu replied calmly. Boom! The clouds suddenly churned and a phantom appeared in the sky. The spectators gasped in surprise upon seeing this phantom. I pay my respects to the sect leader. This phantom was none other than Su Wujiu, the leader of the Bianxian sect. Miss Lu, if Nangong Yi can truly obtain an innate sword symbol, you may become the goddess of our Bianxian sect. Su Wujiu said. The innate sword symbols are so shocking that even the sect leader was stirred. Thank you, sect leader. Lu Jingshu smiled. She had no interest in becoming the goddess of the Bianxian sect. Afterward, Su Wujiu's phantom dissipated. The expressions of the others turned serious, and Nangong Yi was also extremely solemn. The fact that even the sect leader was moved shows the truth of Lu Jingshu's words. Your Highness. Lu Jingshu said, this time in the ancient tower there is someone you must pay special attention to. Who is it? Nangong Yi asked. The crown prince of the Great Zhou, Yang Chang. As she spoke, Lu Jingshu slightly lowered her head, concealing the hatred in her eyes. When she was in the Great Zhou, she discovered that events were continuously deviating from the future she had grasped. This made her doubt whether the future she held was a false one. Until she arrived at the Great Zhou Empire, this time everything she had foreseen gradually verified without exception. She immediately realized that it was not her information that was incorrect but rather there had been changes in the Great Zhou. Thinking back, her other judgments in the Great Zhou had also been accurate. Only when it involved Crown Prince Yang Chang did deviations always occur. This made her develop a killing intent towards Yang Chang. He must be killed to bring everything back on track and return to the future she had predicted. The Crown Prince of the Great Zhou. Nan Gongyi frowned, but the Crown Prince seems to be only 5 years old. Why does Miss Lu think he requires my attention? Yang Cheng wields considerable influence in Fengtian City, but outside Fengtian City that influence rapidly diminishes. After all, he is too young. Even if various stories about him circulate, most people would regard them as mere rumors. Taihe City is tens of thousands of miles from Fengtian City. Here very few people know about Yang Cheng. For Nan Gongyi to know that Yang Cheng is 5 years old is already considered well informed. Although the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou is only 5 years old, he possesses the Divine Dragon Sword body, has mastered sword intent, and has slain the Great Yan's Prince Tuo Bashao. Lu Jingshu stated, "Does your highness still think Yang Cheng is unworthy of attention?" Nan Gongyi showed a look of astonishment. "I met Tuo Bashao 4 years ago, and at that time he was already a martial master. He was actually killed by the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou." "Miss Lu, are you sure that the Crown Prince acted alone and that no one assisted him?" "I am very certain it was Yang Cheng who killed Tuo Bashao all by himself." Lu Jingshu replied. "Hiss. If that is the case, then this Crown Prince of the Great Zhou is indeed a prodigy. There must be some great secret about him, otherwise no matter how talented he is, he couldn't be this strong." Many people around gasped in awe. Lu Jingshu's eyes flashed with cold light as she said, "Your Highness, based on my predictions, Yang Cheng will greatly interfere with your destiny in the future." This was a fabrication she made to incite Nan Gongyi to deal with Yang Cheng. Nan Gongyi's expression darkened as he stared intently at Lu Jingshu. "You have a grudge with the Great Zhou. Are you trying to instigate me to take revenge for you?" "No, I have no grudge with the Great Zhou." Lu Jingshu replied, "I only have a grudge with the Empress of the Great Zhou, and my relationship with the Zhuang family of the Great Zhou is quite good. Moreover, I am merely informing your Highness of this matter. What you choose to do is your own decision. I have no ability to sway you." This made Nan Gongyi's expression soften slightly. "No one can interfere with my destiny." He then said proudly, "If such a person appears, they will only be turned to ashes by me." Similar scenes occurred across the eastern wilderness. Every top talent under the age of 14 from various factions was preparing for the ancient tower. The Great Zhou. Fengtian City. "Chenger, are you going to the ancient tower?" Yun Liu frowned. "This opportunity is one that I cannot miss, mother." Yang Cheng replied. "You are too young. Even if you don't go to the ancient tower, there will be plenty of time to grow in the future. Why take this risk?" Yun Liu said. "Mother, it is precisely because I am young that I will not attract attention." Yang Cheng blinked and said, "As long as I do not actively seek trouble, I should not face much danger." This was naturally just a pretense to placate Yun Liu. He wished to accomplish the task of gaining renown in the eastern wilderness, and in going to the ancient tower he must crush all the other talents. It would be impossible to remain low-key. Yun Liu sighed, "I know you have your own opinions. Even if I do not allow you to go, you will find a way to go. You can go, but you must bring Lin Shu with you." Yang Cheng was somewhat puzzled as to why his mother would agree to him going if he brought Lin Shu along. Lin Shu's strength is not strong and cannot compare to Shenmu Shui. But regardless, this was a good thing for him, as he no longer had to worry about how to persuade his mother. He still remembered that in his previous life 5 ancient sword symbols had appeared in the ancient tower. These 5 ancient sword symbols were obtained by Yang Xiu of the Great Zhou, Nan Gongyi of the Great Zhou, by Li Guan of Taoshan, Ling Qianyu of the Ice Palace, and Kong Xing of the Kunlun Buddha Temple. Those who obtained the 5 sword symbols later became the leaders of their respective factions. This demonstrates the extraordinary nature of the 5 sword symbols. In this life, Yang Cheng would certainly also strive to seize these 5 sword symbols while completing his task. On that day, Yang Cheng set off. In his carriage besides himself there were 3 others: Shenmu Shui, Lin Shu, and Tang Xingyu. Compared to his mother, his teacher Cheng Juni undoubtedly had greater faith in him. Without needing Tang Xingyu to say anything, Cheng Juni took the initiative to send her to the carriage. 2 days later, Yang Cheng's convoy entered the ancient mountain range. At the same time, top talents from all over the eastern wilderness flocked there. In the sky, a white crane flew. On the crane, an old man stood and a 12-year-old boy sat. "Your Highness," the old man smiled and said, "in this trip to the ancient tower you will be able to meet the young lady Tang again. He is an elder of Taoshan, a half-step martial emperor. The 12-year-old boy is Bai Liguan, a direct disciple of Taoshan and a prince of the Bird Empire. Bai Liguan has the Vermilion Sky Sword body, having awakened the external Dao inheritance of the Vermilion Heaven Sword ancestor since birth with boundless potential. His task on this trip is to escort Bai Liguan to the ancient tower. The last time I saw Tang Tang she was only a year and a half old, now she has turned 6 in the blink of an eye, Bai Liguan said with anticipation. Miss Tang's constitution is very special and will greatly aid your highness cultivation. Although you are both still young, if you wish to marry in the future, Miss Tang would be the most suitable. I know that, Bai Liguan said. Being young has its advantages. Those childhood betrothed wives are often more loyal. 4 years ago Chang Junyi brought Tang Xingyu to travel to the Bird Empire. It was during that time that he met Tang Xingyu. When playing together with Tang Xingyu he noticed that his true chi operated noticeably faster. He informed his father about this. His father laughed and told Chang Junyi to arrange a betrothal between him and Tang Xingyu. Although Chang Junyi declined this proposal on the grounds that Tang Xingyu was too young, Bai Liguan had already regarded Tang Xingyu as his beloved. A quarter of an hour later, in the center of the ancient mountain range, a tall tower stood. The tower is 300 zhang high and appears quite magnificent. At this moment thousands of martial artists have gathered beneath the giant tower. These martial artists came either to participate in the contest for the ancient tower, to accompany their servants, or simply to watch the excitement. Moreover, various factions are continuously arriving around the ancient tower. There are flying birds breaking through the sky, divine steeds pulling carriages, and some people riding on giant elephants. Suddenly the temperature around dropped sharply. Moments later people saw an ice boat flying in the sky. That is the ice god's boat from the extreme north ice palace. Look at the exquisitely beautiful and cold girl in front of the divine boat. Isn't that Ling Qianyu? It is her. I have seen her from a distance. She is indeed a true beauty who will undoubtedly be stunning when she grows up. A gasp of amazement arose from the crowd. Moo! A trumpet-like sound echoed through the mountains and forests. The Great Zhou Empire has arrived. The boy in the purple gold crown on the giant elephant is Nangong Yi. Yet another future prodigy. It is truly enviable. Who is the girl next to Nangong Yi? Many people's attention was quickly diverted. In other places figures like Ling Qianyu and Nangong Yi would undoubtedly be the absolute center of attention. However, today as the ancient tower opens, the place is destined to be filled with prodigies. Under the ancient tower, Ling Qianyu and Nangong Yi gazed at each other across the distance. Others felt a strange sensation as if sparks were igniting in the air at the moment their gazes met. Just moments later a wave of sandalwood fragrance wafted through the air, bringing a sense of serenity to countless people. It turned out to be 2 monks, one large and one small. They donned crimson monk robes. The elderly monk had a kind face while the young monk appeared quite endearing. Their simple straw sandals were worn out, clearly indicating a long journey on foot. What is this? I am not well informed. These are clearly monks from the Great Buddha Temple. I have long heard that the Great Buddha Temple is home to a group of ascetic monks. It seems the rumors are true. While others arrived on various mounts or carriages, they walked here. It appears that the young monk is the renowned little Buddha Kongxing from the Great Buddha Temple. Despite their humble appearance, no one dared to underestimate them. After all, the Great Buddha Temple is the master of the Kunlun Plateau. Its territory spans an area comparable to that of a vast empire. Just as people were beginning to pay attention to Kongxing, a white crane flew down from the sky. When the white crane landed, it revealed an elderly figure and a young man. I recognized that youth. He is Bai Liguan, the prince of the Bird Empire, a true disciple of the Peach Mountain. Today truly gathers the stars, a storm of talent. To witness such a scene I will have bragging rights for the next decade. The people present gradually became numb, moving from initial shock to a state of indifference. There were simply too many prodigies today for them to be surprised. Following Bai Liguan, a golden eagle appeared. Upon its descent 3 figures were visible atop it, an elderly woman and 2 young girls. The 2 girls were 14 and 6 years old respectively. These are people from the Yu family of Wutong Island. I know the 2 rising stars of the Yu family are Yu Mingqi and Yu Ruoshi. Many began to discuss. The Yu family from Wutong Island possesses the bloodline of the Phoenix. While they are not top-tier giants, they are still a formidable second-tier force. In other places they would undoubtedly command respect, but here they seemed rather inconspicuous. In fact, it wasn't just them. Other major forces were represented by more than just those top prodigies. For example, in the Great Zhou Empire, besides Nangong Yi, other geniuses had also arrived. However, those talents went unnoticed today. Where are the prodigies from the Great Zhou? Someone suddenly spoke up. Recently the royal family of Great Zhou has been remarkable, producing 2 prodigies. I have heard that both the Crown Prince and the 6th Prince have awakened powerful physiques. Many were intrigued by this news. Just as the crowd was discussing, a golden tabby cat appeared. Sitting atop it was the 3rd Prince of Great Zhou, Yang Chang. Yang Chang, I remember well the events of the Great Snow Mountain. It is etched in my mind. Ling Qianyu looked at Yang Chang, her gaze icy. Yang Chang chuckled awkwardly. Miss Ling, I was merely careless back then. Why must you hold a grudge? Others were astonished by their exchange. It seemed there was more to their conversation than met the eye. However, their dialogue did not last long. Suddenly a dark yellow dragon appeared in the sky. The many birds and beasts present immediately displayed signs of unease. A dragon. I recall that the Zhuang family from Great Zhou has a dragon. The Zhuang family. It appears that the sixth prince of Great Zhou Yangxiu has arrived. Sure enough, as the dragon descended, the figures atop it gradually became clear. The most striking were a stern middle-aged man and a 5-year-old boy. The stern middle-aged man emanated the aura of a half-step martial emperor. This was Zhuang Shangtian, the elder of the Zhuang family. The 5-year-old boy was undoubtedly Yang Xiu. Is that your younger brother? He is already half a martial artist at 5 years old. Don't you feel ashamed as his older brother? Lung Qianyu coldly remarked to Yang Chang. Yang Chang rubbed his nose. After Yang Xiu arrived, he did not look at anyone else. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on a direction in the forest, seemingly waiting for something. Others began to speculate and turned to look in that direction, countless eyes fixated. A golden carriage emerged from the forest. The driver was Yun Jinghuai. This grand champion of Great Zhou willingly acted as a coachman. It was evident who the person inside the carriage was. Though Tuoba Xiao had died, there were still other talents in Great Yen. The grand champion. Several geniuses from Great Yen looked at Yun Jinghuai, their eyes betraying resentment and fear. Yun Jinghuai had genuinely instilled fear in Great Yen. Everyone was focused on him. During this time, no force in the eastern wilderness had not heard of the grand champion of Great Zhou. Leading 100,000 troops, he had directly invaded the capital of Great Yen and captured the emperor, crown prince, and several princes and princesses all in one sweep. This was undoubtedly one of the most glorious achievements in the history of the wasteland. Immediately afterward, the carriage curtain opened. 2 girls stepped out from within. One was a 12-year-old girl named Xia Ziyue, blooming like a flower. Her temperament was somewhat similar to Lung Qianyus, but less cold and more graceful. Shun Mu Xue. The prodigy of the Great Zhou Dao Academy. Surprisingly, many recognized Shen Muxue, indicating her considerable fame. The other was a 6-year-old girl, innocent and adorable. At the first glance, Bai Li Guan's eyes lit up. Tang Tang. The 6-year-old girl was indeed Tang Xingyu. Upon hearing Bai Li Guan's voice, she displayed a puzzled expression. Are you calling me? Yes, Tang Tang, don't you remember me? I'm brother Bai Li. Bai Li Guan said kindly. Tang Xingyu decisively shook her head, saying, I don't remember you. Her memory was actually quite sharp. However, her teacher had told her that if someone was not important to her, there was no need to waste energy remembering them so as not to affect her martial heart. Bai Li Guan's expression slightly froze, forcing out a smile. When you were 1.5, you lived in the Bird Empire. I often played with you back then. You don't need to tell me, I'm not interested in hearing. Tang Xingyu replied. Also, don't call me Tang Tang, only the teacher in Chengcheng can call me that. Bai Li Guan felt incredibly awkward. When he noticed that many around were looking at him, his face turned hot. Just as he was about to say something, the carriage curtain moved again. A boy and a girl stepped out. The girl looked around 9 years old, lacking any presence. The boy was of a similar age to Yang Xiu. He wore a white brocade robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns, a jade belt adorned with pearls at his waist, and soft gold cloud-patterned boots. Due to his youth, his hair was tied up with red coral beads, revealing a pair of black lustrous eyes. Combined with his thick crow-like lashes, he was undeniably captivating. At the first sight of him, many were momentarily dazed. This was the true embodiment of royal demeanor and the essence of heaven and earth. This cannot be a celestial child from a painting descending into the mortal realm. A woman exclaimed. Other women also felt that this little prince of Great Zhou was incredibly charming. They felt their hearts nearly melting. You're the crown prince of Great Zhou, Yang Chang. A little girl dashed up to Yang Chang, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, her mouth watering. Yang Chang replied in surprise, exactly. This little girl with her rosy cheeks was almost as adorable as Tang Xingyu. I am Yu Ruwashi from the Yu family of Wutong Island. The little girl tugged at his clothing, full of anticipation. Can I be your friend? Nearby, Yu Menqi's expression soured, feeling her face had been tarnished by her sister. Of course, Yang Chang replied with a warm smile. How could I refuse such a cute girl? Yu Ruwaxi's face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, that's wonderful. Not at all. Cheng Chang is my junior brother, I am his best friend. Tang Xingyu felt a twinge of jealousy. Yu Ruwashi nervously suggested, then can I be your little follower? Ha! You want to be our little follower? Tang Xingyu was taken aback, feeling much of her sourness dissipate. Of course, Yu Ruwashi replied. Why? Tang Xingyu questioned, perplexed, as she thought that if it were her she would never wish to be someone else's follower. Yang Chang is very handsome and you are lovely too, Uruwashi stated. Hee, you have great taste. Tang Xingyu immediately lost any hostility towards Uruwashi, saying, given your good taste I will allow you to be our friend. Yang Chang couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Ruwashi, come back here. Yu Mengqi said coldly. Uruwashi, clearly afraid of Yu Mengqi, obediently returned. Tang Xingyu paid little attention to this. After all, she was not very familiar with Uruwashi, she merely did not dislike her. Her favorite was Chang Chang. As long as Chang Chang did not leave her, everything would be fine. However, this scene left Bai Li Guan's expression dark. Tang Tang had completely ignored him, even claiming not to remember him, yet here she was vying for attention with the little prince of Great Zhou. Previously he had never considered provoking the crown prince of Great Zhou, knowing their strength. Now he felt a tinge of annoyance towards the little prince. Of course, this annoyance was far from developing into hostility. The crown prince was merely a 5-year-old child. He believed it would be easy for him to surpass a 5-year-old. Once Tang Tang saw who was stronger between him and the crown prince, she would naturally favor him. How strong can a 5-year-old be? The attitudes of those around are merely attempts to curry favor with Great Zhou. Bai Li Guan couldn't help but snort coldly. Your Highness, the crown prince of Great Zhou is indeed remarkable, a half-step martial emperor behind him remarked. Bai Li Guan couldn't help but snort coldly. Your Highness, the crown prince of Great Zhou is indeed remarkable, a half-step martial emperor behind him remarked. Bai Li Guan felt even more frustrated upon hearing this. He immediately looked at Yang Chang and asked, I have long heard of the name of the crown prince of Great Zhou, but I wonder if it is well-deserved or merely a facade. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously chaotic environment fell into an abrupt silence. Those were Bai Li Guan's words and HSS, so by Bai Li Guan's tone he seems to be provoking the crown prince of Dazhou, and he's only 12 years old and already a peak martial artist. Even if he defeats the crown prince, it would hardly be honorable. All eyes instantly turned toward Bai Li Guan. And Master Tao Shan's expression shifted sharply and he hastily interjected, Your Highness, please act with restraint. Bai Li Guan frowned. Elder, I am perfectly composed, there is no cause for concern. Even should I spar with the crown prince of Dazhou, I shall observe strict moderation. Hearing this, Elder Tao Shan instantly understood his young master had fallen into defiance. Nani further persuasion would only deepen the rebellion in his heart. He fell silent at once. And Yang Cheng too now fixed his gaze upon Bai Li Guan. And he recognized him instantly. After all, in the future of his past life, Bai Li Guan had been a legendary figure whose name reverberated across the desolate realm. One of those 5 sword talismans had been seized by Bai Li Guan himself. And later Bai Li Guan ascended as emperor of the Fainio Empire. And lost in thought, Yang Chang did not respond immediately. Noting his silence, Bai Li Guan sneered, Crown Prince of Dazhou, fear not. I merely harbor scholarly curiosity toward Dazhou martial arts, I bear you no ill intent. Even should we spar, I shall not harm you. And of course, if you truly feel uneasy, you may decline outright. And Yang Cheng stirred from his reverie, not angered but calm as still water, then consider me uneasy. In his past life he could only gaze up at Bai Li Guan in awe. And but in this life even Yang Xiu lay crushed beneath his heel. Why would he waste time entangling himself with Bai Li Guan? As for the system quest, it had already waited 1.5 years. A little longer mattered not. He could complete it within the ancient Desolation Pagoda when the time came. For now he simply wished to tease Tang Xingyu and gently jest with Shen Mushui and Lin Shu to lift his spirits. And this left many onlookers exchanging bewildered glances, utterly astonished. The Crown Prince of Dazhou had just politely declined Bai Li Guan. And was he truly trembling with fear? Yet Yang Yi and others who knew Yang Chang well exchanged knowing smiles. Other factions might still suspect that Yang Chang's slaying of Tuoba Xiao had been orchestrated propaganda by Dazhou. And they alone knew this was absolute truth. Yang Chang was simply too prodigious. And 3 years ago he had slain Tuoba Xiao. Now he was undoubtedly even more terrifying. And Bai Li Guan at best matched Tuoba Xiao in strength, how then could Yang Chang possibly fear him? Thus it was most likely that Yang Chang simply held no interest in engaging Bai Li Guan at all. And Bai Li Guan chuckled inwardly, his confidence in subduing Yang Chang and winning Tang Xingyu's admiration surged anew. Crown Prince of Dazhou, you truly need not fear, and Bai Li Guan declared, I shall suppress my cultivation to below the martial artist realm. How does that sound? Yang Chang wore an expression of weary resignation. And judging by Bai Li Guan's posture, refusal would only invite relentless insistence. And before he could reply, Tang Xingyu snapped, furious, who do you think you are, to challenge Cheng Chang? Tang, I only wish to show you that in the world of martial cultivation strength alone determines all, and Bai Li Guan began. And I don't care what you wish. If you dare challenge Cheng Chang, you must first pass through me. Tang Xingyu glared fiercely. And Bai Li Guan burned with fresh indignation. And Tang Tang was supposed to be his fiancé, how dared she defend another man? Even if that other man were but a child, the insult still chafed. And enough, we shall settle this swiftly, sighed Yang Chang. He would never allow Tang Xingyu to stand before him as a shield. And she puffed her cheeks, that won't do. If he draws even a single drop of blood, I'll be heartbroken. Then I swear, not a single drop, and Yang Chang soothed gently. And Tang Xingyu pondered a moment. Fine, I'll reluctantly consent, and she gave no thought to Bai Li Guan's true strength. Chang Chang had never broken a promise to her. And so if he swore he'd draw no blood, he would not. Martial cultivators from other major powers shook their heads in dismay. And they had once held Yang Chang in modest regard, now they realized their estimation had been misplaced. A 5-year-old remained a 5-year-old, utterly unversed in worldly matters. How could he possibly possess any real power? And Bai Li Guan, what a peerless master! Yang Chang stood virtually no chance against Bai Li Guan, yet he spoke of drawing no blood as if mocking fate itself. And many even deemed it beneath Bai Li Guan's dignity to engage a mere child in combat. Ruoshi, do you now understand why I summoned you home? NYU Mengchi sneered. NYU Ruoshi blinked bewildered. I thought Yang Chang sounded so commanding, I nearly wanted to applaud him. Applaud? Nonsense. NYU Mengchi's lips twitched faintly. Though he bears the title Crown Prince of Dazhou, our elders have long divined, the mandate of heaven in the desolate realm does not rest upon him. Seeing him speak with such childish arrogance only confirms he lacks the stature to achieve greatness. Entangling yourself with him brings no benefit. NYU Ruoshi murmured plaintively. Sister, I only wish to play with Yang Chang. He's handsome, that's all I thought. What use is handsomeness? NYU Mengchi replied. Our Yu clan is no great empire. To secure our future we must tread with utmost caution and align ourselves with the true mandate of heaven. Now during the opening of the ancient Desolation Pagoda we must keenly observe who among these youths bears the celestial aura of destiny. Do not indulge in childish whims here. Yu Ruoshi lowered her head silent. And elsewhere and Bai Li Guan laughed, a laugh born of fury. And 2 children dared to scorn him so brazenly. I shall grant you every advantage. I will suppress my cultivation and yield you 3 free strikes. Go ahead, attack. Ni's voice was ice cold. And Yang Yi and the Dazhou delegation exchanged awkward glances. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. And when Tuoba Xiao had challenged Yang Cheng, he too had dismissed him utterly. And yet Tuoba Xiao had been utterly crushed. Out of goodwill I offer you counsel, Yang Cheng said. Do not suppress your cultivation, do not yield me any advantage. Attack with your full unrestrained power. Enough talk. And Bai Li Guan retorted. And full power. And impossible. He feared that unleashing his true strength might actually kill the Crown Prince of Dazhou. That would inevitably provoke the wrath of the Dazhou Empire. And Yang Chang shook his head, his warning had been delivered. Since Bai Li Guan chose to ignore it, he bore full responsibility for whatever followed. Crimson Serpent, Divine Fist, and boom. And Yang Chang struck, just one fist. And he hadn't even drawn upon his true strength, yet the blow was already terrifying. The air convulsed violently. Roaring flames erupted, coalescing into a crimson serpentine dragon that charged straight at Bai Li Guan. And scorching heat waves exploded outward, shaking trees miles away. Several trees behind Bai Li Guan burst into flame. All onlookers recoiled in shock. None had imagined Yang Chang could unleash such a devastating strike. Was this truly the same 5-year-old they'd dismissed as a mere toddler? And by sheer force alone this fist rivaled the very finest geniuses present. Bai Li Guan, who moments before had regarded Yang Chang with utter disdain, now paled, his expression shattering in disbelief. And impossible, and he blurted instinctively. It defied reason. And how could such an absurdity exist in the world? And he had never dreamed, never even conceived, that Yang Chang possessed such overwhelming power. Bai Li Guan reacted with lightning speed, instinctively unleashing his full power. And that earlier boasts about suppressing his cultivation or yielding 3 strikes were utterly forgotten. In that instant his heart hammered wildly, every hair on his body standing erect. Na primal sense of mortal danger flooded his being. And Chu Tian Divine Palm. With a thunderous boom, the fire palm shattered, completely exploding into countless fragments. And then the dragon surged onward unimpeded, striking Bai Li Guan directly. Crash! And Bai Li Guan was hurled backward, smashing clean through a massive tree. And again he crashed to the ground, and spat blood. In that fleeting second silence fell so profound a needle's fall would echo. And all the elite geniuses narrowed their eyes, gazing upon Yang Chang with unprecedented gravity. Lesser talents trembled outright. And what kind of monstrous prodigy was this? And no one considered Bai Li Guan weak. Ni's fame had spread far, he had defeated countless geniuses in past years. Had he not been so formidable, he would never have become a true disciple of Tao Shan Mountain. Yet this paragon, this legend, had just been overpowered by a single fist. Just how powerful was Yang Chang? Sister Yang Chang wasn't speaking childishly. He truly possesses such strength, Nyu Ruo, she whispered. Nyu Mengqi, however, had no time for embarrassment, her face too was etched with stunned awe. This crown prince of Dazhou, truly extraordinary. Yet after a moment her expression hardened back into cool detachment. She shook her head faintly, alas, and she had to admit Yang Chang was astonishingly prodigious, far beyond her expectations. Alas. And even such brilliance meant nothing without the mandate of heaven. And the one she would follow must bear that celestial mandate. And none may defy the mandate of heaven. The more prodigious one is, without the mandate's protection, the more catastrophic their downfall shall be, and this conviction only deepened her resolve to keep her distance from Yang Chang. Is this the Crimson Serpent Divine Fist of the Great Yin Dynasty? And Bai Liguan rose slowly from the ground, eyes locked onto Yang Chang. I've fought Tuo Bashao before, his Crimson Serpent Divine Fist pales in comparison to yours. Tuo Bashao lies dead by my Crimson Serpent Divine Fist, naturally his version falls short of mine, and Yang Chang replied calmly. Now murmur rippled through the crowd. Before this rumors of Tuo Bashao's death had circulated, but few believed them. And now they sensed this might indeed be true. Whether your claim holds truth or not, we must fight again, and Bai Liguan insisted. And Yang Cheng frowned slightly, there is no need for that. Earlier I underestimated you. Now I shall fight in earnest, and show you my true power is no simple matter. Before he finished speaking he lunged forward, clearly aiming to catch Yang Cheng off guard. And despicable Enshin Mushue spat in disgust. Lin Shu's brow furrowed. And that wicked man Entang Xingyu fumed outright. And even observers from other sects now regarded Bai Liguan with open disdain. Earlier when he dismissed Yang Chang, Bai Liguan had boasted of yielding 3 strikes. And now realizing Yang Chang was no easy prey, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Outer Dao slaying sword and a sleeve blade shot forth from Bai Liguan's sleeve, swift as lightning, lethal as a serpent's strike. Trivial artifice, and Yang Chang casually drew his wooden sword from behind his back, unfazed he blocked the blade with effortless grace. Ni's mastery of the sword path dwarfed Bai Liguan's entirely. To Yang Chang, Bai Liguan's seemingly mighty strike brimmed with fatal flaws. And moreover his wooden sword, though plain in appearance, had long been infused with 9 tribulation star tears, rendering it more terrifying than many divine blades. Clang! And Bai Liguan's seemingly unstoppable strike was effortlessly parried. And without pause Yang Chang reversed his grip and launched a counterstrike, sword flashing toward Bai Liguan. How to describe Yang Chang's sword? Ordinary and unremarkable. In stark contrast to Bai Liguan's overwhelming strike, Yang Chang's sword was a simple thrust devoid of any embellishment. At a glance it appeared as if it was a sword strike from an ordinary person. However, some of the swordsmanship experts present had their pupils constrict. Clearly they recognized the extraordinary nature of Yang Chang's strike, even deeming it fearsome. This sword gave them a feeling of returning to simplicity. It seemed that the one executing this sword was not a 5-year-old child but rather a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Bai Liguan's expression drastically changed. Being a knowledgeable person, he immediately sensed the terror of Yang Chang's sword. External path sword control. In an instant Bai Liguan shifted from offense to defense, going all out to protect himself. Flames erupted in the form of sword light, forming a massive flaming sword to block in front of him. However, this flaming sword was effortlessly pierced by Yang Chang's strike as if it were tofu. Clang! The wooden sword struck the back of Bai Liguan's sword. A terrifying force surged into Bai Liguan's sword hand like a tidal wave, transmitting through to his arm. Bai Liguan felt his hand and arm instantly numb. He immediately sensed that something was amiss, yet he was unwilling to accept defeat. Peach Blossom Seal explode. The unique skill of Taosan could condense power into the Peach Blossom Seal stored within the body for emergencies. In an instant the Peach Blossom Seal within him exploded, transforming into a torrent of energy surging into his body. Bai Liguan's strength surged dramatically. Break for me! He shouted loudly, managing to withstand the impact of Yang Cheng's force. This greatly boosted Bai Liguan's confidence. Yang Cheng, you're nothing special. His eyes gleamed with determination, ready to counterattack. This ends here. Yang Cheng remained unfazed. What did it matter that Bai Liguan's strength increased? No matter how grand the palace, as long as the core beams were broken it could easily collapse. In the next moment, first form of the Biming sword technique, Biming has fish. Yang Cheng pushed forward with his right hand. The sword in his hand shot out, targeting Bai Liguan's eyes. This is just a small trick. Bai Liguan tilted his head to avoid Yang Cheng's strike. Little did he expect Yang Cheng's palm reached Bai Liguan's front, transforming into a fist that struck the back of Bai Liguan's sword. At that moment Bai Liguan, being robust, managed to withstand Yang Cheng's punch. Your power is strong, but there's no way you can defeat me now. Bai Li Guan's eyes turned red. Before he finished speaking, Your Highness, be careful. Elder Taosan shouted urgently. Bai Li Guan suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. Then he remembered that he had neglected Yang Chang's height. Yang Chang was shorter than him. Thus when Yang Chang's sword flew towards him, it was not shot forward but rather upward into the sky. And a sword that flew into the sky would eventually have to come crashing down. Not good. Bai Li Guan was alarmed. He sensed a crisis descending directly above his head. To avoid being pierced by the sword from above, he had no choice but to evade quickly. This evasion undoubtedly gave Yang Chang an opportunity. Bai Li Guan knew this as well, but he had no choice. Whoosh! The falling wooden sword landed precisely where Bai Li Guan had just stood. In that same moment, Yang Chang's fist slammed into Bai Li Guan's chest. Bai Li Guan was sent flying again with several bones broken. Your Highness! Elder Taosan's expression changed drastically. Whoosh! He rushed to Bai Li Guan's side, immediately supporting him. Simultaneously he quickly probed Bai Li Guan's body with his spiritual energy. Fortunately, Elder Taosan felt relieved. Bai Li Guan had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. This indicated that the Crown Prince of Zhou had indeed held back. Bai Li Guan, having survived a calamity, showed no signs of joy on his face. His countenance was pale, as if his spirit had suffered a severe blow. Wow, Chang Chang is so powerful. Tang Xingyu clapped joyfully for Yang Chang. This was undoubtedly rubbing salt in Bai Li Guan's wounds. Put! He spat blood again and then fainted. Yet no one felt sympathy for Bai Li Guan. His predicament was entirely of his own making. At this moment everyone was focused on Yang Chang. In the past they had heard many rumors about Yang Chang, but they had never taken them seriously. After all, no one believed that a 5-year-old child could be so strong. However, now all of this was witnessed by their own eyes. The Crown Prince of Zhou is truly terrifying. With the potential he has shown, as long as he does not perish, he may surpass the Qian Yuan Emperor. Does the heavens truly favor Zhou? The powerful figures of greater factions were deeply concerned. If it weren't for the champion of Zhou being present, they would have definitely lost control of their murderous intent and would have sought to kill Yang Chang right then and there. The expressions of the talented individuals present also grew serious. They knew that in this archaic tower competition they now had a formidable rival. Yang Chang, you have become stronger. Yang Xiu pondered quietly, but you probably wouldn't expect that I am even stronger than you, right? He was now clearly more reserved, not revealing his thoughts. Elder Taosan in Changshi meets the Crown Prince of Zhou. Elder Taosan spoke. Yang Chang looked at him. Yun Jinghuai's eyes emitted a sharp light. If Elder Taosan dared to show hostility towards Yang Chang, he would certainly make the other party understand why the flowers are so red. Today's matter is due to my master being overly impulsive, thus offending His Highness the Crown Prince of Zhou. Elder Taosan spoke sincerely. Here I apologize to His Highness the Crown Prince and hope for your forgiveness. Regardless of whether the other party was sincere, since they had shown their attitude, Yang Chang naturally would not be overly calculative. Elder need not be so. Bai Li Guan is young and impetuous, I can understand. Yang Chang replied indifferently. This demeanor almost made one doubt that he was the 12-year-old while Bai Li Guan was the 5-year-old child. Thank you, Your Highness, for your magnanimity, Elder Taosan said. At that moment he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in his own master. Bai Li Guan had been completely overwhelmed in strength and demeanor by a 5-year-old child, which was utterly embarrassing. The Crown Prince of Zhou is indeed not to be underestimated, truly opening my eyes. A voice rang out. The crowd exhibited expressions of surprise. The speaker was Nangong Yi, the son of the Beyond Divine sect. He was a genuinely top-tier talent with a reputation far greater than Bai Li Guan's. Yang Chang glanced at him and then directly ignored him. He had a very unfavorable impression of Nangong Yi. He had already seen that the Princess of Changlu was right beside Nangong Yi. This person, the son of the Beyond Divine sect, had been toyed with by the goddess of Changlu in his past life and could almost be said to be her lapdog. It seemed that in this life he not only walked down the same path as before but also started a few years earlier. After all, the Princess of Changlu had not been expelled by Zhou at this time in his past life, so it was naturally not Nangong Yi's turn to fawn over her. Yang Chang was not surprised at all that the Princess of Changlu was still alive. If the goddess of Changlu could be easily killed, she wouldn't be called the goddess of Changlu. Lu Jingshu, in your past life you hid too deeply, and both I and the Zhou royal family failed to notice you. Yang Chang scoffed internally. In this life you have already exposed yourself early. If you still manage to turn the tides, I would not deserve to have this system. The goddess of Changlu was definitely not normal. The other party seemed capable of anticipating every move while also perfectly concealing herself as if she had known the future all along. Thinking further, the other party had become the leader of the Tianji Pavilion in her past life. This woman is likely not a reincarnator but has utilized the power of the Tianji Divine Stone to predict the future. If she were a reincarnator, she should have noticed something was off when the De Zhou royal family publicly announced that he had the dragon sword body, leading to an alternative arrangement. But the goddess of Chang Lu did not. This clearly indicated that she most likely predicted the future and she was not completely certain about the future secrets. Moreover, the fact that she knew the future in her past life further eliminated the possibility of her being a reincarnator. The others from De Zhou also noticed the princess of Chang Lu at this time. This made them all frown. Princess of Chang Lu. Yang Yi shouted coldly, "You were clearly ordered to be killed by the Empress Dowager. How are you still alive?" Hearing this, many around showed signs of astonishment. If this were true, it would indeed be bizarre. Nangong Yi and the talented individuals of De Zhou, upon hearing this, looked at the princess of Chang Lu with even more fervent gazes. What Yang Yi said only further proved the miraculous nature of the princess of Chang Lu. Being able to predict the future and still come back to life was simply divine. This indicates that heaven has not forsaken me, Lu Jingshu said coldly. At this moment, Yang Xiu also glanced over at her. She hurriedly transmitted secretly to Yang Xiu, "Sixth Prince, a year and a half ago I was chased by people sent by Empress Dowager Meng and was forced to flee to the De Zhou Empire. But everything I did was still for you, Sixth Prince." She didn't care about others, but she had to hold on to this fated child, Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu's expression softened slightly and he transmitted back, "You have worked hard. Haha, Miss Lu has survived a great calamity and will surely have good fortune." Nangong Yi laughed. "Miss Lu is a goddess. You people of the De Zhou Empire do not cherish her. Now that Miss Lu has come to our De Zhou Empire, we shall treat her as a treasure." "What did you say?" Nangong Yi's eyes turned icy. Lu Jingshu's eyes blazed with anger. She understood the implied meaning behind Yang Ye's words. What did you say?" Nangong Yi's eyes turned icy. Lu Jingshu's eyes blazed with anger. She understood the implied meaning behind Yang Ye's words. This was comparing her to Xia Wanin. But what was Xia Wanin? How could she be compared to her? "Scoundrel! How dare you insult the Son of God and Miss Lu?" The talented individuals of the De Zhou Empire were all furious. This woman has been causing trouble in our De Zhou, which has angered the usually kind Empress Dowager, leading to her being executed. Yang Yi stated, "This is a typical disaster-bringing enchantress, yet you in De Zhou treat her as a treasure, which is truly laughable." Nangong Yi coldly stared at him for a moment, then turned to Yang Cheng, "Crown Prince of De Zhou, your dog is barking at me. You better give me an explanation." Yang Cheng raised an eyebrow. "First, it seems that the Son of God likes to see his brothers as dogs, but I am not that kind of person. My third brother is simply my third brother in my eyes. Second." He paused for a moment, seriously examining Nangong Yi. At this time, Nangong Yi's expression had already turned quite unpleasant. The expressions of the other talented individuals from De Zhou also appeared unnatural. Did the Son of God really view them as dogs? But that was not all. Yang Chen continued, "Just now I took a good look, and it seems that if we're talking about dogs, you Son of God look more like one. Your voice sounds more like a dog barking." Outside the ancient desolate tower, thousands stood petrified. No one had expected the Crown Prince of Great Zhou to speak so brusquely. He actually said Nangong Yi looks like a dog and his voice is like a dog's bark. Lang Qianyu of the Ice Palace found it utterly incomprehensible. Even this remark could only be repeated by her, none others dared. Benefactor Yang is quite intriguing. Kongqing of the Kunlun Great Buddha Temple chuckled softly. The old monk beside him shot him a glare. Kongqing quickly restrained his smile and resumed a serene and solemn demeanor. "I observe that this divine son of Dazhou is not lacking in grace and bears no resemblance to a dog. Why does your highness say he looks like one?" Shun Muxue asked, puzzled. "In this world there exists a creature called a simp." Lin Shu replied indifferently. "Put." Shun Muxue, usually aloof, could not help but laugh. Not only her but many around also chuckled softly. They finally understood Yang Cheng's meaning. He was clearly saying that Nangong Yi was Lu Jingshu's simp. He's not like a dog. Tang Xingyu felt dissatisfied. Dogs are so cute. He's fierce and should be like a mastiff. Crown Prince of Great Zhou, are you provoking this divine son? Nangong Yi was enraged. Yang Cheng did not reply but looked toward the ancient desolate tower. "You?" Nangong Yi wanted to say more. Just then, rumble. The ancient desolate tower trembled violently. The ancient stone gate sealed for 100 years slowly opened once more. Without any hesitation, almost all the prodigies rushed into the tower at the fastest speed. Sometimes a single step slower could mean falling behind step by step. No one wished to lose such an advantage. Yang Cheng was no exception. He and his Great Zhou companions moved like lightning as well. Inside the ancient desolate tower there was a separate world. The space within was far larger than the tower's volume. Looking out it stretched endlessly. It is said that the tower contains an ancient secret realm. Indeed it is so. Yang Yi exclaimed in wonder. Yang Cheng's eyes also gleamed. In his past life his talent was too mediocre, he never qualified to enter the tower. So this was his first time witnessing the spectacle before him. The difference between inside and outside the tower separated by that single door felt like two entirely different worlds. The host has arrived at the ruins of the ancient desolate tower. Though it is a ruin it harbors terrifying great perils. The tower was built by an ancient powerhouse to seal the Blood Sea Sword Talisman. The 5 innate sword talismans are its energy core. 500 years ago the top prodigies of the eastern wasteland took away the 5 innate sword talismans, causing the tower to collapse and the Blood Sea Sword Talisman to break free. Fortunately the ancient powerhouse left a contingency within the tower preventing the Blood Sea Sword Talisman from truly leaving but also turning the ruins into a forbidden death ground. The host has strayed into the ruins, equivalent to being trapped in a dead end. Please find a way to resist the Blood Sea Sword Talisman and escape alive. This is an achievement mission. The more outstanding your performance against the talisman the higher your achievement value. Mission rewards soul refining ancient method levels 1 to 9. Before Yang Cheng's ice system subtitles appeared in the void without warning. After a year and a half the system had once again issued a mission. This meant it had determined that he was in a life or death crisis. But Yang Cheng scanned his surroundings, his mind utterly calm. In his past life the tower did indeed collapse and turn into an absolute death ground. However now the 5 innate sword talismans had yet to be taken and the tower had not collapsed. What surprised him was that the tower also concealed a Blood Sea Sword Talisman. This was something unknown to the major powers even 500 years later. Back then every living being that entered the death ground had died without exception, unable to escape. Naturally no information from within could be transmitted outside. How terrifying is this Blood Sea Sword Talisman? Yang Cheng felt his heart pound. He had never seen the Blood Sea Sword Talisman, but he had seen the 5 innate ones. In his past life those who obtained the 5 innate talismans all became overlords of the eastern wasteland. Yet these 5 talismans existed solely to suppress a single Blood Sea Sword Talisman. Did that mean this one talisman was more formidable than all 5 combined? Your Highness, in this tower everyone relies on their own abilities. Let us part ways here. Yang Yi said. Third brother, please go as you wish. Yang Cheng smiled. After all he and Yang Yi were rivals, naturally they could not act together inside the tower. After Yang Yi left with his men only Shin Mushue, Tang Xinyu and Lin Shu remained by Yang Cheng's side. Your Highness, where are we going? Shin Mushue asked. Yang Cheng replied calmly, follow me. Though he had never been inside the tower, many from Great Zhou had entered before. As its crown prince he could freely peruse all relevant intelligence. Thus he was not entirely ignorant of the tower's interior, in fact he was among the most knowledgeable. The opportunities within were not limited to sword talismans, there were other fortunes. For instance the Wangshu moon stele in the ancient desolate moon cave. In his past life this fortune was claimed by the second prodigy of the Ice Palace. Now Yang Cheng intended to secure it for Shin Mushue. As for the 5 innate sword talismans he was not in a hurry. There was a sword key barrier there that would take some time to break. Half an hour later Yang Cheng arrived before the moon cave. It's the crown prince of Great Zhou. Several people were already there. Yang Cheng swept his gaze over them, vaguely recognizing them as martial artists from the Dazhou Empire. At that moment a 13-year-old girl in blue said, Crown Prince of Great Zhou, this place has been claimed by the Dazhou Empire. Please take another path. Heavenly treasures and earthly rarities belong to the virtuous. Who says that because you arrived first what lies within must be yours? Yang Cheng replied. Belong to the virtuous. The blue-clad girl
Merely a matter of form. She knew full well that Lu Xin's cultivation was inferior even to an outer sect disciple. He simply had no ability to control.
Flames surged as a crimson flood dragon galloped across heaven and earth, displaying overwhelming might. The blue-clad girl was startled, never expecting Yang Cheng to attack her directly. Her strength was not weak. At 13 she was already a second-level martial master, but she was no match for Yang Cheng. Stop! The other Dazhou prodigies shouted in fury. Thud! In the next instant the blue-clad girl was sent flying by Yang Cheng's punch. Covered in blood she stared at him wide-eyed. The fist is virtue, virtue is the fist. Yang Cheng said coldly. My fist is bigger than yours, so I am the virtuous one. If anyone dares to question me, try to withstand my fist. The other Dazhou prodigies fell silent in fear. At this moment many prodigies were drawn by the commotion. Crown Prince Yang of Great Zhou killed Princess Nangongyu of Dazhou. He truly has no consideration for fair maidens. Though Nangong Yu is no peerless beauty, she is still of good looks. Hey, you don't understand. The Crown Prince of Great Zhou may be talented, but he is only 5 years old. How could he know the charm of women? The prodigies exchanged glances. Mushue, let's go inside. Yang Chang paid no heed to others' opinions and strode into the moon cave. The three women quickly followed. As expected, not long after entering they saw a black wordless stele. Shen Mushue was immediately captivated by it. This stele contains a peerless inheritance. Mushue, you can sense it with your heart, Yang Cheng said. Shen Mushue nodded. She possessed a sacred spirit Dao body, granting her extremely keen perception. At this moment she had a strong intuition that this stele was very important to her. She fully activated her spiritual power to perceive the stele. In the next moment Shen Mushue's consciousness trembled violently, feeling as if her soul was dragged into a void. In that void a bright moon hung high. The power of Changshi, Shen Mushue murmured in her heart. The subsequent process went smoothly. With Yang Chang guarding the moon cave, no reckless soul dared to provoke them. Of course, the most important reason was that the top prodigies who were not afraid of him had all gone to compete for the innate sword talismans. Half a quarter of an hour later an 11-year-old girl appeared outside the cave. She was the second prodigy of the Ice Palace. Gazing at the nearby moon cave she frowned slightly. She sensed something inside that stirred her heart. Unfortunately, with the Crown Prince of Great Zhou guarding the entrance, she had to give up. After leaving she felt an increasing sense of loss, as if something of hers had been taken away. Inside the moon cave an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Crack! The wordless stele suddenly shattered, turning into countless particles of light that merged into Shen Mushue's body. Her aura fluctuated violently and then broke through with a roar. After 3 years of cultivation, her cultivation had advanced from the late Xiantian stage to half-step martial master. Originally it would have taken her at least 3 or 4 more years to break through. But now she directly broke through the half-step bottleneck and ascended to the martial master realm, reaching the 3rd level. Her temperament also became more transcendent, as if a moon goddess had descended to earth. The efficacy of the wordless stele was evident. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Mushue said gratefully. Only she knew how great a fortune the Crown Prince had bestowed upon her. Yang Cheng chuckled lightly. You are my personal maid, this is the treatment you deserve. Shen Mushue's pretty face bloomed with a smile. She now felt ever more that her decision to become the Crown Prince's maid had been incredibly wise. Qingqing Tang Tang wants a fortune too. Tang Xingyu said with envy. Without any hesitation Yang Chang replied, let's go. I'll take you to seize one. Yay! Tang Xingyu beamed with joy. 100 li away in a hideous bottomless abyss the top prodigies had all gathered. They had spent over 2 hours finally breaking the barrier above the abyss and descended to its bottom. Around them were 5 pitch-black stone caves. Terrifying auras surged wildly from these caves. Nangong Yi's face darkened. Although he had joined forces with other prodigies to break the barrier, he could not be happy. Without the others he could have broken the barrier himself in more time with no competitors. Now he had to vie with them. He had learned about the innate sword talismans from Lu Jingshu. How had the others found out? Was the intelligence network of other forces superior to that of the Dazhou Empire? This news must have been leaked by Great Zhou, Lu Jingshu said. Divine Son, have you noticed that the Crown Prince of Great Zhou has not yet appeared? He probably deliberately spread the news so that everyone would gather here, kill each other, and he could reap the benefits in the end. In fact, she was the one who had secretly spread the news. Her goal was to stir the waters and create an opportunity for Yang Xiu. If she could also pin the blame on Yang Chang, that would be even better. Whether for herself or to remove obstacles for Yang Xiu, eliminating Yang Chang was imperative. Nangong Yi's gaze turned even colder, finding this possibility highly likely. After all, among the top prodigies only the Crown Prince of Great Zhou had yet to arrive. Everyone, we must be cautious, he said, scanning the crowd. The Crown Prince of Great Zhou is not to be underestimated, yet he is nowhere to be seen. While we fight, could he be watching from the shadows, waiting for the tiger and the dragon to battle? The other prodigies felt a twinge of wariness upon hearing this. Earlier they might have dismissed the Crown Prince of Great Zhou. But after Yang Chang defeated Bai Liguan, they all regarded him as a threatening opponent. Now I truly understand what it means to measure a gentleman's heart with a villain's measure. A calm voice rang out. A bottomless chasm. 4 figures descended like willow catkins. Instantly all gazes converged upon a 5-year-old boy among them. The Crown Prince of Dazhou. Everyone wore solemn expressions. Nangong Yi was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yang Chang to appear so soon. Based on his and Lu Jingshu's conjecture, Yang Chang should have been hiding in the shadows like a rat. But then his eyes glinted with cold light. Regardless of why Yang Chang had shown himself, it was advantageous to him. Yang Chang, you actually dared to come. Nangong said coldly. First you humiliated this divine son outside the tower, then you killed a princess of our Dazhou Empire inside the tower. Do you truly believe that being the crown prince of Dazhou makes you invulnerable to my blade? I await your attempt on my life, Yang Chang replied, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze imperious. Why use a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken? From behind, Nangong Yi, a prodigy of Dazhou Empire, said, Crown Prince of Dazhou, let this princely heir spar with you. He was Nangong Shu, the princely heir of the Prince Chang of Dazhou Empire, a 14-year-old ninth realm martial master. Yang Chang's victory over Bai Li Guan was indeed impressive. But the Flying Bird Empire was merely a small peninsula nation, its area no larger than a single prefecture of great states like Dazhou or Dazhou. Even though Bai Li Guan had considerable fame, Nangong Shu did not take him seriously. Hence Yang Chang's defeat of Bai Li Guan only earned him slight respect, far from instilling fear. In fact, Nangong Shu rather looked forward to testing Yang Chang's mettle, as it would allow him to shine before Nangong Yi. You. Worthy to be His Highness' opponent. Shin Muxue flickered and appeared before Yang Chang. Courting death. Nangong Shu gripped his spear, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Very well, I'll eliminate you first, then your crown prince. As he spoke, his true chi surged forth. Shen Muxue's jade hand lifted lightly, a soft radiance like moonlight emerged, coalescing before her into a gentle white lotus. The spear struck the lotus, causing it to tremble, but could not pierce it. Though Shen Muxue was strong before, she was not qualified to partake in battles among the top geniuses. Now everything had changed. The Moon Grotto opportunity had propelled her to soar to heaven. Nangong Shu's pupils contracted, startled by Shen Muxue's strength. But he reacted swiftly, withdrawing his spear. Then with a slight tremor of his spear tip, it transformed into countless phantom strikes, raining down upon her like a storm of pear blossoms. Shen Muxue's delicate brows furrowed, she clenched her right hand. The gentle white lotus burst apart, scattering into countless particles which then coalesced into a silver gauze resembling moonlight. All the incoming spear shadows were instantly intercepted by the silver gauze. Before Nangong Shu could react, Shen Muxue grabbed the gauze like lightning and lashed it toward him. No. Nangong Shu's face contorted in shock. He could never have dreamed that his duel with Shen Muxue would end in defeat so swiftly. What was even more humiliating and despairing was that he now found himself powerless against her assault. Just as Nangong Shu was about to meet his doom, a brilliant blade light cleaved through the air. Hum. The void trembled, it seemed even the heavens and earth would be split apart. The might of that single strike was unparalleled, shocking all beholders. Other Shore Divine Blade. That is the ultimate blade technique of the Other Shore Divine sect, many exclaimed. The one who had struck was undoubtedly Nangong Yi. The Eastern Wasteland was vast, and geniuses from different nations seldom encountered one another. Thus most present had never witnessed Nangong Yi's blade art. Now that they saw it for the first time, they felt his reputation was well-deserved, indeed awe-inspiring. In the blink of an eye, the blade light had reached Shen Muxue. She showed no fear, instead a brightness gleamed in her beautiful eyes. She was immensely eager to test herself against such a pinnacle prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland. She yearned to know the extent of the gap between them. Without retreating an inch, she unleashed further true chi. The moonlight silver gauze met Nangong Yi's blade light in a heated collision. Rip. The moonlight silver gauze visibly split apart. Yet in the process, Nangong Yi's blade light also dimmed rapidly. Moments later, the silver gauze shattered completely and Nangong Yi's blade light vanished with it. Many around were dumbfounded. Shen Muxue had actually blocked one of Nangong Yi's strikes. Even a single blow seemed miraculous in their eyes. She staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet her expression was joyful. Nangong Yi was indeed formidable, far beyond her current ability to overcome. But from that strike she perceived that such a celestial prodigy was no longer beyond her reach. Nangong Yi's face darkened to an extreme. If Yang Chang had blocked his strike, it would have been merely a slight loss of face. But now Yang Chang had not even lifted a finger. It was Shen Muxue claiming to be his maidservant who had parried his blow. This was sheer humiliation to him. Wench, you deserve death. Nangong Yi's killing intent erupted. Boom. Surging true chi burst from his body like a breached dam, pouring into his long blade. Then Nangong Yi struck again. That slash seemed capable of splitting mountains, severing rivers, and annihilating heaven and earth, terrifying beyond measure. Many felt suffocated even from afar. The divine prince of Nangong has truly been enraged. What a fearsome strike. People retreated, distancing themselves from the epicenter. In the blink of an eye, the blade light hovered over Shen Muxue. Not good. Lin Shu's expression changed. Sister Muxue. Tang Xingyu also sensed trouble, her adorable childish face tensed. Yet Shin Muxue herself remained composed and serene, no trace of panic in her eyes. Almost simultaneously a figure appeared before Shin Muxue. It was Yang Chang. Just as she had shielded him moments ago. In the critical moment, without hesitation, Yang Chang placed himself in front of Shin Muxue. Seeing this, she smiled. She knew His Highness would act. Back in Fengtian City, when Tuoba Xiao had attacked her, Yang Chang had resolved the crisis. She had been filled with anxiety, but her worries proved unfounded. It was from that moment she realized she need not wait for the future to rely on His Highness. He was already immensely powerful then. And that was a year and a half ago. Now a year and a half later, she herself had grown enormously. How strong must His Highness be? Shin Muxue found it unimaginable. Most importantly, after inheriting the wordless stele, her sacred spirit Dao body had further transformed, sharpening her perception. She could roughly gauge Nangong Yi's depth. Thus she dared to withstand a blow from Nangong Yi. But regarding His Highness, her sacred spirit Dao body remained unable to judge, only sensing that he was unfathomable. This convinced Shin Muxue that His Highness was stronger than Nangong Yi, far stronger. Meanwhile, Nangong Yi's blade light struck Yang Chang without any delay. Your Highness. Lin Shu's eyes reddened. Tang Xingyu stood frozen. In her youthful innocence and ignorance, she experienced for the first time an emotion called panic. She was afraid something might happen to Cheng Cheng. Over these 2 years she had grown accustomed to having him by her side. She could not imagine life without him. Alongside panic, another emotion emerged: anger. Nangong Yi. For the first time she felt such dislike and fury toward a person. The dazzling blade light engulfed Yang Chang's small body. Could the crown prince of Dazhou fall like this? He is indeed monstrous, but as the saying goes, too much brilliance invites early doom. Being exceedingly talented is not always a blessing. The gathered prodigies held their breath. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be a great pity. But only a pity. After all, for those from other powers, Dazhou was an adversary. Deep down they secretly wished for Yang Chang's early demise, lest he grow into a grave threat to their own nations. Such a pity for the crown prince of Dazhou. Lang Qianyu of the Ice Palace had just shown a hint of regret when her gaze suddenly sharpened. Kong Shing also stared into the blade light. When Nangong Yi's blade light dazzled, less people gradually discerned what lay within. The sight shocked everyone. Where the blade light had struck, there was still blade light. But this blade light was not Nangong Yi's. His was fierce and domineering, with the momentum to cleave mountains. This one emanated in delicate strands like a thin layer of flowing water encircling Yang Chang. And Nangong Yi's blade light was being blocked by that flowing water-like light. Your strike is too crude, Yang Chang said coolly. The blade light shimmered across heaven and earth, yet it could not rival the radiance dancing in his eyes. His pupils contained a pool of undisturbed calm water, yet also resembled an unsheathed keen edge. Many women present were mesmerized. You are also proficient in the blade art and have even mastered blade intent. Nangong Yi stared fixedly at Yang Chang. Blade intent. The other geniuses were bewildered. The rumors claimed the crown prince of Dazhou had mastered sword intent. Moreover, he carried a sword on his back. Now it seemed the rumors were mistaken. The crown prince of Dazhou wielded not sword intent but blade intent. Only Shin Muxue and Lin Shu gaped. They knew well that in Dazhou His Highness had displayed sword intent many times. So His Highness had mastered not only sword intent but also blade intent. They thought they understood His Highness, but they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Just how monstrous was His Highness? You struck me once, so now I shall return the favor. Yang Chang said indifferently. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand, using his palm as a blade, and sliced through the air before him. Yang Chang's aura was restrained, resembling a bottomless tranquil pool, calm and undisturbed. When his palm knife struck, it surged forth like a gentle breeze rippling a pool of spring water. Such a continuous flow of knife intent seemed to pose no threat. However, when it descended, it was like a roaring wave crashing against the shore, an unimaginable torrent of knife intent erupting. This knife intent. Lang Qianyu was suddenly moved. Yang Chang's knife intent felt like a gentle stream, at first lulling one into a false sense of security. But when it truly erupted, people realized it was not a single stream but thousands of streams. When they converged, they transformed into a mighty rushing river. This intent was enough to frighten dragons, shake mountains, and alarm spirits. The other geniuses present truly felt what it meant to dominate the world with knife intent capable of shattering the heavens. Nangongji's pupils constricted and the hair on his body stood on end due to the terrifying threat of this knife. He had no time to think further. He horizontally wielded his long knife, pouring all his genuine energy into it, attempting to withstand this lethal strike. Boom! A loud sound erupted like the rumble of the heavens opening, shaking the ears of those present. Many of the weaker individuals were even directly knocked back, their blood surging. Under this intense impact, Nan Gongyi flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He was drenched in blood, his aura waning, his clothes in tatters and blood gushing from multiple wounds. Everyone was in shock, looking at Yang Chen with disbelief in their eyes. Who would have thought that this 5-year-old prince of the Great Zhou possessed such terrifying strength? With just one move he gravely injured the renowned Nan Gongyi of the Eastern Wilderness. How? How is this possible? The geniuses of the Great Zhou Empire were stunned. Nan Gongyi widened his eyes, originally believing he was among the best among his peers, though not as good as Nan Gongyi. But upon witnessing Yang Cheng's strength, he understood the immense gap between himself and true top-tier prodigies. Even Lin Shu's mouth was agape. So the prince is this strong. Tang Xingyi's initial panic dissipated, replaced by brightness. Cheng is amazing. Your Highness. Shun Muxu's eyes were filled with admiration. There's still some strength left. Yang Cheng looked at Nan Gongyi and praised him. He was speaking from the heart. Although Nan Gongyi was injured, he indeed managed to withstand this blow. It was evident that Yang Cheng had underestimated him. This Nan Gongyi of the Other Shore religion, the future leader of the Other Shore religion, was truly not someone Bai Liguan could compare to. However, this remark fell on Nan Gongyi's ears like a great humiliation. Yang Cheng, you are too overbearing. Nan Gongyi burned with anger. I hope that when you face my true strength you can still speak such words. At this moment he had realized Yang Cheng's prowess and naturally dared not be careless. Other Shore Divine Blade, sea breaking style. Boo! Nan Gongyi swung his knife and a vast blade light swept across the heavens and the earth. In a daze people seemed to see a deity wielding a knife against the sea. When the knife fell, the sea was severed. An indescribable terrifying power erupted. What a strike, sea breaking style! The Nan Gongyi of the Other Shore religion is indeed not to be underestimated. Many geniuses were shaken. From this strike it was clear that Nan Gongyi had indeed not been serious before. Yang Cheng's eyes were indifferent. Absolute divine blade technique. He continued using his palm as a knife, performing a blade technique. This was precisely that absolute divine blade technique given by the system. In an instant it seemed as if a severed hand appeared in the void. Even if it was just a severed hand, the pressure it brought was more terrifying than Nan Gongyi's deity. What terrifying knife intent! The geniuses felt their scalps tingle as if their blood was about to freeze. This knife intent was too fearsome. What kind of blade technique is this? This knife feels as if it can sever the heavens and slay deities. Why have I never heard of such a blade technique in the Great Zhou Empire? Many people's voices trembled. Yang Cheng's palm dropped. The genuine energy around that severed hand surged, forming a great knife that slashed down. When this knife fell, it was as if the heavens were enraged, illuminating the four corners with cold light. Mountains and rivers shattered and the stars fell apart. This was already incredibly unbelievable. In the mere contest of knife intent, Nan Gongyi seemed to be at a disadvantage, becoming the one in resistance. In the next moment the two knife lights clashed. It was as if the heavens collided with the deities. Endless knife lights and genuine energy shattered in an instant. Just a moment later, when the knife light became slightly less blinding, people saw a figure retreating several zhang. His feet plowed 2 trenches in the ground. Then he weakened further, half kneeling on the ground. This figure was actually Nan Gongyi. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, his face full of disbelief and indignation. Clearly he had put forth true effort, even feeling that he performed better than usual. Yet why did he still fail against Yang Cheng? This is impossible. His voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Yang Cheng stood there calmly, his small body appearing taller than Nan Gongyi despite being shorter. In terms of being a person, you fall short. Yang Cheng said, in terms of blade techniques you fall even shorter. He paused and added, of course don't be discouraged, you still have your strengths. Like being a dog, you are much better than I am. Hearing this, Nan Gongyi nearly spat blood. Yang Cheng, do you really think you have me at your mercy? He gritted his teeth. Oh. Yang Cheng raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. It seems that Nan Gongyi has some hidden cards left. Nan Gongyi let out a cold laugh, forcing down the surging blood within him and slowly standing upright. Immediately a strange blood mist erupted around him, coiling around him like a living creature starting to heal his damaged wounds. Other Shore secret technique, Yellow Spring Summon. As he uttered a low shout, the blood mist boiled suddenly. His aura surged, surpassing his previous peak state in just a few breaths. Yellow Spring Summon. This is a secret technique of the Other Shore religion capable of burning essence blood to forcibly enhance strength. Ling Qianya's pupils contracted, exclaiming softly. Has Nan Gongyi gone mad? Though this secret technique can cause a brief explosion, the price is enormous. It can easily drop one's cultivation or worse, damage the foundation. The geniuses of the Great Zhou Empire all changed color. However, Nangongyi could not care much. In this moment his cultivation had surpassed the peak of a martial master, reaching the realm of martial sect. This allowed him to perform blade techniques that were impossible at the martial master level. Nangongyi's eyes turned blood red, staring at Yang Chang with a sinister gaze, hissing, "Yang Chang, today I will show you what true other shoreblade Dao is." As his words fell, his long knife suddenly erupted with a dazzling bloodlight. The blade cracked like lava, revealing the crimson liquid flowing inside. That liquid seemed alive, spreading along the blade's edge, ultimately transforming into a ferocious blood blade. Other shore blood prison slash. Nangongyi shouted violently, the blood blade slicing through the air with a piercing howl. The knife light swept through the void, corroding the air, producing a hissing sound. Even the ground around was eroded by the residual wave of knife chi, leaving charred marks. Not good. The expression of the Great Zhou side turned tense. Who would have thought that a talent like Nangongyi would resort to such methods to deal with Yang Chang? Can the Great Zhou prince withstand this? The warriors from various major forces fixed their gaze on the two battling figures. Only Yang Chang remained calm. In the next moment he clenched his right hand and a long knife formed rapidly from condensed genuine energy. Since you want to see true knife intent. Yang Chang raised his gaze as if the stars were reversing, then as you wish. He casually turned his wrist, the genuine energy long knife slashing upward. Absolute divine blade technique, God and demon annihilation. A brilliant knife light poured down like moonlight. Its core was bright and piercing, resembling the core of the galaxy. At the same time there were thin knife lights as delicate as a cicada's wings, rippling outward, seemingly isolating the heavens and the earth. Moreover, this knife appeared slow, yet it arrived first, suddenly colliding with Nangongyi's blood blade. Time and space seemed to fall into a brief stillness. In the next moment. Boom! A deafening sound exploded in all directions, blood and silver light interweaving and bursting apart. People felt their vision flash and the world turned blindingly white. When their sight returned, a charred pit with a diameter of several zhang appeared on the ground. Puff! Nangongyi spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps, his face pale. Yang Chang sheathed his knife and stood there, his clothes billowing, not a single hair out of place. He looked at Nangongyi, who appeared ashen, and said lightly, "Is that it?" The entire venue fell silent. Nangongyi's legs turned to jelly and his body trembled uncontrollably. Earlier he had even attempted to challenge Yang Chang. Many geniuses on the scene clenched their fists tightly, their nails digging deep into their palms. How could Yang Chang be this strong? At this point they truly could not comprehend. Nangongyi had even resorted to the blood-burning forbidden technique, pushing his cultivation to the martial sect realm. Yet even this could not shake Yang Chang. It was simply absurd. What exactly is his cultivation level? Someone in the Ice Palace asked. Martial Master 6th Layer Leng Qianyu said gravely. Nangongyi is definitely not an ordinary person. Yang Chang was indeed monstrous, but when dealing with Nangongyi he could not avoid leaking his true cultivation aura. Perhaps this could deceive others, but not someone like her, a top talent. Hiss. Many people gasped in shock. Martial Master 6th Layer. If other geniuses present had this level of cultivation, it would not be surprising. But Yang Chang was only 5 years old. A 6th-layer martial master at 5 years old. They had never even heard of such a thing before. At this moment they seemed to see a new star rising. No. Not a new star, but a blazing sun. If Yang Chang does not falter and maintains this momentum, the future will not be far off. Other geniuses are stars, but Yang Chang will become a sun that dims all other stars. But even a 6th-layer martial master cannot be this strong. The initial questioner said. Indeed. Nangongyi has temporarily advanced to the martial sect. Others came back to their senses. Brother Nangong, we should cooperate. Suddenly Bai Li Guan shot out, aiming for Yang Chang's back. Good. Nangongyi's previously bleak eyes suddenly lit up. Today's events undoubtedly dealt him a severe blow. His previously invincible confidence had cracked. But upon hearing Bai Li Guan's words, a thought emerged in his mind. The source of his endless humiliation was Yang Chang. Thus, as long as he killed Yang Chang, all humiliation would cease to exist. At this moment Nangongyi no longer cared about face or dignity. He only wanted Yang Chang dead. Chu Tian Divine Sword. Bai Li Guan's killing intent surged. Outside the tower he had been humiliated by Yang Chang and had been seeking revenge ever since. Now he felt the opportunity had come. He did not believe that after defeating Nangongyi, Yang Chang could truly appear so relaxed. The other party was undoubtedly bluffing and might already be at the end of his strength. Therefore this was undoubtedly the perfect moment for revenge against Yang Chang. In an instant Bai Liguan merged with his sword, transforming into a fiery swordlight that aimed directly at Yang Chang's back. At the same moment Nangong Yi, despite his injuries, once again charged at Yang Chang with his blade. The High Divine Blade Blood Prison Burial. The blade light resembled blood enveloped in a chilling aura of death, launching a frontal attack on Yang Chang. The two great talents launched a combined assault on Yang Chang. The crowd around them was in shock. Bai Liguan's sword light blazed like a raging fire while Nangong Yi's blade shimmered as if the blood prison had descended. The two lethal strikes came from both sides, sealing off all of Yang Chang's escape routes. Despicable. Lin Shu shouted angrily, a sense of annihilation brewing around him. Don't be hasty. Shenmu Shui's gaze was deep. The prince may not need our help. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback and looked towards Yang Chang. Indeed, he saw that in the face of this deadly situation Yang Chang's dark pupils remained calm and unperturbed. This eased her mind slightly. Yang Chang had his left hand behind him while his right hand slowly lifted, lightly tapping the void. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread from his fingertip and the spiritual energy in the world suddenly froze. What? Bai Liguan's pupils constricted sharply, feeling as though his sword momentum was trapped in a quagmire, its speed drastically reduced. Nangong Yi's expression changed drastically as well as blade light, while advancing unexpectedly shattered inch by inch in midair as if crushed by some invisible force. This is... The spectators were all taken aback. Yang Chang had actually suppressed the combined attacks of the two great talents with just a single finger. Absolute Divine Blade Technique, Heaven's Punishment, Earth's Extermination. Yang Chang spoke softly, suddenly closing his right hand into a fist. He no longer concealed his mastery of the blade technique. The 9th level of the Absolute Divine Blade Technique was unleashed. His blade intent did not originate from the system but from his past life. Although it was not as innate as the system's martial will, he had been a martial saint in his previous life. This blade intent combined with the power of the Absolute Divine Blade Technique was more than enough to deal with Nangong Yi and Bai Liguan. Boom! The void trembled as a pitch-black blade light erupted from his palm like heavenly punishment, descending to the world, instantly tearing through Bai Liguan's sword light and then continuing on unimpeded, directly striking at Nangong Yi. Block it for me. Nangong Yi's eyes widened in rage as he exerted all his strength to block the strike with his long blade, but with a clang his long sword was sent flying. Puff! The blade light pierced through his body, a bloody hole erupting from Nangong Yi's chest, and he flew back like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, his breath instantly weakening to the extreme. Nangong brother! Bai Liguan was filled with anger and shock, quickly retreating. However, Yang Chang did not pursue the victory. His gaze swept past Nangong Yi and Bai Liguan, looking towards a stone cave. 6th brother, you've been here for a long time without even greeting anyone. Isn't that a bit rude? What? Other talents were shocked. Following Yang Chang's gaze upward, they immediately saw that in the stone cave where the sword intent was most terrifying, a figure had appeared without them noticing. Bold. It's the 6th Prince of Zhou. While the rest of us are fighting, he actually wants to secretly take the Tai Yi sword symbol. All the talents were furious. Inside the cave, Yang Xiu's body stiffened suddenly. He didn't expect Yang Chang to notice his presence amid the fierce battle. While ordinary talents were still cursing angrily, several top talents had already made their moves. Their reactions were extremely swift. Lung Qianyu was the first to act. She did not engage Yang Xiu but instead rushed towards the location of the Tai Shi sword symbol. Following her was Kong Xing, who headed for the Tai Su sword symbol. Instead, Nangong Yi, unusually furious, decisively abandoned the battle, with Yang Chang darting towards the Tai Yi sword symbol's stone cave. Bai Liguan, the last one, was very reluctant. But he clearly knew that in his severely injured state he could not compete with the other top talents. Thus he could only rush towards the Tai Ji sword symbol's stone cave. Tai Yi sword symbol's stone cave. Nangong Yi and Yang Xiu hadn't even fought yet when a cold shout rang out, "All of you get out of my way." Both of their faces changed drastically. Because the person who shouted was Yang Chang. Nangong Yi did not need to say anything, he had already been frightened by Yang Chang. And although Yang Xiu was reluctant, he had to admit he was most likely not a match for Yang Chang. Before entering the ancient tower, he had been full of confidence, feeling he had surpassed Yang Chang. However, after secretly observing Yang Chang's battle with Nangong Yi and the others, he realized he could not match Yang Chang. Thus he chose to hide his figure, intending to quietly take the Tai Yi sword symbol. Unexpectedly, before he could act, Yang Chang had already exposed him. Swish swish. The two reacted extremely quickly. They simultaneously abandoned the Tai Yi sword symbol, rushing towards the Tai Chu sword symbol's cave. Several ordinary talents were coveting the Tai Chu sword symbol. Upon seeing Nangong Yi and Yang Xiu charging in, they were so frightened that they fled at the first opportunity. Are you also here to compete with me? Nangong Yi's eyes shone with cold light. It was one thing that he could not defeat the 5-year-old Yang Chang, but now even the 5-year-old Yang Xiu dared to look down on him. If he could not kill Yang Chang today, then he would kill Yang Xiu instead. Die. Nangang Yi immediately attacked Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu's expression turned cold. Over the past 2 years, despite his immense talent, he had always been suppressed by Yang Chang, feeling even more aggrieved than Nangang Yi. Now seeing Nangang Yi disdain him and wanting to kill him without a second thought, Yang Xiu's fury erupted instantly. Buzz. The overwhelming blade intent erupted from within him in an instant. First form of the 7-kill sword technique, Greedy Wolf. He fiercely drew his sword. Nangang Yi's strength was indeed impressive, making him a suitable target for Yang Xiu to vent his anger. Moreover, since Yang Chang had defeated Nangang Yi, if he could not defeat Nangang Yi, wouldn't that mean he was far inferior to Yang Chang? Therefore, no matter what, he could not retreat facing Nangang Yi. He had to crush Nangang Yi forcefully. In the blink of an eye, Nangang Yi's blade light collided with Yang Xiu's sword light. This scene instantly attracted many gazes. Nangang Yi was fighting another 5-year-old baby. People showed astonishment. But soon after they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Because Yang Xiu unexpectedly erupted with peak innate cultivation. Although this cultivation was slightly weaker than Yang Chang's, it was still astonishing. Not only that, but Yang Xiu was also a freak. At such a young age he had actually mastered blade intent. To many, Yang Xiu was no less of a prodigy than Yang Chang. Boom! Under the watchful eyes, a figure soon staggered back. This figure was none other than Nangang Yi. First he was defeated by Yang Chang, and now he was suppressed by Yang Xiu. Countless hearts were shocked. What kind of luck was Zhou having to produce 2 freakish princes at once? In fact, Nangang Yi's strength was not weaker than Yang Xiu's. It was just that he had already been injured by Yang Chang, significantly reducing his strength, which was why he fell short against Yang Xiu. Don't force me to kill you, get lost. Yang Xiu struck Nangang Yi out of the stone cave with another sword. Nangang Yi fell outside the stone cave, appearing incredibly desolate. He was the talented royal prince of the Zhou Empire, the divine son of the Bihai divine sect. In the past he had been so wild. Yet now he was bullied successively by 2 5-year-old babies. Meanwhile, several top talents had no time to care about these matters. They were all walking towards the depths of the stone cave. Yang Chang was no exception. The host has survived within a 200 zhang radius of the Blood Sea Sword symbol for half an hour, achieving excellent results. Reward 3 levels of soul refining ancient method. Would the host like to receive the reward or continue with the task? Continue with the task. Yang Chang did not stop his steps. Before long he stood before the stone cave and saw a floating sword symbol. This sword symbol looked like a miniature transparent pocket sword. It was only the size of an adult's palm, yet it radiated an intimidating sword might. For others, even those who had comprehended postnatal sword intent, would likely not withstand such sword might. But for Yang Chang, who possessed innate sword intent, this was nothing. However, his true target was not the Tai Yi sword symbol but the hidden Blood Sea sword symbol. Currently the 5 major innate sword symbols had not been taken yet. The Blood Sea sword symbol was still suppressed. This was the best time to deal with the Blood Sea sword symbol, otherwise once the 5 innate sword symbols were taken he would have no chance of obtaining the Blood Sea sword symbol. Yang Chang slightly closed his eyes. Buzz. His spiritual power erupted, sensing the surrounding void. Soon he felt a force of isolation within the stone wall about 100 zhang deep behind the Tai Yi sword symbol. It seemed that his spiritual power could not advance any further. This realization made Yang Chang understand that he had found his target. If it were someone else, even if they found the target, they would be unable to seize it. How thick was 100 zhang stone wall? Even if his strength were comparable to that of a martial sect, he would not be able to break through it. Yang Chang remained calm, flipping his hand to reveal a transparent fish-shaped talisman that appeared in his palm. This was the space teleportation talisman rewarded by the system. Then Yang Chang's spiritual power locked onto the space behind the stone wall 100 zhang deep. Buzz. The space teleportation talisman activated. In an instant Yang Chang disappeared from his original spot, passing through the 100 zhang stone wall and arriving behind it. The aura emitted from the space teleportation talisman noticeably weakened by 1/10. According to this pattern, this space teleportation talisman should be usable 10 times. This was truly a treasure comparable to a divine artifact. Then Yang Chang felt a chill as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Looking up, he saw that the surrounding blood mist was so thick it was almost turning into blood water. The air was damp. A rich smell of blood assaulted his senses. And deep within the rolling blood mist floated a blood-colored sword symbol. This blood-colored sword symbol was extremely terrifying. Yang Chang felt that if it attacked him it could kill him instantly. Or rather, no one in the entire wasteland could withstand it. Fortunately, 5 invisible chains bound it. These 5 invisible chains were all composed of sword energy. Without a doubt these 5 invisible chains were connected to the 5 innate sword symbols. Yang Cheng immediately felt reassured. The host is only 3 zhang away from the Blood Sea Sword symbol yet has not died. This is simply incredible. The Blood Sea Sword symbol's might is overwhelming at this distance. It could easily kill many true martial gods, yet the host can survive. Congratulations to the host for achieving a magnificent accomplishment. Reward 6 levels of soul refining ancient method. Would the host like to receive the reward or continue with the task? Yang Cheng silently chose the latter. Then he fixed his gaze on the Blood Sea Sword symbol, his eyes blazing with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation his spiritual power extended towards the Blood Sea Sword symbol. Refine for me. Yang Cheng decisively began to refine it. The Blood Sea Sword symbol was clearly enraged, releasing a pressure that seemed capable of obliterating stars and crushing the sun and moon. Unfortunately it could only release pressure and could not inflict any substantial harm on Yang Cheng. Although this pressure would cause him pain, as long as he gritted his teeth he could withstand it. Despair. Oppression. In an instant of contact between Yang Cheng's mental strength and the Blood Sea Sword talisman he was pulled into a void. This void when scanned revealed an endless expanse of blood water. This is a sea of blood. The vastness of the Blood Sea is shocking, both majestic and eerie. Gazing far into the distance one can only see crimson waves crashing like overturned clouds surging endlessly. Where the water meets the sky everything is a deep crimson indistinguishable from one another. What constitutes great terror between heaven and earth? This is it. In Yang Cheng's view this place is no less frightening than a death cave. Fortunately Yang Cheng had cultivated for 500 years in his previous life and endured the torment of the death cave. Otherwise merely witnessing this scene would be enough to frighten him to the core. Compared to this Blood Sea, Yang Cheng was merely a speck. What exactly are you, Blood Sea Sword talisman? Yang Cheng could not remain calm. This place is truly terrifying. Moreover he has a feeling that this is a real place, not an illusion. Only due to the suppression of 5 innate sword talismans the blood water here cannot exhibit tangible lethality. Otherwise he would have been directly annihilated the moment he entered. Seeing that Yang Cheng did not yield, the Blood Sea seemed to be enraged. Boom! The roaring waves crashed, sounding like thunder, shaking the universe, resonating for miles. Those who heard it trembled in fear while those who saw it were filled with dread. Do you want to suppress me? Yang Cheng's gaze turned cold. In his past life he was a waste who was not killed by the death cave. In this life, with many cards up his sleeve, could he let the Blood Sea suppress him? Come, let's see if your Blood Sea Sword talisman is stronger or my ancestor dragon sword body is stronger. Yang Cheng connected his mental strength to his body and directly activated the ancestor dragon sword body. Buzz. The intent of the ancestor dragon trembled following Yang Cheng's mental strength into the Blood Sea. In an instant a 9-clawed golden dragon appeared above the Blood Sea. Roar. The 9-clawed golden dragon roared at the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was also enraged. The mighty waves rose high like towering mountains, peaks chasing each other layer upon layer, threatening to engulf Yang Cheng. The 9-clawed golden dragon directly pounced into the Blood Sea, battling the surging blood waves. No matter how tumultuous the Blood Sea, it could not overwhelm the 9-clawed golden dragon to approach Yang Cheng. The Blood Sea grew angrier. Endless waves crashed down as if the ground had sunk into a deep abyss, dark currents swirling, devouring everything, obscuring the light. The 9-clawed golden dragon rolled and jumped, but suddenly began to fall into a disadvantage. Perverse. Yang Cheng cursed in his heart. This Blood Sea Sword talisman is truly perverse. How could the ancestor dragon sword body, which is so heaven-defying, struggle against the Blood Sea Sword talisman? This also infuriated Yang Cheng. Chaos-devouring sword body, grant me power. He no longer concealed himself, determined to subdue the Blood Sea Sword talisman today. Boom! In an instant a black hole appeared around him. The endless Blood Sea trembled as if sensing a threat. Immediately blood mist surged from the sea, transforming into countless blood swords, obscuring the sky, shooting forth. However, as these endless blood swords approached the black hole, they were all swallowed. Time is meaningless in the Blood Sea. Here it's unclear how long has passed. Deep within the Blood Sea a wailing sound like the cries of ghosts and wolves finally emerged. The blood water in the sky rapidly receded. Buzz. All terrifying sights suddenly vanished. Yang Cheng's spirit flickered, realizing that his mental strength had returned to his body. Looking ahead he found himself back in the previous deep cave. But this place no longer had the previous scene of blood mist, now appearing as an ordinary stone cave. Only in the center of the stone cave floated a plain crimson sword talisman. Come. Yang Cheng said. The crimson sword talisman obediently flew into his hand. This crimson sword talisman has evidently been completely conquered by Yang Cheng. Soon after, the Crimson Sword Talisman sank into Yang Cheng's flesh, disappearing in an instant. What on earth happened? The host actually subdued the Blood Sea Sword Talisman. 3 years ago, a shattered god tried to seize the Blood Sea Sword Talisman only to be obliterated into powder by it. The host not only withstood the Blood Sea Sword Talisman but subdued it through incomprehensible means, achieving what even shattered gods could not. Looking across the myriad realms, there are few who can match the host's excellence. The host embodies the demeanor of ancient sages. Congratulations to the host for achieving an epic level accomplishment, rewarding the 9 layers soul refining ancient method. Please accept it at your own convenience. Yang Cheng was temporarily too busy to receive the reward. He activated the spatial teleportation talisman, again appearing in the outside stone cave. In midair, the Tai Sword Talisman floated. Before subduing the Blood Sea Sword Talisman, the Tai Sword Talisman still suppressed Yang Cheng with its sword intent. But at this moment, the instant Yang Cheng appeared, the Tai Sword Talisman acted like a mouse seeing a cat. Clearly it sensed the aura of the Blood Sea Sword Talisman on Yang Cheng. Tang Tang, come here, I have a toy for you. Yang Cheng transmitted to Tang Xingyu. Tang Xingyu completely trusted Yang Cheng, rushing over. This caused many people's gazes to focus. Tang Xingyu had rarely made a move, so she naturally lacked presence. But at this moment, seeing her speed, people realized that this 6-year-old girl was also quite remarkable. Once Tang Xingyu entered the stone cave, Yang Cheng smiled coldly at the Tai Sword Talisman. From now on, your master is her if you dare disobey. The Tai Sword Talisman visibly trembled. Then it circled around Tang Xingyu like a small fish. So fun, so fun. Tang Xingyu exclaimed, Chung Chung, Tang Tang really likes this little fish, and I like you too. Saying this, she leaned close to Yang Cheng, pouted her pink lips, and gave his cheek a kiss. Yang Cheng was both amused and helpless. Then he said, Tang Tang, this little fish must not be shown to others, otherwise they will snatch it away. In the future, just play with it privately. Tang Xingyi's small face turned serious. Chung Cheng, Tang Tang is not stupid. Many people outside are snatching such little fish, and I will hide it well. She then looked at the Tai Sword Talisman and coaxed, little fish, I'm going to hide you now, we will play again when we get back. After obtaining the Tai Sword Talisman, Yang Cheng looked towards the other sword talismans. He intended to subdue the Tai Chu Sword Talisman as well, but Yang Xiu was indeed the celestial emperor of his past life. The other party acted with great efficiency. While Yang Cheng was seizing the Blood Sea Sword Talisman, Yang Xiu had already subdued the Tai Chu Sword Talisman. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu subdued the Taisher Sword Talisman and Kong Xing subdued the Taisu Sword Talisman. Only the Taiji Sword Talisman remained unconquered. Because Nangang Yi and Bailey Guan were still fighting over it. The two had previously teamed up against Yang Cheng, but now they were fighting fiercely over the Taiji Sword Talisman. Other top talents did not come to contend. Different sword talismans repel each other. Since they had already seized one sword talisman, there was no need to fight for a second. At this moment, everyone believed that the Taiji Sword Talisman would ultimately fall into the hands of either Nangang Yi or Bailey Guan. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly descended. Boom! This figure directly attacked Nangang Yi and Bailey Guan. He threw a punch. The punch erupted with the force of colliding stars. Nangang Yi and Bailey Guan sensed the danger and quickly defended against the punch, then staggered back. They shifted their gaze to the attacker. Yang Cheng, what do you want to do? Nangang Yi shouted angrily. Yang Cheng's expression was indifferent. This sword talisman, I want it. You have already seized the Tai Sword Talisman and you cannot accommodate a second sword talisman. Nangang Yi said, so the Taichu Sword Talisman is of no use to you. It may be useless to me, but it is useful to my maid. Yang Cheng was unconcerned about the other people's gazes. Lin Shugo refined this sword talisman. As soon as this was said, the other geniuses present were dumbfounded. The other top talents frowned. In this place there were many talents, but there were only 5 sword talismans, a typical case of too many monks and not enough rice. Yet Yang Cheng still wanted to give a sword talisman to his maid. This was simply mocking all the talents. It amounted to telling the other geniuses that they were even inferior to his maid. Nangang Yi and Bailey Guan's eyes burned with rage. At this moment they hated Yang Cheng to the core. Everyone, Nangang Yi suddenly said loudly, are you just going to watch as the crown prince of the Great Zhou does as he pleases? He at such a young age has already seized the Tai Sword Talisman. It's unimaginable how terrifying he will be when he grows up. Today we might as well join forces to eliminate him. This way we can cut off a future strong enemy, and you can also exchange your sword talismans for the stronger Tai Sword Talisman. Hearing this, the other top talents present were stirred. Nangang Yi's words were indeed highly tempting. I agree to join forces. The first to respond to Nangang Yi was not Bailey Guan but Zhang Xiu. Lin Qianyu and Kong Xing remained silent. Though they felt a bit displeased, they each had their pride and looked down upon teaming up with others to besiege Yang Cheng. I agree as well. Bailey Guan quickly followed suit. Such an interesting matter, I'll be in on it. A young man in green said. He was Gao Yun, a prince of the Dayue kingdom, a peak martial artist at 14 years old, a genius just beneath the top talents. And this palace too. Prince Dong He of the Dayue kingdom said. In an instant 5 great geniuses aimed to join forces against Yang Chang. Dayue and Dayue were the most threatened by the Great Zhou. Moreover, the strength of these two countries was inferior to that of other top powers. They were the least willing to see the Great Zhou grow stronger. No, that's not the divine dragon sword body. Lang Qianyu suddenly said. The other prodigies, prompted by her, seemed to realize something as well. They looked closely at the golden dragon in the sky and immediately noticed that it wasn't a 5-clawed golden dragon but a 9-clawed golden dragon. ANC. Ancestral dragon sword body. One prodigy said with a trembling voice. Impossible. The legendary ancestral dragon sword body. This is the unique constitution of the ancient human emperor. Everyone present was horrified. Even those top prodigies, usually strong-willed and mentally tough, couldn't help but lose their composure. Earlier Yang Chang, who only wielded blade intent, was already so terrifying that he overwhelmed 2 great prodigies, Nangang Yi and Beili Guan. Now that he has revealed the exceedingly rare ancestral dragon sword body, how much more formidable could he become? Ancestral dragon sword body. As expected of His Highness. Shen Muxue and Lin Shu both smiled. Only Tang Xingyu remained calm because she had no idea what the ancestral dragon sword body signified. This is impossible. The one who couldn't accept it most was Yang Xiu. 5 years ago he had tested his bone constitution together with Yang Chang. The results announced by the Grand Elder and the Imperial Father had clearly stated that Yang Chang's bone constitution was the divine dragon sword body. How could it turn into the ancestral dragon sword body? The other 4 prodigies who intended to besiege Yang Chang also widened their eyes, barely believing what they saw. When they saw Yang Chang display sword intent, possessing both blade intent and sword intent, they were cautious but still composed. Now that they discovered Yang Chang's sword body was actually the ancestral dragon sword body, they truly began to fear. Everyone, this man is so monstrous. If he truly grows up, what place will there be for us in this desolate realm in the future? Beili Guan suddenly shouted. This time more prodigies responded. Another 6 prodigies joined in, obviously unwilling to let Yang Chang rise. Everyone kill with me. Beili Guan charged ahead, attacking Yang Chang. He had an intuition: if he didn't kill Yang Chang today with his own abilities, he might never be able to take revenge on Yang Chang. And he harbored a deep hatred for Yang Chang. If Yang Chang lived, he would likely become his inner demon in the future. Thus he was more eager than the others. The other prodigies followed suit. Yang Chang stood unmoved. Just the right time to test the lethality of the ancestral dragon sword body. He had never used the ancestral dragon sword body to kill before, so now was the perfect chance. He fully activated the ancestral dragon sword body. In an instant the 9-clawed golden dragon above became even more lifelike, radiance of golden light illuminating all directions. Then thunder and lightning flashed, wind and clouds changed color, mountains and rivers trembled and dark clouds churned. Within the ink-black clouds the 9-clawed golden dragon coiled like a rainbow, lying on the waves, its golden scales dazzling like the blazing sun. This sight made all the surrounding prodigies change expression. Third form of the binding sword cannon, Koan swimming in the sea. Yang Chang drew his sword. The golden dragon spewed endless sword chi. The sword chi transformed into a massive koan fish complementing the golden dragon. This momentum was undoubtedly even more terrifying, causing some prodigies to tremble in their souls. The 11 prodigies besieging Yang Chang all looked horrified. Even the 6 prodigies who joined later began to regret it. Unfortunately, they had no way back. 11 attacks blasted toward Yang Chang and collided with the sword ki koan. Boo! 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 Heaven and earth trembled. A blinding light exploded at the center of the battlefield as if a sun had burst. A violent shockwave swept in all directions. The ground cracked, rocks shattered, and even distant ancient trees were uprooted and swept into the storm. Among the 11 prodigies besieging Yang Chang, 6 spat blood and flew backward on the spot. The 5, Nangang Yi, Beili Guan, Yang Xiu, Gao Yun and Dong He, barely managed to stabilize themselves, but all had pale faces, blood at the corners of their mouths and eyes full of shock. Thighs is the power of the ancestral dragon sword body. With such terrifying strength, if he doesn't die young, he might truly dominate an era. The prodigies watching from the sidelines were utterly shaken, some even subconsciously stepped back a few paces, afraid of being caught in the blast. Lang Qianyu and Kong Xing exchanged a glance, both seeing deep wariness in each other's eyes. Yang Chang stood with his sword, golden light swirling around him, the 9-clawed golden dragon hovering overhead, its draconic might surging and intimidating all directions. Crown Prince of Great Zhou, I was momentarily blinded by greed. I will withdraw from this battle, said one of the prodigies who had joined later. Before he could finish, a sword light shot toward him. Splurt. Blood splattered. The prodigy's head flew off his neck. Next, Yang Chang began his first great slaughter of this lifetime. Under his assault, none of the many prodigies could withstand even a single exchange. In the blink of an eye, the 6 weaker prodigies became souls under his sword. The remaining 5 major prodigies felt their hairs stand on end. Boo! At that moment, heaven and earth shook and the space violently trembled. What is this? Not good, the ancient tower is collapsing. Many prodigies were greatly alarmed, not understanding what was happening. Yang Chang, however, remained calm, looking back and saying, Lin Shu, have you refined the Taiji sword talisman? Yes, your highness. Lin Shu stepped forward. Yang Chang smiled upon hearing this and said to Lin Shu, Tang Xingyu and Shen Wuxue, no need to panic. He knew that all 5 primordial sword talismans had been refined and the ancient tower had lost its foundation, hence the collapse. In his past life, the ancient tower had also turned to ruins on this day. But in this life, many things were different from the past. Yang Xiao, Nangong Yi and Bailey Guan were supposed to obtain the Tai sword talisman, the Taichu sword talisman and the Taiji sword talisman. Now Yang Xiao had obtained the Taichu sword talisman. Nangong Yi and Bailey Guan got nothing. Only Ling Chenyu and Kong Xing, as in the past life, obtained the Taishu sword talisman and the Taisu sword talisman. This showed that the two had targeted these sword talismans. Before long, the space of the ancient tower completely shattered. All the prodigies felt the world flip and then they all appeared outside. Looking around, the ancient tower had collapsed. The place where they stood was a ruin. Those prodigies who had offended Yang Chang were the first to react and turn to flee. Yang Chang locked his gaze on Bailey Guan at once. Compared to the other prodigies, the one he most wanted to kill now was Bailey Guan. Before entering the ancient tower, Bailey Guan had provoked him. Later, because the elder of Peach Mountain intervened with a sincere attitude, Bailey Guan escaped that calamity. However, when Yang Chang was fighting Nangong Yi, Bailey Guan launched a sneak attack from behind. In the recent siege of all the prodigies, Bailey Guan was the most active one, which disgusted him. Moreover, most of the pirates who harassed the Great Zhou seas every year came from the Fanio Empire. He already had no good feelings toward people from the Fanio Empire. With all these factors combined, his killing intent toward Bailey Guan was fiercer than toward the others. Still trying to leave. Too late. Yang Chang took a step, his figure flashing like a ghost in front of Bailey Guan, his right hand forming fingers like a sword and thrusting straight at his throat. Terrifying sword chi surged toward him. Bailey Guan's face changed drastically. In the crisis, he could only frantically burst forth his true chi and execute the external sword art to try to block Yang Chang. Boo! Yang Chang's sword chi violently collided with the external sword art. In an instant, Yang Chang's sword chi tore through Bailey Guan's defense. No! Bailey Guan was horrified, sensing a fatal crisis. Put! The next moment, the sword chi pierced his chest. Bailey Guan let out a scream. Yang Chang had no intention of letting him go, his eyes were cold. Crown Prince of Great Zhou, stop! The voice of the Peach Mountain Elder rang out again. At the same time, a mighty oppressive force pressed down on Yang Chang like the heavens collapsing. Is this the might of a half-step martial emperor? Absolutely terrifying. Many martial artists trembled. Bailey Guan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had been saved. As long as the green hills remain, there is no shortage of firewood. Yang Chang, the humiliation of today, one day I will make you pay back 100-fold, he cursed inwardly. Yet Yang Chang's expression showed little change. The might of a half-step martial emperor was indeed terrifying, but in his past life he had been a martial saint, so enduring this pressure was not a big problem. He pulled his sword from Bailey Guan's chest. Seeing this, Bailey Guan thought Yang Chang had chickened out and sneered, Yang Chang, showing off your strength in front of me means nothing. If you have the guts, go fight my senior brother of Peach Mountain. He was still clever, knowing he was no match for Yang Chang, so he wanted Yang Chang to fight someone stronger. The senior brother of Peach Mountain. Naturally, Yang Chang knew this person. In his past life before his rebirth, Bailey Guan was the emperor of the Fanio Empire, but the sect leader of Peach Mountain was not Bailey Guan but Tian Songxian. Tian Songxian was currently the chief inner disciple of Peach Mountain. In terms of martial arts accomplishments alone, Bailey Guan was no match for Tian Songxian. Whether I will fight Tian Songxian or not is my business. No need for a dead man like you to worry about it. Yang Chang said expressionlessly. What do you mean? Do you dare kill me? Bailey Guan realized something was wrong. And Yang Chang's sword was already pressed against Bailey Guan's throat. How dare you, Junior? The Peach Mountain Elder was furious. But Yang Chang paid no heed. He exerted force with his right hand. In an instant, the wooden sword in his hand swept out with a thin sword light. Bailey Guan's head flew off on the spot, rolling on the ground for over a dozen times before stopping. When it stopped, his face happened to be facing Yang Chang. Yang Chang and many nearby could see the lingering traces of shocked disbelief and unwillingness in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if trying to say something but nothing could be uttered. After a moment his breath completely ceased. This prince of the Fanio Empire, inner disciple of Peach Mountain and future emperor of Fanio, thus fell. Silence fell around. Obviously no one had expected Yang Cheng to act so decisively. Although Bailey Guan was not as good as Nangang Yi Lang Qianyu or Kongxing, he was still a prodigy second only to them. And such a prodigy had been slain by Yang Cheng, Crown Prince of Great Zhou. The Peach Mountain Elder's voice thundered like an angry thunderclap. "Ah, you are seeking death, seeking death." Boom. The sky suddenly darkened. Rolling flames churned in the air like evening glow. An even more terrifying pressure than before pressed down like surging rivers. Many martial artists couldn't bear the pressure and involuntarily knelt. This truly demonstrated what it meant for heaven and earth to change color and all beings to kneel in submission. The might of a half-step martial emperor was truly terrifying beyond measure. The might of a half-step martial emperor was as overwhelming as the celestial authority. The howling wind whipped through Yang Cheng's hair, his clothes rustling in response. Beneath the dark clouds his figure appeared minuscule, akin to an ant. Yet his back stood straight as a sword. In the next moment he declared, "Seeking death. Who gave you the audacity to speak such words to the Prince of the Great Zhou?" Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly blazed with light. A flash of purple brilliance erupted in the darkness. Then the radiance intensified, transforming into a purple lightning bolt that pierced through the sky. As the blinding purple lightning approached, people realized it was a black spear. The spear's tassel flickered like flames and its shaft resembled a dragon. In that moment it felt as though an ancient thunder dragon had emerged. An unimaginable wave of destruction ravaged the sky. "Yun Jinghuai!" Elder Taosan exclaimed in fury. He unleashed a sword strike erupting with terrifying flames that transformed into a river of fiery sword energy. But in the next moment, the sword energy was pierced through. Put! Elder Taosan's chest was penetrated. A torrent of blood rained down onto the ground, scorching it into a myriad of blackened craters. Immediately after, Elder Taosan plummeted from the sky. With a single strike the outcome was determined. Countless martial artists gasped in shock. Yun Jinghuai was merely a peak martial saint with a cultivation level slightly lower than Elder Taosan. How could Elder Taosan be so easily defeated by Yun Jinghuai? Just how powerful is the strength of the champion of Zhou? To be able to slay individuals from the Great Yan Empire, his prowess truly cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Other martial artists from various factions shivered in fear. Elder Taosan flipped and soared into the distance, quickly covering several miles. "Yun Jinghuai, this matter will not end easily for me, Taosan." His voice carried far away. "You dare to speak harshly before me." In an instant a shadow flickered in midair and Yun Jinghuai appeared beside the black spear. He grasped the spear and hurled it fiercely towards Elder Taosan. Elder Taosan seemed to sense an impending dread. "Yun Jinghuai, what do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of provoking a war between my Fania Empire and the Great Zhou? If so, then it suits my intentions. At worst I will lead my army to invade your Fania Empire's Taosan." Yun Jinghuai replied dismissively. Almost simultaneously, the black spear pierced through Elder Taosan's body once again. How could the already severely injured Elder Taosan withstand such an assault? Boom! This time something horrifying occurred. Elder Taosan's body erupted in midair, scattering into dozens of bloody fragments that fell to the ground. In an instant a light rain of blood fell from the sky. 2 spears had slain a half-step martial emperor. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Now nearly 10,000 martial artists gathered around the ruins of the ancient tower. Most of these individuals had merely come to witness the splendor of the new generation of talents. They never expected to witness such a shocking scene. A half-step martial emperor was thus slain before the eyes of many by the champion of the Great Zhou, Yun Jinghuai, and he had only used 2 spears. This strength is undoubtedly comparable to that of a martial emperor. A martial saint can rival a martial emperor. The champion of the Great Zhou is simply terrifying. The powerful figures from various factions wore solemn expressions. "Forget it, we should quickly take our talents away from here. This place has seen the fall of a quasi-emperor, it is indeed ominous. We should leave swiftly." Immediately numerous powerful figures appeared. They did not greet the champion but swiftly departed with their talented disciples. They truly did not wish to engage further with such a fearsome person. Some other powerful figures, upon learning that their talents had been slain by the Prince of the Great Zhou, initially sought to seek justice. Now upon witnessing the fate of Elder Taosan they could not help but swallow hard, retreating even faster than the others. Yang Cheng. Nangang Yi's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. "Your Highness, we should leave." A powerful figure from the Beyond God sect grasped his shoulder as they boarded a giant elephant, also departing at top speed. Lang Qianyu and Kong Xing gazed deeply at Yang Chang, then followed their elders in leaving. Previously they had been incredibly proud, rarely considering other talents in the world. But today Yang Chang had left a profound impression on them. Sister Yang Chang really didn't say anything childish. He is truly strong. I want to be his follower. Yuruxi expressed her longing. Yu Menqi's expression darkened. At this moment she had to acknowledge that she had been slapped in the face. Yang Chang's strength had far exceeded her expectations. When a person becomes powerful to a certain extent, even if they are not the chosen one, it seems less important. Although she wouldn't completely place her bets on him, there was no harm in befriending him. However, she also had her own pride. Having previously treated Yang Chang with such coldness, it would now seem as if others would claim she was simply being sycophantic if she changed her attitude. Yu Mengqi couldn't afford to lose face like that. Yet deep down she knew she regretted her past actions. She shouldn't have interfered when her sister was getting along well with Yang Chang. But it was too late to say these things now. Yang Chang had revealed his strength. Asking her sister to approach him now would be akin to flattering him herself. Let's go, Yu Mengqi said immediately. But Yuruxi looked reluctantly at Yang Chang. There's nothing to discuss. Yu Mengqi said, when young one may not achieve greatness. You're still young, so don't rush to befriend anyone, otherwise when you find the chosen one in the future, how will they view you? She then instructed her elder from Wutong Island to steer the Golden Eagle to leave swiftly. Throughout this journey to the ancient tower she had been observing discreetly. Now she had roughly guessed who the chosen one might be. The taller a tree grows, the more likely it is to be struck by the wind. Yu Mengqi reflected, although the prince of the Great Zhou is extraordinary, being too conspicuous is certainly not a good thing. In contrast, the sixth prince of the Great Zhou, Yang Xiu, has received all the benefits while maintaining a low profile. When dealing with the prince of the Great Zhou, he incites others while remaining hidden in the shadows. This is the true quality of a formidable hero. The Taichu sword talisman, its power second only to the Tai sword talisman. Yang Xiu obtained this talisman but has yet to draw significant attention. In her view, such talent is the most fearsome. Thus it comes as no surprise that the chosen one is Yang Xiu. On a peak, Lu Jingzhu ran faster than anyone else. While her other abilities might not match those of the top talents, her survival skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Even during the contest for the 5 great sword talismans, she did not approach, merely observing from afar. The outcome was undoubtedly beyond her expectations. Upon reflection she understood the reason. Yang Chang, it's you again. Indeed, whenever Yang Chang appeared, the future she envisioned would change. He was undoubtedly the anomaly. The so-called anomaly is actually a demon. Yang Chang is bound to be a formidable enemy of the chosen one in the future. Lu Jing's gaze turned icy. She had to admit that Yang Chang was indeed difficult to deal with. During this journey to the ancient tower she had covertly incited Nangong Yi and other talents to develop hostility towards Yang Chang. The subsequent developments unfolded even more smoothly than she had anticipated. Yang Chang's brilliance was so overwhelming that he did not even need her guidance, provoking many talents to hunt him down. Who would have thought he was so monstrous? Even with 11 talents teaming up, they were no match for Yang Chang, and ultimately he killed 7 of them, including top talents like Bai Liguan. It seems I must make further plans. I should start with Nangong Yi. This time he has lost the opportunity for the sword talisman. I will give him another significant chance as compensation, ensuring I can completely win him over. With that thought, Lu Jingzhu left swiftly. In the ruins of the ancient tower, Yang Chang paid no mind to others. He gazed at Yun Jinghuai's figure in the sky, his expression somewhat dazed. This life was truly different from the last. In his past life at this moment Yun Jinghuai had already fallen. As a martial arts misfit he had no companion, standing alone with only his mother silently protecting him. Because she had to guard such a misfit, his mother became weary and ultimately could not contend against consort Zhuang and Yang Xiu. He was aware of this, so he acted cautiously, fearing he would attract trouble and add burdens to his mother. Even so, 13 years later his mother was still cast into the cold palace. He was also stripped of his title as prince. Yet in this life Yun Jinghuai was still alive. Even if he had killed the prince of the Fania Empire Bai Liguan and provoked a half-step martial emperor of the Fania Empire, nothing happened. For Yun Jinghuai was there to bear it. That phrase, "Who gave you the audacity to speak such words to the prince of the Great Zhou," undoubtedly became his greatest support. He and his mother were no longer isolated and helpless. The host stood amidst the ruins of the ancient tower, his gaze sweeping over the scene where no rivals remained. All the talents of the wilderness fled in panic. What kind of majesty is this? With merely the body of a martial saint he instilled fear in numerous true gods, even slaying 7 true gods including the likes of Bai Liguan. The name of the host thoroughly shook the wilderness, causing the eastern kingdoms to tremble. Even the imperial capital of the celestial enactment avoided him from afar. From this day forth the host's reputation has surpassed that of the celestial enactment emperor. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward innate gourd, please claim it yourself. At that moment Yun Jinghui descended and curiously looked at Yang Chang, asking Cheng Chan what exactly happened in the ancient tower. Why did it collapse? Before Yang Chang could respond, Tang Xingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recounted the entire sequence of events. After hearing it, Yun Jinghui fell into astonishment, gazing at Yang Chang with eyes filled with wonder. There were actually 5 innate sword talismans in the ancient tower. And you seized 2 of them, giving 1 each to Tang Tang and Lin Shu, while also obtaining the opportunity of the nameless stone tablet for the girl Mu Shui. Your actions have completely incited public outrage, leading to 11 talents besieging you, and in the end you killed 6 of them. Bai Li Guan was merely the 7th, I observed. Even though Yun Jinghui was well experienced and had achieved extraordinary feats not long ago, he could not help but find this incredible. He knew his nephew was exceptional, but he never expected him to be this monstrous. The key point was that Yang Chang was only 5 years old. If a few more years pass, how monstrous would he become? It's true. Tang Xingyi's cheeks flushed. She nearly revealed the Tai sword talisman Yang Chang had given her. However, thinking of Yang Chang's instructions, she restrained this impulse. Ha ha ha. Yun Jinghui burst into hearty laughter. Well done. My prince of the Great Zhou cannot be offended by those ghosts and monsters. We should strike down 1 when they come in, 2 when they come in pairs. Cheng Cheng, your uncle is proud of you. In the vast mountain forest, the golden dragon carriage headed back towards Fengtian City. Uncle, I'm about to advance, Yang Cheng suddenly said. Inside the ancient desolate tower he had refined the blood sea sword talisman and could have broken through then. He had suppressed it, originally intending to guard against other prodigies and catch them off guard. Before entering the ancient desolate tower he knew he would inevitably clash with other prodigies. Worried that he alone could not withstand so many prodigies, he planned to break through during battle to gain an advantage. However, he never expected that this preparation would be unnecessary. Without needing to advance, he utterly defeated the combined forces of 11 geniuses. Yun Jinghui's expression turned solemn. Focus on your breakthrough, your uncle will protect you. Not only Yang Chang but also Tang Xingyu and Lin Shu were on the verge of breakthrough. With Yun Jinghui guarding, no mishap occurred. Immediately Yang Chang successfully completed his advancement on the golden dragon carriage. His cultivation base easily leaped from the 6th level of martial master to the 8th level. Subsequently, Tang Xingyu and Lin Shu also broke through as expected. Tang Xingyu jumped from the 2nd level of martial master to the 5th level. Lin Shu advanced from the midstage of Xiantian to the peak of Xiantian. These 2 little girls are also little monsters. Yun Jinghui marveled. Because Yang Cheng's brilliance was too dazzling, it overshadowed Tang Xingyu and Lin Shu, causing many to overlook these 2 young girls. Now it seems that these 2 girls possess astonishing talent, no weaker than the top prodigies. Especially Tang Xingyu. He sensed that this girl harbors tremendous potential. It could be said that most of Tang Xingyi's potential has likely not yet begun to be unleashed. Yun Jinghui secretly transmitted his analysis to Yang Chang via sound transmission. Clearly he intended to add support for Yang Chang's future. Upon hearing this, Yang Chang had to admire Yun Jinghui's sharp insight. Indeed, in the future Tang Xingyu would be the most dazzling. It could be said that if there were no variable like him in this life, among everyone in the ancient desolate tower, the most terrifying in the future would be Tang Xingyu. As the martial artists from various major forces returned, the events in the ancient desolate tower swept across the entire eastern wasteland like a storm. All the eastern wasteland nations instantly knew that Great Zhou had produced a crown prince with terrifying talent. Possessing the ancestral dragon sword body, he swept through 11 geniuses at just 5 years old. Northeast of Great Zhou lies a peninsula, and the country on the peninsula is the Flying Bird Empire. In the center of the Flying Bird Empire, on a high mountain covered with peach trees and blossoms, lies the famous Peach Mountain. Boo! On this day thunder roared over Peach Mountain and an awe-inspiring majesty spread for who knows how many miles. The Peach Mountain sect leader is furious. Who dares to provoke such wrath from the Peach Mountain sect leader? The nearby martial artists trembled with fear. The atmosphere on Peach Mountain was oppressive. All the experts gathered together, and at their head sat a middle-aged man with graying hair. The Great Zhou Crown Prince deserves death. Even more hateful is Yun Jinghui, who killed our Peach Mountain elder. I cannot swallow this insult. The Peach Mountain high-level officials were all indignant. Even if you can't swallow it, you must. A calm official said, Great Yen is a precedent. Aren't you afraid that Yun Jinghui's iron hooves will step into Peach Mountain? All the officials' breaths caught in their throats. Great Yen was no small country, it was one of the most powerful nations in the eastern wasteland.